This story begins during the time of troubles in Murim, which occurred in the 4th year of the reign of Jianveng, who ascended the throne after the death of Taizhou, Jiangxi Province, district of the city of Nanshan. The Union of Association Murim. In front of the crowd at the top of the stairs is a man. He turns to those present, calling them brothers. The heir to the Paik family says that he called them all with good intentions. He expresses gratitude to them on behalf of Murim. The head of the Union of Association Murim Kin Kong of the Heavenly Sword Paik. Li Zhong says that evil is destroyed. Justice will soon triumph. Kanho is safe. He assures that now a bright future awaits them. Those present with reverence listen to their leader. He explains that today they gathered here in order for the first time together in the history of Kanho and Murim to oppose a common enemy, which no one had heard of before. It will not work to cope with him alone. But together they are power. Even if their enemy is a large star of death for thousands of years. The head of the Union of Association Murim is sure that they will certainly win. The crowd supports its leader. The man, silent, puts his hand in the wide sleeve of his robe. He takes out 3 multicolored flags from there. Pek Li Jun immediately raises them high above his head and says that probably each of them received 3 such flags this morning. The man explains, this is the idea of the army general. They must be used if they fall into the poisonous trap of the enemy. Each of them brings its own message. Blue color means that weak poison was used, and warriors above the 2nd class can enter the zone of its action. The green flag shows that until it is lowered, the 1st class warriors cannot be approached by 10 zhang. 1 zhang is 3.33 meters. He demonstrates the last flag, and he explains, the red color says that detoxification is impossible. If they see him, then let them keep a distance of 100 zhang, even being a special class warrior. Men with gloomy faces listen to his speech. Li Jun continues to speak if one of them is not lucky, and he will inhale the poison. Then let him find the strength, and at all costs, uses these flags in order to warn others. Warriors carefully listen to his parting words. The head of the Union of Association warns. Otherwise, they should not count on the prolonged existence of Kanjo. Suddenly, a subject rushes right over the crowd, right to Pek Li Jun. He falls at the feet of a man. The crowd gasps in surprise. Everyone excitedly asks each other, what was it? The head of the Union of Association is angry. Who dared to do this? He wants to know who this insolent is? Red flag stuck into the tile right at his feet. The guy pronounces, that's how? People do not understand what is happening. Finally, they see the cause of the commotion. On the crest of the roof there is a guy. Seeing him, they scream, a poisonous dragon. One of the soldiers angrily asks, does he even know where he is? He calmly answers, of course, otherwise he would not have come here. The warrior calls him a heartless villain. A standing man is pulling him away. He asks, doesn't it seem strange to him? They are in the inside of the palace. In order to get here, you need to overcome the 4th and 3rd barriers. The warrior begins to realize what is happening. He says that this cannot be. The guy stands with a calm face. Behind him, the square is strewn with the dead bodies of warriors. At the foot of the stairs, armed men who defend their leader were crowded. Pek Li Jun gloomily looks at the guy. He says that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then, still standing on the crest of the roof, he adds with a mockery, Mr. Head. He leads his head right and left, spreading before the battle. All those present carefully observe his every movement. The guy chews a leaf carelessly. The head of the Union of Association is still silently looking at him. Today, the guy is known in Kanho as a big Death Star for thousands of years. Murim gathered a detachment of 10,000 soldiers for the sake of capturing only one person. The guy says, since they were going to kill him, they may not even hope to get out of here alive. The eyes of the poisonous dragon, the rank of Jagan, is no longer like human and burn unnaturally green light. Night, the lunar disk illuminates high mountain peaks. On the slope of one of them is a small village, consisting of only several houses. The roofs of the buildings are straw-free. Near each of them, the beds are broken. A man comes out of one hut. He moves very slowly and hardly holds his eyes open. Overcoming pain, he thinks that the elder needs to tell everything. A huge scolopendra sits on the wall of the hut. A man will fall to the ground, and several of these insects surround his body. A person no longer gives signs of life, and the number of scolopenders increases. The village wraps up a violet haze. She penetrates the house where a woman with a boy sleeps on the bed. The child wakes up and rubs his eyes. The poisonous haze makes him cough. He is trying to wake his mother, saying that it smells somehow strange. The woman is silent. Then he reaches out and begins to shake her. The boy, who is already completely wrapped in purple haze, is calling the mother. But, looking into her face, he sees a terrible picture. Foam comes from her mouth. The woman's eyes are red, and tears flow from them with a river. The unfortunate is no longer able to utter a word. Only despair is read in her gaze. With difficulty, she nevertheless squeezes out a few words, asking her son, whom she calls Jagan, to leave immediately. The woman is silent. The boy is desperately calling the mother. The child understands that something terrible is happening. Tears pour from his eyes. Realizing what happened, he is in horror recoil from the dead body of his mother and falls out of the bed to the floor. His body is twisted by a cramp and he screams in pain. The boy understands that this is the deadly poison of Scolopendra. He sees with horror how the giant insect approaches him. Scolopendra quickly climbs through his clothes and rushes to his face. The boy screams, tears hail up on his face. The insect bites the child. Crying, he calls his mother, begging him to save, but the poor woman can no longer help him. Scolopendra's paws fall into his mouth, and Jagana covers rage. His teeth gnaw into the hated body of an insect, and he defeats him in half. Sobbing, he demands that his mother be returned. The door opens, and a man appears on the threshold, shouting the name of the boy. He sees a child lying on the floor who cannot even move. Near his face lies dead Scolopendra. Jagan, not realizing what is happening, everything also frantically compresses his jaw, crushing the remains of a poisonous insect with a crunch. The man is shocked by what he saw. Cursing, he asks, "Who decided on such a terrible act?" The child cannot answer him anything. His eyes turned white, and only wheezing bursts out of his mouth. A person is trying to bring the boy to life. Having crouched on the floor next to him, he puts the child's head on his knees. He sticks through his gritted teeth a pill. The man says that it needs to be accepted in order to get the poison. Standing on the threshold and observing his actions, a person cannot believe that he spent a miraculous medicine to return the fidelity of the heart to some boy. He continues to speak, he warned, and he had to obey him. With his stubbornness, the man ruined his own family. He asks, is he really hoping that the child can survive after this? The man replies, their family Pekvacholgok may be small, but they are part of the Yak family and have existed for 300 years. He is interested. Does the interlocutor think that they are not able to confront the genus Chidok who kills people with poison? The person answers, first let him cure the boy, and there they look. Although when everyone is dying, it will no longer be important what kind he belongs to. The man screams that he is a villain. If for him the meaning of life is not to fool around, then how does it differ from the animal? He tells the interlocutor that Pekvachol will never bend under the Dok family. He replies that it is quite difficult with him, and the genus Dok and Yak comes from one Playaman. A man can act as he considers necessary, although he is unlikely to be able to save his grandson. It is better to leave futile attempts. Laughing, he adds that he put a special Scolopendra of 5 colors to them. The old man cannot believe what he heard. He asks the question, why is her? There are several types of poisonous multi-leaflets. The man says, if he already understood everything, then he should go out. There is no need to pull the time. This makes himself only worse. The old man leaves the house, holding his grandson in his arms. The man asks, he has what to say in the end? Suddenly the boy makes a moan, which greatly surprises others. The old man cannot believe that Jagan woke up. The child hardly pronounces grandfather. He puts the boy on the ground, begging him to recover. The man comes closer and, leaning slightly above them, mockingly says, you just look, he is still fighting poison. Jagan turns over and moves closer to him. The man continues to mock. The kid is about to lean back, but he still continues to fight for his life. He believes that the boy has a desire to live more than his grandfather. Bowing even lower, the man mockingly asks the boy for forgiveness for the fact that he has no antidote from the bite of the Scolopendra. In addition, it is already too late. Suddenly, Jagan thrusts the fest of the shell of the Scolopendra of 5 colors, the fragment of the shell of the shell of the shell in the fist. The man is furious. He grabs the leg and, pulling out the fragment, hit the old man on the back. He falls like a knitted one. People who call him the elder are in a hurry to him with the question, is he in order? The man, having rolled up the leg, is horrified to look at his leg, acquiring a purple color. He curses, saying that he has no antidote. He quickly makes a decision and tells him to give him a sword immediately. A person holding a blade in his hands asks, is he sure that it will work out? But the man, swearing, tells him to hurry. The blade, dissecting the air, soars up and immediately drops down. The man screams in pain. He hardly takes his breath. Sweat rolled down his face. There is a voice. They fled! The man is trifling with rage. They help him to rise. A severed leg lies on the ground. He gives the order, catch. Then he screams violently, vividly behind them. You can't miss them. A moan is heard from a small cave. The old man, with a wound on his back, stands on his knees before the grandson lying unconscious. He calls a boy by name. He begins to cough, and the old man with hope in his eyes tends to him. White liquid flows from the mouth of Jagan. He is trying to say something. The old man sees that next to him lies a fragment of the shell of the scolopendra of 5 colors. He heard that if you eat the poisonous gland of the creature, which contains a deadly poison, and take a pill, then you can cope with poisoning. Having fallen next to the boy and realizing that death is already close, he mentally asks him to survive. The last thing that bothered the old man. What will happen to the grandson after his death? The hand squeezes a burning torch. A voice addressing the elder is heard, and notifying that the fugitives managed to find. There are people with torches in the cave. One of the men helps the elder. A man lifts Jagan's head by the hair, saying that the old man is dead and the boy is barely breathing. A child who is unconscious makes a moan. The face of the elder is illuminated by a devilish smile. The boy sees the face of a person leaning over him. The asking was he woke up? Everything is blurring before his eyes. He hardly focuses his eyesight. Waking up, Jagan understands that his arms and legs are tightly attached, and he himself lies on the table. The elder says he did not expect that the boy would last for so long after the bite of the scolopendra of 5 colors. It turns out that he has high resistance to poisons. The boy calls his grandfather, but the man replies that the old man escaped, although this is useless. The poison reached the old man's heart faster than they overtook him. The elder holds Jagan's face with his hand so that he would look directly in his eyes. He says that because of him, he had to cut his leg. He wanted to finish him right on the spot, but changed his mind, deciding that an excellent experimental rabbit would come out of him. The elder shows him an insect, explaining that this is a black scolopendra. Her poison is not as strong as the one he had to face earlier, but also not of the weak. A man puts a scolopendra on a boy. He screams with horror, but the elder says that he himself thinks, is it logical to kill the body whose body coped with such strong poison? He demands that the boy stop twitching, otherwise he will drop the insect. The elder with sincere curiosity watches what is happening, not paying attention to the cries of the child. Having angry, he beats Jagan's foot with a stick, ordering him to lie quietly. Scolopendra approaches the boy's face, and he screams again with horror. The man, chuckling, says that it's better. He believes that you should not worry, the maximum. The boy will not be able to walk, that's all. Hearing that Jagan woke up, the elder is trying to drink him with something from Piala. He admits that he went too far yesterday and tells him to drink and not refuse. Jagan obeys. The man explains that this is a special medicine called smart broth. He is cooked from the best ingredients. Jagan does not understand why he would have a decoction that heals from amnesia and improves memory. The elder says, how can he conduct experiments if he is off all the time? He will not be able to observe his reaction. Therefore, sometimes he will have to drink this broth. The boy's body is bending with unbearable pain. He screams, sweat rolled down his face. The man says that the refined venom of the fugu fish is added to the broth. He was afraid that the poison would not work, so he increased the dose 10 times. He asks, will we continue to experiment? At the same time, his eyes burn with devilish fire. So weeks have passed, and maybe months. Man, no, every day, puts the boy with a smart broth and continues to conduct experiments. He tested simple poisons and their mixtures that he made himself. The man records the results of the experiments on paper. Under the influence of smart broth, Jagan cannot turn off. Therefore, being conscious, he feels a painful pain from the effects of various poisons. All this can be called an all-consuming, continuous apogee of torment. Man does not reflect after another experiment. The impact of the difference of the return of fidelity of the heart is so much. Streams of blood and energy have stopped, which prevents the poison from spreading. He thinks that he took into account this factor, and asks the question, what does he miss? The man opens a box in which a huge spider sits. Joking, he says your way out. Putting the spider Jagan on his chest, he explains that this is a paradise widow with doubled points. The Sachenrod Tan bought 5 such spiders from them every year. They are very high quality and profitable goods. The spider digs into the naked neck of a boy who screams with fear and pain. The elder, holding a bottle in his hands and looking at her, says that he yells a boy, of course, noble, but it could be louder. He decides to add more Huanbox poison. Man does not hear. Jagan asks him to save him. The boy repeats the request and tries to explain that because of the poison he cannot breathe. A man asks with interest, to save? His face blushes with rage. Vienna is swollen on the forehead. Grabbing Jagan with his hand by the throat and lifting his head slightly, he says, so he asks him to help? It was necessary to think that such a day would come before he forced him to cut his leg. The man screams without hiding anger. Because of him, he became a disabled person, and he had to leave the leading post. He worked day and nights to advance the doc's family in Kanho. But everything went to the cat's tail because of him. Man does not ask. He considers it normal. Noticing that he does not move, he lets him go. He cannot believe his eyes. Looking at the boy, he wonders, died? Seriously? Man is not angry. His face is crooked with anger. He unleashes Jagan's arms and legs. Then it removes from the table. Having put the boy on the floor, Man does not say that the one who survived after the poison of the scolopendra of 5 colors would not die from intoxication. He believes that Jagan cannot breathe due to the fact that his bronchi is swollen and the nasal cavity is clamped. He grumbles. He made himself problems. His face is again distorted by an evil grimace. He promises that the boy still does not die calmly. He will bring him to his senses over and over again, until the end of his life, forcing Jagan to compensate him for what he had learned. From under the nail on the little finger of the boy, blood is dripping. Man doesn't think that he should thank him for handing him all his inner energy. He says that he introduced her inside Hell Pekwe, a point for acupuncture located in the crown of the crown. And then he opened the passage to Hell Sothek, which is located on his fingertips. When the poison comes out, the edema will subside. Looking at the exhausted boy, Man doesn't say, he survived, but he will have to wait until he recovered completely. The man says that he no longer battered his nerves, nursing him, because they still have a lot of work. The door opens, and a man appears in her opening, nullifying the elder. Man is no interested in what happened. He says that the elder should attend today's meeting. He heard that an inspection from Murim would come to them. Man is no surprise by the news, and agrees he should go. He stares at Jagana lying on the floor. The boy does not show signs of life. The elder promises that he will squeeze all the juices out of him. Until he dies from old age or a lightning strike, Jagan cannot see peace even in the next world. Leaving, he laughs ominously. The boy is still motionless. The door closes. Because of her, laughter is still coming. Exhausted, Jagan continues to lie. Drops of blood oozes from his finger. A small puddle forms on the floor. With difficulty, the boy is trying to rise. Staggering, he just sits on the floor for a while. Man No, leaning on the club, goes through the garden. He did not expect that the head of Murimpek Lee Jun himself would come to them. He believes that the head of the clan will pour cold later. The man, chuckling, says that he cannot believe that he was so reacted to him. He adds, rightly to him, they will still see whom. Did he really think that man would not just break? No. He uses this Maltz Jagan and will create the best poison. Approaching the door, he thinks that a faint smell of poison and blood comes from there. He feels that something here is not clean. With caution, the man does not open the door and examines slowly to go inside. Suddenly, a huge snake rushes at him. He barely manages to grab her. The man does not understand what is happening. Looking at the snake, he is perplexed. What else is it? Where does the Usuri Shieldmaker come from? He begins to understand what happened and carefully looks around the room. The pots are turned upside down, and the insects contained earlier in them are now freely walking around the room. There are many different living creatures, both scolopenders and spiders. Several poisonous snakes are tame from the baskets. Man No scolds Jagan, perplexed. How did he have the strength to get to his feet? The elder is looking for a boy, saying that he saved his life, and he was what he decided to thank him. He thinks that the whole body of Jagan was cut, which means he should definitely leave a trace. But at the main gate, he did not notice anything suspicious. In anger, he begins to destroy furniture, asking, "Where is Jagan?" Suddenly, some guess comes to his mind. His gaze falls on a small door. The elder decides that the boy is hiding there. He is slowly approaching her. There he throws out failed poisons and various garbage. Enjoying the capture of the fugitive, he, chuckling gloatingly, says that the boy is a fool. He found not the most good place to play hide and seek. The passage there is too small, so that a person can hide. Holding his hand to the door, the elder says that Jagan is an obedient child, so let him go as soon as possible. You need to continue their experiments. He, convincing the boy that it makes no sense to hide, holds out his hand to push the boards. Suddenly something scratches his face. Blood oozes from the wound. The man cries in pain. He does not understand what happened. He sees that from behind the boards he peeps a sharp spike, which is hung when he moved the door. Man does not know that this is a bamboo skin. An understanding of what is happening comes to him, and his face is shedding with anger. The forces leave him. The man coughs with blood. Standing on his knees and leaning over the floor, he asks, "How does Jagan dare to mock him like that?" He becomes very bad, and man no longer understands that this effect is clearly not from one poison. He wonders what the boy mixed. Lying on the floor, he wheezes, asking him to give him an antidote. The elder is perplexed. How did this Malay dare to do so with him? From the box standing near the door, you can see a snake tail in a children's hand. Manhwa now understands where Jagan was hiding, but he is no longer able to do anything. A blurred eyes, he sees how he gets out of the box. A large snake digs into the boy's hand, with the difficulty of Jagan tearing her away from himself. The elder understands that the boy was hiding in the box from the very beginning. Mentally, he scolds Jagan. He thinks if nothing is done, then he can die. You need to find out what kind of poison Jagan poisoned him, even if you have to tear it into pieces. Drops of blood fall from the boy's little finger on the floor. Man doesn't think. It cannot be. He poisoned him with poison who came out of Hell Soda. Jagan opens the door, intending to leave, following him, swearing. Man is not screaming that he will never forgive him and tells him to stop. But Jagan does not react to his cries. The man lying on the floor and coughing blood desperately calls the boy. But he, not paying attention to the screams rushing from the open door, hastily moves away from the house. The boy is in an unfamiliar area. Tall trees grow around. He is exhausted by he sinks to the ground, realizing that he managed to fulfill the conceived by him. He was able to get rid of his enemy and torturer. Realizing the incident, Jagan sobs desperately. How he wanted all this to be just a dream. The boy recalls the mother and grandfather who died at the hands of the ruthless family of Chidok. Does he think about what will be with him now? Jagan asks a question. How can he continue to live? Suddenly, someone's voice comes to his ears. He calms down. The men standing nearby are talking. They heard a noise but decided that it was some kind of animal. One of them says that you need to hurry. The head of the clan ordered everyone rather to gather in the meeting house. He believes that this is all because of an important guest who has arrived today. He heard that the head of the Union Murim wanted to pay them a friendly visit. The interlocutor asks, why? The man explains that their status is low, but the leader considers it his duty to check how their work flows. It seems that someone from the Union charged in the direction of the Chidok, so they came to them with a check. The boy hears how he says that the head of the clan already has a plan, so they have nothing to worry about. He recalls how today the man said Mana that he should attend today's assembly of elders, in connection with the arrival of the inspection from Murim. Jagan recalls the stories of his grandfather that Murim is a union consisting of Jungli members who solve small and large conflicts in Kanho and also settles them with fair methods. He thinks perhaps someone reported about the atrocities of the Chidok family. The union was told about what happened to them. He decides that this is his chance. He must meet with a member of the union and tell about what injustice happened to Pekva Cholgok. The old man turns to a young man who bears the title of Tahep. He says that on the street it is cool at night, and offers to go into the house rather. The young man continues to stand silently, staring at the darkness intently. In the house of meetings, the warriors of the Chidok weld the head of the Union of Association Murim. The young man, and the old man accompanying him, faces the heads bowing in a welcoming bow. Jagan, trying to stay unnoticed, carefully looks into the doorway. The boy heard about the head of the Union Murim. Kin Kong of the Heavenly Sword Pak Lee Jun is so young, but his account already had a lot of heroic deeds before he arrived in Kanjo. The boy looks at the young warrior with enthusiasm, thinking that such a person as he will certainly expose the treacherous acts of the Chidok family. The guards, illuminating the path of their torch, go around the building, carefully looking around. Jagan, noticing them, is hiding behind a small protrusion of the building. When they passed him, he dares to run into another place. Looking around and afraid to catch someone in the eye, he rushes to the house. Once in the room, Jagan thinks about why he should start a conversation when he meets the head of the Murim Union. Pak Lee Jun enters the room. The boy, delighted, wants to rush to him, but he is stopped by the fact that the old man is following him. The man says that the head of the union himself saw. All members of their kind are well-trained people. Therefore, he thinks that their entry into the union will serve as Pek Lee Jun. The young man asks, "Is he sure?" "Whatever you say, but his family is on the very outskirts of the Yunnan province, and in the union itself, people are still full of doubt about their account." The old man objects. They showed him their strength. She is quite matching the level of Murim. What else is required for joining it? The head of the union answers, qualification. He asked not to give the ground for rumors. Pak Lee Jun says that a man from the Union of Yunnan Provincial Union came to him. He said that they attacked families related to the genus Yak, but someone managed to survive. The old man mutters that he hears about it for the first time. The young man, squeezing the hilt of the sword, tells him not to be forgotten. Turning to the old man, he asks, or to remind him of who he is. The old man got scared of him in dismay. The boy continues to eavesdrop on their conversation. He no longer seeks to leave his shelter. He thinks, it turns out that Pekvacholgok is not the only family they attacked. The boy's hand clenches into a fist. He thinks, if only he could prove that what happened to his family is true. The old man asks for forgiveness for the suppression of the families of the genus Yak not quite smoothly. He says that it seems in the turmoil someone managed to escape. Jagan carefully listens to the conversation. The head of the union asks. He continues to make excuses. The old man guiltily lowers his head and says that it was purely their mistake. The young man is interested. What about the others? The interlocutor replies that they plan to send them to the underground shaft. Now they expect transportation at the south gate. The mine is under the General Department of Families of the genus Doctor. No information will leak from there. The old man asks, but what about the speaker? The head of the union turns around and for some time silently looks at the head of the clan. Then the boy's recognition of Li Jun comes to the ears of the boy. He has already cut his throat to this person. The head of the union explains that they came to them with the inspection. Already poorly affects the reputation of the family, especially one where the ramps occur. If the interlocutor wants to move forward, then let him act impeccably. He says that he is no longer going to be enough. The old man assures that they will be more attentive. Jagan is shocked by the conversation heard. He understands that the union Murim at the same time with the clan of the dock. Pekli Jun captures someone else's presence in the room. Turning to the old man, he says that they will probably finish on this, and he asks him to follow him. The old man begins to talk about what he has prepared for the guest. The young man warningly puts his hand on his shoulder. It permeates the wooden panel with a sword. The alarmed head of the clan asks, "What's the matter?" The sword breaks through the tree but nothing more happens. The head of the union, having liberated weapons, continues to frown thoughtfully. Then he pronounces, "Nothing." But the suspicions clearly did not leave him. The boy, scaredly holding his mouth with his hand, is afraid to even move. The young man tells the old man that now they can go. Jagan's legs are swinging, and he slowly drops to the ground. He cannot believe what is happening. The boy asks the question, why does the head of the union cover the atrocities of the CHI dock? It turns out that Murim is connected with what happened to his family. Jagan hears someone's conversation and understands that people are approaching him. The guards go around the buildings, talking quietly among themselves. He barely manages to hide about them. The boy thinks, in Murima they know what is happening here. And instead of bringing their anger on Chidok, they help them. He asks the question, who fell? Head of the union? Or is Murim himself? Even if he tells about what happened to his parents, then nothing will change. After all, he heard that a man who dared his life and came to the union cut his throat. The head of the union cynically explained this by the fact that it was necessary to act impeccably. Jagan powerlessly beats a fist against the wall, thinking that these villains kill people and hide the truth. He decides that they are all the same. The boy recalls dead parents and grandfather who saved his life. He remembers how the old man, dying, said that he should survive. Jagan mentally promises that he will not die and will become stronger. Without anyone's help with his own hands, he will give everyone deserved. The head of the CHI family, holding the bowl in his hands, asks the attention to those present. There are many people at the table. The head is sitting. Li Jun and the old man himself, who now rose to make a speech. He says that although today they gathered here to greet the head of the Murim Union, but he would also like to congratulate their family on a significant event. He announces that the entry of their family into the union is no longer far off. The reason for which the head of Murim visited them was just to confirm this. Never previously they were honored with such an honor. The old man offers to raise the glasses together. Pek Li Jun listens carefully to his speech. Suddenly the door opens, and the entered warrior niches the head of the clan. Approaching, he whispers something in his ear. The old man's face is gloomy. Then, as if not believing his ears, he asks, "What?" Pek Li Jun asks, "Something happened?" The head of the clan assures that everything is in order, but he needs to leave for a while. The young man answers, "Good," and he expresses the hope that the old man tells him the truth. The head of the clan hastily leaves the room. Closing the door behind him, he asks the warriors standing in front of him. They say that the elder man lost consciousness? But because of what? One of the men answers, "It seems that a mixture of poisons fell into his body. He probably made a mistake when he conducted his experiments." The old man does not agree with him. He says that he has been working with poisons for decades. Something does not fit here, he believes. He is dissatisfied. He managed to be at such and such a time. The head of the clan is interested. "The toy used by the elder was there?" The man asks in surprise what he has in mind. He explains that he is talking about a prisoner from Pekvasholgok. The elder put experiments on him. The man replies that when they came, there was nobody there. The old man reflects on what he heard. He thinks that it was because of the boy man no disabled. If the guy died during experiments, then the body would be there. He decides what needs to be understood in everything. Otherwise, they will have a problem on their own heads if anyone finds out. The old man tells the soldiers to comb everything around and find the child. He says that it will not be so alive or dead, but they must deliver him to him. The lunar disk illuminates the mountainous area. In the village, several soldiers are watching how people with tied hands climb into a cart. Among the captives, there are women and children. One of the guards rushes them, saying that time is not rubber. Jagan, hiding in the bushes, watches what is happening. The man continues to scold the captives for slowness. The boy recalls the conversation he had overheard the day before, where the head of the clan and the leader of the Union Murim discussed the fate of these people. The old man said that they plan to send them to the underground shaft. It is under the General Department of Families of the Chidok family. From there, as he assured, no information will leak out. According to him, the captives expected to send at the southern gate. Jagan understands that in front of him are people from the Yak clan. He sees how the warrior hits the foot of a fallen old man. The man swears and orders to hurry. A girl hurries to the unfortunate to the rescue. One of the captives is inclined over the old man. He reproaches a warrior, saying that he was an elderly person, but from animals like him and his friends, you should probably not wait for understanding. He calls the guy an arrogant puppy. He says that he is now at the bottom precisely because he is such a gentle. He wants to deal with him, but someone holds him. Looking around, the warrior sees a tall person whom he calls Tay before. The big man says that humanity and mercy are a nonsense of the dog, which is comforted by weaklings. In their impotence, they themselves are to blame. He puts his hand on the handle of the blade, continuing to say that the path was long and difficult. But now, right in this place. Without agreeing the phrase, Tay grabs the blade and waves it right in the face of the guy. The tip leaves the captive on the face of the captive, from which blood sprayed immediately. Tay to tell him that he would not refuse to kill them all. Licking blood from the sword, he adds that, unfortunately, he cannot do this. It was ordered to deliver them to the mine. He will not repeat twice. Tay promises to raise the old man and lie down in the wagon, unless, of course, the guy does not want to add work to him. The guy and the girl help to rise En menu. They ask how he feels, but he assures that everything is fine with him, taking advantage of the fact that the guards were distracted. Jagan climbed into the wagon, which immediately went on the road. The captives sit silently, bowing their heads low. The guy who helped the old man get up tells the boy that he is not from their family. He adds that, judging by the manner of behavior, he also has nothing to do with the genus of Chidok. Jagan admits to his belonging to the family of Pekvacholgok. The guy is surprised. He is interested. What is the boy doing here? But then he understands that they were also attacked by their family. Jagan silently bows his head, confirming his hunch. The guy says that the CHI doc is hiding behind the back of the Union, and no fear is unknown to them. He asks how the boy was here. He tells how he was kidnapped, and experiments on him. But he managed to break out, and wanted to meet with the head of Murim. But he turned out to be completely different than Jagan represented. He was forced to run, so he found himself here. The guy looks at the boy with pity. He says that Jagan has traveled such a long way, and this is worthy of praise. But this wagon will not take them to the will, but to another hell. He adds that he is very sorry that everything happened like that. Jagan carefully examines around. He thinks that the wagon is accompanied by 5 guards. The guy who watched him says that he understands the course of the boy's thoughts, but he better give up. He explains. The rest do not know this, but that type Tay-2 is an outstanding master of the sword, so they can't escape so easy. In addition, most of the captives, due to poison dispersion of force, will not be able to use internal energy. Jagan replies. What will he say that he also has poison? The interlocutor is surprised, but he believes that this will not help them. This, of course, is better than nothing. However, they are dealing with the clan of Chidok, so everything is not so simple. It will not be difficult for them to neutralize him. Jagan says his poison is much stronger. The guy is interested. What kind of poison is this, since the boy is so sure of it? He replies that he managed to get here because he poisoned them with his tormentor, who attacked Pekvacholg and killed everyone. The guy asks, what is the name of this person? The boy replies that the name of his tormentor, Man N. He manages to hit the interlocutor. The guy asks, he managed to cope with the responsible person of Chidok? People sitting next to people ask them to speak quieter. The guy asks, where does he keep this poison? Jagan raises his hand and rolls his sleeve. Then he brings his finger to his mouth. A saliva flows along his fingers. Jagan showing her to the guy, he says, "This is this poison." He understands that the boy's saliva contains pure poison, and he is undoubtedly deadly. The guy asks, how could this happen that the poison is contained in his saliva? Jagan talks that he was gnawing at the scolopendra of the 5 colors that was set on them. After that, for some reason, poisons no longer have a deadly effect on it. Man did not know about it and tried on it many varieties of toxic substances. The boy talks about what has happened to him lately. The guy, after listening to him, asks, can he examine him? Jagan allows him to do this. Examining it with the help of internal energy, he thinks that all this looks strange. Despite the fact that all the flows of blood and energy in his body are blocked, from Tanjan up to Hel Sothak, one single stream is functioning, and the cold energy in Tanjan is poison. The guy says it is incredible. He does not fully understand, but, it seems, all the pain that he endured gave him strength. The poison in his Tanjan leaves Hel Sothak. Jagan hopes that with the help of this poison, they will be able to escape. The girl sitting nearby asks, and if nothing happens? If his plan does not work, what will happen to them then? She is sure that they will all die then. Didn't they all decide all for all of them too fast? One of the captives considers her remark reasonable. Now they will be taken to the mine, and at least they will not be killed. The work for sure will be hard labor, but they will live. So is it worth it to take risks? Jagan asks. Does they only stop the fear of death? The girl asks him to think well. He realizes that the idea is too dangerous. Yes, they will be in the mine. But there, over time, they will come up with something. The boy believes, if they get there, they will simply delay their death. Every day, it will only become more difficult. A purple glow appears in his eyes. He says, if the reason is the desire to exist for a couple of years, then why live like this? Like animals. The girl looks at him in surprise. Silence reigns in the wagon. For some time, all those present reflect on his words. Then the guy says that the boy is right. You can't sit back. No one knows what they are destined in the mine. Perhaps now their last chance to gather strength and defeat the enemy, he believes. He turns to the boy with a request to help them cope with the guards, and he promises that then they will help him. There is a scream. Stop! The order sounds immediately deploying the cart and go back to the village. This is how the head of the clan ordered. The rider who caught up with them explains that in the village of a commotion, the elder man is no unconscious, and his captive disappeared. The head of the clan ordered, at all. It began to find a fugitive. Tay reacts to his words quite skeptical. He is interested. Did the prisoner dealt with the elder? He believes that so far nothing is certainly unknown, and the old man is also not the same, and so his legs lost. The rider carefully looks at people sitting in a wagon. He says that one of them may turn out to be those whom they are looking for. The guy and Jagan bow below his head and look at each other. Tay is interested in, what does the fugitive look like? The rider replies that he does not know. He heard about him out of the corner of his ear. A man rushed the guards to unfold the wagon. They ask, how does he imagine it? The trail is too narrow for such maneuvers. Anyway, they need to rush, because they have a union on a leash. They will turn around. They will be late. Then the problems will be. The rider is trying to object, but Tay says that he has an idea. He asks, how much do they transport a person today? One of the guards answers, 11. Tay suggests counting the captives. If there are so many of them, then they will go further. Approaching the wagon, he begins to recount the people who are there. The captives hide their faces under his attentive look. He already reached the number 11. The look of the interlocutor Jagan becomes tense. A smile appears on Tay's face. He says that one is still superfluous. Jagan, looking from underneath, is mentally cursing. Tay is amused by the situation. He asks, that means they slowly hid the prisoner? Warriors with naked blades approach the wagon, to chuckling. Is this their humanity? He also takes out the sword, saying that now they will not reach the mine. And he has a reason for this. The boy thinks that the poison is not omnipotent, but the plan was to use it, hitting it in a weak place. Therefore, it was necessary to wait for the time suitable for attack. Chi-Dok reacted faster than he expected. Jagan thinks, what to do now? A hand lies on his shoulder. Turning, the boy sees the guy's face full of determination. Suddenly, a man jumps up in a wagon, screaming that the prisoner was hiding on his own among them. He promises to give him out, only let them spare them. The man extends his hand towards the boy, saying that he is here. But the blow of the sword makes him shut up. Distracted almost too, he falls dead. Tay licks blood from the blade. The guards ask, what is he doing? But he orders not to interfere with his fun. He tells the horseman to convey to the head of the clan that these people were only problems, and they hid the captive. They will kill them, and the end with the end. The warrior tries to object to him timidly, but then an angry girl jumps up. She calls guards animals, and he asked angrily, "It means in any way, does a person's life cost nothing at all?" The captives rise together. Each of them screams, "If so, then kill me." They call the guards insignificance and believe that the gods will punish their tormentors. Tay answers, "Let's go without it." He will kill them, but one at a time. Suddenly the guy gives a team, "Now." Men jump out of the cart and rush to the guards. The guy, clutching a sharp fragment in his hands, attacks one of the warriors. Tay is surprised at such a turn of events. A struggle is tied between a guy and a guard. He manages to take a knife from the warrior, and he immediately cuts his throat. He discards the dead body of the enemy from himself and looks around warily, preparing to repel the attack. One of the guards, seeing how lightning speed they dealt with his friends, screams, "How they dared!" and threatens to break them into pieces, but he immediately chokes with his own blood. The man knelt down. He comes from cough. Blood pours out of his mouth. In despair, he reaches out to Tay, silently praying for help. A frightened rider is trying to understand what is happening here. Having unfolded the horse, he rushes to the village, promising to bring reinforcements. Tay appreciates the guy's weapon. He understands that he broke the porcelain in the cart, but he is sure that not to hurt this wreck. He looks at the dead guard, wondering. He was just slightly scratched. Why did he fall dead? A man, clutching a fragment in his hands, stands opposite Tay, throwing a bloodied sword on his shoulder. A few more people from the Yak clan come up to him. The man says "Tai before, now his turn." He mockingly replies that even a wimp can find courage in himself. However, he is sure that they will not change anything. He knows that they have poison, but he just needs to prevent them from escaping. The man asks. He was going to pull time until reinforcements arrive? He answers negatively. He says that he can do a little differently, and swings with a sword. The captives, some scared, others are wary, follow his actions. Tay, from which the anticipating smile does not leave, explains that he can do like this. He waves his sword. A man standing a little ahead of other captives does not have time to retreat. The blow of the blade dissects the unfortunate in two. The captives standing next to him are horrified by what is happening. Tay before, which licks blood from the blade, pronounces the energy of the sword. When Jagan hears his words, jokes to the side, he rushes to him. Swinging with a fragment, he thinks that the time has come to put an end to this. Earlier, when they were still in the wagon, the guy broke the vase and asked Jagan to apply his poison to the fragments. He planned to scratch their guards. He understood that it just sounds, in fact, everything would be much more complicated. Everyone agreed to act, but one determination is not enough to defeat Tay before. He will probably understand that they are using poison. The guy decided that their task was to distract the enemy. Jagan at this time should quietly circumvent the healthy man and hide behind the stones. In his hands, like everyone else, a fragment with poison is clamped. The guy advised him to aim Tay to the throat right. The boy did everything as he was ordered. He crept behind and struck. Jagan rejoices. He succeeded. Tay says, "That's what you are planning?" Turning around, he adds that they were not lucky. His outer energy does not allow the skin to break through the skin with such a weak blow. Tay pierces the boy with a sword. He did not expect a child to attack him stealthily. He says Jagan lying on the ground that he managed to get to his weak place, but nothing more. The big man is interested. He doesn't want to demonstrate anything else. A boy pierced by a blade grabs his hands on a bloodied weapon sticking out of his body. He understands. If he surrenders, he will die. But he can do something else. Tay, before taking out the sword from his body, says, "Once, then go to the next world." He licks blood from the sword. The captives who wish him death rush to him. Someone screams that comparing it with animals is an insult to them. People jump from the cart, wanting to deal with a man. Suddenly, at the place where the vehicle stands, a powerful explosion provoked by Te-Do is a powerful explosion. The guy falls to his knees, protecting his face with his hand. When the dust settles, he sees the scattered dead bodies and the remnants of the cart scattered around. Tay, before, heading for him, says, "You are their head." He with pleasure licks blood from the blade, then interested. What does he feel when he sees his whole family dead? Tay adds to, "Weaklings always end with this." The guy, from whose eyes tears flow, insults him. The big man says that it was necessary to find the captive of Man N. He asks, which of them was them? Suddenly Tay, to hearing how someone counts and pronounces the figure 7. Looking around, he sees how the boy rises and pronounces 8. The man is surprised. Is he still alive? Tay before believes that he is a persistent malaz. In Jagan, a thin stream of blood flows from the corner of his mouth. He continues to count. Tay is perplexed. Why is he doing this? The boy, which covers the wound on his chest with his hand, says 10, and then adds, "It was time to die." The man asks, what is he carrying? He believes that Jagan has head problems. He takes a step in his direction, threatening that he will now have trouble. Suddenly, a puddle of blood appears at his feet. The guy does not understand what is happening. Taetu, whose mouth flows from the mouth, asks, "Is this poison?" Based on the sword, the man bends, coughing with blood. He clamps his mouth with his hand, wondering, the boy did not injure him. Turning to Jagan, the man asks, "How did he do it?" The boy raises his hand, along which the poison slowly flows, and replies that he himself swallowed it. Tae does not understand anything. Poison in his hand? How could he swallow him? He believes that the words of the boy are nonsense. Then he recalls how Jagan held onto the sword that wounded him, as he himself later licked the blade, and understands that this happened then. Heeling to the ground, he scolds the boy. He says that he noticed his habit of licking the blade of the sword, and therefore applied poison on him. Tae with difficulty says that he defeated his cunning, to which the boy replies that otherwise. The man admits that his intelligence and courage are impressive. He invites him to show his skills to the genus Chidok. Taita asks the boy until it is too late to give him an antidote, and he will recommend him to his family. Jagan is hard to laugh. He says, "A man mercilessly destroyed the weak, and now one of these weaklings asks for salvation?" Tae to scold him. The boy continues. He swore an oath to take revenge on Chidok, so he may not even try to convince him. And yet, he should pray to the other about mercy. Tae does not understand what he is talking about, because he does not see that a guy squeezing a sword in his hand is standing above him. He raises the blade over the head of a defeated enemy. Tae before, who managed to turn his head in his direction, is frightened. He only manages to shout, "How dare you!" Jagan, exhausted, falls on the grass. When he opens his eyes, he understands that he is on a horse jumping in the entire speed of the horse. A guy sitting behind him, holding reins in his hand, asks, "He finally woke up?" Jagan looks at the bandaged wound. The guy explains that he plunged him. He says that the boy tried not to overstrain in the near future. He thanks him for the fact that, with his help, he was able to avenge his family. But, remembering what happened, the boy laments. If he had not climbed into their wagon, then perhaps everyone would be alive now. The guy replies that this is not so. They would still not live like slaves. It's hard to accept such an outcome, but you have to. They agreed to take risks. Jagan says that Tae is dead, but the clan Doc lives and lives, and it is they who should pay for their deeds. He promises to become stronger. The guy is sure that he will succeed. He asks to take revenge for them too. The boy is surprised by his words. The guy says that perhaps a group of pursuers will be sent for him, so he should never stop. He passes the reins to the boy. Turning around, Jagan sees how the guy falls from the horse, but he still manages to say, "Go away." Tears of the river flow down the boy's cheeks, but he sees the guy's eyes close the last time. Jagan desperately calls him, realizing that he no longer hears him. The horse takes him forward. Clutching the reins in his hands, the boy is pressed face to the horse mane. Sobbing, he thinks that he will never forgive the clan Doc. He swages by God to take revenge on everything for everything. Continuing to jump forward, he decides that he will not give up until he destroys each of them. Warriors with torches examine the place of the death of captives and their guards. They are perplexed, not understanding what happened here. The head of the CHI clan Doc is scolding, asking, how did they manage to miss one prisoner? The old man requires explanations from a man standing in front of him. He asks how this could happen, because Tae before. Hearing that he died, the head of the clan is furious. The old man screams. He spent a lot of effort in order to achieve what they have now. His efforts will not go to dust. He orders the soldiers to do everything possible for the capture of the fugitive. The head of the clan adds that they keep everything secret. Suddenly, he hears someone talking about his untimely parish. Lee Jun asks him, approaching him, "Isn't it?" The old man is confused. He clearly did not expect to see him now. He confusedly asks what he does here in the midst of a feast. The head of the Union of Association Muram replies that the drink is so-so. He says that tomorrow at dawn he will leave them. The head of the clan promises to settle everything. He asks to give them only a little time. The young man replies that every genus, which is part of Muram, is his support. He asks a question. Who needs a support created from sand? Looking unkindly at the interlocutor, he adds significantly, if they continue to behave like that. The old man promises that the prisoner will certainly be captured. He asks to give them another chance to prove his usefulness. Pek Lee Jun replies that this will become their final exam. He tells the old man to learn this, and if they fail this time, then let them no longer expect any concessions. He adds that the Chidoke cannot have the future. The old man is clearly not happy with his words, but he has nothing to object. Hurrying, striding, the head of the clan is cracked. He bursts into the house, where a man is sitting near the bed of the elder man. The man lies, closing his eyes and moaning softly. Approaching the bed, the head of the clan carefully examines him for some time. He then reports that the child, on whom he conducted the experiments, escaped. The elder opens his eyes and grinds his teeth with impotent malice. The old man says that he brought Maltz here and is interested. Does he have ideas? How to catch a fugitive now? But man is not just screaming in pain. The head of the clan is inclined above him and carefully examines him. He brings his face closer to his lips, trying to hear his words. A few weeks later, sunny rays illuminate the forest. The rabbit leisurely moves along the path. Some kind of sound makes him be alert. He sees several berries lying on the ground. The animal leisurely eats a treat. Behind his actions is watched by Jagan hiding behind the tree, holding a handful of the same berries in a fist. The boy thinks that a lot of time has passed since the moment he escaped from the CHU dock. He managed to quickly recover, despite the fact that the wound was fatal. Frying a carcass of a rabbit at the stake, he thinks. Perhaps this is the result of the experiments conducted over him. Until now, he has successfully avoided the pursuers. But he understands that eternity cannot continue. You need to change something. Jagan decides that it is time to act. There are many people on the city streets. Jagan, carefully looking around and limping, slowly goes along one of them. They go towards him, holding hands, mother with a child. The boy thinks that none of the Chai family, it seems, is there. He decides that he was lucky. He thinks, where to start? Maybe it is worth collecting more information about them? There are tables in the inn. Some man eats behind one of them. The girl, having heard steps, decides that another visitor came. She turns around to welcome him, but sees Jagan and stops into the room. The boy asks. Perhaps she knows if there is a family in this area that would take it as a servant. He explains that the robbers attacked his house, and he was left completely alone. He needs money, so he thought. Suddenly someone needs a servant for food. The girl believes that it is better for him to directly turn to someone from a good kind. The man sitting at the table listens to their conversation. She explains that the local district is under the control of Mr. Jan and advises to find him, or some kind of wealthy family from Yunnan. The boy asks, she talks about the kind of Chidok? The man decides to intervene. He says that they will not take the child to the dock, and it's restless there recently. Jagan is interested. Because of what? He explains that the clan of Yak recently attacked Chidok, who does not want them to become more powerful. The man complains that many people were killed because of this. The victims cannot be counted. He considers representatives of the genus Yak savages. The boy understands that the clan of Chidok made of innocent sheep. The man says that the attackers were seized and sent to hard labor. The girl also heard about it. She says that it seems to be. Jagan does not allow her to finish the phrase and asks, was it the family of Pekwacholgok? He asks, they know where these people were taken? The man answers, it seems that they were sent to the mine located in the Nanhe region. The boy is interested. Where exactly is she located? But a man cannot definitely answer. There are many mines in this area. He asks, why does the boy are interested in this? But Jagan turns around and leaving the room. Cutting along the street, he thinks with hope. Did anyone survive from the family? He understands that the survivors were sent to the same mine where they were taken. Jagan wonders, did this really happen through his fault because he arranged it pogrom in Chidok and escaped? The boy stops. He thinks that you need to maintain composure. Suddenly, this is a trap? His hand involuntarily clenches into a fist. But if this is still true, then only he can save his people. Nanhe, underground mines. The head of the CHI family from the cliff watches people swarming below. The approaching man asks, what is so disturbing him? The old man replies, to use those people as a bait was his idea. Several days have already passed, and the boy never appeared. He claimed that he would take revenge on his family. But for sure, it is hiding somewhere. Man no longer answers. He is sure that he will not be long in coming. He asks the head of the family to show patience. The old man replies that the fate of the Chidok family at the stake, and he does not understand how the elder can be so calm. Man no, one eye of which is hidden by a black bandage, says that this is far from the case. He thinks that he directly bursts him off from the desire to tear this little girl into pieces, and does not understand why the head of the family took that he is calm. While there was a detoxification process, he spent several days tormented by hellish pain. Sometimes it seemed to him that his mind was leaving him, but he did not stop remembering who he was and who is the villain who deprived his legs and eyes. He remembers the name of the one who took everything from him. This is Jagan. With a devilish smile on his face, Man does not think about what will wait for him. He mentally calls the boy, wanting him to come as soon as possible. Don Jagan meets standing on a high rock. He found a mine into which the clan Doc sends his captives. Looking down at the people who scurry there with heavy baskets on their shoulders, he recognizes Uncle Yong Ik and Grandfather Khan. He turned out to be right. People from Pekvacholgok were sent here. The boy knows them from early childhood. He lowers his head low, his hand clenches into a fist. Looking at the entrance to the mine, he understands that there are more guards here than he expected. He will not be able to go unnoticed. Jagan thinks, what is it to come up with? Suddenly, his gaze stumbled upon a small hut. Soon the guards notice the fire. Screams are heard. Fire! One of the warriors is perplexed. Is there a barn? Why did he be so suddenly caught fire? Men, holding large jugs of water in their hands, run to the place of fire. The captives look after them in bewilderment. Jagan, taking advantage of the bustle that arose, hurries to them. Eunuch and Grandfather Khan look at the boy with surprise and distrust. They will recognize him, although they probably no longer expected to see alive. Continuing to work, they fall asleep Jagan with questions. They heard about his escape, but do not understand how he found himself here. The boy tells them how he heard that Pekvacholgok people were sent to the underground mine. He could not be saved alone, but to quit them. Yoon Ik says that they were very happy when they learned that he managed to survive. Grandfather Khan even calmed down at the thought that here in the mines, their family would not end. He asks how to look into the eyes of their ancestors if they die and pull him along. Jagan asks him not to worry. The boy says he came here to rescue them. The guards manage to extinguish the barn. They look at the conflagration. Man is not glad that everything was without sacrifices. Yes, and the barn was old, and nothing useful in it was stored. He asks, what is the cause of the fire? The warrior standing next to him says that farmers live in the vicinity. They often burn unnecessary things. Apparently the fire spread to the barn. He promises to figure it out. The elder replies that this is only a guess. Man does not add that he is well aware of what the carelessness leads to. The warrior says that all the captives are under supervision. None of them could escape. The elder is interested. What if it was not one of them? The guard does not understand what he was talking about. The man does not turn around and leaves, not paying attention to the fact that the man is nullifying him. He thinks sparks flying from farmlands could not burn a whole barn. Man is no sure. Someone specially arranged a fire to distract attention. His gaze falls on the entrance to the mine, and he understands that the culprit needs to be sought there. He is sure that Jagan is inside. Man is in a hurry to the mine. He does not even pay attention to the question of the guard interested in what case he is here. Without reacting to a call, he rushes deep into the mine. The elder goes along the long corridor in which the guards are located. He sees Jagan sitting next to the old man and telling him something enthusiastically. The face of the elder man does not illuminate a smile. The elder wants to get closer to his victim, but then man does not remember how long he writhed in pain, waiting for this day. He thinks that he will not get off so simply. He will allow him to taste the fruit of hope for the escape, and then it will destroy. The elder bursts into the office of the head of the clan. He says he was right. The Chinja Gan actually appeared in the mine. He is sure. The problem was solved. The boy is carefully monitored. Man does not stop, seeing that there is another person in the room. He recognizes him. This is PK there, Hyan. Vaijan. The man says that they had not seen each other for a long time. He is sure that the elder worked hard all this time. Pek there is the Kiana, the most influential person and the best master from the family of 3 generations of the family of Yunnan province. He is the head of the poisonous valley who knows how to handle poisons that emit 100 different aromas. Man doesn't think, why did he appear? But he pronounces aloud, glad to meet. And he asks, in what case is he here? The head of the CHI family. Doc says that he wanted to ask for advice from Vaijan Kochu about their current situation. And he visited them in a friendly way. The same adds that he did not advise anything sensible, but he has what to tell them. Therefore, it is good that they turned to him. He says that the clan of Chidok is struggling to get into the union. He went too far. Vaijan Kokchu believes that their weakness is in Fussy. Techep Pak Lee Jun said there is a lot of noise from them. They support the leader of the union, and he allows them to suppress the power of the Yak clan. This is the agreement. He continues. However, people who observed their charming actions began to appear inside the union and decided to find out the details of their persuasion. Vaijan asks that they would do if those who widen something continued to live. He believes that who does not risk, he does not drink wine. Man does not dare to ask a question. Are they really them? He answers, right, they are dead. It was a necessary measure. Other families dock, so the entry of Chidok to the Union can be considered a resolved business. Now, they will become a family of 3 generations. Man does not mind. But that boy Ja gone. The head of the clan answers. He himself said that the boy is in the mine. The old man is now calm and is sure that the issue has been resolved. The elder objects. He says that the head of the clan does not understand. He needs that little one. The situation in the room becomes tense. John suggests that the conversation is over. Man is not clearly against such a decision. He is viciously grinned in response. Uncle Young-ik asks Jagan, does he want to get them out of here? The boy says he has poison. If you cover them with tools, they can become a powerful weapon. Jagan turns to other captives. They also lost relatives and friends. He offers everyone together to arrange a rebellion and escape. The boy asks, are they really going to sit, idle? He is sure that nothing is over yet. He wants them to get out of here. The captives are excitedly talking, wondering where the boy came from. The guards run to the exit, rushing the rest. The passage to the mine will now be closed. One of the captives rushes to the guard with a scream. But what about us? He asks to take him with him. But the man, fighting off his attacks, says that they will stay here. He claims that this is an order from above and asks not to blame him. The collapse begins. Stones fall on the head of the captives. A panic begins in the mine. Everyone except Jagan fall to their knees and cry. The long-awaited silence occurs. The exit from the mine is littered with huge stone blocks. Man is in a hurry as soon as he can. At the same time, he mutters that this cannot be. Why did he tolerate so much time? So that everything is so easy to end? Pouring the crowded guards, he screams, "Let me go!" But seeing what happened, he cannot believe what happened. Rushing to the rubble, overwhelming the entrance to the mine, he screams wildly, clutching his head. Jagan had to die from his hands. Only from his hands. And not like that. His scream, full of pain and despair, flashes over the mountains. The captives are talking among themselves. The guards told them that the mine was closing, but in fact it turns out that they all specially tuned. They are perplexed. Why did they treat them so? Someone screams hysterically, "I do not want to die." Uncle Young-ik says that in this mine, the family of the Chidok jointly mines poisons. This would not have been arranged by sole order. Someone asks, does he want to say that the whole genus Dok is relieved against them? Jagan thinks he knew. It was a trap. But it is not logical to fill up the mine to catch it alone. There must be a different reason. He recalls Li Jun's PEC and thinks, is his business really? One of the captives asks what to do now. They cannot even ask for help from the outside. Jagan replies that conversations and complaints will not change anything. The entrance is blocked, but they still have strength and equipment. If they unite, then perhaps they will find a way to get out of here. Grandfather Kansa calls people to recover, putting his hand on Jagan's shoulder. He says that even the will of the child was not broken. Maybe they will already gather and begin to think rationally. Then he adds, even if he and the old man. But he will give all his strength for the common good. Surrender is not an option. Uncle Young-ik supports him. He believes that this is better than just sitting and quietly waiting for his death. Behind him and the rest begin to make plans and offer something. People begin to believe that they will get out of the trap. To begin with, they decide to collect torches and equipment. The boy thanks the old man. He answers, if the head of their family saw him now, then he would be very proud of him. But in reality, everything turned out to be not so simple. In conditions when there is little food and the light of torches is hardly illuminated, it is difficult to make the path out. People gradually began to exhaust. And if at first they worked with enthusiasm, then soon their hands began to drop. The captives are doomed, clinging to the walls. The child tells the mother that he wants to eat, walking with a torch along the aisle. Jagan thinks that they quickly dug the road, but work at this pace is more likely to exhaust to the loss of consciousness than to lead them out. He is trying to come up with some other way. Suddenly he sees a small hole in the wall. The passage is very narrow, and it is difficult to squeeze into it. Jagan is surprised to look at the cave where he was. Almost its entire territory is occupied by a reservoir. Having knelt down, the boy picks up water with handfuls and quenches thirst. He rejoices that now they have water, and the moss growing here is quite edible. Suddenly he understands that the water in the lake is poisoned. He asks the question, why? Then he recalls how the prisoners said that in this mine, the family of the Dok family jointly mines poisons. Jagan understands that the toxic energy has already spread to this place. If this goes further, then they will surely die. The hand with a stone rises monotonously and drops. The team is heard. The first and third groups, the time of the road. They must convey the tools and go to rest. Jagan works along with everyone. The captives are trying to somehow encourage each other. There is a voice. Let's push a little more. A man pours out the last drops of water from a flask in his mouth. Together with another prisoner, he rests, sitting against the wall. The old man admires Jagan. He says that it is difficult for adults here. There is no strength left. But he is holding out. The interlocutor replies. He heard eunuch said that the boy had an unusual organism that could absorb the poison. Therefore, he gives food to others, and he drinks water and eats moss, which he discovered in the mine. They decide that it is painful for the boy to realize that only he is fed here, so he tries with all his might. Suddenly a crack is heard. One of the wooden supports could not stand it and broke. Stones begin to fall. Jagan was lucky. He was in dangerous proximity to this dangerous place, but survived. The collapsed blocks buried people who were in the depths of the passage. The boy freezes in place. Screams are heard. The tunnel collapsed. There are people. Help someone. Sweat rolled down the boy's face. Panicky is trying to do something, but they do not succeed. People sit along the walls, throwing the picks. They say that it is too dark to try to put the support beam. Maybe what happened is for the better. They have practically no water and food. One of the men exhales tiredly. That's all. People understand that they are doomed. Someone dutifully accepts their fate. Someone begins to cry. Just Jagan did not lose hope. He disassembles a pile of stones along the pebble. But there are too many of them, and they are very heavy. The old man who approached him says that the blockage would have to dig up for decades. The boy answers, no matter how much, he is still alive and will not back. The interlocutor says that he does not know how to give up. He says that at one time he was the head of the San Juan Valley. Although he managed to become a leader, he did not succeed in protecting his family. He believes that, most likely, here he will be buried. The old man says, let his body disappear, but he wants to leave something to descendants. He watched the boy for several days and wants to say that such as he can be trusted. He asks, will Jagan listen to the last desire of the old man? The woman says that I also wants to convey the skills of her family, Yan. One of the men joins it. This, of course, is not martial art, but they have the ability to silk up, which can be used both as a toxin and as a medicine. He does not want this skill to die with him. The rest of the captives also share their desire to convey their skills to the boy. Grandfather conditions calls for them. He is just a child. Don't they understand this? He asks. They want to shift all the responsibility to his shoulders and calmly die, forcing them to carry a heavy burden until the end of their days. He believes that this is equivalent to what to turn into shackles. But the boy interrupts him, saying that everything is in order. Jagan believes that now his life belongs not only to him. He recalls his mother, grandfather, Pekvacholgok, Uncle Men, people of the genus. He believes that in debt to everyone who has lost his life because of him. And so that their death is not in vain, he must overcome his forces. He is sure that his path will not end. He will certainly get out and survive. He promises that he will make those who did all this dearly. He will be able to show them what hell is, so he will gladly accept the offer of people to convey their knowledge and skills to him. The man waves a stick, and Jagan falls to the ground. He is interested. Can a boy get up? And he answers in the affirmative. The man offers to finish this. He believes that Jagan needs to relax. But the boy rises stubbornly, becomes into the combat rack, tightly clutching the stick in his hands, and says that he wants to try again. Looking into the eyes of Jaganu, the man thinks, incredible concentration. The boy sits in the lotus pose. He masters the art of honing internal energy. Then the speed of speed follows. One of the captives helps him with the technique of memorizing by heart. An elderly woman explains to him a methodology for the manufacture of miraculous drugs, and even the skill of combination. For several days, a boy without a lot of studies studies the secret techniques of each clan. His learning speed impresses his teachers. He recalls that he was given a smart broth, but only from him there would never have been such an effect. He is stimulated by the thirst for becoming stronger, the desire to survive, but he will have enough of the faith only to stretch. The man is satisfied with the success of the boy. A woman approaches them, wiping her tears with her hand, rolling on her cheeks. She says that the elder Khan, she is not able to finish the phrase, but even without this, the boy understands everything. He hurries to the old man, and falling near him calls, Grandfather Khan. The old man hardly opens his eyes and pronounces his name. He is glad that the boy came. He says Jagan said he would last, but he's sincerely sorry for him. How can he handle a loner with everything? The boy carefully holds the old man by the hand. Grandfather Khan asks him forgiveness for not managing to protect him, and for the fact that he could no longer be with him. Jagan only squeezes his hand tightly. The old man says he misses that place very much. He would really like to see the flowering of Kihihihacho in the Pekvacholgok Valley again. Grandfather's eyes are closed. The burning captives stand around his body, mournfully silently. They cry, not ashamed of their tears. They mourn not only the old man, but themselves, realizing that soon the same fate awaits them. Jagan sits near the grandfather of Khan with a low head lowered. The man says that you need to go. They still have to finish training. He wanted to offer the boy to stay here for now, but he does not allow him to finish the phrase. He says that a man himself knows they have a cut-off time. The disheveled Mana, clutching the bottle in his hands, sings a song quietly. Autumn has already come, and the leaves are slowly circling, falling from the trees. The elder sits opposite the blockage covering the entrance to the mine. The guards standing at a distance are watching him. One of them says that the man has not dried for 2 weeks. Reason finally left him. He believes. The second is perplexed. Why suffer so because of some prisoner? Man never continues to mutter, "Why did you leave me? Why?" Swinging, he throws a bottle, and it breaks. The elder shouts, "What should he do now?" and then curses. With difficulty, leaning on a stick, he rises, and for some time he looks at the fragments of the bottle and a puddle formed near them. The liquid fluctuates slightly. His face is illuminated by hope. He asks the question, "Is this vibration?" And he himself cannot believe it. From the blows coming from the inside, light circles appear on the liquid. Man does not ask, "Are you there?" The elder begins to laugh frantically. Having fallen to his knees and laughing, he pronounces, "Well, of course. Was it possible to doubt it?" Continuing to laugh, he says that the boy cannot just die. The gods did not turn away from him or from Yagan. How glad he is. He does not care how much time Maltz will need to get out of there. While he is alive, the elder will also live. The boy sits in front of the rubble and fights off pieces from huge boulders. Having reached their limit, people were dying of hunger one by one, and he all worked without turning his hands. In his ears, the voice of a child dying of hunger sounds, who complains of what he really wants to eat. He sees the mental gaze of a dying, exhausted man, rejoicing that he will soon meet his family. He hears how a woman, barely capable of talking from weakness, asks for Shore to take revenge on Chidok for their family Janjam. He remembers the words of Yong Ik, asking him not to forget all that they taught him. Not much time has passed before he was left completely alone. Looking around, he sees in the passage of the body of dead people. Winter has come. Snow covered the mountains. The elder with a bag behind him stands in front of the rubble. He looks at a pile of stones with hope. He thinks for sure someone laughs at him and calls him crazy, but he just needs to hear him. Man doesn't think that the boy will need about 5 years and maybe even more to overcome the barrier. He is looking forward to their meeting. Leaving, he throws over his shoulder, "We do not say goodbye." Jagan is reinforced with poisonous water and herbs. He does not forget about constant training. The boy sits in the lotus position, meditating. It develops body control from the inside with the help of breathing exercises. And then again, stones are taken. He tries to control himself, but loneliness eats him. Sometimes, throwing a hammer and a chisel, he sobs desperately. But there is no one to console him, and gradually, tired of tears, he calms down. Climbing the steps of adversity, time flows like a river. The seasons are replaced one after another. At the 8th year on the night, when the moon shone brightly, Jagan, who was eager for revenge, finally left the mine. A man pulls an escaping and desperately screaming woman. The rider ruthlessly kills a person. The village is covered by fire. The attackers set fire to all at home. Near one of the burning buildings are bound people guarded by warriors. A voice is heard. Did they really think that no one would know that they were hiding here? It was naive to believe so on them. The captive says that he seems to be the same savage that was before. She asks the head of the Chai family, "Is he afraid of heavenly punishment?" The old man, laughing, replies that the people of the family Yak carried the same nonsense. He himself dealt with 20 births. He grabs the girl by the chin and leans to her. He is interested. Where are these their heavens? They are the fruit of their imagination, nothing more. He demands that the captives say where the secret books of the Konyak clan are located. But she bravely spits in the face of the old man. The girl says that they steal, kill, and boast of this in addition. It seems that Muram does not give a damn about everything. She asks the head of the family, who was taken aback from her behavior. Since when has the Union become the place of unification of the worthless rabble? The old man beats the captive with his foot, and she falls to the ground. His face is skewed with rage. He offends the girl. She lies, pressing her cheek to the ground. The old man says that she knows nothing but dares to open his mouth yet. He beats the unhappy with his feet, shouting that she was not allowed to spit in his face. But he can afford to do anything. The head of the clan names the man who approached behind. Giving the old man a book, he says that they found secret notes. He, triumphantly, raises the book and asks, "What is the point of protecting so stubbornly that they would still get?" He says that books, if they are so dear to them, will find excellent application. The head of the clan turns to the battered captive. He believes that she should thank him for the fact that such valuable achievements will survive their own clan and go to Chidok. He laughs, and the girl continues to lie motionless. The question is heard: what to do with the captives? The old man believes that they can create unnecessary problems alive. He tells them to kill them. The captive, curled up on the ground, cries. She mentally prays someone to punish the clan doc for their atrocities. A huge disk of the moon illuminates the mansion, in the windows of which light is visible. There are empty bottles, and there is a voice that requires a drink. The head of the CHI family, Doc, sits at the table, on which there are several devastated bottles. The man who has entered notices that he had already drank a lot and asks him to stop. But the old man tells him to shut up. He says that no one is asking him, and let him drag a drink. Filling a glass, he grins with displeasure, scolding the servants. Remembering Paik Lee Jun and Vi John Kokchu, he thinks that there are masters who, without making efforts, keep everything under control. He also wants to live like them. He thought it would be so. He hoped that they would join the union. But plans were destroyed. This is because of the man not they lost everything. Cursing, the head of the clan with force lowers the glass on the table. He sits, staring at the overturned empty bottle. The old man opens the book, thinking that he will not give up. He does not care what the others will say. Since the path to what is desired is so far, it means that you need to cut the road. Leafing through the pages of the book, he thinks that all valuable books of small clans will go into the hands of the CHU doc. He will seize on any opportunity to catch up with Paik Lee Jun and Vijon Kokchu. The old man falls asleep with his head on the table. A reddish fog enters the room. Jumping off the chair, the head of the clan cannot understand anything. It seems to him that he is still sleeping. A red haze curls around him. Looking at his hands, he cannot believe his eyes. They are covered with disgusting blisters. The head of the clan understands that not only his hands, but his whole body is strewn with them. Opening the door, he screams, "Who is here?" He wants to talk about what happened to him, but he settles. His warriors lie motionless in the yard. Their bodies are strewn with the same blisters as his. The poisonous haze hovers here. He looks at a man whose mouth is white foam, and does not understand what happened. Two warriors interested in him are entangled. What does all this mean? On their bodies are the same blisters. One of the men says that they woke up and found this rash. The second asks, why did this happen? The old man thinks about the symptoms. Abundant sweating and red blisters. The dullness of all the sensations that he wrote off for intoxication. He understands that these are the symptoms of poisoning by the mineral Kinovar. The head of the clan asks, do they have an antidote from Kinovari? The man replies that they mined her and that then littered with a mine. So a little antidote was supposed to stay. The old man screams that they rather carry him here. He thinks, did someone make a mistake when working with poisons? This is definitely not fog, because air humidity has not changed. Suddenly he notices something in the distance. The reddish haze comes from the forest. The head of the clan understands that they were attacked. He is perplexed. Who had the courage? In the forest glade, on the fire, there is a large boiler, from which the poisonous steam emanates. Jagan is approaching from red fog to the boiler. When the boy got out of the mine, the night air caused his skin pain. The light of the moon blinded his eyes, accustomed to the darkness. He remembered that this was definitely not there before. But Jagan remained the same, and he did not forget anything. He will definitely keep a promise. He goes to the forest, away from the place where he spent in imprisonment how many years. Jagan is sure that his path has already been defined. Red brew is reflected in his eyes. The man holds out the antidote. He says that from the rhizomes of Medixa that they have, only these remained. The head of the clan takes one tablet. He orders the rest to each soldiers standing next to him, and then they must follow him. One of the men asks, what about the rest of the people? The old man replies that now they don't know how many enemies surround them, 10 or 100. To exterminate them is what is important. The warrior says, I wonder who they are. The old man promises that soon they will certainly recognize it. The head of the clan and his small detachment rush into the forest, where a reddish haze is visible. Approaching the clearing with the bonfire, they stop and carefully look around the terrain, looking for opponents. Thick red smoke swirls around and they cannot see anything. The old man asks, who dared to attack them? It requires these daredevils to appear. Ja Gan, throwing still grass into the boiler, answers. They still came. The old man screams. By what right does he dare to do such a terrible act in relation to them? But the gust of wind carries a red fog right on them, and he, having died, is silent. From the thumb of the smoking around the haze, Jagan walks right to them. Approaching, he raises his eyes glowing with a violet light and answers, "By right of revenge." Standing in front of a group of armed men, the guy calls his name and says that he came to avenge the Yak clan. The old man is surprised that one of them survived. He did not know that he was characterized by self-confidence. He asks, "Where are the others?" Jagan looks at the head of the clan for some time, then he answers that he is alone. The old man cannot believe it. He laughs, then says, "It's good to joke. What is he one capable of?" Jagan is quietly interested in. It seems to him that he was joking now. The head of the clan and his assistants are surprised to look at the guy. Then the old man says that he doesn't care. They will learn about everything after they deal with him. He believes that setting fire to the cinema and letting smoke is a good idea, but he is still a young man and knows little. Kinavar is the poison with which the Doc family worked at one time. Did he think that they did not have an antidote from him? Warriors rush on the attack. The head of the clan promises that the guy will regret that he opposed them. With a cry, "Die," warriors are approaching the motionless Jagan. One of the men feels that his well-being is deteriorating, and in his eyes everything begins to blur. The warrior waves his sword, but Jagan just crouches, and the blade flies over his head. Then the guy rushes at the man and stuck his knife into his stomach. The striker is falling. The second warrior shows Jagan branch. He rushes to the guy who had just pushed away the corpse of the man who attacked him. The guy manages to substitute a dagger under the blade that descending on his head. With one hand he continues to hold the knife, and takes the second back, concentrating power in his palm. The warrior is surprised that Jagan owns the technique unknown to him. The guy delivers an energy blow, and he throws his enemy far back. The head of the clan, published by watching the battle, orders to attack everyone together. The old man somewhat confuses the further development of events. Jagan, moving at an incredible speed, easily reflects the attacks of all warriors. The head of the clan, watching what is happening, thinks that this is all somehow strange. He has the speed and art of the blade to match the beginner. Seeing how the guy was wounded by the cheek, he concludes that Jagan clearly has no experience in battles. He is not even able to evade a blow. But with all the totality of these circumstances, it remains invincible. And the old man cannot understand why. One of the warriors, taking advantage of the fact that the guy repels the attacks of two men, attacks him from the back. But Jagan makes an elusive movement with a dagger, managing to react to the attack. The man, having a lot of pain, drops the weapon and covers his face with his hands. The guy quickly looks around, preparing to repel the next attack. The old man, continuing to watch the battle, is perplexed. Why can't his warriors catch a guy? The head of the clan decisively steps forward, pushing the men standing in his way. He tells them to part, and asks how much they were going to fight with this kid. He screams, and they still dare to consider themselves part of the Chidok family? He is ashamed of men, and decides to deal with the guy on his own. The old man resolutely rushes on the attack. His hand is about to grab Jagan. He had never fighted for a long time, but the old man is sure that he will cope with the boy. He lacks only a few centimeters to grab Jagan. His jump ends with an inglorious fall. Moreover, Jagan is absolutely motionless. The old man wonders what it was. Why was his body refused to obey him? He hears the guy says that he seems to be at the limit. Jagan explains that Kanari's poison affects the senses, and as a result, leads to death. The guy, looking at the torment of warriors, writhing in pain, asks, "Did they really think that they were able to neutralize the poison?" The old man, unable to rise, is perplexed. They ate the rhizomes of Medixa, so why did he not work? Jagan advises him to try and remember everything. When they came here, the fact that he burned was not a film. These were green tea leaves. The head of the clan recalls that those who have problems with liver or kidneys cannot be accepted, and also do not mix with dried leaves. If you use the sheets of green tea, then the medicinal properties of the rhizomes of the media will lose their strength. The guy explains that he was still weak and did not expect to defeat them by force, so he just pulled time to manifest himself sufficiently. He asks, a desperately coughing old man. He believes that he is not enough. What is known? Jagan says that for 8 years he has been preparing for this day. The head of the clan can believe him for a word. He has more than enough knowledge. The old man replies that he cannot die so simple. He only complied with orders from above. He offers to make a deal. The head of the clan promises. If the guy gives him an antidote, then he will help him restore the Yak clan. He begs of salvation. Jagan replies that he does not have an antidote because poisons do not act on his body. The guy says, 8 years old, the genus Yak, an organism on which I do not act poison. He asks, The totality of these factors does not tell the old man about anything. He replies that this cannot be. But he understands who is standing in front of him, the toy man Nem. The old man asks, how did he manage to survive? Turning away from him, Ja Gan says that the kind of yak is no more. But besides them, families who died at the hands of Chi-Dok are probably countless, he believes. Therefore, the family of the genus Dok must answer for the deed and disappear from the face of the earth. Listening to his speech, the old man bends in pain. Leaving him further, Ja Gan continues to speak. He believes that if no one is going to judge them, then he will personally do this. Ja Gan goes to the village of Rod Chi-Dok. The corpses of people are everywhere. Raising his head to the sky, he turns to his grandfather, to his mother, and to everyone else who died at the hands of this kind. He says that finally fulfilled their desire. For their deeds, the Chi-Dok family paid for its existence. The guy opens the door and enters the big hall. He sees a small chest on the dresser. Opening it, Ja Gan thinks that the disappearance of the Chi-Dok does not mean that everything has been decided. There are quite a few books in the chest. The guy continues to think. He understands that Chi-Dok is just a pawn in the game of a rotten pile of people. Getting one of the books, Ja Gan thinks that the only reason why they had at least some power support from the powers of this world. He opens the book and studies its contents. Involuntarily, the guy delves into reading. The sun has already reached the horizon, and it still cannot break away from the book. He finds something in her that is especially interested in him. Ja Gan reads, by agreement between the families of the genus Dok, the owner of the valley, Dok Vu Jan, in order to dispel the concern of Paik Li Jun, arranged for the undermining of the mine. Now he knows the name of the death of the family of the genus Yak, his name Vaijan. The guy understands that families of 3 generations of the family Dok are involved in the incident. He recalls the conversation of the prisoners from whom he found out that in that mine, the family of the genus Dok was jointly mining poisons. This would not have been arranged by sole order. Now he knows for sure, the mines are under general control of the genus. Due to the hatred of the Dok, many people died in them, and the decision to fill up that mine was made not only by the Chi-Dok family. The guy thinks, if the Dok does not stop, then people will continue to die from their hands. Since he managed to get out of the mine, and henceforth this will become his mission. Ja Gan makes a decision, blood for blood. He will tear out the Dok with the root, and after he will get to the heir to the family of Pek, the head of the Union of Association of Pec Li Jun. From the gazebo, a voice is heard, telling, if you compare the apoplectic blow to the typhoon, you can observe the following picture. The area littered with torn trees and houses that have become ruins. In the body, the heart is faced with this typhoon. The man continues to explain. But it is under the protection of the liver, which takes the first blow. A person tells the student sitting in front of him. Therefore, if you use the poison that affects the heart, then the liver will first begin to collapse. An exclamation of surprise is heard. Then one of the youth says, which was expected from the advisor to the disposal of the poisons. Pupils vying that the teacher so clearly explained to them the material that they could not understand in any way. They consider him incredibly wise, and we are grateful for the fact that today they have received valuable knowledge. The man, chuckling, replies that they praise him too much, an old man who will die soon. But he is glad if his superficial knowledge will help the young generation. One of the young men asks with surprise, superficial knowledge? He believes that Mr. Advisor understands the poisons better than anyone. They ask for a man not and continue to teach them. He, smiling, replies that in this case, the next time they will talk about determining the type of poison by the degree of liver damage. Pupils with respect bow to him and say goodbye to the next meeting. Man no longer walks along a wide path, curling between green spaces. One of the students approaches him and says that the head of the union calls the Mr. Advisor. Man No, who has already learned to move without a wand, goes to Li Jun, the Union of Association Murim, branch of the county of Huguan. A voice reporting on the arrival of an advisor to the disposal of poisons is heard. Man no longer enters the room and leans in a welcoming bow. He says he was informed that the leader of the union was looking for him. Paik Li Jun stands on the terrace. A bird sits on his bent arm. Man does not hide him, calling Tanju. A man holding a note in his hand turns to him, and man does not hastily straighten himself. He was already raised to something, so he should turn to him. Li. He says that man has not hesitated. He objects. How can he say that? He was already in a hurry here as best he could, with his foot. He is interested in... On what issue did he cause him? The head of the Union of Association Murim says that there is news that may interest him. He received a letter from Yunnan province. Man does not catch a note thrown to him. While he unfolds her, the man says that his family seems to be destroyed. Man is not read by the report that the house of the Chai family was burned. Lee is added to Lee in just one morning. The head of the union of the association Murim believes that since the Chidok family is part of Murim, they cannot close their eyes to what happened. The situation is very confusing, and you need to find out what exactly happened there. Pek Lee Jun looks at the laughing man in bewilderment. The same simply cannot stop. He continues to laugh irresistibly. For some time watching the laughing man, the man is interested in, what's funny? The advisor to the disposal of poisons answers, it seems he is back. He says that for many years he was waiting for the return of Yagan. The interlocutor clarifies. He talks about the Malta, whom he told him a few days ago. Man doesn't answer in the affirmative. He assumed that Jagan should appear in the near future, but he could not think that he would show himself so boldly. And the first one that the guy figured out was his worst enemy, the Chidok family. No wonder he had been waiting for him all these years. Pek Lee Jun says that the Chidok family was weakened due to the fact that he hid manuscripts and medicines. He believes that anyone would be able to deal with her. He asks, does man really think that behind this is a child who spent 8 years old in the mine? The probability of this is extremely small. The advisor to the disposal of poisons replies that it is still. Who, if not a madman, dare to destroy the family that is included in the union? He asks, a kind of yak erased from the face of the earth, or what? He did not destroy Chidok with his own hands just because he needed a bait for that little girl. If this in fact was he, then everything is just beginning. He believes that revenge was happening too quickly, and Jagan will be not enough. He will wish more, because he became older. Further events will prove that it is Jagan who is behind the extermination of Chidok. Pek Lee Jun replies that it is for the better. Man does not ask for permission to figure it out himself. He says that other families of the genus Dok will also want to find out something. Is it not better to entrust the investigation to the one who is well aware? The head of the Union of Association Murim asks, and who can believe? Then he still decides to agree, throwing a no-silver token under the feet of a man. He says that he will grant him the rights equal to the researcher of the Murim Union. The man emphasizes that the matter is responsible, and he should not blur. Man no, choosing a token, thanks him for trust. Hiding him in folds of clothes, the advisor replies that he probably will not understand him. But if one day the day comes when he is presented with a big gift, man is no longer going to the door. He hopes that Pak Lee Jun will not forget about his humble servant and the rest of the world. The door handle is hot and takes an unusual shape. Lee, he says to the puzzled man, no matter what kind of rank he is, he still needs to follow his tongue. The head of the Union of the Association Mimim dries up with the angry gaze of the advisor to the disposal of the poisons. He, again heading for the door, replies that he will take his words to note. Whoever says they are in the same boat. He leaves the office of the head of the Union of Association Murim. Mana, smiling ominously, thinks that the time has come to harvest from the seeds that he planted a long time ago. He believes that the longer the fruit ripens, the sweeter it is. The man asks the question, what else will Jagan please him? Man's number. He thinks that revenge makes a person stronger. The man considers her the best engine. He reflects on Jagana. Having been at the bottom of hell for several years, he probably overcame himself several times. He knew. If the guy once gets out of the mine, then the Chidok family will not be an obstacle to him. Stopping the horse, he does not stop thinking about his former captive. It was because of him that he decided to come to where everything happened. Man No, sitting on a horse, looks at the courtyard strewn with corpses. Hurrying, he comes closer. Nobody removed the bodies and they continue to lie. Bowing over one of the corpses, man no longer thinks that the guy had to leave a mark. A pointed tip flies past him and hit the courtyard tile. On the roof of the house is a man with an open umbrella in his hand. He says that he did not immediately guess who granted them. And this, it turns out, Man No. Or rather, the advisor to Man N. The old man says he was lucky that he recognized him. Otherwise, a hole would appear in his throat. He asks, what did a man who rose up the career ladder to a member of the Union Murim forgot here? Man no longer answers. Judging by their faces, they are very glad to see him. Rising, he noticed that the number of people on the roof increased. The advisor is interested. Is it not so, the head of the clan Chol San then to us Gi, as well as the gentleman from the Mbuku Sanvol and the Doka, but the Yuk Valley? Then he adds, it seems that all the families of 3 generations of Dok Assembly. Man No says that he is here for the same reason as they are. Let him leave his family, but Chidok is his roots. He could not stay away when he found out about such a terrible tragedy. Murim allowed him to investigate this matter. He arrived here as soon as possible to catch the culprit, but the Wayuk asks, the roots? He himself hid what belonged to his family. Joking, Man no longer answers. It seems that they do not fully understand the situation. Even in the union, they came to the conclusion that he was not involved. But the Yuck, jumping to the ground, says, they simply cover one of their own. Kusan-Will pulls him. But the Yuck believes that Man is not guilty of the misfortune that has happened. Kusan-Vold believes that since the advisor Man did not come to investigate the case, which means that the union itself drew attention to what happened. You need to take the opportunity and rather figure out everything. Man no thanks him for his help, but the Yuck sniffs displeasedly. Then we are interested in, what does the union think about what happened? The advisor replies that in Murim they think that this is the work of the warring one who is like a family of a family. The old man asks, didn't they all repress them all? But the Yuck asks a rhetorical question. Why does the genus dock forever? I would immediately go against this Pek Lee Jun. Man no longer answers. Everything will become clear when they catch the criminal. Kusan-Will is interested. Did you manage to find out anything? The advisor to the disposal of poisons thoughtfully grunts. He says that all the corpses are burned, but there are no traces of wounds on them. Probably the enemy dealt with them in some other way. He thinks that it was not without poison, but it is still unclear how it was applied. Kusan-Vold, heading for the forest, says that he should follow him. The man wants to show him what they managed to find. For some time they stand silently, looking around the clearing. Kusan-Vold says that they could barely identify the head of the Chidok family in the dead. Man does not ask, are these symptoms of Kinanari poison? The man answers, to such an extent traces of poisoning would manifest itself only after some, rather long time. He has no idea what method the enemy applied. The advisor to the disposal of poisons bite around, trying to find the answer to this question. He approaches a large vat and studies his contents with his eyes. Then, smiling slightly, he says, that's a solution. Looking at the brew, he explains that the medical art of managing abscesses through a water vapor emanating from a small amount of burned film is called enhunban. If you increase the number of cinema, then the water vapor becomes poisonous and is able to kill a person. He believes that the enemy acted so. After the burning of the film, mercury remains. Man doesn't explain to men leaning over Chan. Judging by the fact that there are tea leaves, the enemy was prepared even in case they accepted the antidote. In such a situation, Chidok could not do anything. But Yuck asks, who is capable of this? Kusan-Vold says that the enemy is not easy. He planned everything in advance. That guy considers us. The enemy understood that they would not overcome them by force. But when they catch him, they will not deliver problems to them. He believes that it is necessary to expand the search area. Kusan-Vold objects. First, you need to inform everything. Man does not think that he found another proof. This method only confirms his guess. It was Jagan. It is difficult to cope with the film, and if you take into account the ability of the body of Jagan to accumulate poisons, then he, being in the mine, probably was able to collect a huge amount of cinnabar. Man doesn't think. For sure the Millet wanted to let Chidok understand who they were faced with, so that they understand from whose hands they will die. This is skill and anger. The man is delighted. Jagan is really strong. Satellites are surprised to look at his face, on which emotions change one after another. Joy, rage, anticipation. Man does not pay attention to them. He so wants to see the guy's face distorted by anger. He really wants to see it. He almost introduced it. The question makes him wake up. Is it in order? Kusan-Vold says it's already too late. He believes that it is time for them to disperse. Tomorrow they will continue the investigation. Man does not refuse to follow them. He explains that he prefers loneliness. He answers, then they will meet tomorrow at the same place at the Dragon Hour, from 7 to 9. All three men immediately disappear, and the advisor remains in the clearing alone. He thinks that tonight will be fun. There are quite a few armed people in the courtyard. That guy, opening the gate, announces his return, and believes that the warriors have found a good place for themselves. The detachment commander hurries to him with the question, how did everything go? The old man replies that so far without clockwork. He took up this matter, because he thought that he could join the battle with Salsa, but it was not clear where they went. The commander answers, they probably knew about their arrival, and therefore escaped. The old man notices on earth the corpses of men and women, droven by needles. He asks, what else? A man with some hide replies that they did not agree to give up their house in any way. Then Guy demands us to be removed soon. He is unpleasant to sleep next to the dead. The commander is in a hurry to fulfill the order. The old man says that for today there is no more. and tomorrow they will continue the investigation. Suddenly, many bags appear in the air. So far, Guy tells us the soldiers that they have to work hard. The bags fall right at their feet. Then they begin to explode. Screams are heard. Warriors do not understand what is happening. The old man, near whom the lilac haze curls, is also perplexed, and asks, "Where does the smoke come from?" Exclaims are heard from the swirling lilac fog. "Do not inhale. Caution, this is poison." Then Guy covers our face with an elbow. He thinks this is an enemy attack. The old man cannot believe what is happening. He hears the screams and dying of his warriors. Then Guy hears us inexorably approaching steps. He understands that the enemy had been waiting for all this time while they came here. Seeing an approaching Guy, he wonders, who is he? Then G, closing his nose with his hand, thinks that in such a situation it is impossible to act recklessly. Smoke prevents him from seeing what is happening. He understands that the enemies did not run away after destroying the Chidok family. Seeing Jagan approaching him, the old man thinks that the enemy was waiting for them to return to attack. The warrior chokes with a cough. He complains that he cannot breathe. The man closes his mouth with his hand. Tears are kitten from his eyes. He hears that someone is nearby, but thick smoke does not allow him to consider anything. Waving an umbrella and circling in one place, he screams, turning to an invisible enemy. "Where are you?" Finally, he manages to determine the whereabouts of the enemy. He directs a weapon made in the form of an umbrella towards an approaching person and shoots him. Looking at whom he shot at, the man understands that he was mistaken. On the ground, curling in pain, a warrior lies. A needle sticks out in his neck. The man understands too late that this was not a mistake. It was an enemy trick. But behind him, the figure of a man clutching a knife in his hand was already shot. A scream is heard, and blood splashes are visible. That guy, carefully closing his nose and mouth with his palm, thinks that the enemies of the poison do not. Moreover, it seems that it is not difficult for them to fight in the dark. If everything continues, then they cannot survive. He tells the soldiers to divide so that everyone sees a neighbor and then drive enemies to the center. Warriors are trying to fulfill his order. One of them sees through smoke an approaching human figure. The old man and commander, standing at a distance, hear a scream. "There is someone here." Then Guy answers us, "Excellent. Don't let them escape. Move to the center." He raises weapons. The commander warns that he can hurt his people. The old man replies that he knows this, but he does not even think to lower his weapons. He shoots non-stop. The shot follows one after another. Screams of pain are heard from the smoke. The commander asks, "What is he doing?" But the old man tells him to shut up. He is interested. He has another idea. If they all die from smoke, there will be a shame. That guy believes that it's already over. When the needle of Fajol enters a person, his bones begin to dissolve, causing unbearable pain. If at least one finds his goal, then the victory will be behind them. The old man sees Jagan sitting against the wall with his head lowered. Several needles stick out in his body. Then we are surprised. A child? Only one child attacked them? He considers it unlikely and wants to find out information about the rest while he is alive. Jagan slowly raises his head and opens his eyes. His hand, squeezing a knife, darted to a stunned old man. Then G barely manages to intercept his brush. But the guy repels him, and he flies away a couple of meters ago. Stopping and trying to stay on his feet, he says that he does not believe his eyes. Then G asks us, how can he move under the effect of the needle? Or did he just miss? The commander, who did not see anything due to smoke, asks, what happened? Clutching 2 needles in his hands, Jagan decides to apply the family's secret weapon about sleep. The flight line of 12 earth branches. The commander falls to the ground. The old man thinks that the enemy attacked them with a weapon. He decides that you need to be careful. Then Guy is trying to take a step, but he understands that something is wrong with his body. He thinks scaredly. How so? With an incredible speed, a needle flies. The old man is trying to understand when he inhaled the poison. Is it really when he approached this child? Then we are screaming from impotent malice. The needle stuck into his shoulder, and the old man is now screaming in pain. Jagan carefully watches him. The fall into the ground. Then it is shared by us that he lost to such a kid, but he cannot come to terms with this. His hand squeezes the needle. He gathers with the balance of strength and makes a jerk towards the guy. He screams, "Not to happen to this!" And then Jagan drives her in the leg. But he only says impassively, "The needles of Fajol have a really amazing effect, but nothing will come from them." Lying at his feet, Guy asks us, who is he? The old man considers him a monster. Jagan, looking at the scattering fog, answers, the genus Yak. Then Guy does not understand us. Where are they here? The guy says that he just knows only that. His story is too long. Watching how veins swell on the old man's face, he adds that he will not have time to listen to him. Dead, then Guy lies at the feet of Jagan. Lilac smoke is still swirling around them. The warrior, turning to But-yuk, says that they should go there. He asks, after all, there is a family of Chol-san? The man replies that the pigeon flew from Anbu. It seems that Chol-san something happened, but the yuk says that Anbu is probably already heading for them. He thinks, was the enemy attacked them? At first, the sudden destruction of Chi-dok, now he becomes somehow anxious. He decides that they will also go, and tells everyone to prepare. His interlocutor rushes the rest of the warriors, saying, do they really want to let others get ahead of them? But the Wayuk thinks that we and Kusan-vol are alive to us. However, since they do not know who the enemy, they need to act carefully. Some kind of noise attracts his attention, and he looks back. Noticing a person standing nearby, he asks, what does he do here? Then, having looked closely, but the yuk recognizes him. This is Man Number. But the yuk is rather rudely interested in what Manhwa is doing here. He replies that he came on the case. But the yuk says that they need to urgently leave, and offers to discuss everything later. But the advisor objects. He is afraid that they will not succeed. The interlocutor asks, what is he like? What is he talking about at all? Man no longer answers. All members of the Dak Valley which are here must die from his hands. Those present in bewilderment look at him. But Yuk is interested in, at least he hears what he is fonding, and tells repeat. Man no laughly answers. They are so young but already have hearing problems. He repeats that they all must die. The face but Yuk is distorted from anger. He believes that after joining Mimim, Many was not very conceived, and is interested in. Why on earth should they die from his hands? The advisor says that he has personal reasons for that. The interlocutor is outraged. This does not climb into any framework, although he still wanted to deal with Man No, whom he considers a traitor. And since he is not the instigator of the conflict, he will not have problems with Muram. Deciding to attack the advisor, the man says that only he should die here. The haze rises above the roof of the house, but the UK tells his warriors to deal with Man N. They hastily comply with the order, and rush forward. The warrior, looking at the place of the battle, cannot believe his eyes. He sees how a man lying on the ground slightly moved his hand and let out a quiet moan. A scream is heard. There is a survivor. Raising the man, he answers, "Here too." The person to whom he provides help is trying to tell him something. Suddenly the needle strokes in the chest of the warrior. Sensing the pain, he looks at the weapon that caused it, and understands that this is the needle of Fajol. Bending in pain, he screams, "Run!" The enemy defeated the family Cholsan. Wild pain spreads throughout the body, and he cannot hold back a scream. Kusan-vol, standing on the crest of the roof, watches smoke swirling in the yard, from which the cries of pain and horror are heard. He understands that the enemy left the surviving people as a bait, and himself attacked the blind zone. He even took advantage of the weapon of Chol-san, and quite skillfully. It seemed to him that their enemy is a strong fighter, since he managed to defeat Gi to us. He was worried in vain. If, in fact, a master would face them face to face. Listening to screams, he approximately understands where the enemy is. Kusan-wol thinks that the ANBU divine technique works great in darkness. In the puffs of smoke you can see the figure of a person. A scream is heard. There, the blade pierces the human body. Kusan-vol says that he did not specially aim in his heart. He would be mistaken by a centimeter, and he would be dead. He demands that a person answer his questions, but suddenly sucks. He repels his victim and retreats one step back, realizing what happened. The body, then the guy, falls to the ground. Kusan-vol recognized him. The man understands that the enemy is nearby. Suddenly, something scored his face, cutting his smear. Looking around, he sees Ja-gan, squeezing an umbrella in his hands aimed at him. But there is no time to think for thoughts. The guy shoots, and the deadly needle rushes to his victim. The man still manages to realize what should happen now. Anger flashes in his eyes. The blow seems to throw him far back. Falling, he is still rolling on the ground for some time. Standing in the room of Ja-gan, holding a weapon in his hands, trying to consider what happened to the man. He goes to him to see everything with his own eyes. But the guy remains on his guard, preparing to repel the attack at any moment. Approaching the place where, according to his calculation, he should be the body of a man, he does not find anyone there. Then Gi suddenly arises behind him. Taking out the blade from the scabbard, he asks, "The guy's victory is already in his pocket?" Ja-gan turns his voice. Drops of blood fall to the ground, but Yuk and his warriors are at a loss. Man is no laughing at the men, one of whom he had already managed to injure, saying that they were very miserable since they decided to attack, not appreciating the strength of the enemy. He asks, did they call themselves as part of the Dak Valley under the noise? Or was the valley originally so weak? Although, so that it is so, It is still for him this is disappointment. But Yuk thinks, everything happened so quickly that he did not even have time to keep track of. He asks the question, what was it? Some kind of trick? He tells the soldiers to attack soon. Man is no fearlessly in front of them. He asks, where did their fighting spirit go suddenly? Or were they scared of the old man? Then adds, it is better. Warriors rush at him, showering insults and cursing. But man no longer continues to stand, without even moving, and men fight behind him with only his visible enemy. They wave blade, make lunges, but there is no one in front of them. Suddenly deep cuts appear on the face of one of the warrior. Then the heads of all the soldiers explode. But the Yuk says that this is not a trick. Man no grinning confirms, right, it is. Approaching the man, the advisor asks, did he finally realize the difference with true martial art? Eyes but Yuk are expanding. They can see understanding and horror. But the Yuk jumps back, increasing the distance between them. Man no longer says, he already thought that he would kill him from one blow. But not without reason, he is still called the master. The man offends the advisor, saying that he kept silent about his abilities. Man no longer replies that rather there was no need to demonstrate them before. He hid his strength for the sake of such a case. But Yuk is interested in, and what kind of case is this? Did he really put his eyes on their Doc Viole? The advisor replies that they do not interest him at all. He needs that child. He acts much more decisively than he expected. Perhaps he wants to deal with them until all the families of the Doc family are mobilized. Jia Gan stops the blade with his hand. From his palm, blood flows onto the blade and drips to the ground. Then Gi also grabbed the umbrella with one hand, preventing the guy from shooting. While they are opposed to each other, Man no longer talks to but Yuk. He says that it would be difficult to fight with 3 masters of Jia Gan, so he decided to help him a little. The interlocutor is surprised. It turns out he knew who their enemy is. He asks, where did they meet? The advisor replies that this is a long story. For the man, a boy is an enemy, and a child, and a teacher, and an image for admiration. He thinks that the Chi family Doki and he himself repented for a long time in front of others, catching their contemptuous glances. But I had to endure to achieve the goals. Words are not enough to describe how they lived then. Only the boy was his light in the darkness of those days. Jia Gan made him better. In the heart of the advisor lurks not only anger, but also a whole palette of feelings. Could he let him go? But the UK says that he has no idea that for nonsense the advisor is amusing. Man no longer answers. He said that he has personal reasons to do this. He offers to leave conversations and finish what he has begun. He believes that his opponent is also ready for battle, but the Yuk hides behind his back in which the flame blazes. But from the eye of the advisor, his trick did not hide. He asks, is this yellow fire their special equipment? In response, he has heard abuse, but the Yuk decides to attack. He says, since the advisor knows about her, then he is aware of her power. Approaching the motionless man, he beats with a flame directly in his chest. But the advisor, having made an incredible somersault, grabs his head in a jump, intending to turn his neck. Smiling, he says that of course aware. But Yuk, realizing what will happen now, screams, stand! Man No, leaving the corpse of the enemy behind, hurries to leave the battlefield. Having stopped, he sees in the distance the smoke rising up. He understands that the battle is in full swing. The estate is shrouded in lilac haze. Jia Gan releases a blade and an umbrella at the same time. He pushes the enemy into the chest with force. Then the guy rolls up the sleeves of clothes, preparing for the fight. Then we are somewhat confused for us. He did not expect such a turn of events, but he manages to open an umbrella in time to protect himself from needles rushing to him. He carefully peeps out from behind the edge of his shield to evaluate the situation, but he sees nothing but swirling around smoke. The man is interested. The guy in hide-and-seek is going to play with him? Jia Gan, hiding in smoke, hears him say that he will not work out. On the blade that cut his palm, there is poison. First, he paralyzes his hand, and then spreads throughout the body. The guy looks at his palm with which blood flows. In the meantime, Ji meanwhile tells us that with every minute his position becomes less profitable. Talking, a man does not lose vigilance. He is ready to repel the attack at any time. It seems to him that he hears something. Then we are J-stering on us. Clutching a weapon in his hand, Jia Gan rushes from smoke to him. The man says this is a smart solution. Their blades are crossed with such force that even sparks are pouring. Then Guy decides to apply the trick and go on the side. But the guy cannot be taken by surprise. He again puts the dagger under the blow. The man, restraining his pressure, says that even if he is inappropriate, but holds on steadily. He did not think that he would decide on a near battle. Then Guy raises us, trying to grab the guy. But he immediately makes a giant jump, increasing the distance between them. The man thinks that the guy is not so simple. He hoped to capture him alive in order to find out information about accomplices, but it would not be easy to do. He asks, maybe the guy will just give up. He can't win, fighting with only one hand. Then Guy believes that he is in vain time. If he tells about his accomplices, then... But he does not manage to finish the phrase. Jagan says that now his turn. The man does not understand what is happening, and the guy at that time is already approaching him and aiming the blade directly into his chest. The gaze then Guy expresses bewilderment. He did not expect such agility from the enemy. But still at the last moment he evades, and the guy's blow does not reach the goal. The man cringes Jagan with abuse. He waves his sword to hit the enemy, but he is already standing behind him. Then Guy is perplexed to us. Where does such a speed come from? When did the guy manage to be behind? He barely manages to turn to reflect the blow of Jagan. The man thinks, it seems he was hiding his abilities. With every second, the guy's movement is getting faster. Then Guy is amazed for us and cannot believe what is happening. This is absurd, he thinks. He waves his fist, wanting to knock the enemy off his feet. An explosion is suddenly heard. Jagan is standing opposite us Guy. Around them the haze curls. The guy asks, it seemed to the man that he was too fast. He adds, this is not so at all, then Jiyu was mistaken for us. The veins swell on the face of a man and blue spots appear. He realizes that the guy still managed to hurt him then. Then we understands us that this was violated by his perception, and not the enemy became faster. He says, the guy attacked him not to pay attention to how the poison spreads through his body. Jagan replies that he understood everything correctly. The man says he is a dangerous opponent. Then Guy says that the end of the battle will not be long in coming. He has nothing to lose. He will have to deal with him in one blow. The man raises his head up. His eyes become white. Jagan is worth it, trying to understand what a man is going to do. He applies the technique of a jerk of a shadow shell. His weapon is directed to the guy's chest. He is already very close to him. That guy, looking at the enemy in the eyes, thinks, do not even hope. He intends to aim at the paralyzed left side. The man's face is written on the face of a man, but it is immediately replaced by bewilderment and anger. With his left hand, Jagan drives a poisoned needle into his body. Then Guy does not understand what is happening. He is able to only squeeze out of himself. How? After all, he was sure that the poison worked, and the enemy's left hand was paralyzed. But now he confidently holds her needle. Jagan understands that the poison has already acted, and pulls it out of the man's body. The bloodied needle, thrown back by his hand, falls to the ground. The man begins to cough. He scratches his chest with nails. His legs are shown. He is no longer able to stand. The guy falls at the feet of Jagan. The guy thinks that the enemy did not know the fact that poisons did not act on him. All this time, he only pretended to be that his left hand was paralyzed. He thinks that there are other enemies, but he has no strength left. Will they attack now or decided to let him go? Raising his eyes, he sees a shining sphere and understands that it is Salgi, evil and murderous energy. She is very far away, but he feels her. He asks the question, is it really the power of the energy of the master of the Dark Valley? If so, then now he has no chance to defeat him. He leaves with the idea that the plan has been fulfilled today. Man No, standing on the stairs, says that he is waiting for a long way. There are enough events for today, he decides. The man is glad that he can see how Jagan became stronger. He is looking forward to their meeting. Man is not sitting on the roof of the house looking at the moon. He says excellent wine. Taking a sip from the bottle, he pronounces, no, the boy is the whole truth about what had happened. Then he would probably bring down his anger at the whole genus Doc. And, judging by what happened to those top-class fighters, he is aware of the whole situation. He continues to think out loud. Only 3 families remain in the family of Doc: Chol-san, ANBU, and the Dasi Doc. He is interested in with whom the guy will start. Man does not ask a question. From the family of Chol-san? Under their management is the Teshin district. In battle they use Feijol needles. There is nothing more to say about them. Chol-san, the weakest of the 3 families. Having eliminated them, one could generally weaken the forces of the Doc. On the other hand, if he starts with them, 2 stronger families will have time to prepare for defense, which will create more difficulties. The advisor thinks, what if you attack ANBU, or the Doc Valley? If the guy defeats one of them, consider, the Doc's clan is almost exterminated. He takes another sip, thinking that the tactics are absurd, to match him. Man does not think that destroying the Doc Valley is not the same as destroying Chi-Doc. Here, Musim will probably intervene. He asks the question, and if you start with ANBU? They use divine techniques and mainly attack from the back. You need to be on the alert with them. Taverns, markets, central streets. Anywhere they are ready to attack. Man, no, it seems, understood. Since he decided to erase the dock from the face of the earth, then he would not matter for a weak or strong enemy. Taking out a silver token and admiring it, Man does not say that he guesses where Jagan is going. Looking at the inscription on the token, Union Murim County of the Onso, the advisor thinks that he trained, and he will have the strength to easily turn Jagan's neck with ease. But a simple death is not that. The guy must know despair and pain. The path that the boy is going to step to is the true path of the Sura. If everything happens, then his life until the end of days will be filled with blood and battles. Rising from his seat, the advisor asks the question, should he help the guy? He stands on the roof, looking at the courtyard, dotted with corpses. Man doesn't think. Perhaps he should direct Jagan to this path? Looking at the dead people, among whom is the woman, the advisor thinks that the revenge blinded the guy. He turned into a murderer psychopath. Why did he kill ordinary inhabitants? After all, they did not belong to the genus Doc. For a while, he silently looks at the corpses. Then, with his head back, he begins to laugh irresistibly. Jagan stands near the well, standing next to the small house. He takes off his shirt. Then the guy overturns a bucket of water. Then, leaning his hands against the walls of the well, freezes in thought for a while. With his wet hair, water flows into the body. Sadness is read in the guy's eyes. He recalls the words of the parting words he heard in the mine. One of the captives told him, when he will complete the training and get out of the trap in which they got, he will be much stronger than his former. But he must consider that his new power is only in his head. The prisoners who remained on that day warned that without practice his power is nothing. But to use it in the situation is a completely different matter. He asked, what should he do? The old man answered him, it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. He asked him not to rush and be vigilant, listen to himself, soberly evaluate his capabilities. He said, as soon as Jagan knows himself, he will be ready to resist the enemy. Clutching his hand in a fist, the guy thinks that they were all right. He trained alone for 8 years, and he has no experience of real battle. Because of this, he could not evade the blows of enemies. Blocked blood and energy flows do not allow him to fully use martial arts. But such skirmishes are the only opportunity for him to train. Yes, there is a risk, but the result justifies it. Dressing the shirt, he thinks that more powerful opponents are waiting for him. He needs to become better to fight them. Looking at his fingers, on which droplets of fluid flow, he understands that he also needs to improve the methods of using poison. After all, it was the poison that still helped him to resist the power of enemies. Jagan says they made him as he is now, and he is obliged to return himself to him in the same form. He thinks that he needs to hurry and sets off. 3 days later. Province Yunnan, Panlong, headquarters of the dock. The lights from the windows of houses on a cliff are reflected in the water surface. Through the abyss, the bridge leads to a small gazebo. A voice calling Mr. Kochu is heard. This is an emergency message. The owner of the dock valley, Pakther Hyan V. John, sitting in the gazebo and passionate about the game, briefly throws the servant in a hurry to him. Say, he reports, Mr. Butt Yuck, who went to investigate the case of the murder of the Chidok family. The old man is amazed at this news, in the veracity of which he cannot even believe at once. The servant says that this is not all. Fighters Chol San and Anbiu are also dead. Vi John asks, is this proven information? What exactly happened? The man replies that they will send their fighters there, and soon recognize the details. The old man thinks, Chidok are still stupid, but it is very strange that they were killed in one morning. He cannot believe that, but Yuk was killed. Vi John believes that someone clearly lurked the resentment against the dock. He understands that the matter is serious. He answers the servant that he will find out everything. If it continues to continue, then they cannot be avoided. The servant asks, Mr. Kokchu is personally going to go there? A person who is at a distance and listening to their conversation says that he may not strain. The boy will come to them himself. Vi John, peering into the darkness, replies that he did not expect to see the advisor to the Union Murim here. Approaching him, man does not say that they had not seen each other for a long time. The old man is interested. The man guesses that he is not happy here. He answers, does he really say that he betrayed Chidok? He tells Vi John that all what happened is pure water misunderstanding. He and but the Yuk think too subjectively. The old man is dissatisfied with his words, and is clearly not going to hide it. Lilac smoke appears around. When he begins to speak, the servant is slightly coughing, because the smoke takes him out. Vi John asks, why are we talking about but Yuka from his mouth? Around the old man, a lilac haze curls. The same haze is enveloping Man Nob, who also begins to cough. The advisor says, It seems that Vi John still perceives him as the elder of a third-rate family. For a while he is silent. Then he spits a dark liquid on the floor. Manno calls him there is a hut there, a man spraying poison who has 100 aromas. Looking at the dark green puddle at his feet, he adds that the old man, in fact, justifies his nickname. Then he throws casually, but nothing more. The lilac haze quickly reaches for the motionless manner of man, but she is forced to spin at a certain distance from the advisor, who is serenely watching her movement. Man doesn't say that Vijon's tricks do not act on him. The old man is somewhat discouraged. He believes that the man has become stronger. They stand opposite each other. Vijon's eyes shine in the dark. He exclaims, "Man, no." The confrontation of the views of Manhwa and Vijon continues. The servant is still coughing. The old man says that after joining the union, a man's skills improved significantly. However, to believe that the poison with 100 aromas is its only weapon, Man does not interrupt him. He replies that it would be nice, of course, to check his every ability, but the conflict does not interest him. He mentioned but Yuka, because it was he who conveyed the news about his death. Vijon, looking menacingly at the servant, asks, "Is that true?" And he hastily replies that it is. Then the old man turns to the advisor. How did he find out about what happened? He replies that the Chidok family was part of Murim. He demonstrates a silver plank, saying that he came to the scene of the incident as a researcher of the Union. However, when he arrived there, everyone was already dead. The old man silently listens to how Man no longer talks about the fact that this is not all. Civilians who were witnesses to what happened were also brutally killed. He adds, "A terrible sight." Vijon asks, "Whose hands is it?" The advisor replies that he is not sure whether it was the person who destroyed Chidok. But, be that as it may, only the extermination of Chidok is clearly not enough. He is sure that the enemy put his eyes on the whole family of Dok. The old man believes that a group of people stands behind. He asks, "Why does the man speak the enemy in the singular?" Manno replies that he is observant. From a distance, he vaguely saw him dirty in blood and killed people like Asura. Vijon is interested. Why did he not grab him? The advisor replies that he was scared. If he had died, then the witnesses of what happened would not be left at all. It seemed to him that he would notify others with a much better decision. Therefore, he came to them. The old man thinks, he has a lot of poison, which means he was not scared but the enemy. On the contrary, he believes that man is not all the same cunning fox, which was before. He asks if a man has any useful information. He replies that he could not clearly consider it, but he tracked where he went on. Man doesn't say that he goes right here. He offers Chol-san to act as a bait. They will call to help the ANBU, the soldiers of the Dok Valley and other neighboring families. He finishes speech, and then they will surround him with a continuous ring. The old man reflects on his proposal for a while. Surrounding on all sides is a siege tactic in which a huge number of people blocks the enemy of the retreat path. Even a high-class fighter will not be able to escape. The power of this tactics is well known. However, the enemy, who has been surrounded, will begin to attack the weakest parts of the network, so they risk losing many fighters. Vijon understands that this will affect the safety of the Dok family. He believes that you cannot resort to this tactics, not knowing who you are dealing with. And in general, if they arrange such a commotion for the sake of one salsa, how will people look at them after that? The old man asks Man N, does he want to ditch their family? The man replies, he knows what the enemy is capable of, and made a very long way to them. How can he doubt it? Vijon asks, to tell him honestly? He does not really like to dramatize, and he also does not like that an outsider climbs into the Dok. He claims that nothing is required more from the advisor. Questions regarding the genus Dok, they will solve among themselves. Man never demonstrates a silver token to him and asks, he did not forget that the Union researcher faces him? With such powers, he can even force them to act according to his plan. An angry old man screams that he is now not in Murim but in Yunnan. Silence hangs. Men look into each other's eyes. The man's lips are no stretching in a slight smile. Hiding a token, he says, since such is his will, then he will not insist. Then, as if he had just remembered something important, the advisor says, and something else. Turning around to leave, he throws over his shoulder, the enemy limping on one leg. Beware of the lame. The advisor to the disposal of poisons descends along the long staircase. He thinks that the reaction of Vijon is expected, because he is the one who weakened Chidok, lowered his own influence, and also tried to subordinate him by force, so we can imagine how much he was on him. While Vijon gives orders to his soldiers, the advisor continues to think. The old man has not guessed anything. Now the gaze of all families Dok is aimed at Chol-san, and not to Anbu. Man no anticipating smiles. He thinks that for the Malts, fighting not relying on strength but on a strategy, Anbu very annoying personalities, because you never know where and how they will attack. The advisor thinks, if he was in his place, then he would first attack Anbu to get rid of the surprise factor. He is sure that Jagan will go there. Mentally he turns to the guy, saying that he gave him a chance. He advises him to use it at his discretion. Man cannot wait for the moment when he sees his anger. From Kokchu Vijan. All the dock families received letters with instructions. They say that each family should assemble a detachment of 20 people to capture Salsa, who is heading for Cholsan, as well as the fact that you need to beware of a suspicious lame person. Yunnan settlement, people work in the field. There are 2 men on the sentinel tower. Ja Gan, watching them from the bushes, thinks that it looks like an ordinary village. However, at first glance, one can understand how honed their movements are. Watching people, he understands that they are well trained. This, in his opinion, proves that this area belongs to the ANBU. Jagan continues to observe. He thinks that there are about 30 people. The attack in open equivalent suicide. He wonders what to come up with this. His gaze falls on a bunch of bags filled with something. He heard that people of the village are building a buckwheat farm. When the first crop comes, they all eat soban together. He thinks that it would be possible to mix poison with them. Jagan leaves the place where he was observing. He thinks that in the last battle he used almost the entire Kinavari poison, what he had. And there were practically no poisons that managed to steal from Chidok. He believes that the reserves need to be replenished. Suddenly something attracts his attention. He hurries to the clearing on which flowers grow. He knows this plant. This is a purple back. Jagan breaks the flower and carefully looks around it. He knows that the seeds of this plant have a laxative effect and also cause swelling and lower back pain. If you take them in large quantities, then they can cause diarrhea, hematuria, hallucinations, and even lead to death. The guy brings a flower to his mouth, thinking that a couple of seeds will be not enough. But if you extract poison from a large number of seeds, then it can create a strong poison that can easily kill 30 people. Building plans, Jagan eats a flower. A few days later, a man with a bag on his shoulder, heading to the river, tells the other 2 that he will wash off this party and come. Those, moving away, wish him good luck. Washing the cereal in the river, the man is looking forward to how he finally eats soban. He does not notice that they are following him from behind the bushes. The needle digs into the man's lower back. Creaming, he tries to consider what caused him pain. Jagan, chewing the stalk of a flower, leaves his shelter. The bell calls, which means that there was an emergency. In the mountains, the corpse of one of the members of the family was found, who went to rinse buckwheat. A man standing on the tower tells people gathered below that the murdered person was poisoned, so there is every chance that Salsa could stand behind this. He tells the couple to stay here, and the rest should comb the area along and across. He announces that this is the order of the head of the family. The chapter himself stands behind, crossing his arms over his chest. He thinks that in the epistle, which came their docks valleys, it was said that the enemy was heading for Chol San. Does he ask a question? Was it false information? Although he does not care. He believes that this is even good that the killer came to them. The villain who dealt with Kusan Woles will die from his hands. Armed people with torches comb the forest. Jagan sees a glow from their torches and creeps in a ravine past them. Throwing a bag over his shoulders, he walks along the forest path. He approaches the well and, taking off the burden from his shoulders, leaning it against the wall. Jagan, weighing a small bag in his hands, thinks that this is the last poison. He already wants to pour the powder into the water, but something pierces his hand. The guy drops the bag and he falls to the ground. Jagan hears how they insult him. And then they ask, the guy thought they would not understand that he was hiding here? Looking around, he sees many warriors surrounding him from all sides. The head of the clan says that he invaded the territory of the ANBU and tried to poison the well. He asks, the guy completely lost fear? The head of the clan goes to him. He says that his song is sung and he has nowhere to run. Jagan silently watches how he is approaching him. The head of the clan says, by the face of Jagan Gan, it is clear that he does not understand how he was found. He believes that his plan was to lure his people into the mountains, and meanwhile, penetrate the base. Looking at the guy taken by surprise, he explains that everything would have happened so if they hadn't had information about him. Coming here, he drove himself into a trap. Then he adds, damn dams. The head of the clan says, maybe he tries to walk normally, but Chroma is not so easy to hide. Jagan thinks, since they have information about him, it means that he then destroyed not all enemies. The man, meanwhile, asks the question simply to make sure. Did he destroy Chidok? Jagan answers in the affirmative. The head of the clan is interested. And he also brutally interrupted the high-class warriors and civilians? The guy is surprised. He replies that he killed the soldiers, but he did not touch civilians. He asks, "What is the interlocutor talking about?" The head of the clan tells him not to pretend. He believes that the guy killed them so that there were no witnesses left. Ja-gan does not understand what all this means. He thinks that some residents have suffered from the family of Doc. But what does the brutal murder mean? Did something happen there after he left? The head of the clan decides that it is time to stop conversations. The main thing is that the criminal is caught. Not seeing that Ja-gan was hiding the poisoned needle behind his back, he asks, why did he need all this? For what purpose did he do all this? He had not even managed to finish, like a needle directed by the guy's hand, rushed to him. The head of the clan manages to catch her. He offends the guy. Ja-gan raises his bag and runs with all his legs. An explosion is heard. Lilac smoke rises the top. A warrior, shrouded in a dense veil of smoke, clamps his nose and mouth with his hand. Screams are heard. This is poison. Behind a man with a knife in his hands there is Ja-gan. The warrior sees a human figure ahead and grabs the sword. A man with a blade in his hands in a jump attacks a guy. Ja-gan manages to set up a dagger under his blade and reflect the blow. He uses the technique of strong energy cry. The head of the clan, seeing how a warrior thrown out of smoke flies out of the puffs of smoke, screams so that the guy would not be killed. They need him alive. Warriors are interested in him. How can they get to the guy then? Ja-gan stands, preparing to recapture the next attack. Lilac smoke curls around him. The head of the clan applies the technique of a jerk of a shadow shell. With all his considerable weight, he knocks the guy off his feet. Ja-gan flies far back and falls to the ground. The guy, moaning, is not able to even rise. From the smoke, the head of the clan protrudes. Approaching Ja-gan, whom two men have already raised from the ground, and hold their hands, not letting him move. The head of the clan says, he cannot believe that from a child who has not dried up on his lips, 2 more people died at the moment. A man, directing a finger at him, with the help of internal energy acts on points on the guy's body. The body of Ja-gan immediately sags limp in the hands of men. The head of the clan says that for some time he will be immobilized, and tells him to lock him. He says that tomorrow morning he will go to the Dock Valley for interrogation. Everyone sighs with relief. Finally, this commotion ended. Ja-gan is thrown in jail. For a long time, the guy is not able to move. The warriors, meanwhile, decide to continue everyday business. They prepare soban, rejoicing that they can now eat calmly and drink one of them, that for some reason even soban seems especially tasty today. The head of the clan, sitting on a sinus with a bowl in his hands, says that salsa is caught, a considerable merit. At the upcoming general meeting of the genus Dock, they will be able to improve their position. Warriors support him and rejoice. Ja-gan opens his eyes. Near it is a dish with food. Someone is interested. He already woke up. Near him, a guard is squatting. He says that they have prepared soban. There is it during the first harvest, their tradition. As soon as the guy can move, let him eat. The head of the clan himself ordered the guy to treat them. He adds that the head of the clan still ordered him to convey to his food with gratitude. Then the man takes a cake from the plate. He bites her, saying that his friend, with whom they were going to taste soban together, died at the hands of Ja-gan. He believes that the guy is not worthy of this food. The man rushes to the prisoner, brewing and wanting to hit him. He scolds and wishes to death to the guy. But when he approaches, Ja-gan is motionless until this moment. The man jumps. He is perplexed. How is it possible? Acupuncture points shouldn't have started to work yet? Ja-gan explains that his energy channels are clogged, so that trick did not work on it. The guard still cannot believe what is happening. The guy says a reaction will appear now, and in fact, on the pants of a guard lower than the abdomen, a red spot is blurred. The man's legs are sorry, and he drops to the ground. Screaming in pain, he asks, "What is happening?" Ja-gan had already risen by this time and standing, watching him. He takes a sword that the man dropped and says he lost his brothers. However, the guy himself, because of them, lost everything that he had. Looking at the cringed man, from whose eyes the blood flows with streams, Ja-gan pronounces honestly. Raising the blade up, he says that they just pay for their sins. The head of the clan cannot believe his eyes. All his warriors lie on the floor, crumbling with pain and screaming wildly. Some of them no longer move. Others scratch their throat, in an attempt to get at least a little air. Someone begs the head of the clan to save them. A man crushes a bowl in a fist and screams, "How did this happen?" He feels the changes taking place with his body, and he understands that his internal organs are damaged due to poison. The head of the clan is perplexed. When they managed to get poisoned? Jagan's voice is heard. He believes that he came just in time. Looking at the incoming guy, the head of the clan begins to shower him with insults. Looking at the corpses lying around, Jagan says that he specifically gave them to catch themselves so that they would calm down and could eat Soben. A man asks for distrust. Soben? He thinks that they stopped him before he threw poison into the well. All buckwheat that was washed in the mountains, they threw it away. But unexpectedly, the hunch overshadows him, and the guy confirms her. He points to one of the empty bags and says that it was in him that was poison. He himself brought him. The head of the clan recalls a bag leaned against the wall of the well. Jagan explains, inside him was flour made of adhesive rice. Now it is empty, which means that from its contents, they prepared Soben. The head of the clan understands that it was not just a disguise. He looks at the scattered to the floor and broken dishes. The man thinks that Soben is preparing from buckwheat and rice flour, so no one noticed that there was poison. The head of the clan understands. The guy went to extreme measures, and he thought that the little one was just stupid, since they ate his plan. The man asks, who is he? He replies that he is a descendant of the genus Yak. The head of the clan clarifies, from which family? Jagan says, Pekva Cholgok. The man screams that he did not even hear about her. Jagan lists, the Yak Van family, the family on himself, the family about sleep, the Valley San Juan, the clan Jan Jam, the family of the Chan Tu, the family Ku Sleep, the Valley and Ri, the clan Sajan. He asks, did the head of the clan hear about them? The man has nothing to tell him. Jagan says, since he is silent, then apparently these names are familiar to him. The poison does not damage the hearing, and the guy is sure that he heard everything. He pronounces, because they killed them, now they must pay their lives. The head of the clan calls him demented and asks, did he really think that he could get rid of them so easily? Going to the door, Jagan wants good luck to stay alive. Brand of him? The man thinks that he can restrain the poison of the seeds of the mortgage with the help of internal energy. But his thoughts are interrupted, and he asks in bewilderment, what is it? Screams are heard. The type set fire to the dining room. Jagan slowly moves away from the place of fire. Screams are heard. Rather, you need to leave. The man is trying to get up. He thinks that now he is already at the limit, but you need to get out. The fire is already very close. The head of the clan makes incredible efforts, but the body does not want to obey him. Jagan hears a wild cry coming from a burning building. He stops, and for a while just stands, then slowly turns towards the fire. From the burning building, the head of the clan is hardly hobbled. He is trying to say something, and Jagan is just standing, watching him. The man's face looks like a mask of the beast. Anger took possession of him. He screams that he will release the guts to the guy. Blood flows from the eyes of the head of the clan. The man asks the question, who is he? Looking at Jagan standing in front of him, he thinks that he does not own any outstanding combat abilities. It comes from a conventional kind, and even lame on one leg. He does not understand how this guy could deal with so many warriors. Remembering the dead people whose bodies absorbed the flame, he asks the question, why? Why, because of such as Jagan, their family died? His vision worsens. Multicolored circles float before his eyes. With a groan, he grabs his head, realizing that the seeds of mortgages make themselves felt. The guy asks, it seems unfair to him that he lost everything? And also the fact that he will die from his hands? A man insults him, thinking that here his family story will not end. He rushes at the guy with his fists, screaming, who will die at hand like him? The head of the clan sees nothing behind the flash of flame. Standing before the opening of a charred door, he is trying to understand where the guy went. The man demands that he do not hide and immediately get out of his shelter. Again, a flash of flame follows, and then a scream is heard full of pain and despair. Jagan from the roof is watching what is happening. He thinks, this is what it means to be the head of the family. Even under the influence of poison, he is extremely strong. He understands that fighting with him to face, the guy continues to look from the roof down, where his hands on the ground are widely spread out. The body of one of the warriors lies. The head of the clan continues to rage in the yard, looking for Jagan, showering him with abuse and calling a coward. Jagan asks, he tells him, one of the Ambu, forever attacking from the back. The man rejoices, he found him. Looking around, he sees the silhouette of a person vaguely visible due to smoke. The head of the clan rushes on the attack, believing that this time the guy will not be able to escape from him. But the guy is ready to meet. The poisonous needles fly out of his hands. They stick into the chest of a rapidly approaching man. He lowers his gaze and sees that these are Fajol's needles. The head of the clan understands that he has very little time left and he has nothing to lose. In the jump, he takes out the enemy and puts all his inner energy into the blow. When the smoke dissipates, the man continues to hold his hand on the head of the enemy lying in front of him. The power of his blow literally pressed the body into the ground, forming a hollow. The head of the clan looks at the body lying in front of him in bewilderment. He understands that he was mistaken. This is not Yagan. His body pierces the dagger. The guy, which sneaked in the back, was struck, says, "In the name of revenge for the Yak clan today, A and B will cease to exist, and soon the rest of the Doc families will follow them." The guy adds, turning to the man that let him go first to hell. For some time, Jagan silently stands over the body of a defeated enemy. He thinks that another family is destroyed. Men who, holding a bucket of water in their hands, hurry to the place of fire. Screams are heard. What happened there? The next village is afire. Carry the water faster. Hurry up. A terrible picture opens in front of them. The dead head of the Ambu clan lies in the middle of the courtyard. They look at the burning structure, realizing that there is nothing to do. Behind them a voice pronouncing is heard. It is no longer any help. People turn around. Man no longer comes closer, repeating once again that nothing can help here. Jagan enters the room in which all kinds of things are stored, including bags with dried herbs. He carefully looks around, looking for what can be useful to him in the future. His poisons of poisons ended again. Whether it is the seeds of a mortgage or some others, there is a limit to everything. Looking at different jars, the guy thinks, since Anbu is part of the Doc family, then there will probably be many useful things for him. He takes one of the containers and turns it in his hands. On the bottle, it is written that this is the divine water Sakwan. The guy knows that Sukwan is a poison that paralyzes the whole body, and then the heart, which leads to death. This is the strongest poison of those that Ambu has. Even high-class fighters cannot survive against him. Jagan brings a bottle to his lips and drinks its contents. His body reacts violently to the poison. From the stomach to the tanjon, heading for the acupuncture point of Tajun, the poison slowly moves along its body. The guy thinks that he only needs to endure the pain, and then he will become his perfect weapon. Soon the pain recedes, and Jagan exhales with relief. It turned out. He looks at his little finger, along which poison drops flow. Then he leaves the room. Going out into the street and closing the door behind him, he carefully looks around. His attention is attracted by black smoke rising above the houses. Stepping closer, Jagan sees a flaring fire. The flame of fire illuminates the courtyard, among which are the bodies of people who came running to the fight against fire. The guy is perplexed. What happened here? He did not spend much time in the pantry. He asks the question, did the remaining people of Ambu do it? But then he understands that this is not so. A completely different force acted here. Jagan recalls how the head of the Anga clan asked, did he brutally interrupted high-class warriors and civilians? Now the guy understands that the man did not lie, because now the same thing has happened. He hears some sounds, and understands that they come from a neighboring village. Jagan rushes in the direction from which he heard a noise. The guy runs with all his legs, thinking on the go. If this someone wanted to deprive him of his life, he would have done it for a long time. There were plenty of opportunities. But this unknown simply continues to kill the innocent inhabitants behind him. Jagan believes that the goal of this person is not him. Currently along the forest path, he thinks that it seems that there is something that he does not know. He stayed in imprisonment for 8 years, and he does not know what is happening in the world now. And for his goal, it does not matter. He got out to take revenge. The guy goes a step from running. He has already reached the neighboring village, and what he saw makes him freeze with his eyes wide open in surprise. The moon illuminates the village, the streets of which are sent by corpses of ruthlessly killed people. On the ground lie in the puddles of the blood of men. Jagan continues to walk along the street, but everywhere he sees the same thing. He stops, his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. The guy hears some kind of noise. A barking dog runs up to him. Then the dog silent and approaches the body of his dead owner. Jagan thinks that he does not feel anyone's presence. He is inclined over a dead man. The energy of heat has not disappeared yet. The killer was literally just here. He considers this person an incredible master, and admits that he is not even suitable for him. The guy understands that as soon as he left, the killer brutally dealt with the locals. He knew in advance that a battle would happen in this place, and waited. Jagan closes his eyes with a dead man, thinking that the same thing happened after the murder of Chi-Dok. The guy thinks, this man did not try to eliminate or catch Jagan. He asks the question, why is it to defeat his name? What kind of trick is this? For some time he is in thought, but then, realizing that he had nothing to do here, he decides to leave. Crying from the dog and its dead owner, he thinks that you need to think in cold blood. The situation became more complicated, but his goal remained unchanged. The guy decides that he will just continue to take revenge. Well, if someone is trying to use it in this way. He stops and again plunges into thoughts. Family estate about Joe. A pregnant woman, which is accompanied by a young man, walks along the path. Suddenly, someone's voice is heard. The man says that he looks at them, and his eyes rejoice. The couple is slightly scared by its appearance. The woman exhales. Oh, father-in-law. The young man asks what reason he is in such a late hour. The head of the family about Joe, the sword of an immense village. Chu Hai notes that the daughter-in-law's tummy has already begun to resemble the moon. The woman replies that the child is growing well. Childbirth will be next month. Chu Hai says he is very happy. If the child grows well, then he has nothing more to wish. He believes that it will be wonderful when their family moves under the leadership of Sagin, and after that their child will inherit his place. The heir about John Chu Sajin says that this will not happen soon, because his father is still full of strength. The head of the family replies that he did not plan to hold a post for a long time. This is not his. The son says that he only wants to serve for the family support and help her rise. Chu Hai is moved by his words. He is proud of his son. Suddenly, all three hear some kind of noise coming from the garden. The head of the family about Joe asks, "Who is there?" But no one is in a hurry to respond to his call. The woman is excited. Sajin asks, "Maybe call the guards?" But the head of the family believes that you should not do this. Perhaps this is just a wild beast made his way through the fence. The man takes a step towards the bushes and listens. A puddle of blood spreads on the ground. In her center, a man squatting, bowing his head low to the ground. Chu Hai grabs the sword and runs to him. A man out of the corner of his eye notices his approach. Man does not turn, flashing in the dark with the only eye. The head of the family about Joe, holding on to the hilt of the sword, hesitantly freezes. Man does not ask for forgiveness for preventing them from such a beautiful night. The man is surprised that the advisor is on the estate of his son. He asks him to tell what happened and why he is here. Chu Ha, putting the man with the table and giving him a towel to wipe his face, asks, "Why is he all in blood? Did he get hurt somewhere?" The advisor answers, "Trifles. He's okay. He needs to discuss something with him." The head of the family about Joe is interested. What exactly? Man doesn't say that a few hours ago he ran into a villain who dealt with Chi-Dok's family. Chu Hai amazed. He asks, at the same time he was talking about last time? Man managed to catch him? The advisor replies that unfortunately he missed him, and Anbu turned into a bunch of ash. The whole family is destroyed. The head of the family about Joe is unpleasantly surprised. He asks, "What?" Even Anbu. He believes that things are getting worse and worse. Chu Hai is interested. Is this villain so strong? Man doesn't say that there was not one person there. Lame, about which a man is already known. Only a small minister. The rest act secretly, so he first thought that the case only had the case. He has no idea who their enemies have no idea. But if they catch their petty mud, they will find out about those who are behind it. Chu Hai is carefully listening to his speech. Man no longer continues to speak. Lame obviously eagers to deal with all the dock. Its next goal is the family of Chal San and the Daka Dock. The head of the family pronounces thoughtfully. It means that this is the case. The advisor explains that the guy will go through Mount Tan, where the Chu Hai family is located. He asks, now he understands why he came? The head of the family about Joe asks, is he here to ask for help? But how will they be able to overcome such strong enemies? Man no replies that they only need Lame. The rest will wait for his signal somewhere nearby. The head of the family about Joe is immersed in deep thought. Man doesn't say that he is upset. He asks, who put their family on their feet after the death of the last chapter? And who went out of the skin in order to make Joe to join the Union? Chu Hai replies that, of course, this is all his merits. But his family is small. If they thoughtlessly fit into the cycle of what is happening, then this can end poorly. Man doesn't say that he came to ask for help, not empty-handed. Having risen from a chair, he continues to explain that now the two main pillars of Yunnan are destroyed. People died, but their property and jobs remained. He asks, in whose hands will it all go? His hand lies on the shoulder of the head of the family. He asks, looking into the face of Chu Hai, maybe those that will be able to put an end to the chaos that is happening in this province. He adds that he really wants to offer the Union the candidacy of the head of the clan about Joe. He believes that this is his chance. The advisor says that he, of course, does not insist. However, if he thinks about the future of Sagin and the whole family, having made a meaningful pause, the man no longer continues. The answer becomes quite obvious. Is he wrong? Morning came. Armed men stand in the courtyard. In the porch, a pregnant woman talks to her husband. She, holding out his weapons, says that he suddenly leaves. The woman asks, "Is this because of the guest yesterday?" Sejin answers, "If she has in mind an uncle, then he is a very important person for their family." The man says that they could always rely on his help. He will lower the details, but this is what. This time he made them a huge favor. A tear rolled down the woman's cheek. Sejin smiles encouragingly at her. He takes his wife's hands in his palms and says, "If everything goes as it should, the position of their family will change." He thinks that his father acted correctly, agreeing to help his uncle. He wants their child to grow in even more good conditions. He promises to bring a gift if everything goes well. The woman smiles. A blush appears on her cheeks. Following other warriors, Sejin turns around and waves her goodbye with her hand. The wife, with a smile on the lips, waves in response to him. The man grins no smugly, watching the leaving warriors. Sejin, along with his associates, sit in the forest on stones. One of the warriors asks, turning to him, as a master of the younger leader, "Is he sure that the criminal will come if they just sit here?" The man replies that he cannot say for sure. This is the only mountain trail. He adds that his father blocked the rest, so the enemy will definitely come directly into their hands. The warrior replies that it would be better if he did not appear. Sejin asks in surprise, "What does he mean?" The warrior explains that the type was destroyed by both ANBU and Chidok. The man objects. In addition to the lame, there were others. The interlocutor objects. If this type is associated with such a terrible group, then he himself is clearly not basting. Sejin laughs, saying that he understands his experiences. The second warrior sighs, and he is there. What kind of whiners went? Nothing has happened yet, but he is already afraid. He believes if he coached them better, this would not have happened. Sejin says you should not be very worried. They just need to tie the enemy of the leg. In addition, they have an uncle, so they have nothing to worry about. They will catch the chrome and receive a huge reward, Sejin promises. The warrior perks and asks, "Is that true? How huge?" His friend says, "Maybe enough already?" He does not understand what is wrong, and his friend gives him a slap. The heir to the family about Joe thinks, "Everything is true. You just need to catch him." The warriors who started fuss suddenly freeze. Someone's steps are heard. They turn to Sejina with the question of how to react. Jagan goes along the path to them. He notices men awaiting him. Jagan sees how 3 warriors rise from stones. Men are clearly not happy to meet them. They look at the guy with fright. Sejin is also experiencing anxiety. Jagan calmly passes by them. One of the warriors screams to him, "Stand!" But the guy continues to go, not paying attention to the order to stop. Sejin seems to be. He says that he is the successor to the head of the family about Joe. There are unkind things in this area. They are here to figure out what happened. He wants to ask the guy a couple of questions. Jagan, looking around, is interested in which. Sejin demands that he call himself and say where and where he goes. The guy replies that his name is Van Mo. He is from Yunnan, and he goes to his acquaintance in Sonshon. Sejin asks, does he have a Hofe, a nominal tag with him? But he receives a negative answer. The heir to the family about Joe says, then he may take a short time after them, just in case. Jagan categorically refuses. He asks, who are they, so that he will obey them. One of the warriors recalls that they already talked about their belonging to the family about Joe. And since they enter the Muram Union, then his affairs, and them too. Jagan is interested. How does he know that they are really from about Joe, and not just mountain robbers? The warrior is outraged. He says, that's enough to scratch your tongue. He was told that he needed to go after them, so let him obey. Sejin interrupts the warrior, believing that the guy's words sound reasonably. He says that he will lead a person who can confirm his personality. He tells the warrior to call his uncle. He, having answered, I obey, is in a hurry to fulfill his order. Jagan, meanwhile, decides to continue his way. He says that, of course, he asks for forgiveness, but he has urgent matters and he needs to go. Sejin tells him to stop. They also have an urgent business. They are looking for a person who destroyed 2 families. The guy continues to calmly walk along the path. Following him, a request to assist. Seeing that the guy does not respond to their words, the warrior is scolding. He squeezes a knife in his hand, deciding to stop the traveler. The warrior throws him with the words, they made concessions, but the guy continues to try to leave. He considers it suspicious. Sejin is trying to ask a question. What is yours? But the guy cuts him off. He pronounces a short phrase, pushing every word through his teeth. Men freeze, hearing his sinister voice. Looking around, Jagan says they would not stand in his way. A blood-red aura comes from the guy. He explains that he does not feed hostility to their family. One of the men thinks, What a strong and ominous energy he has. Warriors understand that the guy is the one they were waiting for. With screams, "You will not leave," they attack him. They are sure that he cannot escape from them. Jagan casts a sad look at them. Seijin is trying to stop his subordinates. He screams so that they do not rush at the guy rashly. The bag flies right into the chest of one of the attacking Jagan warriors. The man looks at him in bewilderment, not understanding what is happening. An explosion is heard, after which only pink smoke remains. It quickly spreads, and soon the warriors can no longer see anything. They clamp their hands with their noses and mouths so that the poison does not get into the respiratory tract. Jagan is silent for some time. It stands in the center of the pink cloud. Warriors blindly roam around him. Jagan says this is a foggy cry. Men are surprised to listen to his words. A scream is heard. The smoke settles slightly, and Sajin sees the bodies of the warriors lying on the ground. He thinks, so fast? The heir to the family about Joe realizes that the guy is not a simple ally Pramanka, as his uncle said. On the move, taking out the sword from the scabbard, he rushes after Jagan. Sajin applies the sea-shaft technique. His first blow does not bring any damage to the guy. Jagan only takes a small step to the side, and the blow passes by him. Sajin strikes the second blow of the sea-shaft. Jagan, realizing that he will not succeed in leaving just like that, takes out a knife and rushes towards the man. The heir to the family about Joe is trying to deliver a third blow, but does not have time. Jagan's hand grabs his throat. The guy literally knocks the enemy off his feet. One of the warriors, tearing his head off the ground, screams, "The younger leader!" Jagan capes Sajina to the ground with force. The guy's hand squeezes the man's throat more and more. Then, in the eyes of Jagan, surprise flashes. He asks, bending over the defeated enemy, did he know what was under the influence of poison? The guy explains what he sprayed is called Vavasan. It is worth inhaling him as the migraine begins. Suddenly, Jagan lets Sajina and rises. He says that the man will not die, and advises to do breathing exercises. Then everything will pass. He advises them not to pursue him anymore. The guy intends to leave. The heir to the family about Joe, who continues to lie ground, screams, "Stand!" He asks, does the guy think they will let him leave? The man says, even if he has to sacrifice his life, he will stop him. Jagan replies, he already said that Joe was not experiencing any hostility. He is interested, and why they hate him so that they are ready to die, just to catch. Sajin considers it strange to hear such a question from the killer who interrupted all civilians. He adds that they are in the union and perform justice. Warriors are trying to rise from the ground, but they do it well. Jagan says thoughtfully, justice. Then he asks Saginu a question. Is the murder of innocent people called Murim's justice? Turning away from Sagin and intending to continue his path, the guy says that he only takes revenge on the family of Dak for the destruction of the Yak clan. Everything else is not his hand. Sajin asks in bewilderment. The Yak clan? Revenge? The guy answers him. Since the Union does not version honest justice, he will do this. If it seems to a man that he acts incorrectly, then let him think carefully that there is justice for them. The heir to the family about Joe does not know what to tell him. Sajin lies on the ground. Drops of sweat roll over his face. He sees Man's Nijin. He turns to him, hoping for help. The advisor squats near him. Sajin says that guy attacked them. They wanted to help the Murim Union and now they have no excuse. Man never wants to examine him first. He tells the warrior to bring a little water. When he runs away, in a hurry to fulfill the order, Man does not ask Sajina. Well, how is he to him? The heir to the family about Joe is interested. Is Uncle sure that the guy is a villain? He says that incredibly sinister energy comes from the boy, but he did not look like a person who could harm others just like that. His goal is revenge on the family of Doc, so someone else killed civilians. Man does not ask, did he believe his words? He replies that he himself does not know what to think. It seems to him that everything is much more confusing. He believes that you need to figure out everything. The advisor cuts off him with a cry. How so? Cursing. Man does not say that the poison is fatal, and he cannot do anything. Then, closing his nose to Sajin's nose so that he open his mouth, Man does not force him to drink a pill. He is convinced that the heir to the family about Joe swallowed her. Bowing over Sajin, with a crazy smile on his lips, the advisor says, what will happen when he will not? What will happen to his father and people whom he knew? His child will have to live without a father. A dying man hears how Man no admit that he is to blame for everything. He should not have trusted this case of John. He miscalculated, and Sajin will now pay for his mistake. Leaning even lower over his victim, he asks, does that expression pulled the cat's tail and a lion appeared? The advisor believes that Sajin is now like a cat's tail, and his death will call a larger predator to Yunnan. Watching how a young man dies, Man does not thank him for fulfilling his role. He says that now Sajin can calmly move into another world. The heir to the family about Joe hardly says he does not want to die. Before his mental gaze, the images of his father and wife stand. Only one thought beats in his head. He does not want to die. He calms down. His eyes are absolutely white. Streams of blood flow from the nose and mouth. Man, no. Covering his eyes, smiles smugly. The advisor goes to the mansion where representatives of the family about Joe await him. The head of the family about Joe, the sword of an immense village, Chu Hai and his daughter-in-law look at him with fright. Man does not carry the body of Sagin in his arms, covering his head with a handkerchief. Through the fabric, the facial features of a man appear. The woman becomes bad, and one of the warriors rushes to her aid. Chu Hai is in distrust, leaning over the body of his son. A cry, full of pain and despair, flashes over the estate. Continuing his journey, Jagan thinks that constant battles with the doc served him with a good training. He feels how more and more he gets used to using martial arts. He recalls a skirmish with people from the family about Joe. Compared to the enemies with whom he fought before, these warriors were not at all a problem for him. But something still bothers the guy. These warriors mentioned Murim. He doubts that the Union would react so quickly, because from the moment of reprisal against the ANBU have passed only a day. Jagan understands. If the Union really intervened, then probably they would not mention Joe. He concludes that they arbitrarily decided to deal with him, or someone made them do so. His hand clenches into a fist when he thinks that perhaps it was the one who constantly hides behind him and spoils his reputation and name. Jagana is angry that an unknown person plays them like a chip of changi, a board game common in Korea. He asks the question, "Who is this?" Chu Hei stands on the knees at the bed, where his son's body lies. He asks many Nem standing nearby, "How did this happen?" The advisor replies that not only his son died, but also the rest of the soldiers suffered the same fate. Looking at Sagin's face closed with fabric, he adds that perhaps the lame used some vile trick with poison. He says that knowing Sajina, he probably kept steadily. Chu Hei beside himself from grief. His trembling hands stretch to the body of his son. The head of the family about Joe cannot come to terms with the death of his son. He does not understand why fate punished him so cruelly. He repeats the same question all the time. Why did this happen? The man still does not believe in the reality of what is happening. Chu recalls that it is Man who is not guilty in this whole situation. It was he who persuaded him to capture the killers of the family doc. With rage, he rushes at the advisor standing next to him. But he sees that tears are not flowing down the cheeks. The advisor says that Sajin was to him as his own son. He adds, "If his soul is torn off like that, then what pain does Chu He experience his father?" His words disarm the head of the clan about Joe. His anger goes out. But Man never continues to say, "No one understands this." He asks to forgive him, and considers himself guilty. Shuhei begins to deny his guilt, although a few minutes ago he thought too. Having lowered his head low, he admits that his greed is all to blame. And the man again asks the question, why right now? Man does not encourage his hand on his shoulder. The night comes. Silence reigns on the estate. Man Knobs walks around the yard. He grumbles. Here is a spineless person. The advisor argues. He had to give him to erase all who stood in his way from the face of the earth. He is perplexed. How can you be so indecisive when it comes to revenge? Then, smiling, he says, "Well, if Chu He does not pull the cat by the tail, then he will do it." He stops and thinks, where will their lion appear now? Province Yunnan, Panlong, headquarters of the dock. A silent servant appears in the room. He stands, dutifully bowing his head. A mess reigns everywhere. The table lies upside down on the floor. The chips are scattered. Vaijan thinks that Man No obviously said, Salsa will follow the Chechol San family. But in fact, he attacked ANBU. And how to understand this? He thinks, maybe Man did not just deceive them? Due to his false information, the scattered forces of the Anbu powerlessly fell in battle. Even if the warriors of the ANBU died, there was the head of their family, Queer Sleep. And he is not one of those who are so easily at enemy tricks. However, he died. Vai John recalls the words of an advisor who says that the enemy needs to be surrounded from all sides. He asks a question. Maybe it was worth taking a risk and catching the enemy in the way proposed by Man No? But it's too late to regret it. Vai John says, this is his order. He orders all the docs living in Junan. The general meeting is transferred to an earlier term. The servant answers, there is, and hurries to fulfill the order of Vai John. A bird flies in the sky. A note is tied to her paw. Many such birds were released from Vai John's mansion. One of them flies over the mountainous terrain. The arrow released by someone falls into the bird. She falls to the ground with a stone. A person approaches her. The man looking out the carriage window shouts that you need to hurry. He says that they should get to Panlong in 4 days, and at such a speed you can't have time on time. He asks, why is everyone so sluggish? Ahead of the carriages and behind it are ruined by the warriors accompanying it. The man says that they were told to prepare for the attack by Salsa the day before yesterday. And now they also posted a meeting, which was still a month. He adds, what does the Doc Vrasi think about? The head of the family Chol Sankangyu answers, does this not mean that the situation gets out of control? In a letter they did not write anything about this. However, perhaps they attacked the ANBU. His interlocutor is unpleasantly surprised, he asks. To ANBU? Kangyu says, otherwise this old man who loves to play by the rules so much would not spoil his reputation. The meeting is organized to invite all the Doc families, but this time it is organized so that the Doc Valley show its power. He believes that, as it were, they were in no hurry. Caution will never hurt. The interlocutor is considering his words. Kangyu says, you never know what can happen. It is likely that they will be the next purpose of Salsa. They arrive at the inn. The head of the family, Chol San, believes that there will be no villages in their way for some time, so they should arrange a halt here. They enter the room. They are met by a friendly owner. The Kanggu satellite tells them to bring them soup with Sichuan beef and cook rooms for 20 people. Kanggu carefully examines the room. The owner puts a large plate of soup with the Sichuan beef on the table, which is famous for their tavern. The man says that this is the most popular broth with 4,000 aromas. He already has saliva. He asks the head of the family to eat too. The owner asks, is something wrong? Kanggu answers, if someone put his eyes on them, then they need to be careful even in the most insignificant things. At these words, he lowers a wand into the dish, which he turned in his hands before. The man is surprised by his behavior. The owner of the inn is no less amazed at him. Kangya carefully looks at the plate, as if expecting something. He takes out a wand and thinks that there is no poison in the soup. The head of the family tells the satellite that now you can eat. The owner says that today he has an unusual guest. He leaves, saying if they need something, then let them call. A servant is approaching him. Indicating somewhere to the side, he tries to explain something to the owner. He leads him to Jia Gan sitting at the table. The owner is interested. He has no money? Kanggu hears how he screams, and when the guy Puzo stuffed himself, he didn't think about it. He even knows how much he will have to pay. Then Yagan's voice comes. He asks for forgiveness and answers, it seems he was robbed. All the money that he had was gone. The guy promises that he will pay them. The owner sighs, which only eccentrics you will not meet. Jagan asks a man to show generosity this time. At the same time, the guy, although he is his back to the head of the family of Cholsan, is still trying to follow him out of the corner of his eye. Kangyu, no longer hiding curiosity, watches their conversation. Kanggu opens the doors and leaves the room provided to him for the night. Looking over the railing, he sees how Jagan wipes the table. From yesterday, this boy has not come out of his head. Looking at the guy, the head of the family, Chol Sun, notes that he has no lameness. But still he wants to somehow check it. Going into the hall, he says, turning to Jagan. This is the same guy who could not pay for food yesterday. The man asks, is he working here now? Jagan answers in the affirmative. He says that he was very ashamed of the owners of the institution. He complains that he did not have time to blink an eye, as his bag of money disappeared. Kanggu answers, unlucky. So unlucky. The head of the family Cholsan is interested. A guy from Kanho? Jagan answers negatively. He is a simple guy from the lower class. Kanggu says, annoying. It's hard for him to live. Jagan answers, not easy. If the day has passed without trouble, it is already good. The man is interested. And he did not try to become stronger? There is a good way to gain power, to settle for some family and study martial arts there. At the same time, Kanggu carefully monitors every movement and reaction of the guy. But he replies that he does not want to undertake that he is not on the shoulder. The head of the family thinks that the Salga, an evil murderous energy, does not come from the guy. Did he really suspect him? He unfolds to leave, saying that the guy does not drive himself into the framework ahead of time. Nobody knows how life will turn out. Leaving, Kangyu tells the owner to begin to cook food. They plan to hit the road when everyone wakes up. The head of the family, Chol San, together with the satellite, sit at the table. Jagan brings them 2 plates on the tray. The man says that this is soup with corn and egg. The guy answers. The owner said that since the time is early, besides this, they cannot offer anything else. Kangyu says it is okay. After all, they did not warn the owner when they would leave. The head of the family, Chol's son, again lowers the wand into the soup. His companion says, if they wanted to poison them, They would have done it yesterday. But Kangoo believes that it is better to overdo it. He takes out the wand and carefully examines it. The man says, "You see, there is nothing to worry about." Kangoo asks, "Do you think so?" He lowers a spoon into corn soup. Jagan, standing nearby, carefully watches as he brings a spoon to his mouth. In the eyes of the guy, tension and anxiety are red. He continues to stand at their table. Behind him, the warriors accompanying the carriage are breakfast. The owner escorts guests, wishing them a good road. The carriage passes through the bridge. The head of the family, Chol San, looks out the window. Suddenly, one of the warriors, gasping, grabs the stomach. The man walking with him asks him, "What's wrong with him?" He replies that for no reason his stomach grabbed. The interlocutor laughs. He knew that this would happen, because he filled his belly only like that. The warrior becomes very bad. He falls to his knees, bent over in pain. A friend leans over him and tells the others to go forward, then they will catch up with them. The warrior asks for forgiveness. He thinks that it will become easier for him if he rests a little. A friend agrees with him. A man whose stomach hurts raises his face, along which streams of blood flow from his eyes, to a friend and asks, why was he stared? He, looking at him, does not know what to tell him. He carefully asks, "Is a man in order?" Vienna swollen on the warrior's face. Blood flows more abundantly. He already understands that something strange is happening. The warrior coughs blood. A friend rushes to him with a cry, but having stopped, he understands that the same thing happens to him. Kangoo, sitting in the carriage, looks at the satellite, who is crumpled and bleeding, lies on the bench opposite him. He says, "Here it is how everything turned out." Supervision warriors lie on the ground in the puddles of blood. The head of the family, Chol San, leaving the carriage, sees a terrible picture. All men are dead. Clutching an umbrella in his hand, he says that he seemed to be in vain for him to be advice to the one who alone interrupted the family of the genus Doc. It turns out that he did not drive himself into any framework of what is permitted. Kangoo says that now his phrase, "No one knows how life will turn out," sounds ironically. He asks, does the guy agree with him? Jagan stands opposite the man. Between them are dead warriors. The head of the family, Chol San, asks, why is he not lame? The guy answers, when he dealt with ANBU, he heard that he was nicknamed lame. Since its peculiarity was noticed by opponents, it was not difficult to pretend to be eager. Kangoo is interested. When did he poison them? At night he did not close his eye but checked the food. The guy replies that the matter was not quite in food, and to be more precise, then the devices that they ate were poisoned. The man is surprised. Now he understands why he did not find poison. It turns out that Jagan and got a job at work in order to crank it. He believes that it is simply incredible. Jagan admits that Yujan mixed them. This is a strongly acting poison that manifests itself a long time. It dissolves the intestines, as a result of which a person dies from internal blood loss. The head of the family, Chol San, understands that he also did not stay long. Jagan wants to agree with him, but does not have time to finish the phrase. He barely manages to evade. Otherwise the shot would smash his head, and so only the tree growing behind it suffered. Aiming from a weapon in the form of an umbrella, Kangoo shouts that he will end him before he dies. Jagan, armed with a knife, rushes at the man. He jumps back and says that the guy has an amazing reaction speed. He shoots again, but Jagan with a knife beat off the needles flying into it. The head of the family, Chol San, smiling, says that this is only the beginning. He manages to injure the guy in the shoulder. Thin streams of blood flow from the nose and mouth of Kangoo. He says, this time, but the attack of coughing, which forced him to erupt blood streams from his mouth, does not allow him to finish. Jagan suddenly turns out to be very close to a man. He sticks a knife into the chest of the head of the family of Chol San. He says, he knew that it would be so. He believes that this is a good death. The man, unable to stand, kneels. Jagan continues to hold a knife sticking out of the chest of Kangoo. He says that he will ask the last question. Who is he? The guy replies that he is the rank of Jagan, a descendant of the genus Yak. The head of the family, Chol San, says, Rod Yak, that's how. The guy says that they killed innocent people, took everything from them in order to increase their power. Taking out a knife from a man's body, he adds that now they must pay for their sins. He, wiping a knife on the go, is going to leave. The man after him says that he knows nothing. He asks. The guy, in fact, believes that the genus Yak was destroyed for no reason. Does he think they were not guilty of anything? Turning around, Jagan is interested. What does he mean? Kangoo replies that the destruction of the genus Yak was inevitable. The guy looks at the man in surprise. Jagan, returning to Kangoo, asks what he wants to say this. He replies that there is no smoke without fire. There is always a reason for everything. The man says that it was not worth blaming all sins of the Doc alone. Their family is also guilty of what happened. The guy grabs the head of the family of Chol Sun by the breast and says that he does not mix him. Neither members of his family nor people of other family Yak did nothing to earn such suffering. The man believes that he knows little about their clans. If he was about to take revenge, not knowing the whole truth, then he is like an animal that allows anger to master his mind. Jagan shouts to Kangu tell him what he does not know. The head of the family, Chol San, laughs with difficulty and is trying to say something. He pronounces, ironically. Jagan demands that he speak, but the man was already silent forever. The guy lets it go, and he falls to the ground. Jagan understands that the head of the family of Chol San died without telling him everything he knew. He asks the question, does he know nothing? Did he just allow anger to manage him? His hand clenches into a fist. He believes that he knows everything. This genus Dak completely destroyed the Yak family. Jagan grabs his head. Thoughts dig in his head. He thinks that this is why he decided to become stronger and avenge those who killed him of the relatives. Its motivation is not an empty zilch to disappear after the words of some stranger. He decides to trust what he saw and felt all this time. The guy rises and decisively goes away. He prefers to rely on the power that moves him now. Man No stands on a thick tree branch. His face is illuminated by a joyful smile. A sad woman sits in the room. There is a voice that says that the woman in labor suffered a strong blow. The servant says Chu He, that he is very sorry. His granddaughter. The head of the family about Joe draws a bottle to the lips and takes a sip. Man doesn't ask. How long is he going to behave like that? Chu. He replies that this lame scoundrel does not even show his nose. And he still cannot find a way to drown out the pain. The advisor believes that the head of the family about Joe is time to recover. He says that he has an assumption who can be their enemy. Chu He is waiting for him to continue his speech. Man does not explain that after the Chai Dak family, 2 more families of Dak were exterminated. It may seem that the genus Dak has suffered heavy losses, but this is not so. The advisor takes a step forward, touching the empty bottle with his foot, and continues to speak. He recalls that he was going to convey them to the kind of inheritance of Chi Dak and Anbu. In general, unpleasant thoughts began to visit him, and he decided to check something. Man No say that the whole inheritance of Chi Dak and Anbu Union has already transferred the Dak to the valley. This happened at the request of the owner of the valley of Vaijan. Chu He cannot believe what he heard. The advisor to the disposal of poisons continues to speak. Vaijan rejected his proposal to catch Salsa through the tactics of the environment, and, in principle, did nothing himself. Having received the inheritance of Chidok and Anbu, he became much more powerful. Moreover, the group of Salsa knows the area of Yunnan, so they managed to avoid the chase. But the poison, from which Sajin died, did not belong either to Anbu or Chidok. Man does not ask, so what can all this mean? Chushe begins to understand what the advisor is driving at. He asks, did someone help Salsa? Man no longer answers. Perhaps those who planned this whole circus was the Dak Vras. The head of the family about Joe refuses to believe it. But the advisor continues to say that Vaijan has always been a greedy person. He wants to dominate the whole Yunnan and break out to the central plain of China. He believes that now, having the inheritance of destroyed families, the valley may no longer position itself as a family on the outskirts, and they use the chrome salsa to take the eyes. Chuhe is furious. He breaks the bottle that he held in his hands and screams, "How could the Docks Valley could do this? They have never been at enmity before." The man does not notice that the fragments are injuring his palm. Man does not say that they act secretly and probably do not want to leave witnesses. The head of the family about Joe asks, how could one do this with his only child? He even lost his granddaughter. Man, not with sympathy, listens to his words. Chu He decides that if so, then he will not quietly sit aside. He believes that you need to go to the Dak Valley and reveal the whole truth. The advisor replies that even Sajina killed the Dak. They act for sure. Chu Chik shouts that he mobilizes all the armed forces if they do not confess to the deed. The head of the clan asks, how can he live in the same world with those who killed his only son? Man No also raises his voice. He started this conversation not in order for Chu Choch to go to certain death. The head of the family of Joe looks in surprise at the advisor. He says that he has a business that only he can do. The advisor asks the man to convince Chongfa people of their version. All that Chu Chch should do is to collect strength so that justice in Yunnan triumph. The head of the clan is confusedly asking for the people of Zheng. Mana, filling his glass, explains, probably the Dokadak will get rid of Salsa as soon as he plays his role, and will pretend to be innocent. Therefore, before this happens, you need to catch the lame so that he would act as a witness to the atrocities of the Dak Valley. He believes that only by tearing them out with the root, they will be able to take revenge on Sajin. Man without force lowers the glass on the table, splashing the contents. Then he adds more calmly that he does not want Chu Che to follow his son to the next world. Then the advisor says bitterly, Sajin died, there's Sajin, and the second such will not be. Man does not affect the liquid in a glass. He adds that he will take on all responsibility. The force that he concentrated in a glass splashes out, sweeping a bottle from the table. The head of the clan about Joe is struck by his capabilities. Mana, putting a glass on the table, says that he will give this alcohol and heads of the perpetrators to the grave of Sagin. Then, clutching his palm in a fist, adds, with his own hands. Tears flow from the eyes of Chu Chu. He pronounces the words of gratitude to the advisor. Man does not hug a man continuing to thank him. The eye of the man does not radiate complacency. Province Yunnan, Panlong, headquarters of the dock. Vaijan sits in the room. In front of him on the table is a lit candle. His eyes are closed, and a light haze curls around. He thinks that of all families of the dock of 3 generations that led Yunnan, only they remained. Now, when there are no one stronger than them, threats rain down on them. Then he miscalculated. It was necessary to act more deliberately. A follower of the family about Joe accuses them. Small and middle families Yunnan, which all this time have been under the pressure of the power of the Dock Valley, thanks to Joe, begin to feel more confident. They are talking about some kind of friendship there, although they themselves are nothing more than disgusting people who want to benefit from the weakening of the dock. Vaijan thinks that no matter how they lift up, their valley is so easy not to crush. A voice is heard from behind the door, being interested in, is he ready? Then the servant reports that everything is already assembled. Vaijan rising from his seat. He thinks that the inheritance of the ANBU and Chidok, which the Union gave them, will help him suppress all other dock families in Yunnan. He leaves his room. Approaching the door behind which the people waiting for him gathered, he hears the servant announces that the head of the Dock Valley was going on. Going out to the porch, he sees the area filled with the row of the soldiers. The factions of the families of Dock Yunnan welcome the owner of the Dock Valley. Vaijan thinks he is King Yunnan, he will belong to him. Opening of the collection of families dock, people scream around. Someone drags logs, others mark the boards. 3 men, sitting on the floor, eat and conduct a leisurely conversation. One of them complains that in the morning there is so much noise. The second replies that this time, the meeting acquired a truly huge scale. The third man tells he heard that all the dock families in Yunnan are obliged to attend him. One of them says that the earth is on his feet under his feet. Still, the strongest 3 of the dock families is almost exterminated. After all, with a construction site, they rush them in order to demonstrate his greatness. A friend asks, he forgot where it works? Such conversations are troubles with yourself. Anyway, if he has so much time for chatter, it is better to finish with food as soon as possible and go to work. The one to whom he turned to briefly replies that he understood everything. A man with a plate in his hands calls Ja Gan, who at that time is on the roof of one of the houses under construction. Noticing the guy, he says that he was going to eat. He was also hungry, probably. Ja Gan thanks him, but refuses to leave his place. He says that it will cost. Construction is in full swing. Everyone is busy with their own business. Ja Gan looks around. Suddenly something attracts his attention. He sees how Vaijan Kokchu is walking around the square. The guy closely watches his movements. He hears someone says that he did not eat anything. Looking around, he sees a man with a knot in his hands rises along the stairs to him. He says that the body needs to draw strength from somewhere. Having launched a bundle with food in front of him, he asks Ja Gan at least a little to eat. The guy gratitude accepts the treat. The man says so that he does not eagerly, he works so well. He adds that Ja Gan looked so ardent, so he gave him a job. But in fact, at first the man could not believe that he could do it. He says that he does not know where the guy came from, and he, as he himself admitted, does not. But the man believes that in comparison with other perseverance, he cannot be occupied. And Ja Gan is studying well, although they have little time on the schedule. But he thinks that at such a speed as now, they will lay down on time. The guy asks, why is this rush? After all, there is still time until the event. The interlocutor explains that in a couple of days the rainy season begins. In this area, the rain always falls on the 7th month on the lunar calendar. The man says that in such weather you will not work much. Also, the collection of the genus dock was postponed for a whole month, so I had to compress the deadlines. Ferning, Ja Gan answers. I see. The man leaves him saying, as if it, then let him go down, already begins to get dark. The guy agrees with him. Holding the roofing material in his hands, he thinks about what he heard from a man. He talked about the upcoming rain season. The wind, breaking the leaves from the tree, throws them into the guy's face. He looks thoughtfully at how they fall to the ground. Ja Gan plunges into thought. Get dark. The guy going down goes around the square. He hears his name by name. The man who brought him food calls him to join the company of people to skip them with a glass. Jagan replies, not worth it. Someone says that he is left alone, because he himself does not seek their society. One of the men believes that one who has not tasted the bitterness of life is unlikely to be able to feel the true taste of alcohol. The second man turns to the end. The person who called the guy asks. He again, for his own, hesitated to be curious. Memories are evoked. He advises him to shut up. The guy hears their conversation and changes his decision. He comes up and sits next to men. He looks around all those present. Men are silent for a while. After all, they believe that he, out of pride, neglects their society. The guy, taking a bowl, says that he does not have weakness for alcohol. One of the men pronounces, he did the right thing, and so it is necessary. Now at least it looks like they are working together. Where is it visible that a guy who is already over 20 refuses alcohol? After some time, Jagan helps the end to go home. A person who has a person asks, maybe this is the power of youth? How many cans do the guy need to drink to get drunk? Jagan replies that his body is so arranged that he is not able to get drunk. Khan says that looking at him, he recalls his son who left home. It was a long time. He does not even know where he is now, and whether he lives well. The door of the house opens and a woman comes out to meet them. She asks her husband, why was it to get drunk to such a state? Jagan conveys from hand to hand over the man. The woman thanks him. He replies that there is nothing and is going to leave, but she invites him to enter, saying that they have a free room. The guy refuses. The woman says she knows that he has nowhere to sleep. He sleeps in the open air every night. She repeats the invitation, adding that the night is already late. Jagan decides to accept her invitation. Khan, barely touching the pillow with his head, immediately falls asleep. A woman who helps him get comfortable to get a job says that usually her husband does not bring anyone to the house. It seems that Jagan liked him. She asks the name of the guy and he calls her his name. A woman wants to warm him with washing water. The guy is trying to refuse her offer, but she insists, saying that he does not worry and feel at home. She assures him that everything is in order, and she is not difficult to do. When he accepts the bath, she will bring him fresh clothes. Sitting in the bathroom filled with water, Jagan mentally repeats her words, at home. His body feels warm. The guy thinks that he does not even remember when he was the last time he felt him. For all this time, he has already forgotten what it was. He does not know why, but he feels quite awkward. In the morning, Jagan, dressed in new clothes, thanks the hospitable owners for allowing him to spend the night. A man who has breakfast at the table says, who is this here? He believes that now the guy has become like the son of a high-ranking person. The wife agrees with him, and really, the guy says that he was already dawn, and he should leave. Khanaz asks, where is he in a hurry? After all, they work together, go, and then go. The guy's gaze falls on the table lined with various dishes. The man asks, looks appetizing? Then he adds that his wife is extremely deliciously preparing. The woman says that in the morning she tried for him. The guy replies that in this case he will have to abuse their hospitality. He sits down at the table and tries the proposed dish. The man is interested in how he likes it. Tasty? Having lowered his head low, Jagan agrees. Tasty. Konu says that these are the most favorite dishes of his son. Even during the meal, he constantly insisted that when he grows up, he would go to Murim and then make himself felt. The guy asks, he did not warn that he was leaving the house? A man, after a pause for a while, says that in truth, he died 5 years ago from an illness. He recalls that his son loved to talk. After he was gone, their house, as if empty. He and his wife practically stopped talking. They cannot return to the old days. However, today, the woman, when she was preparing breakfast, for the first time in a long time, looked full of strength and energy, as if their son returned home. Khan says that he, of course, does not know what the guy was doing before, and for what reason he wandered here. But he can stay with them as much as he wants. After all, each has its own story behind him. Jagan freezes with a piece of food brought to his mouth. He recalls the mother telling him to chew him well. She flutters his cheek. Grandfather, stroking his head, says, if he eats more, he will grow higher. Jagan recalls how the whole family gathered at the table, watching how he eats. He was happy to eat dishes prepared by his mother. He ate and believed that the words of the grandfather would be fulfilled. He would grow high. Suddenly he feels the void. All his loved ones disappeared. Jagan returns to reality. His appetite disappeared, and he puts the sticks on the table. He asks to forgive him, and explains that when he eats home food, he is visited by memories of what he lost. To forget about all this and live on, he went a very long way, and took over a huge burden. Jagan states that silence and calm are not suitable for him. The man lowers his head upset, then says, "That's how." He says that everyone has their own reasons. Working on the roof, Jagan thinks that, closing his eyes, he recalls Pekwa Cholgok. Blinging his ears, he hears their covenant left to him. Even with a clamped nose, he does not cease to feel the smell of their rotting bodies, and the blood that stuck to his hands is not washed off. He bites the little finger, thinking that he could not stop wandering in his past. Looking at the drops of blood dripping from the bitten finger, he mentally pronounces he and well-being incompatible things. Looking at the man standing below, Jagan mentally thanks him for treating him so well. A little amused, the guy thinks that the food was very tasty. A few days later, men in the square line up in columns, flags flutter over their heads. Vaijan proclaims that the head of the Sailban family arrived yesterday. All families of the province of Yunnan assembly. Now he announces the beginning of the general collection of the dock. In the mansion of Vaijan, a conversation is staged that the dock, after joining Kanho, was faced with a terrible problem. The head of the clan says that 3 of their families have already died at the hands of the unknown. And external forces, having learned about what happened, are trying to grab Yunnan under their control. All those present carefully listen to him. He explains that since their province is far from Junyuan, Kanho is barely interested in somehow influencing the situation. However, if everything continues to continue, the riots will only intensify, and it will not be easy to avoid troubles. What was taking him into the idea of the need to strengthen the unification of the dock families, take his position, and begin to prepare for an approaching threat. Men who listen to his speeches reply that they all agree. Vaijan clarifies that an ordinary union will not be enough. He believes that in order to prevent this in the future, they all need to become a stronger one. For the sake of this, he is ready to give everything, be it the techniques of martial arts of the genus dock, or the trade rights of 3-generation families entrusted to him. Men are struck by his words. Vaijan says that he gathered them all here for the sake of a frank conversation regarding the distribution. He asks those present, what will they say to this? Men silently look at each other for a while. Then one of them asks the head of the genus Dolan Dock, does it not seem to him that the order of affairs is a little incorrect? A man who introduced himself as head of the family Sailban Quo asks for forgiveness for insolence, but he wants to express a common opinion for all the people gathered here. He says, the first thing they should do was to reveal the true face of those who attacked the Dock family. It seems to him to be illogical to offer the union until they find out who their enemy is. Men support him with their silence. He continues, moreover, there are rumors that the family of Dock was destroyed just the same Valley Dock. Therefore, first of all, they must clarify this question. Vaijan replies that his words are true, and then he gives the order, bring it. All those present are around the stretcher on which the bodies of people covered with fabric lie. Vaijan invites men to look at them personally. Throwing off the fabric from the face of one of the corpses, he groans quietly. The head of the family of the Doka Valley explains that these are the corpses of people from every deceased family. Vaijan says that among them there is even but Yuk is his right hand. They can study them enough until their suspicions are dissipated. Then the old man adds, however, if they still have the slightest suspicion, he will take all the responsibility and will commit suicide in their eyes, poisoning himself. Vaijan stands on the sidelines while those present examine the bodies. He says that even poison is inherent in the concept of Taoism. Since there is Tao, there is also the genus Dock. While men study the corpses, he explains to them that Salsa used different poisons on each family. In addition, their method of mobilizing forces was low to wildness. KW, having finished the inspection, looks back at Vaijan, the speaker. If they are true members of the Dock family, then they should know one thing. He explains, the methods of murder with Salsu and the Dock Valley are noticeably vary. From the kettle, the drink pours into a cup. A voice is heard. He has been the same as a despot. The spirit of resistance in those present could only intensify. Therefore, in order to soften protests in a natural way, he took away the views of the Dock families, showing them corpses. Kuei Hu, sitting at a table with Vaijan, replies that his wisdom is amazing. The interlocutor says that having dispelled their doubts, he pretended to make concessions to them. Now they will not be able to easily refuse his requests. He adds that Kuei Hu played his role perfectly. The interlocutor is trying to ask him a question, but Vaijan does not give him anything to say anything. He assures that their agreement is in force. As promised, he will give the Sailban part of the ANBU trading transactions. Kuei Hu thanks him. He believes that his question may sound boldly, but still he is forced to ask him. Why does Vu Jan not ask for help from the Union? He replies that feud reigns in Kanho. Therefore, to unite with the Union now is the same as putting your head directly in the wolf's mouth. The interlocutor objects, because there is also a Sashon, the relationship with which the Dock Valley is very good. The old man replies that he does not understand something. Scooping with her is the same as trying to escape from the wolf, eventually stumbled upon a tiger. Many number. Dropping onto the roof, he looks at the light Doka light burning in the mansion of the head of the family. The advisor asks the question, strange, did he not expect this? So why is it inactive? He lifts Kiva, building material used for the roof. He is surprised that it is created from burned clay, cement and metal, glittering from moonlight. Man does not think that she looks suspicious, and touches her tongue, tasting. With a cry, the man sharply recoiled from her, frantically trying to breathe as much air as possible. He recognized the poison. This is the non-art of the sacred snake. The man understands that Jagan covered the roof with potent poison, which he stole by Anbu. Wiping a stream of blood flowing from his nose, he, chuckling, says that now he understands everything. The guy is waiting for the rain. Water flowing from a roof covered with poison will arrange a real hell on the ground here. He raises his head to the sky and looks at the moon. The advisor jumps from the roof, thinking that the bitter aftertaste from Bezoar is an admixture that makes up for the disadvantages of the poison. Malay and this time built an interesting plan. Mentally, man does not promise the guy that everything will not go as easily as he planned. Walking down the street, the man says that this time he will add a fraction of drama to the plan of Jagan. He already represents his confused appearance, and his heart begins to fight like crazy. The advisor chuckles quietly. Morning came. The sun generously gives light and warmth belonging to Vaijan. Again, everyone gathered in the mansion of the head of the family of the Doka Dock. The old man, turning to those present, says that everyone remained with his own. The head of the family about Joe stands at the grave of the son. Looking at a small mound, he mentally builds a plan of revenge. Man No, along with his companion hiding his face under the cloth, walks through the forest. A tricky smile wanders on his lips. He is waiting for the right moment. His companion is serious and absolutely impassive. Time goes on as usual. There are 3 days left until the end of the general meeting. Jagan stands, raising his head to the sky. The day turned out to be cloudy. It was about to rain. The guy is not sure that he will turn up the best chance for revenge. Walking down the street, he thinks. Therefore, you need to grab onto any, even the slightest opportunity. One of the men present at the meeting says, based on the precedent, he considers it right that the trade affairs of the Quan Mountains must cross their Valley P rim. The second replies that he cannot understand in any way. What does the precedent have to do with it? A person standing next to him says, if you listen to them, it begins to seem that they are not only aimed at the trade affairs of the Quan Mountains. He adds, it sounds as if at all he wants to find absolutely everything. The man sitting opposite him says that regarding this question, he too will not make concessions. Vaijan, listening to their disputes, thinks that they will still be under the rule of the Dock Valley. In these ranting, he believes, there is no sense. A servant approaches him with the words that the postal dove brought something else with the letter. He holds out something on his hand. Vaijan is surprised to recognize in her a token mana. Confirming his rights as a researcher Murim, he is sure that the advisor cannot be trusted. Taking a note, the old man thinks that no one can use this token without permission. Turning the message, he reflects on the reason why he sent her along with the letter. Jagan, walking along the street, hears him quite rudely. The guy turns into his voice. There are several warriors behind him. One of them asks, what is he doing here? The old man is struck by red and cannot hide the confusion. The note says that Lame secretly penetrated them. The warrior tells Jagan that he does not seem to perceive their words seriously. He is persistently interested. What is he doing here? The guy replies that he is a laborer. It seems, while he was working here, he lost one thing. He asks for permission to look for her. The warrior replies that he will look for his loss later. The head of the clan ordered everyone to gather without exception at the meeting site. They demand that the guy fulfill the order of Vaijan. Jagan is forced to obey, and now he stands in the crowd among other people gathered here by order of the head of the clan. The crowd is surrounded by armed warriors. One of them, climbing the steps, orders them to shut up and maintain silence. He says that thanks to their efforts, an important event takes place without any interference. Therefore, Mr. Vaijan wished them to personally express his gratitude to them for hard work. The old man, accompanied by all participants in the meeting, personally goes to the gathered people. He pours drink into the bowl, saying that he will spill this wine with his own hand. Then the old man tells everyone in turn and taste his treat. Those present do not understand what is happening. This has not happened before. But the warrior is already pushing one of the men to Vaijan. He, the timid, does not dare to step towards the head of the clan, surrounded by venerable guests. The old man asks him not to worry, and the man is quite timid approaching him. Vaijan holds a bowl filled with wine. He accepts the treat and devastates the bowl. Vaijan is interested. How does he like the taste of wine? He, with some surprise, silently looks at the head of the clan, and then he replies that the wine is very tasty. Men in the crowd relax a bit, realizing that nothing terrible will happen to them. The voice sounds, so the next. Jagan thinks that from what is happening, it blows with show-off. He is sure that something is behind all this. Suddenly, he guesses why the old man arranged this performance. To taste alcohol, you need to approach Vaijan. These 20 steps will be enough for him to check something. And he understands that the head of the clan wants to make sure if a person is lame. People are rushed, ordering not to waste time. Jagan thinks this is a failure. They learned that he was here. Meanwhile, they tell him that he is the next. He understands that all the eyes of those present will be directed at his feet. No matter how he tried to imitate a normal gait, it is impossible to deceive such a large number of high-class masters. He is ordered to go. The guy feverishly thinks what to do. What should he do? Jagan is again persistently ordered to go. The guy never decided what to do. The situation seems hopeless. He raises his face to the sky, and with disappointment understands that the rain has not yet begun. The warrior rinses him, driving him faster. Jagan understands that there is no way out. He will be able to escape or delay time. He is ordered again to hurry. The warrior, heading for him, is already reaching for a sword. Meanwhile, a man stands in front of Vaijan, waiting for treats. The guy decides and goes to the head of the clan. He thinks that there is no other option, and he will have to go on a frontal attack. A warrior holding a sword in his hand says, "Look what he is doing." Vaijan, watching what is happening, screams, "Enough!" Jagan is approaching the head of the clan who is waiting for him. He stands opposite Vaijan, who is staring at his face. The old man says, "It is you. The one who is eager to destroy the whole genus, Doc?" The guy, boldly looking into his eyes, answers, "And this, then he, the one who actually leads the families of Doc in Yunnan." Having frowned, Vaijan replies that he was in a way of arrogant mallet. At first he, as a rat, was hiding in their valley, and now he is making himself a master? He asks, for what purpose did he come here? Jagan calmly replies that he is here to kill everyone, including the head of the Doc Valley. For a while, complete silence reigns. Then Vaijan begins to laugh. He asks, "Everyone heard?" The boy said that he came to tear their heads. He breaks the laughter and looks at the guy intently. Then he invites him to try to do this. In the hands of Jagan, a knife immediately appears. But thrown by someone's hand, the dagger makes him recoil from the old man. The warriors standing behind are rushing to him, screaming, so that he does not hope that he would get away with the attempt to the life of Kokchu himself. The participants of the meeting also grab onto the swords and shower the guy with abuse. But Vaijan tells them to stop. He offers to watch first. The armed warriors are already very close to the guy. With a knife, Jagan blocks the blow of the sword. In the other hand, he squeezes the needles of Fejol. He throws forward his hand in which the poisoned needles are located. His opponent issues a slight cry. Jagan managed to hook him. The warrior falls. The second man manages to recapture the needle flying into it. He attacks a guy who barely manages to dodge and avoid a deadly blow. Out of the corner of his eye, the warrior notices that Jagan is approaching him, clutching a knife in his hand. The guy blocks the dagger in his back. The warrior does not even have time to cry out. His mouth is filled with blood. Jagan deeply drives the knife into the enemy's body, watching warriors show off his insults. 4 men armed with swords step on Jagan, clutching a knife in his hand. A man with an unusual decoration on his neck tells Vaijan that he cannot look at how the guy lifts up. His patience burst. He is in a hurry to the battlefield, clutching one of the nuclei in his hand, which, like beads, hang on his neck. The man says that he, the head of the Kuyu family, will fight him. He throws the core up, and then directs him towards Jagan. This technique is called 9 Shadows of a Sacred Palm. In the direction of Jagan, a cloud of burning drops rushes. The head of the Kuyu family says that this technique is a secret weapon that uses acid of poison, of coastal plague. One touch is enough for the guy's skin to crack. Jagan is trying to come up with a way of protection. He grabs the body of a warrior lying next to him and hides for him. The skin of a dead man and his clothes turn into shreds. The guy throws the corpse away from himself and rushes to the attack. Kwehu clearly did not expect such agility from him. He is surprised to look at Jagan, who is already next to him. But the man manages to react. He holds forward his hands, turned his hands to the enemy, and screams, "It will not work." He hits the guy concentrated in his hands with energy, and he flies back. The head of the Kuyu family observes how he falls on the floor away from him. Smiling joyfully, he, already anticipating the victory, is preparing to deliver a decisive blow. But his mood changes dramatically when he understands that needles stick out from his palms. He does not understand when Ja-gan managed to do this. The guy, sitting on the floor, looks at him from underneath. The men behind the head of the clan also want to join the battle. Vaijan says thoughtfully, "How strange." Ja-gan rushes towards the men attacking him. Vaijan takes a step forward and says that this is really strange. He admits that the guy is moving well, but he represented his skills much more formidable. He asks the question of Ja-gan, whom several men were thrown to the floor, and sending swords to him, they do not even let them move. The old man asks, "Who is he?" Vaijan says Ja-gan. He did not expect that the guy's skill was so worthless. The old man puts his hand on the captive's head and asks, "Is it really a weakling like him to tear his limbs and head to people?" Having brought his face to Ja-gan's face, he shouts that he had not heard anything more ridiculous in his life, such as he is not capable of this. He is interested. "Whose hands is this business?" he asks, who was standing behind him. But the guy only silently looks into his eyes. The old man requires an answer. He threatens, if Ja-gan does not speak, then he will take measures. A purple aura comes from Vaijan. All those present immediately try to close their nose and mouth with their hands. Holding the guy's hair, Vaijan promises that he will make him try all 100 aromas of his poison. Affecting his aura on Ja-gan, the old man is interested. Did he already have a desire to lay out everything to him? Realizing that he would not get a word from the guy, the old man shows him with insults. The running servant still calls Mr. Kokchu. Looking around, Vaijan is interested. What does he need? The servant says that they have big troubles outside. He says some people, but he does not have time to finish the phrases. Chuhei, accompanied by armed men, is already standing behind him. The head of the family about Joe screams that he came here to meet with the head of the Dak Vaijan Valley. Armed warriors block their entrance to the house. The old man comes out. He asks, in front of him, Chu-he, nicknamed the Sword of an Immense Village. Then he lists the people who came with the head of the clan about Joe. Puen from the family of San Ren, Mi Vengan from the clan Chon Un-gam, Mo Rap from the family, and he notices that even the representatives of Yunnan granted. The old man asks, why did they all come to their event in complete weapons? He is interested. How will they order it? The uninvited guests reply that they arrived to believe justice in Yunnan. The DOC Valley must tell the truth about everything that has been happening here recently. Vaijan does not understand what they are talking about. Chu-he, squeezing the sword in his hand, says that he destroyed the 3 families of Dak, turning to the services of Salsa, and used it as an excuse to convene all the family of the Duke family here. And he is the one who killed the heir about Joe, his son. Vaijan screams that this is absurd. Do they really think that he set up all this? Chu-he, sending a weapon to it, replies that they can check this by asking a question of chromium. He points to a guy who has been nourished with swords to the floor of several warriors, and says that Vaijan is just trying to cover his mouth. Ja-gan hears how a man talks about the fact that his son pursued Chrome, but as a result died from poisoning with potent poison. If the young man is in no way connected with the Dak Valley, then let him be given it to them. Chu-he says that he demands the issuance of Ja-gan in order to shake the whole truth out of him. Vaijan thinks that someone is behind the guy's back, but it is not yet clear who exactly. There is a creaky laughter of the head of the family of the Dak. Chu-he is outraged. He asks, what did he find ridiculous in his words? Vaijan, continuing to laugh, says, just incredible. A striking coincidence. He says that he is also interested in knowing the true face of this youth. Approaching Ja-gan and grabbing his hair, he makes him raise his head. Vaijan asks, he says that he needs this guy? The head of the family of the Dak's Valley invites him to see what he brought him to, but he still is a fish. He says to the men who came, and after all this they are, and accuse the Dak Valley in connection with the lame. Without letting go of the guy's hands, he declares that now everything is clear to him. Those who use the lame are just its prosecutors. Men begin to be indignant, accusing Vaijan of falling from a sore head to a healthy one. They consider his behavior arrogance. Vaijan, squeezing the guy's throat with his hand, answers, it is possible that it was they who hid behind him all this time. But now he realized what he was obliged to do. The old man says that the brainless members of Yong in Yunnan, who were going to attack the Dak Valley, will disappear today. The face of Chu-he is stretched in surprise. Holding Ja-gan on the weight and clutching his throat, Vaijan declares that he will fully demonstrate the power of the valley for them, which prevailed for decades in the province. And he will start with this guy. The head of the clan about Joe screams that Vaijan is going to get rid of evidence. They must stop him. Attacking the soldiers standing between them and Vaijan, men demand that they get out of their road. Vaijan says that he must say thank you Chu-he, because he gathered all the villains in one place. Blood streams flow from Ja-gan. He hears Vaijan says that sooner or later they would have stood in his way. Therefore, we must get rid of those who can cause him anxiety in the future. This is what the Doc doll usually does, Jagan thinks, recalling the collapse in the mine. Vaijan squeezes the throat of a non-resistant guy more and more. A firm determination is written on his face to bring the work begun to the end. Suddenly, the guy's hand grabs his wrist. Vaijan is surprised when he meets the resistance of his victim. The guy spits in his face with black liquid, and the old man, immediately letting him out of his hands, falls with a cry to the floor, covering his mutilated face with his palms. The minions of Vaijan are confused. The head of the Kuyu family understands that the guy acted on Vaijan with his own poison. This is the poison of the coastal plague, there is no doubt, but he does not understand how this could happen. The moment when Jagan approached him pops up in his memory. He recalls how he threw off the guy from himself, and he understands that from that moment, Jagan held poison in his mouth. That is why the guy did not utter a single word since he was seized. Jagan says he got out from under the blockage that they arranged. He recalls how, washing his hands to blood, he paved his way to the will. In his memory, moments of despair pop up when his hands fell, and there was no strength to move on. Looking at Vaijan, covering half his face with his palm, he asks, "They want to know who is behind him?" Mentally, he again ends up in the mine, and looks back, where there are many crosses that note the burial places of his friends. Men who came here with Chu Hai decide, since Vaijan fell off his feet, then this is their chance and they need to use it. A scream sounds, on the attack. Men begin a battle with warriors from the family of the Dak Valley. Meanwhile, Jagan asks Vaijan, he was interested in who he was? A scream is heard, save the Kokching. Stop the lame. The guy covers anger. Throwing his head back to the sky, he screams that his name is the rank of Jagan. He is a descendant of Pekvacholgok. He came here on behalf of his family and all other families of the genus Yak, in order to take revenge on the Dak Valley. Turning a distraught look at Vaijan, he promises that he will not leave anyone alive. He will break into shreds of all to one. Rain begins to go over the estate where riots take place. The satellite man does not ask him. Why is he just sitting back? For him, after all, to deal with such a boring battle, just spit. From the roof, they observe what is happening in the yard. The advisor replies that he spent a lot of effort to create this performance. It will be a pity to miss the sight itself. He asks the interlocutor not to worry and assures that there will be no problems. Watching Jagan, a person hiding his face is interested. Does the guy act as he expected? He answers in the affirmative. The advisor says that everything goes clearly according to the plan, as it was planned. His companion thoughtfully pronounces the name of the guy. Then, continuing to watch him, adds, from the Pekvakolgok Valley. Chuhe, in surprise, is asking for Jagan, Rodyak. He was amazed because he thought that the guy belongs to the family of Dak. The head of the clan about John asks, then why did he kill his son Sagin? Turning to him, Jagan warns him so that he does not step on the stairs. He says that the people here, this is his prey. If he rises here, he will also become it. Chuhe thinks that such an ominous salga cannot come from a common person. His thirst for revenge seemed to have saturated the air. The warrior standing behind is screaming to come to his senses. The head of their opponents is neutralized. He adds, if they manage to crush the enemies, then Yunnan will be in the possession of Chongfa. But Chu Hai continues to be confused. He is trying to gather his thoughts. Looking around, the man is perplexed. Why did he come here? Vaijan writhes on the floor and howls in pain. Jagan, heading for him, says that he does not know which of them contributed to the extermination of the Yak clan. The guy declares, so he will kill all those present. He asks those who have nothing to do with that case. The minions of Vaijan reply that he has gone crazy. Who will run away when he heard such speeches? For a member of an unknown kind, he allows himself too much. Jagan pronounces, then it was decided. He says that now he will all be a fatal sentence. One of the men, holding weapons and rash in both hands with insults, attacks him. Panju Chol Chuk Chkongguan shouts to the guy to get ready to know his power. He collapses the entire power of the blow to the place where the guy stands. An impressive dent remains on the floor. The man is surprised. He does not understand where the enemy went, and he already creeps up to him from the back. Jagan grabs him, intending to turn his neck. The head of the family, Doxvan Yun, rushes to the aid of Panju Chuk Chokan Chvan. From steel plates, sharp and long knives appear on his hands. He attacks the guy, demanding that he let go of a man. Jagan manages to retire to the side. Swan Yun strengthens the pressure, preventing him from getting up from the floor. Energy flashes fly off the blades and rush to the guy. For a few moments, the man stops, taking a breath. The guy, taking advantage of the moment, is trying to hide somewhere. But the enemy notices his maneuver and asks, where did he fall asleep? Jagan is trying to counterattack, at the same time evading the outbreaks flying into it. Swan Yun states that he is not scared by the guy's attempts. He dissects the core flying into him in half. A flash follows, which is reflected by bewilderment and misunderstanding on the face of a man. Jagan hears him screaming, "My hand!" Something makes the guy be alert. He barely manages to deviate to the side and something flows past his face. Jagan freezes, looking around. He is surrounded by insects similar to OS. There is a voice. "We will continue to follow the occasion of his tricks, and we will suffer." One of the men who controls insects calls to leave pride behind and attack altogether. The rest agree. A reasonable plan. The guy catches one of the insects and crushes it in a fist. Then he bravely rushes at numerous opponents. Vaijan rises, holding his hand by the affected part of his face. The head of the Kuyu family asks, "How does he feel?" Vaijan is interested. What is there with the boy? A man, watching a guy with his fist hits the face of an enemy armed with a sword, replies that he is desperately fighting off. Jagan drives a knife in the neck of one of the attackers of him. At this time, several warriors are rushing at him, and the head of the Kuyu family says that he is alone to defeat all of them is an excessive task. He believes that the defeat of Jagan is only a matter of time. The enemy strikes the guy with a sword. The head of the Kuyu family says that revenge blinded him, forcing him, not calculating his strength, rush to fight with them. In his place, he would have joined Youngli and fight them side by side. Watching the opponents drove Jagan into a corner. He says that pride is worth nothing, because of her, he will lose his life. The guy bravely meets the danger that threatens him, and he is clearly not going to give up. He turns in alarm to Vaijan, noting that he finally removed his hand from his face. The head of the family of the Doka Valley says that this bastard is not so simple, and he probably has a backup plan. He believes that the guy does not occupy the guy. He calmly waited for the moment for the attack. He did not lose his composure, even when his life hung in the balance. Vaijan recalls the guy's gaze full of hatred before he spat out the poison in his face. The old man understands that when Jagan is a chance, he just doesn't let him go. If he began to act, then he is confident in himself 100%. The head of the Kuyu family asks, "What other plan can a guy have?" Cursing is heard. One of the men raised his face up and water flowed right into his mouth. The roof of the house flows, and does not become an obstacle for the rain. The man continues to stand motionless, catching raindrops with his mouth. All those present froze, not understanding why water appeared in the room. Vaijan raises his head up, looking at the ceiling. He sees that raindrops seep inside. The head of the family of the Dock Valley tells everyone to leave. The blow throws the body of Jagan back. The head of the family, Sailban Kwehu, says he is the end. Stand it out and enough. Loosing a sword, he says, "Let the guy go to his worthless dead relatives." There is a cry that notifying those present that their mental abilities are much lower than average. Vaijan screams again, "Live from here vividly." Those present do not understand why he is angry. Blood trickles flow from the nose. He is puzzled by what is happening. The same thing happens with other men. Jagan Sneakfooter watches their throwings and listens to their desperate cries. Vaijan and the head of the Kuyu family standing next to him look at what is happening with horror. The old man notes the symptoms. Blood begins to ooze from everywhere. The body paralyzes, breathing stops, and as a result, death occurs. Jagan confirms his guess. This effect of the absolute poison snake of blinding divine water. The wounded guy stands proudly straightening his back. Looking at the opponents who crouched on the floor, he says that he warned them. The faces of men are stained in the blood. They experience strong torment. Jagan recalls what he told them. They will all fall in front of him. Jagan stands opposite Vaijan and the head of the Kuyu family. Around them lie on the floor of the other men. The head of the House of the Valley Dock thinks about the poison that the guy applied. The snake of blinding divine water is the strongest poison from ANBU Arsenal. The boy dealt with them and then came here. It is no wonder that he took possession of their poison. But how did he manage to poison the rain? Jagan says, he found out that every 7th month for the lunar calendar is precipitation here. He explains to Vaijan that he covered the roof with poison, making holes in it so that it mixed with a drop of rain. The old man understands that the guy arranged a trap here in advance. He says, now it is clear why Jagan was so arrogant. This poison will prove itself only after entering the body. If you avoid wounds, then nothing will happen. Vaijan draws the guy's attention to the fact that there is no scratch on him and the head of the Kuyu family. But when he turns to the man, he sees that he was covered with blisters that cause him severe itching. The old man, watching how he combs the skin, asks, "What does he do?" The man replies that his whole body is scratching unbearably. Jagan confirms, right, because he used 2 poisons. The second acts in contact with the body and causes terrible scabies. As if in confirmation of his words, the head of the house of Kuyu, continuing to tear his skin with his nails, publishes a scream full of pain. Vaijan, looking at his torment, requires him to stop, but the man does not pay attention to him. He continues to scream, deeply digging his nails into the itchy skin. Jagan says that he used the seeds of the ginkgo tree peel so that the second poison was able to penetrate the body. The old man cannot believe his words. Is he asking for ginkgo, the most ordinary wood fruits? The guy answers, ordinary or not, they will destroy them for the arrogance. Jagan says that it is already over for them. Vaijan thinks that he restrains the poison with internal energy, but this is his limit. Even if he manages to get out of here, then Chongfa will not be able to cope with the crowd of people. Looking at the guy, he does not want to believe that he really is the end. Did he lose to this empty-headed youth? His aspirations for greatness and plans for the future will sink into oblivion? He admits that the guy completely destroyed the 4 generations and family of Dak in Yunnan. Vaijan says that it is difficult to believe in such a thing, even convinced. But the old man is not ready to come to terms with the defeat. All the time, while he says, he concentrates the strength in his palms. Vaijan says, as long as he is alive, and the Dak doll, for he is one with her. Around his figure, a lilac aura begins to glow. In the hands of Jagan, 2 needles appear. He replies that his plans were not entering the old man alive. Vaijan says he decides here. Jagan is surprised to watch his actions. The old man, taking advantage of the personal secret weapon, makes an incredible jump, and hanging in the air proclaims that he, Pike there is a Haiyan, will become the king of Yunnan. He says a guy to defeat him in hundreds of years will not be enough. At the same time, he insults both Jagan and Rodyak. Vaijan uses the wingspan, and in the direction of the guy, the innumerable set of poisonous drops flies. He covers his face with his hands, trying to defend himself. The old man uses poison separation of the heart, tearing the intestines, as well as melting of the lungs, stopping breathing, and destroying the lungs. Then follows a portion of poison curtains of the brain that turns the human brain into a mess. The head of the family of the Valley Doc plans to let all his poisons. The mutilated face of the old man is skewed with anger. He longs to see the death of a guy. Vaijan screams, let him feel how the body melts from the poison. Let him yell in the throat of pain. He brought down his power to Jagan, and he, having swayed, falls. Vaijan, seeing that the enemy is defeated, falls to the floor. He is surprised that the guy can still breathe. Looking at the wounded body of Jagan, the old man says that his 100 poisons will gnaw his short thread of life in different ways. The guy finds the strength to tell Vaijan, even if he ends up in hell, he will wait for the old man there. His lips hardly pronounce to kill. Jagana's eyes glass, but he finds his strength to pronounce, no matter what it costs him. Vaijan, looking at the calmed down guy, says, a fierce tale. The old man begins to cough. He thinks that he needs to get out of here as soon as possible and hide. And then you need to engage in restoration of strength. However, he has one more thing. Vaijan goes to the guy. He wants to kill him for sure, so as not to leave him a single chance to stop him again. The old man intends to cut his throat, but does not have time to do anything. He feels an extraneous effect. A powerful explosion is heard. The flame breaks out of the building. In the air above the heads of dumbfounded men, someone's body flows. Having flew a long distance, it falls to the ground. Everyone is surprised to understand that this is Vaijan. The old man hardly sits down. His body shudders from the attacks of strong cough. He asks, who did it? Who dared to attack him? Man does not appear in front of them. He asks, did Vaijan still do not understand? He says that probably the old man lacks ingenuity. And maybe the matter is his stupidity? Vaijan is shocked. He cannot believe what is happening. Then he still realizes that the cause of his troubles is an advisor. The old man says, it means that he was in the shade and planned everything. Man is not just laughing, listening to his accusations. Vaijan continues, which means that he killed Yuk. At these words, bewilderment appears in the eyes of Chuhu. The old man says that man is not the person who used Chongfa to attack the Dak Valley. The advisor to the disposal of poisons does not deny his accusations. His face is illuminated by a wide smile. Vaijan shows men with no insults. He asks, what caused his attack on their family? The destroyed family of Chi was not enough for him. The advisor replies that he had a motive. After all, the old man stole what he wanted so fiercely. The head of the family of the Doka Valley says that he carries nonsense. Man does not specify that we are talking about Chrome. He explains that this guy wounded his eyes and leg. And 8 years ago, on the orders of Vaijan, the young man was Zetapan alive in an underground mine. The advisor is interested in the old man. Does he recall? He exhales with distrust. Come on. He says that he does not believe his ears. It cannot be. It turns out that this little man is this guy. Man no longer answers, that's right. The advisor explains that Jagan was thinking about revenge for thousands, no, tens of thousands of times. He dreamed about this all 8 years, while he broke his move out of the depths of hell. Man does not think that the guy turned into a monster. He was born for revenge. He is a ghost of retaliation. If the genus Doc is falling from his hands, justice will triumph. The advisor admits that he has become a monster, but Jagan believes guilty of this. The boy is hateful to him, just like Vaijan. All these years they were lived in anticipation of revenge. The man accuses the head of the family of the Doc Valley of that he twice spoiled his plans. Did he think that after such a man would not be angry? Vaijan believes that he survived the mind. He asks, was it worth it because of such a trifle to turn their family into what is left now? The advisor replies that the guy is not the time to die. He plans to bring him to despair with his own hands, which he hitherto did not know. And such as Vaijan, he will not take this opportunity from him. He adds, and indeed in comparison with future plans, the destruction of the Doc family in Yunnan is just the beginning. The old man asks, what did he think of? But the satellite of man does intervene in the conversation. He says, enough, too much chatter. It's time to finish. Man no politely asks for forgiveness for expectation. He says that he did not even notice how he was carried away. Vaijan is perplexed. When this man managed to appear behind him, its internal energy is not like others. It seems to be blocked. It can hardly be caught. In Yunnan you can't meet such a thing. The old man thinks that it could not be otherwise. Man no crazy and lost his ability to think. Alone, without protection from the side, he would not have created this. Vaijan asks, did he stay in the shade with Man N? He asks him to reveal his personality. He is interested. Why? The old man acquires a purple hue. He says, with the fact that in front of him is the head of the Doc Valley. Then he asks, will he continue to be silent? Around a man with a closed face, an incredibly powerful red-black aura flashes. Vaijan is impressed with his power. His weak flashes of energy is nothing compared to the power of this warrior. A person hiding his face behind a piece of fabric asks, is that all that Yunnan is capable of? The old man is amazed. He thinks, how is it possible? Does he push his toxic energy? Man no, heading for them, says that you should not arrange a battle. He himself will figure it out. Vaijan thinks, such a fierce poisonous energy brings him memories. Yes, he no longer has doubts. He, turning to an advisor, showers him with insults. The old man says that man was not at Yunnan too. He lived here. He asks, how could they betray them in his province? He even betrayed Sichuan. Man doesn't tell the companion that because of his poisonous energy, the old man did not understand anything. The man says, if he could carry out what he wanted, he would not have done Junnan. There is too much noise from Vaijan, he believes, and decides that it is time to send the head of the family of the Daka to the next world. He raises his hand to give the command to destroy the old man. Suddenly, someone grabs him by the wrist, not allowing him to lower his hand. Looking around, man does not see Chuhei in front of him. The head of the clan about Joe asks how to understand him. Revenge? Sichuan? The advisor's companion silently looks at him, waiting for the team. Man does not put his hand on the shoulder of a man. He himself, not fully believing his words, says, Sajina killed not Lame and not the Doc Valley? Man no, calling him a brother, says, what joy that he is still intact and unharmed. The advisor continues, he just needs to tell him that he had not happened before. Chuhei asks, what does he mean? Man no replies that Vaijan did not lie. Sajina did not kill the Doc, and Lame did not use poison on it. The head of the clan about Joe, already suspecting the answer, asks, then whose hands is it? The advisor calmly answers, mine. Chuhei cannot believe the words of Man no, the person to whom he trusted. The advisor, as if enjoying the effect he had made, repeats, this is really he killed Sajin. The warriors surrounding them are no less than Chuhei. They even ask again, is it really him? They are interested so because of what they went against the Doc Valley. Even in jokes you need to know the measure. Man no longer calmly answers. They wanted to get the property of the Doc Valley, and therefore followed here, did not. The revenge for Sajina was only a pretext, he believes. Warriors are outraged. Chuhei quietly naughty the advisor. Tears flow from the eyes of a man with a stream. He asks, is that true? He begs man not to say that he is lying. He probably just made a reservation. Then, clutching his hands into a fist, he adds, otherwise, he does not even know what he will do with him. Man no replies that he understands his feelings. It is difficult to maintain the sobriety of reason, standing right in front of the enemy. He revealed the truth about the death of Sagin out of pity. After all, it would be dishonest to leave him in ignorance before his death, right? Revenge is his right. He is free to do everything that he considers necessary. No one will dissuade him. Shuhei is trying to pull the sword from the scabbard. He asks, "Why did man do this?" He replies that this was his plan from the very beginning. The advisor, grinning, says that the revival and collapse of the family about Joe is just part of his plan. Having exposed the blade, Chuhai, distraught with rage, attacks Man No, but in one movement of the hand, the advisor decreases the head of the clan about Joe. Warriors rush to him with swords in their hands. Screams are heard. How did he dare? Man does not hear men shout that he has no forgiveness. In the courtyard of Vaijan, an explosion is heard. When the smoke was dissipated, only Main survived, his companion and head of the family of the Dak Valley. Vaijan, lying on earth, thinks that the genus Dak Yunan and Jungfa people will be buried here. Because of this, a large commotion will rise in Kanho. He cannot even imagine how the man will not use the situation. The old man laughs softly. The advisor is a little surprised. He asks, "Vaijan lost his mind before his death? Why is he laughing?" He answers, he cannot believe that this is the end of Yunan. Too unjust and sad to be true. He believes that man is no madman. The advisor puts his leg in his head. He asks, the old man only now understood this? A puddle of blood spreads on the ground. A man with a closed face says that the matter has been done and he should go. Man no longer answers. Good. And he asks to put in a word for him in front of the elder. He says that he also needs to slowly go to the Hoguan fortress and report what happened. A person is interested in. He will not make stupid things, because of which he will then worry about the consequences. Man is no asking for consequences. Then he mockingly grunts. He replies that there is nothing to worry about. He will cope. The satellite leaves the advisor. He thinks over his words. He believes that those who hold something in this world are afraid of consequences. And in 8 years, he has no affection left. He enters the room, stops. Then he pronounces, "A lot of time has passed." Looking at the wounded guy lying on the floor, the advisor says, "I was waiting for you." He continues to stand over Jagan, carefully looking at him. Man No, looking at the guy lying unconscious, says, "Your path was unimaginably long. He says that 8 years ago, Jagan, while still a puppy, fell into the depths of hell, got out and crushed those who eradicated his family. The advisor believes that a simple person and imagination would not have been enough for such a thing. He is proud of a guy. He asks, how did the years spent underground go? How did he live there? While the guy was not there, he visited many places of their such amazing and immense world. Man gets a long needle, saying that sometimes he really wanted to sit with him at the table and discuss everything that had time to happen at the bottle. He regrets that this never to happen. The advisor drives the needle into the crown of Jagan. He asks, the guy also feels how many Dak is hiding behind his back, right? Holding Jagan by his head, Man does not say that his path of retaliation has not yet been passed. But without becoming stronger, the guy will not be able to accomplish him. He drives the needle even deeper and, putting his hands on the guy's head, acts with his inner energy, performing the perforation of the point of madness. Jagan screams. Man doesn't say that his energy paths were blocked by the buggage of the return of the heart and the poison of scolopendra of 5 colors. One only working acupuncture point in the little finger allowed it to use only a small amount of internal energy. The advisor explains that now he has opened one more in his brain. He splashed all his inner energy into it, thereby cleansing the clogged energy paths. The man says that with all his strength, he managed to open only half of them, because for 8 years they were sealed. But the difference will still be great. Having performed all the manipulations, Man does not leave Jagan to lie on the floor. Looking at him, he says that this is his gift to the guy. He advises Jagan to strive to rise higher in order to achieve his own goal, not spare strength and show perseverance. The man adds, and when he is at the very top, he will be behind him. Man No, laughing softly, leaves, leaving Jagan to lie on the floor. Leaving the room and substituting his face with drops of rain, he says that he has only one request to the guy. Let him try not to die before that moment. On the day when heavy rain collapsed, not a single living person left for the general meeting of the family. The cold, lifeless body of the strongest warrior Yunan Vijan, the dead bodies of the heads of the Dak family, and the fighters of Jungli plunged all Kanho in horror. The name of the man responsible for what happened spread everywhere. The Union of Association Murim, a branch in the fortress of Hoguan. Cursing is heard. Man does not listen to how the military inspector of the palace is indignant at the blue dragon hawk. He asks, What did the advisor do? Mr. Pak Lee-jun trusted him as a native of Yunnan, and entrusted the task. He continues his speech. At first glance, everything looks like a skirmish between the doc and the warriors of Chong. However, rumors crawled that there were no chromium in battle. He asks, did the man hear the butterfly effect? Hack says that Yunnan is under their jurisdiction, and due to the failure of the advisor, neighboring clans' contents are now finding fault with them. His speech in the man does not make any impression. He asks the inspector to calm down, because it cannot be said that he returned empty-handed. The military inspector reproaches man no, he missed the chrome. The advisor answers, released to be more precise. Now he is a lively angry bait. What could be better? The interlocutor considers his words a nonsense. Man no, laughing, asks, does Hawk really understand what he is driving about? Pak Lee-jun tells them both to stop. He says that he overestimated the abilities of the advisor to Manga. The inspector supports him. Hack believes that in no case should you trust a man. Why was it at all to entrust him with such a task? Pak Lee-jun believes that it is too late to rant. He orders the inspector to go and think about measures that they have to take in the fight against the offensive forces of opponent clans. He, hesitating a little, agrees. Man, not after his departure, says Lee-jun that he still can't understand what this gangbird is for. He granted the title of military inspector to a person who is not even a fighter. Pak Lee-jun replies that he only helps him understand the course of thoughts of ordinary people. Approaching the advisor, the head of the union says that he tried perfectly. He is interested, right? But, according to the inspector, opponent clans can start a general offensive at any time. He believes that there is a risk of losing the provinces of Shandong and Hebei. Lee-jun says, it's even curious to see how they succeed. Man no replies that his insight is simply amazing. He sees the whole picture entirely. He asks, does the head of the union remember how he promised to bring him a gift soon? The advisor continues to speak. The Yunnan province as a whole does not bring any benefit to the union. She was only a useless outskirts. However, the genus of the doc and warriors of Chompuk fell into the battle with each other. And from here, you can derive a lot of benefits. He asks that Lee-jun will choose the Safa clan, consisting of criminals and tramps who are good informants, or a magician in which demonic martial arts are being studied. The man replies that at the moment he will prefer Safa. Man no saying, so bad luck. In a word, he decided their fate. They silently kept aside, and in the end they will become the minions of the incident. He laughs softly. Pak Lee-jun answers, to light a fire, you will need a suitable victim. Man does not say that the decision is the head of the union. The man asks, will one of 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes be enough? The advisor is struck by his words. In Murim, 8 families are considered the most influential. Their natives are young ascending luminaries. They take strengthening medicines and study the secret martial arts. If nothing changes, then it will be for them that the next generation of Murim will follow. Man does not think. One of them? And then he says aloud, a good copy. It will be more than enough. Rising from the table, the advisor says, something interesting is planned. Pak Lee-jun says movements began in Sichuan. It seems that they showed interest in the incident in Yunnan. He expresses the hope that man does not hide anything from him. The advisor makes a surprised look. He did not know anything about it. It continues to rain in Yunnan. Jagan thinks, why did he come to this place? He recalls, he is here because of revenge. Yes, for her. Thoughts turn hard in his head. He recalls the head of the family of the doc, and understands that he lost. The guy asks the question, it turns out now he will die? He is ashamed of everyone. As if in a fog, he recalls a person who tells him that a lot of time had passed. Gan is trying to understand who he is. The person's face is blurring, but he hears his voice. The man says he was waiting for him. The guy is trying to understand who he is? He remembers the acute pain piercing his body. Gan opens his eyes, drops of sweat flow down his face. Sitting in bed, he sees that almost all his body is bandaged. Looking at his hand, the guy wonders, was it a dream? Then he looks around, trying to understand where he is. Gan, sitting in bed, examines the room, trying to understand where he is. He hears someone's voice interested. He already woke up. In the room, enters the room filled with water. He thanks God for his kindness. Gan did not come to his senses for 3 days. The man had already begun to think that he would not survive. The guy asks, how did he end here? Kansas answers, after the memorial of the commotion in the Dock Valley, the situation here began to hesitate, so they decided to leave the places for some time. The wife left the first, and he, remembering Jagana, went to the valley in case the guy was still there. The one saw was horrified. The whole area was filled with corpses. Of all those who were there, one Jagan was alive. The end puts the basin on the floor and continues the story. When he carried him here, Jagan's breath was weak. He asks the guy, "What happened there?" Jagan thinks, "How did it all end there?" He did not succeed in defeating Vaijan. He had to die. But as a result, he survived, and the whole valley was exterminated. And all those present there are also dead. And he vaguely remembers some person who says that he worked well. The guy asks the question, "Whose voice was it?" Konu believes that it is difficult for a guy to speak, so he decides not to wait for an answer from him. He says that, as he thought, what happened is connected with the circumstances that Jagan somehow mentioned. The man goes to the door. He explains that he will go to look for a doctor. He himself provided emergency assistance, but you need to make sure that everything is fine with him. Jagan replies that you should not do so much for him. Kan Yuan assures him that everything is in order. He asks Jagan not to put too much on his shoulders, and he invites him to try to rely on others, at least in difficult times. Then he adds that the guy is very young. The man says he will go, and he tells the guy to rest. Suddenly, Kedu loses consciousness and falls to the floor. A frightened guy jumps out of bed and hurries to him. He helps a man rise. He's already come to his senses. Holding onto his head, he calls himself an old fool. He was exhausted and everything is pleasing. He believes that he is better off a bit to be a little. Suddenly, the guy notices on the neck of a man purple abscesses and blisters. He understands that he is bad to do not because of overwork. He has a horse's ulcer. Such a poison is contained in the blood and bowel movements of the deceased horse. The abscesses, growing, infect the body and different organs, leading to death. He wonders how a man was able to pick up horse poison. Meanwhile, Kondu says, the patient is Jagan, and he causes problems. The man asks him not to pay attention to him and rest. The guy begins to understand how he could be poisoned by Kondu. Jagan, already dressed in his suit, sits on the edge of the bed near the man lying on her. The end is closed with his eyes. A quiet moan flies from his lips. The guy thinks that the man was poisoned when he carried him here. He was covered with many different poisons that Vaijan applied on it. One of them could get to the end. This explains everything. The guy clenches his teeth tightly. Is it really that someone will have to die because of him again? His hand clenches into a fist. He mentally pronounces no. Going to the door, the guy thinks that he will surely save this good person. He does not want to experience a painful pain of loss anymore. Now he has the strength to change fate. Jagan walks with a basket through the forest. Behind it is a column of smoke. He thinks that he burned all the objects that the poisons from him could transfer. Now it remains only to prepare an antidote. He looks at the grass in the basket. Rice ears, aconite, and UME seeds will help weaken the action of horse poison. It was not difficult to find them in the forest. However, the key component of the drug is purple gold tablets. Without them, it will not be possible to recover from the poison. It is necessary to get high. Test tablets in a specialized pharmacy. Jagan goes to the village. He sees a red aura ooze out from the gate. The guy thinks, is it really the evil energy of Salga? Jagan feels that there are several species here. She covers the whole village entirely like a fog. He understands that on the day of the meeting in the valley, many people lost their lives, so all Murim's views will be riveted to Yunnan. Jagan guesses that the people emitting this aura came to investigate what had happened. But even if so, in any case, he needs to get tablets. His hand involuntarily clenches into a fist. The guy understands that you need to be prepared for a possible clash with any of them. Unpleasant sensations in the body are surprised by Jagan. A sharp, piercing pain forces him to bend and sit down. Warriors standing at the gate are surprised to watch him. The guy is trying to understand what kind of strange feeling, as if his body is pierced with spikes. Vienna on his hands swell. He cannot understand what is happening to him. Two men are approaching him. One of them asks, "What is happening?" Jagan hardly rises and tries to leave. The warrior holds out his hand, wanting to hold it. They notice that the guy is lame. Warriors freeze in surprise and watch him. Jagan thinks that after the battle in the Dak Valley, something has changed inside him. The internal energy is seething like crazy. He cannot properly restrain her. His thoughts interrupt the touch of the blade to his neck. Jagan turns around and the warrior who stopped him asks, how long he has been lame? But the guy cannot answer. It is at that moment that his hand ceases to obey him, and he tries to do at least something to return her mobility. The man says he behaves suspiciously. Jagan mentally begging his hand to move, but she refuses to obey. The second warrior also reaches for a sword. He turns to the guy. He is deaf or what? Then he threatens. If he opens, then he will solve him with one blow. Suddenly, a folded fan lies on the sword, which concerns the neck of Jagan. Between a warrior and a guy is a young woman whom he belongs. She says she thought all the time, where is he and what is he doing? The girl adds, found it nevertheless. She turns to Jagan, saying that she does not know if the young warrior is known simple truth. Removing the fan, the woman pronounces, forcing the elders to wait, is considered tactlessness. Jagan is no less than warriors surprised by the appearance of a stranger. The woman says that she has a dealing with this young man. Then she is interested. And they have a guy, what questions? One of the warriors tells her to move away. He explains that they are now investigating the incident that occurred in the Dock Valley. The second is interested in, is she going to interfere with them? The woman replies that she is also interested in this incident. Then he sighs mockingly. Well, there is nothing to do then. She moves at an incredible speed. And in the blink of an eye, it is behind the back of the warriors standing with a puzzled look. Smiling sweetly, the woman says that they need to rest a little. Warriors are trying to understand where their interlocutor went. But after a moment, they are already lying at the feet of a woman informing Jagan that they will wake up 4 hours later. The guy is amazed at her abilities. He could not even keep track of her movements. He understands that in front of him is a grand master of martial arts. Smooth off the fan, the woman asks, will a young warrior follow her? Jagan thinks to try to escape pointlessly. He can only do what she asks. He asks the question, who is this woman? The guy with his new acquaintance sit in the tavern, where small plates with tables are placed in the yard. A woman pours a drink from a kettle to cups. She tells Jagan to drink a drink. The guy timidly holds out his hand to the cup to fulfill her request. She has just a look at the guy. Suddenly, Jagan's hand refuses to obey him again. The woman says that he is not able to restrain internal energy, even when she released only a small amount of salga. It is bad to believe that such as he dealt with Vaijan and destroyed the people who came to the meeting of the dock. The guy is interested. Is she here to take revenge on them? Smiling, the interlocutor answers. Of course no. Vaijan deserved his death. She explains that she is curious what exactly happened that day. The guy says that he lost to the head of the Dock Valley and lost consciousness. About what happened after, he does not know anything. The woman says, he wants to say that all those killings are not his hand? He agrees with her. The interlocutor is interested. He knows the nickname Ruthless Poisonous Lame. She says that it's scattered all over Kanho. Behind him is the culprit of everything that happened recently in Yunnan. His nickname is Talking. He really is lame, and also uses poison with a cruel effect. Seeing his perplexed look, she says that we are talking about him. There were rumors that the lame was a mercenary, which was raised by the Safa clan, because people believe that only such a person could defeat Yunnan. Jagan replies that he is in no way connected with them. The woman says she knows about it. She adds that among her pupils he certainly was not there. The guy is stunned by her words. It turns out that she is from Safa. The interlocutor continues to speak. People believe in what they want to believe in. She asks, and he does not think that it is unfair when the responsibility for what is happening is shifted to other people's shoulders? She believes that in such a situation there are two exits. Or persuade the Chrome to their side and turn the rumors in the truth. Or, so that they would not be accused of anything more, to tear out the problem with the root. The woman carefully looks at the interlocutor. Jagan replies that she was mistaken. He believes that people will not believe that it is impossible to believe in. They did not react to rumors with skepticism because of the acts that Safa committed all this time. A woman is interested. Does he keep an insult at them? The guy explains. He heard that it was Safa that leads the riots in the world and causes the rest of the trouble. If you do not have hatred for such people, then who then needs to hate? The woman asks the question again. It turns out that he thinks that Chong, who condemn them, adhere to good intentions and appreciate the concepts of morality and valor. Jan replies that even the Shaolin Temple, which is now called Kanho's support, at one time was a famous group of demons of the Safa clan. The interlocutor says, if he judges that it is correct and wrong in this world, based only on prejudices, and not on what he sees with his own eyes, he will never know the truth. Jagan silently lowers his head. He did not change his opinion. The interlocutor says, since such a conversation has come, then she can tell him something. In Kanho was a young man, a famous noble swordsman. He was called a hero and a fighter for justice. They wanted to imitate him. Who will question the love of such a person? The young girl who knew nothing about this world began to receive signs of attention from him and believed that only happiness awaits her ahead. However, the goal of the man was not her, but the secret books that her family owned. Having got them, he not only got rid of the girl, but also destroyed her family, telling everyone that they are one of the groups of the Safa clan demons. As a result, a man began to be considered a fair person who, for the sake of valor, was able to quit his own wife. The woman asks, "How is he a story?" Jagan replies that this man should take his life. The interlocutor laughs. She considers his answer funny. She is amused by the confidence with which he gave it. The woman says that the smaller from the descendant of the Yak clan, who alone decided to go against the dock, was not expected. The guy is surprised that she even knows this. He replies that everything is true. He is the Chinjagan, a descendant of the Pekavyol Valley. His goal is to avenge the unjustly dead clan Yak. She is interested. It turns out that his revenge came to an end with the extermination of the dock. The guy answers negatively. He considers it necessary to get rid of their accomplices. The interlocutor replies that his path will become even more thorny. The girl asks, "He knows that there is such a person who uses his name for his own purposes? Since he says that the incident in Yunnan is not his hand, that is the probability that he was the culprit." Jagan says that this person will have to pay for the deed. The woman likes his willpower. She believes that they need to work together and turn rumors in the truth. Jagan is interested in, why is it for him? The interlocutor replies that she will give him the strength, in which he needs so much. He watches with interest how it affects his drink in a cup, and drops begin to rise up. The woman says her name is Tanrenjin. In Kanjo, she is known as the goddess of desires. She manages to surprise the guy. He heard that in the eastern region of the Safa clan, which is located in the province of Shandun, an omnipotent ruler lives. Even on the outskirts of Yunnan, in the Pekvacholgok Valley, they knew about her. A solid woman and the godfather of Safa, grabbed the goddess of desires. Tanrenjin promises to convey to him his techniques of martial arts and lend the power of his organization. So he will be able to give the enemies the deserts, and she will realize his goals. The guy understands that a woman is not just a responsible person. In front of him is the head of the Safa clan. He thinks that stronger enemies are waiting for him ahead. A stupid act to refuse such cooperation. But he still says that he cannot accept her offer. Tanrenjin cannot believe it. She asks, "He does not understand what position is in? All Murim is looking for him. Fight alone is the same as committing suicide." Jagan declares that he will revenge his revenge. He has no desire to count on the help from the outside. And even more so, if they use it as a bait. The goddess of desires says that he does not forget her words. There are two ways to solve the problem. If he refuses to cooperate, he will have to resort to the second option. They are surrounded by a fiery aura. The guy thinks that he should not let himself be deceived. She became close to him, pretending that she knew nothing about him. She also mentioned the person who uses his name. He is sure that her true goal is to make him a bait, and to catch the stranger who is behind everything that happened. He has no guarantee that she will keep her promise about the transfer of force. If he unites with her, it will not work to deny his attitude to Safa more. He gives revenge for those who were unfairly devoid of life. The guy replies that in this case, he also has no other choice. At the same time, he quietly bends the little finger, hiding him from the eyes of the interlocutor. A stick pointed at the end. It makes a small cut on his finger. A violet haze flowed from his finger along with blood. Instantly, a poisonous purple cloud hides a guy from a woman's eyes. Tanrenjin covers his face with a sleeve. She understands that this is poisonous smoke, and Jagan uses the heat of her inner energy. The guy, holding the pointed sticks between the fingers, attacks the woman. He uses the technique of the flight line of 12 earth branches. The same sticks appear in her hands. Tanrenjin says ingenuity saved him all this time. She, rising from the table, claims that this is over. The guy carefully monitors the actions of the opponent. Tanrenjin is completely calm, but her face shows that she is more than decisively configured. The dimka swirling around Jagan and the goddess of desires hides them from prying eyes. Tanrenjin says that she can't understand in any way. Why is he trying to cut off the rope out to him? The guy, clutching a knife in his hand, replies that he is not so stupid as not to notice how he buried. The goddess of desires, with a lightning speed with one movement of the hand, lays him to the ground. Tanrenjin says that he stops daring her. At the same time, she continues to hold him, putting her hand on his face. While the woman explains to him that it makes no sense in resistance, he only squeezes the hilt of the knife more. Tanrenjin says that his head will split before the knife touches her throat. Jagan replies that they made a lot of noise. Soon people will run here soon. He is interested. What will happen if passers-by learn about the foundation of the head of Safa here? She asks. Then he thought about it. Raising her head, the woman tells everyone to disperse. In response, she sounds, "There is." In the blink of an eye, everyone disappears, and they remain together. Jagan does not believe his eyes. All passers-by disappeared. The goddess of desires is interested. Did he really believe that she was so frivolous? She says that he has nothing to hope for, and he asks, what will he do? Even if he becomes their bait, then he will not be worse from this. They will destroy the common enemy, and he will receive power. Tan Renjin asks, is he not ready for revenge? The guy asks a question. In the story of a swordsman and a girl whose side she would choose, Jagan himself answers his question. From what he sees, she is more inclined to the swordsman. He says, if the tactics of Safa is built on the use of another for the sake of receiving the desired, then he rejects her offer. The woman thinks about his words. For a while, she plunges into memories. With a sigh, she removes her hand from his face. The goddess of desires considers him an impenetrable stubborn. She says that she will not kill him, and she will not use how to use it either. The guy is surprised by her behavior. Tan Renjin pronounces, if her words vary from deed, then the Safa clan is really the way people describe it. She admits that she understands this perfectly. Taking the overturned cup in her hands, the woman says, times are changing, like her people. Apparently those who are used to being exposed to the oppression now gradually lose patience. Even those who incite the oppression began to appear. Tan Renjin admits that she was too excited because of the thoughts that she had to change such a boiling situation. So she acted stupidly. She puts a cup on the table, then says that Jagan may not join them. But in return, she proposes to conclude a deal on equal terms. The goddess of desires explains the terms of the agreement, with her 3 debts that she will be obliged to repay, and 1 promise from him. The guy, rising from the ground, answers, to kill or save him, this is already at her discretion. But why should he agree to the deal? The woman believes that he hated her. She asks to listen to her, assuring that in her words there will be what he needs. She asks, Jagan is looking for purple gold tablets that can cure horse poison. However, those ulcers are not caused by them. Tan Renjin asks a question. Is he taking a deal? The guy is forced to agree. He replies that he accepts her conditions. She explains that Vai Jan, with the help of horse poison and various aromas, stupefied enemies and hid the true poison. In fact, a fatal thread is poured that affects the heart with the stomach, and drains blood until the victim will die. Tan Renjin takes out something from a wide sleeve, saying that her first duty is to give him an antidote. She throws him a small bag, explaining that this is a crushed powder that needs to be mixed with alcohol and give the patient. She assures that it will immediately become better. While Jagan is considering a bag, she continues the conversation. The woman says that her second duty is power. He rejected her technique of martial arts, but it will still be useful for him to remember some tricks. Tan Renjin demonstrates how to arouse all the energy that has accumulated in the body. Then she leads her from points 3 and a calf nose. Then he continues to direct internal energy through the stomach and axillary cavities to the palms. She explains to him that you need to feel the energy flows with the fingertips, and then let them out through the fingertips. Tan Renjin demonstrates him the released energy, which she twists into a spiral. She explains that this technique is called the separating explosive arrow of the hand. The movement is simple, but the order cannot be violated. The girl asks, can he remember this? Jagan answers in the affirmative. Tan Renjin says that the reason she shared this trick is in the third duty. They are information. Since she found him, then some other could do it. Khan lies with closed eyes. Sweat rolled down his face. Near his bed, there is a warrior squeezing a sword in his hand. The second examines the room. The goddess of desires that foresaw this situation tells the guy, perhaps those people have already rushed to the place where he lived. Among them there is one dangerous personality. The girl surrounded by her warriors is watched by a girl. Tan Renjin says that in Kanho it became known as a supernova, one of 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. The girl's name is Chegul Ien, nicknamed a brave phoenix. The goddess of desires advises the guy not to relax. Chegul Ien is much stronger than the people of the Dak clan, whom he had a chance to face. Jagan thinks, can he defeat such an outstanding fighter in the current state? Tan Renjin says that in a critical situation he remembers the trick to whom she taught him. It will need to defeat the brave phoenix, especially in his position. The guy asks her to say what she wants from him. The woman answers, in the distant future let him save the person for whom she will ask, even if he must die of his hands. Jagan asks, is that all? The woman answers in the affirmative. The guy agrees, and Tan Renjin says, excellent. She decides that you can finish their conversation on this. The woman apologizes for her rudeness. She asks him to survive. She would like to meet him again. The goddess of desires leaves. Jagan silently looks after her. For some time he stands, pondering what happened. He thinks that Tan Ren Jin, the goddess of desires, he could not do anything. His hand clenches into a fist. After meeting with several great warriors, he feels that he begins to understand reality. There will be many dangerous enemies in his way. However, for him, this is not a reason to stop. He thinks that you need to act as before. He must throw out everything that he has. Going to the house of Kondu, he thinks that his next opponent is a brave phoenix. The young man approaches Chigal En and says that they grabbed a man who looks like an employee of the wanted person. However, he himself is not here. The girl decides that he escaped, but she considers it pointless. Chigal En is confident. Lame will fall from her hands. Jagan bursts into the room calling the end, but his bed is empty. The guy looks at her bewildered. He recalls the words of the goddess of desires, saying that if she found him, then some other can also. The guy understands that those who the woman was talking about had already visited him here. He notices a note plowed to the table with a knife. Jagan takes out a knife and reads a message. The tied end hears how his kidnappers are talking. Someone asks, "They will definitely be able to lure the chromium in this way, because they say about him that he is absolutely ruthless and cold-blooded." A bound man sits at a huge boulder in the forest. He is surrounded by warriors. The girl says that this man was poisoned by poison, and then they tried to cure him. She believes that perhaps he is part of Safa. She does not know if the lame has a sense of partnership, but she believes that it would be nice if it was so. If he does not come, then they will kill the hostage. The girl sits on a stone. Next to her stands a young man, carefully listening to her. Chegal Ian believes that what is happening is a great opportunity to show that it is the best of three phoenixes. She, by all means, wants to succeed, if only for the sake of her own kind and Gvon. The girl recalls the conversation with the guy. They sat on a bench under a spreading tree. He said that he has good news for her. Then he asked the question, did she hear about what happened in the province of Yunnan? They say that the Union is looking for someone who can investigate the incident. The silent dragon from the 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes, Peak Li Gavon, says that the teacher offered her. It seems that he listened to his recommendations. He adds, once, then perhaps their relationship is finally recognized. The girl's face shines with happiness. Gavon says that the real power of the genus belongs to the teacher. Therefore, even if he alone supports them, then this will be quite enough. The girl replies that she is very happy. She thanks God for such an opportunity. The guy quietly calls her by name. He hugs a happy girl tightly. Gavon says that she was so worried all this time. However, now there is nothing more to worry about. The girl reports on her parish. The head of the Union of the Association Murimpek Li Jun answers, "Welcome." He calls her Brave Phoenix. Chigal Yun kneels in front of him. She welcomes the master, King Kong of the Heavenly Sword. The young man talks about his confidence that his student already told her everything. The girl answers. He informed her that the guy, nicknamed the Poisonous Lame, was arranging unceremonious commotion. She promises to deal with this, and promises that he will not be disappointed. Chegal Yun asks to trust her. Pek Li Jun answers briefly, "Good." He says he sends her on a mission. It seems that the Rod wants to make Guan sneak with the student of the Queen's Sword, an ice phoenix. However, she personally has a great chance. The girl mentally rejoices. It turned out. The head of the Union believes that a man must choose a love spectacular and not follow power. If she copes with the task, she will receive a reward. He asks her not to let him down, and the girl answers, "I obey." Chegalen says, "Let all the world be fanning about the ruthlessness of the Poisonous Lame." In fact, he got a little fame due to the incident in Yunnan. Lame. Nothing compared to her. One of the 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. Hearing steps, she pronounces finally appeared. Jagan walks through the forest to the appointed place. In the clearing, a girl meets him. She asks, "Is he ruthless lame?" She was surprised, thought he would be older. The guy asks, "Where is Uncle Chan?" So he calls the end. Chigal Yun asks in surprise, "Uncle Chan?" She clarifies, "There is that man." They tied him so that he would not escape. She adds, "Even if the guy is from the cold-blooded Safa clan, but he does not throw his own in trouble." Her companion offers to do without jokes. They, members of the Chigal family, arrived here by order of the Union. He says that Jagan took hundreds of lives to Yunnan from Chan and Dak clans, and deserves punishment for his crimes. The girl adds, he has a choice. He can give up dutifully or die at the same time as a man. Jagan replies that he has nothing to do with Safa, and he does not know who committed those murders. He only took the lives of the enemies of the Yak clan. The girl and her companion are surprised by such a statement. They are interested. What is he talking about? Jia Gan explains that he is a descendant of the Pekavjol Valley, who gave revenge on the families of Dok 4 generations that destroyed the Yan'an province. Is sin not on those who dealt with the Yak, but on it, the Avenger? Chigalin says that she does not understand something. What kind of Pekahogok Valley? Her satellite explains that this is one of the families of the Yak clan. He heard that 9 years ago they were exterminated during the struggle for power, the girl asks. He wants to say that the killers are the Dok clan, and he only took revenge on him for his family? And he did not kill other people? Jia Gan answers in the affirmative. Chegalayan is interested. Why should she believe him? He answers, why should he lie? The girl says, for example, to get out of this situation intact and sound. Jia Gan believes that in this case he would have to come up with a more convincing lie. Chigalin thinks, if you use the situation correctly, then she will be able to grab the guy alive. She says that she believes him. However, what they just heard, he must personally say to the Union. They will all carefully study and decide whether it is true. Jia Gan replies that he is forced to refuse. He explains that his words will not change anything. In the Union, everyone is silent about the incident of the Dok on Yak. Moreover, some help them in this. The girl asks, who? The guy answers, King Kong of a heavenly sword. The interlocutors do not believe his words. They look at him silently. Then the girl begins to laugh. She believes that it was not even worth listening to the nonsense of the Ministry of Safa. Taking out the sword from the scabbard, she says, at first the guy would find out who he is before saying like that. Since he does not follow the words, he will have to deal with him here and now. Jia Gan advises her not to perceive the world stereotypically. It is better for her to look at him with her own eyes. From the fact that he knows whether Li Jun is nothing more than charlatan. He has heard about the family of Chegal more than once. The valiant family of Chegal of the highest wisdom. The wisdom of the Chegal family concerns the sky. They strive for nobility with wisdom. Here are what words he heard about this family. The guy says that in fact, they who got into the fraudster's network took the hostile person hostage. He believes that they have no right to be called Chegal. The angry girl threatening with a weapon orders him to shut up. She strikes a flexible sword. At the same time, Chegal Ien shows him with curses, saying that he will not allow him to stain the name of her family. She says that perhaps his brains will fall into place when she will tear his limbs into shreds. Jia Gan, clutching a knife in his hand, replies that it is too early to show his anger, because today Chegal will suffer a defeat. The girl again waves her formidable weapons. The guy adds, looking directly into her eyes, and relates to the ground. Chegal N considers his words an absurdity. She is interested in that such a dirty type from Safa, like him, can make her family. She believes that his insolence has no limit. Jia Gan silently listens to her insults. The satellite, calling her mistress, asks her to calm down. He believes that she does not need to join the battle. The girl indignantly asks, what is he doing? He dares her to block the path? Chegal. En says that he should know his place. Shinyun answers, could he afford it? He offers to take advantage of their advantage. Warriors instruct swords on the end, and the young man says Jaganu so that he does not make stupidity. Did he forget who is there? At the same time he points to the captive. He says that the life of a hostage depends on him. Shin En adds, if he wants to save a man, but Jagan does not allow him to finish. He tells them to remove swords. The guy's eyes glow with anger. He adds, otherwise they will be left without hands. His aura blazing in red and black flowers. Shin Yun understands that this is Salga Si. There are several types of Salgi. Salgi Ken is the energy expressing the intention to kill the enemy. Even ordinary people who do not own the art of internal energy can often demonstrate it if they are absorbed by fierce anger. However, Jagan released Salga Si. This energy can only be used by one who stepped on the path of murders. Such a person will deal with the enemy without hesitation, which makes this type of energy much more terrible. Warriors freeze with fear. Shin Yun thinks that Salgi Si is incredibly powerful. The trembling makes his way to the very bones. He had never met such ominous energy before. What kind of life did the guy had, since he is not so fierce Salga? Warriors decide to attack Jagan. They rush to him. Shin Yun orders them to stop. Jagan thinks that he cannot control internal energy, so applying techniques will be very risky. But he understands that now in no case should you retreat. Jagan becomes in the combat rack. When his dagger meets with the sword of one of the warriors, he uses the technique of a powerful energy cry. The opponents of the guy fall to the ground. Shin Yun does not believe his eyes. He says that this cannot be. But the warriors continue to lie motionless, and Jagan sinks on one knee. Holding his head with one hand, he says that now their turn. The youth puppy resolutely heads for him, clutching the sword in his hand. But the girl tells him to get out of the road. She hit the guy with a flexible blade. He encircles it and throws it into the air. Chegalen says she knew that it was not worth trusting the matter to such small fish as her companions. She again tells Yoon to step aside. He is trying to object. The girl, returning the blade the shape of an ordinary sword, says that now she will fight with a guy. She states that even if the matter was not hostage, he, Safa, is not suitable for her opponents. Jagan, kneeling, is trying to restore breathing. Wrinkling with a sword, the girl threatens to show him how great the gap between them is. She uses the technique of a soaring blade, and then the sword of a flying wing. But the guy manages to sit down, and the sword passes over his head. The girl strikes again, and Jagan rolls to the side. He does not even have time to even get to his feet, and the sword is again in dangerous proximity to him. Jagana again manages to evade deadly blow. He thinks that the radius of the attack is great. She has a huge advantage in the range of strike. Attacking again, the girl is interested. What is it? Where did his combat mood go? Her bending sword again flies towards Jagan. The guy understands that the opponent needs time before applying the next blow. So you need to wait for the right moment. Reflecting the blow, he again uses a powerful energy cry. He thinks, not enough, need a little more. The guy uses the technique of the flight line of 12 earth branches. She, smiling, says, so it means that he thought up. Chegal Yun with a wave of sword repels his attack. Jagan is surprised that she succeeded. The girl again waves a sword, and he rushes to the guy. His attempt to dodge was unsuccessful. He receives a dangerous wound. A slight cry breaks out of his mouth. Loosing a sword, Chegal An says that he is too quietly screaming. Looking at the guy who was crouched on earth, says, this is the strength of the Chegal family. Safa's minister is not good for them. Shin Yun thinks that Lame understood everything correctly. It is important to have courage and move forward when you fight with an enemy that strikes with great dynamics. He delights the skill of the girl. He thinks that the lady owns the sword of the flying wing. This technique is ideal for attack and defense. Moreover, it allows you to increase the range of attacks. Watching Chegal En, he is proud that the mistress reached the 7th level of ownership of the sword and received the nickname the Brave Phoenix. He is sure Chromium cannot survive against her. Jagan barely manages to evade the next attack. He hastily hides in the forest. The girl is surprised. The enemy was going to run away? She believes that he is miserable. Shin Yun says that Lame received a serious inner wound. He coughed blood every time he used techniques. The girl replies that she also noticed it. She heard that Safa has a witchcraft technique that allows you to resist the destruction of hellpaths and increase the destructive power of internal energy. Shin Yun believes that the guy escaped to restore strength. If he did not abandon the hostage, he will attack again. The girl thinks, if so, then you cannot allow him to recover. Jagan sits under a tree, clutching his hand to his mouth. He lowers his hand and sees that she is all in blood. The pain pierces his body. He thinks that he will be destroyed at such a pace before he has time to do something. His chances are negligible, but he needs to find some way to win. He hears how the girl says that the turn of the technique has come the secret movement of the sword of the flying wing. Then she uses the cross-section of the flying wing. Jagan covers his face with his hands, trying to protect himself from raging energy. The trees located between him and the girl are lying on the ground. Looking at him, Chigalayan says there is nowhere else to hide. Jagan watches her every movement intensely. The girl with a smile declares that it is time to put everything to the end. Chigal Yun says Jagan that there is nowhere else to run away and everything is over for him. The girl mockingly asks, and as soon as he screamed in the whole throat that he equalizes Chigal with the ground, then to hide, like a rat. Directing a sword at him, the girl says that it seems the concept of shame is unknown to him. The tip of the sword is approaching the guy's face, which makes him recoil back. Rejoining to the side, he touches her sword and uses the technique a powerful energy cry. Breeding from the efforts made, he falls to the ground. Jagan coughs blood. He sits on the ground, clutching his hand to the wound. Chigal Yun asks, to tell him why he will not be able to defeat her? The girl says that the matter is based, they have it different. Demonstrating her sword, she explains. The technique of the sword of the flying wing, which she hones from childhood, is the result of the art of the blade, which her family, firmly strengthened in Marima, accumulated several years. Thanks to this technique, the girl became one of 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. She asks the guy, what does he use? And then he answers himself. He has in reserve only wonderful and useless tricks. This is all Safa. She says that it is impossible to crush Chigel with such low-powered techniques, even if he tries from time to time. Jagan rises to her feet, thinking that she correctly noticed. They grew up in completely different conditions. He had to go through real hell. She walked along the trampled path, having help and family support. Therefore, her martial arts skills are grandiose. But is his skills really worse? No, this is not so, says Jagan. Chagal Yun is mockingly interested in. Was he already desperate? That's good. It is time for him to pay for his audacity with life. The girl again waves a flexible blade. The guy is standing still without trying to evade. Jagan thinks, even if he does not possess something outstanding, but he was not left empty-handed. He recalls the instructions of the goddess of desires. She said that in a critical situation he remembered the trick that she trained him. The woman said that he would need him to defeat Chagal Yun. While the edge of the sword is rapidly flying to him, he, recalling the words of Tan Ren Jin, sequentially performs all the actions. She said that it was necessary to awaken the energy that had accumulated in the body during this time, and direct from points 3 and a calf nose through the stomach and axillary depressions to her palms. At this moment, Jagan still does not realize that changes began to occur inside his body. The energy paths that were clogged for so many years broke through. The grains of poisons followed them and began to tear the body into shreds. The technique transmitted by Tanren Jin is called the Finger of the Wind. She, circulating, spreads throughout the body. The poisons in the imprisonment of the guy's body followed the stream of internal energy and began to accumulate in one place. As a result, the Finger of the Wind became poisonous. Jagan uses the technique of the arrow shell. The energy blow is aimed at Chagal En. She does not have time to react. The girl does not yet understand what is happening. Shinyun screams that the guy released the Finger of the Wind. The young man rushes forward and closes her with his body. He takes a blow to himself. The girl is alarmed by his condition. Shinyun sinks to the ground. She entrusts him, trying to understand what was happening to him. The young man, from the corner of the mouth of which a stream of blood flows, tells her that she was inattentive. Then he adds that these are trifles. He is in order. But he becomes much worse. Shinyun tells the girl that poison is in the Finger of the Wind. He asks her to take a pill, neutralizing him until the lame again attacked. Jagan barely holds on his feet. He watches what is happening, taking his breath. The girl decides to follow the advice of the satellite and takes out a tablet. Throwing her in her mouth, she says, "This is what Ace was in his sleeve." Did he plan to weaken her vigilance and poison? She believes that he is vile. Chigalen says, he missed his chance. She just accepted the antidote that she received from the Union, and its poison will not work. The girl mockingly says, what a pity. If the attack had not been the attack, but she, his chances of victory would be a little more. Suddenly she is silent. A mocking smile slides off her face. A person, considering a pill in the moonlight, asks if there is progress. He believes that outwardly the pill is not particularly different from his predecessor. A person whose face is hidden by the fabric replies, they thought about larger production and changed some ingredients. The content of the poison was increased. The effect is expected to increase. He continues, this pill affects the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Mana, considering the pill, is pleased with the result. Clutching the pill in his hand, he says that the last version was very dreary to use. He pours a crushed pill into a pond with fish. A person hiding his face says that the elder was already nicknamed her Killer of Five. Man no longer answers. How ugly the elder of the hobby has. Who would have thought that he would come up with masking such a fierce thing in a neutralizing pill? The interlocutor replies that this is the whole point. The ingredients of the neutralizing pill enhance this poison. Man doesn't say that a person will hope for the healing soils of the medicine, but the unexpected effect will plunge him into shock. How terrible the elder is, the advisor says mockingly. Smiling ominously, Man does not add, although it was he who handed the Chegel pill, so he should not judge pity. Turning his gaze to the pond, he sees fish floating belly up. He believes that he should come out interestingly. The girl stands motionless, not understanding what is happening. Shinyun looks at her alarmed. Drops of blood fall at the feet of the girl. She coughs, covering her mouth with her hand. When she takes her away from her mouth, her palm is all in blood. Looking at a bloodied hand in bewilderment, Chegel Yun asks, what is happening? The girl does not understand what happened to her. Jagan and Shin Yun are in surprise and alarmed look at her. Chegel Yun, covering his mouth with his hand, says that she also took the neutralizing poison pill. But she gets worse. The girl's eyes turned white. She loses consciousness and falls to the ground. Alarmed, Shin Yong screams, "Mistress!" Craving to her, he begs her to wake up. Sweat rolled down his face. He pronounces, cannot be. The young man understands that Chegel En has all the symptoms of fatal poisoning. He is perplexed. Lame was able to use some more poison in such a short time? Shin Yun is trying to understand when Jia Gan poisoned the girl and he is already behind him. He hears the noise and looking around, sees the guy very close. Shin Yun asks, could he have mercy? He promises, if the guy spares them, then they will give anything. Jia Gan replies that such servility does not match Chagall. The young man says that his duty was to protect the mistress and not to hunt for him. The guy says, if he were weaker, they would have killed him. He is interested in, why save them life and worry about the consequences? Shin Yun replies, he can assume that in this way, it will prevent danger to himself. The young man explains, if the girl perishes here, then Chagall from revenge mobilize all her strength and go in pursuit. Then he will have to fight with tens of thousands of people. Does it make sense to be subjected to such a risk? Jia Gan replies, does he really think that he was not ready for this? Such threats do not act on him. Shin Yun asks him to think again. He begs to take his life, but spare the mistress. The young man is ready to die, if only Chagall Yun remained alive. Shin Yun loses consciousness and falls to the guy's feet. Jia Gan looks at them, mentally asking, to provide mercy? He thinks, it's funny. He will never be able to forgive them. They destroyed his world and selected calm in life. The guy waves a knife. Kanda calls him by name. Jia Gan sits near the bed on which a man lies. The guy asks the end of forgiveness. He says that he should not have come here at all. The fault lies completely on it. His hand clenches into a fist when he thinks that he again inflicted pain with innocent people. Going to leave the room, he tells the man that he gave him the medicine of Sujom-san, and he should soon become easier. He says goodbye. The guy stops when he hears the end. He pronounces his name. The man says that, looking at him, he understands what kind of overwhelming burden was taken on him. He asks not to forget his words. When it becomes difficult for him, let him rely on the one who is nearby. If he wants to protect his neighbor, then let him become stronger. Jia Gan thanks him for the wise advice. Walking through the forest, the guy thinks that so far he has constantly sought to become stronger. However, this was because of revenge, and not because of the need to protect others, because he did not have those whom he could protect. But be that as it may, life continues. Various people constantly help him in her way. Therefore, at least in order not to cause pain and suffering, he needs to cultivate the strength in himself. He stops near the entrance to the cave. Under her arches is heard the voice of a young man who noticed the parish of a guy whom he calls a poisonous lame. Shin Yun sits near the girl lying unconscious. He thought Jia Gan threw them. The guy says that his name is not Poisonous Lame, but the rank of Jia Gan. The young man answers briefly. He understood. Jia Gan says he brought the medicine. It will help weaken the action of the poison. He holds out a small bag. Shin Yun, taking the medicine, thanks him for saving the mistress and him. The guy answers, no need to flatter himself. He had no intention to show mercy to them. He just did not want to cause misunderstanding again. The young man at this time giving the medicine Chagall Yun turns his head to him and looks at him inquiringly. Jia Gan recalls the death of rural residents, whose corpses were stained with the streets of the village. Before his mental gaze, a family rises about Zhou, whose death he did not want at all. He does not forget about the group of the Young clan from Yunnan. The whole world says that reprisal against them is his hand. Jia Gan explains that in fact, he was not killed by a descendant of Zhou. However, the members of the Young clan came to him, wanting to avenge him. He says that in the end they disappeared in the same ridiculous manner as the genus Doc, calling it a Sioning. Now people think that he is responsible for this, a member of the Safa clan. Shin Yun asks, does he really want to say that his guilt in the latest incidents was not? Jia Gan replies that his only goal is revenge on the killers of the Yak clan. For this time they came to him, and he again almost lost his life because of which he had nothing to do. Shin Yun asks, what is he talking about? The guy answers, he put all his strength into the equipment of the wind, but she did not work. He tells the young man that he was not for those who poisoned the brave phoenix. Shin Yun does not believe him. He asks, how could the lady be poisoned? An unexpected thought comes to his mind. This is because of the antidote that it accepted. He considers it impossible. Shin Yun says that the union itself gave them a medicine. He does not understand why the union to harm the lady. He screams that it cannot be. Jia Gan says that there were times when he himself thought the same way. The union is not capable of this. However, then he saw how Pak Lee Jun, the so-called researcher in the Murim Union, took the side of the Doc family, after which all his hopes sunk into oblivion. The guy says, he does not know if an attempt was made on a brave phoenix in order to even drive him into a corner, or out of personal hostility to her. Looking at the girl, he adds that in one he is definitely sure. In the Union there is one who wishes the death of a brave phoenix. Jia Gan says he is leaving. The girl will survive or die. Now it depends only on the young man. He asks, "What?" The guy explains. He retained his life so as not to incur a new misunderstanding. However, trying to save those who came to deal with them would be illogical. He has already helped enough. Shin Yun screams after the departing Ja Ganu to stop. He asks, how can he just leave? He begs to bring them to the residence of the Chagall family and promises to pay off the debt. The guy throws over his shoulder, which does not trust him or the Chagall family. Jagan, looking around, adds, moreover, he hunts the head of Li Juna. Chagall, on the other hand, enter the Union. Someday they are still destined to become enemies. The fact that they are now alive was his maximum manifestation of mercy. Already leaving the cave, the guy wishes to Yun's good luck in the salvation of a brave phoenix. The young man asks him to wait. He calls a guy by name, but he does not even look back. The annoyed Shin Yun understands that Jagan should no longer count on. He calls the girl, but she remains motionless. The young man says that she should not worry. He will protect her. Subterred into gloomy thoughts, Shin Yun hears his name. He rushes to the girl who came to consciousness. Shin Yun expresses the joy of the fact that she woke up. The girl is trying to draw his attention to something. She asks the young man, who is the person who stands behind him? Behind Shin Yuna is a man armed with a sword. Shin Yun glances back, and he manages to substitute under the sword of a stranger, falling on his head, his blade. For some time, the young man manages to restrain the pressure of the enemy. Shin Yun asks, who is he? A stranger, hiding the lower part of his face behind a piece of fabric, is interested. Is he a dog of the Chagall family? Looking at the girl, he adds, it means that that person is his goal. The young man notices on the stranger's hand the fixed weapon of Amga, which can be inflicted on an unexpected blow. This discovery unpleasantly surprises him. Angry, he, gathering all his strength, repels the enemy, saying that he would not touch his mistress with a finger. A man flies away a few steps back. Shin Yun understands that he is now not in the best form, and is unlikely to overcome the enemy, but he realizes that if he does not cope, then the mistress will be in danger. The stranger says that he was not given an order to kill a young man. The man adds that he himself will die if he uses internal energy. Shin Yun replies that this is the duty of the defender. He is interested. The enemy believes that he can overcome him. The young man uses the technique of the frantic dance of the dragon claws. He approaches the enemy, but he says that he talks too much as for a person with an useless speed of attack. He knocks a sword from the hands of Shin Yuna, and he remains to be unarmed in front of him. The man claims to be over, and it strikes with a sword. His blade cuts the young man's face, passing from the temple through the eyes and almost reaching the corner of his mouth. Shin Yun is screaming. The man says that now the turn of the girl. In a desperate attempt to stop the killer, the young man grabs his leg. Blooding the gender of the cave, he says that he will not allow the mistress to approach. The man replies that he is a fool who is not able to influence anything. He claims that it's over, both for him and for Chagall En. Suddenly someone's voice is heard. No, this is all over for him. Jagan, creeping behind, puts the needle to his neck and tells him to throw his weapons. The man, out of the corner of his eye, glancing at him, seems to recognize the guy. Shin Yun hardly pronounces his name. He clearly did not expect to see Jagan here. The guy squeezes the neck of a man who is in no hurry to fulfill his order. He warns that at the end of the needle the divine water of Sakchan. The guy says the mercenary should know what it is. He again tells him to lower the weapon, and warns that he will not repeat it anymore. A man releasing a sword from his hands asks, "Didn't the guy go away?" He replies that he only pretended to catch those who act on his behalf. Shin Yun, who continues to hold the stranger by the leg, is surprised by his words. Does the mercenary answer on his behalf? Nonsense! He was ordered to eliminate Chagall En, nothing more. Shin Yun asks, who gave the order? The man replies that he cannot say this. Jagan says then he will have to make him. He warns that otherwise his life will end here. The mercenary says that he is in slight bewilderment. As far as he knows, Chagall En was ordered to catch the lame. He asks Jagan, aren't these two enemies? Why does he protect them? The guy answers, because his sincere intention. This is definitely not help. The man says that in Murim there is no concept of sincerity. There is only benefit and loss. This is the law of life. Therefore, it is necessary to extract from it the maximum benefit for yourself. Jagan answers, let him decide what to do, and not reason. His dubious conclusions are not interesting to him. He invites him to give his minister, or die here. He replies that since nothing can be done, he admits that the order was such, to kill the courageous Phoenix, pursuing a poisonous chromium. The girl at this time sits down, listening to their conversation. The man says that he does not know who gave him. The pawns, like him, must silently follow the instructions from above. But he knows one thing for sure. The mercenary recalls how he received an order to kill the girl. The person who entrusted him this task said, if he fails, then he should not return alive. The mercenary thinks that in any situation, he is already a corpse. He makes a sharp movement, which Jagan clearly did not expect. A man uses Amji to complete the task. Jagan screams, "Stand!" But it's too late to do anything. He drives a needle with a poison in the man's neck. The needle, released by the mercenary, rushes to the goal. She gets to the girl in the chest. Chegel En manages only quietly. Shin Yun does not believe in what happened. Then his scream is spreading along the cave. "Mistress!" The guy offends the man, but he, losing consciousness, pronounces, "The failure is inadmissible." Already dying, he adds, "Such is their law." Jagan does not hide anger. From the mercenary, he looks at the young man who was killed by Madame. He, supporting her by the shoulders, beg her not to lose consciousness. The girl whispers his name. Words are given to her with difficulty. Chegel Yun asks, "Is she really dying?" She says she can't. Shin Yun is sobbing. Tears of streams flow from his eyes. The girl says Guan is waiting for her return. The young man begs Jagan to save the mistress. He asks him to do at least something, promising to give everything that he has. Shin Yun, sobbing, continues to beg him. Tears roll from the eyes of the girl. Chegel Yun says, she thought that after the mission. The young man continues to sob, realizing that she is losing her forever. The girl's lips pronounce the last words. Their relationship recognizes. The girl's eyes are closed. Tears are still flowing from her eyes, but the seal of death appears on her face more and more clearly. Shin Yun is not able to pronounce a word. He cannot believe that all this actually happens to him. Then his scream, full of pain and despair, sweeps through the cave. Jagan mournfully lowers his head. Voices are heard from the cave. Shin Yun says that from 4 years he watched every moment of the girl's life and defended her. It seemed to him, as a servant of the Chagall family, that was his destined fate. Sitting near the body of Chagall En, he tells that being constantly nearby, he is used to her actions, the manner of speech and movements. He asks Jagan, is he familiar with this feeling? He answers, no. The young man continues to say that the girl became closer to himself. Her life was more valuable for him. And today he lost what was dear to him, his world died with her. He asks the guy. He thinks that this conspiracy is somehow connected with the one who uses it. Jagan answers, perhaps. Since Shin Yun is aware of the affairs of the Union, there is a high probability that the Union itself is involved in what happened. The young man takes the girl's body in her arms and says that he will go home, but will not give testimony that would prove the innocence of the guy, as he will not talk about the mercenary. He believes that this is the only way to find out the motives of the people who ordered the murder of his mistress. Jagan replies that he wanted it. Shin Yun says that the lady of the Chagall family is dead. The retribution for her murder will be worse than he can imagine. The guy is sure that he will cope. The young man asks how much more he plans to force himself. Jagan answers, until his revenge is done to the end. Shin Yun says, if suddenly the guy encounters Chagall's family and falls into a critical situation, let him remember yin yang in the form of fish in this case. He pronounces, in the gates of the life of the inner hexagram, there is the gates of death, and inside the gates of death are the gates of insight. When the time comes, Jagan will understand everything. The guy promises to remember his words. They part and diverge in different directions. Shin Yun says, goodbye, and then adds, survive and appear to the world of those bastards, at all costs. Jagan moves away but still hears his words. 6 days later, Pek Lee Gvan waves a sword. He trains using mannequins. His actions are watched by Pek Lee Jun. Noticing him, Gvan joyfully screams, teacher! He asks, in what case did he come? But not letting the teacher answer, he says that he finally reached the 6th level of technology, the sacred sword of a person of heaven. Then he adds, however, it is not perfectly honed. Pek Lee Jun's hand lies on Gvan's shoulder. The man looks mournfully into his student's eyes. Alarmed by his behavior, Gvan asks what happened. On the ground lies a body covered with a cloak. The voice of Shin Yuna is heard. He asks to kill him because he could not save the mistress. The young man begs to deprive him of his life. A crowd gathered near the girl's body. One of the women, falling to his knees, sobs. The second loses consciousness. Someone asks, how did this happen? Gvan is in a hurry to his lover. Seeing her body, he screams, Wayan! Shin Yun continues to kneel near the girl. Gvan does not dare to approach. He cannot believe what is happening. His hand trembles noticeably. Having knelt down, he lifts the fabric from her face. The pale face of Chagall En is absolutely calm. It is hard to believe in her death. It seems that she just fell asleep. Tears flow out of the eyes of Gvan. He says that this cannot be. Then he asks, How so? Shin Yun hardly restrains sobs when he hears the scream of Gwon. Man is not watching what is happening. Standing by the open window, he says that it is impossible to look at such without tears. He suggests that Gwon should be terribly painful in the soul from the sudden loss of his beloved. He believes that you can fall into Chukim. Suddenly, the window sash closes under the influence of the force emanating from the head of the Union. Mana, looking around, says, Gwon is not a blood relative to Paik Lee Jun, but it seemed to him that he had a heart. He asks, the man closed the window so as not to hear the cry? Paik Lee Jun answers, there is nothing more obscene than the whining of an adult. It would be great if, after what happened, he became more rude. The advisor is delighted. How much is in Paik Lee Jun Closerovi? He knew that he was sending a brave phoenix to a deadly place. Was it really impossible to choose anyone else? The man is interested. What for? Man is not going to say something, but he is interrupted. The military inspector of the Palace of the Blue Dragon Hack runs into the room. He reports that representatives of the Chigal family came to Lee Jun. He is a little surprised that they appeared so quickly. The second head of the Chegal family, Chegal Men, nicknamed the Eyes of Destruction, says that his family is ready. He claims that they are going to Yunnan right now. Paik Lee Jun does not mind. He replies that he will transmit his words to the Union. Chegal Men says that he relies on him and hastily removes. Man looks after him in surprise. The advisor asks the question, what is it? While he is looking at the card, Lee Jun is interested in, does he really not know? He explains to the advisor that this is a scheme of 9 palaces and 8 sectors of the Chegal family. Man does not ask. Does he mean the tactics of the environment from all sides? The advisor is interested. What did the man plan? And why didn't he consult with him? Paik Lee Jun says that the price behind the Chrome Head pretty much grew after he alone destroyed the Doc family and killed the brave Phoenix. He sees nothing wrong with using his name again. However, he considers the best to get rid of it before the plague begins. Man is not indignant, but Lee Jun says that he was the first to listen to his warning. He believes that he was clearly expressed, and tells the advisor to get out of Sichuan. The man asks Man N. Was the advisor thought that he did not know that he was hanging out there? Man No replies that he needed to collaborate with them to invent a new poison. The head of the Union tells the inspector to act according to the plan. The hack is surprised. He asks, by the plan I mean. Paik Lee Jun replies that he is talking about the wedding of his chief student Paik Lee Gwon and the student of the Queen's Sword of the Ice Phoenix. Man is no amazed. He asks, the man achieved this from the very beginning? Paik Lee Jun believes that with the help of the union between students, he will be able to pull the Great Master to his side, the Queen of the South Sea Sword. Therefore, the lover of Paik Lee Gwon, Chegal En, was for him like a balibo in the eye. Let the Chegal family, and not as strong as before, but it still retains the status in Kanjo. Instead of just throwing Chegal Yun, Paik Lee Jun pretended to give her a chance to marry with Paik Lee Gwon and got rid of her. Thus, he lured Chegal to his side. Man no longer understands that now the Chegal family, in order to take revenge on the death of his daughter, will go to fight with the Safa clan. The advisor thinks that if everything is so, then his help in eliminating the girl squeezes his throat. He is cursing, thinking about what can lose what is expensive for him. Man does not think that Paik Lee Jun is an even greater bastard than him. What is telling him about? The man looks at the advisor for some time silently. Then he pronounces, man has no twice violated the warning. Paik Lee Jun, whose aura acquired a dangerous red color, says that he did it, despite the fact that he told him to put his tongue to hell. The military inspector of the palace scaredly closes his mouth with his hands. He runs up to Man Nij and grabbing his breasts, screams that he completely survived from his mind. Does he even understand who stands and shakes nonsense? He demands that the advisor should not be silent, and rather apologize. Paik Lee Jun orders him to leave him alone. He says that this time he forgives an advisor. Man does not ask a question. It turns out that there is still benefit from him. The man replies that both a soldier and a gun have a value on the gaming board. Man is not thinking. What is the value in him? The advisor to the unit of the disposal of poisons. Does the one who alone subjugated Chegal seize? Does it want to use it for other purposes? The advisor asks, does the head of the union plans to shake Sichuan? He continues to silently drink a drink from a cup. Man doesn't say that he knew that. The words of Paik Lee Jun that there is always someone better turned out to be true. He understood this well. Hack looks at him inquiringly. Man never continues to speak. He asks, is it not a pity for a man to get rid of the chrome right now? He could come in handy in another place. The military inspector intervenes in the conversation. He explains that a total war with the Safa clan will begin soon. Does the advisor think that they have so much time to spend it on such a small bipod as lame? Man asks for no surprise. A total war? He is interested in Li Junpak. Did he really aim in the place of the commander-in-chief of expeditionary troops? With the help of internal energy, concentrating it in the hand, King Kong of the Heavenly Sword sends the cup to flight with force. He claims that he will not be trifling. He wants to capture the whole world. The cup is scattered into the fragments that fall on the hack. The man tells the advisor to throw out all the heresy out of his head. Since he is his dog, then let him follow his master. Pak Li Jun says, when all the white light will be in his hands, he, so be it, gives him some province. Man No replies that he will be happy to accept his gift. Leaving, he says, even if this is a trap, but he has no other choice but to agree. Walking along the corridor, does he think? The province? The whole world? He does not need them. He needs only Lame. The Chin Gan is who he needs. Nothing good expression appears on his face. Gan, sitting on the banks of the river, bends and extends his fingers on his hand. He thinks that after using in battle with the brave phoenix of technology, the sharing shell of the arrow in his body changes occurred. When managing internal energy, he no longer feels such severe pain and return as before. He makes the movement with his hand, performing the technique of the hand of the capture or grip of the dragon. The guy catches the snake. His hand tightly squeezes her body at the base of the head. Looking at her, he thinks, the amount of internal energy that he can control has grown to 1 captcha. And this applies not only to the energy paths in the palms, it can use the internal energy of the entire right side of the body. So, now he will be able to use other secret techniques of the family of the genus, which he had not previously used. He asks the question because of the finger of the wind it happened? Gan doubts. He did not hear that he would increase internal energy. Letting go of the snake, he continues to think perhaps the goddess of desires knew something, once passed this knowledge to him. He watches how the snake crawls into the thickets. Rising from the ground, he thinks that he can still become stronger. Gan sets off again. It follows from the outskirts of the northwestern part of Yunnan to the branch of the Murim Union, which is located in the province of Huguan. But for this, he needs to cross Sichuan. The final point of his path of retaliation is the place where Li Jun is located. Standing on a small hill, Gan considers the settlement. He thinks that he will have to cross the village of Usin to get to Sichuan. Something attracts the attention of the guy, and looking back, he asks the question, "Who are you?" At some distance on a stone block stands a man. Gan demands him to appear. Aura of a red man. It seems to the guy that someone's eyes look at him. He understands that he cannot even move. But with an incredible effort of will, he breaks the invisible puta. The man groans quietly. He asks, did he really manage to destroy his eye of destruction? He is so young and already stained with an incredible amount of blood. It turns out that it was this fierce ferocity that allowed him to take away the life of his niece. Gan now understands who is standing in front of him. A man holding a fan says that his name is Chegel Men. He is an uncle of the deceased En. He arrived here on behalf of the whole family of Chagall to get even with a guy. He committed sin by spilling the blood of a descendant of the noble family of Chagall. The heavens themselves must punish him for the deed. But before, a man wants Gan to tell him in detail about the Safa clan, which stands behind him, about their goals, location, and membership. Then, he will send the guy to the next world painlessly, with one blow. Gan replies that he has nothing to do with the Safa clan, and he acted alone. He cannot say that in the death of the brave phoenix there is no guilt, however. He was not the main reason. The man pronounces, "This is nonsense." Does he think that such excuses will save him? The whole Union knows about his atrocities. The guy says that he only answered his question. He himself would like to ask something. He is interested. When did the Chagall family sink to the status of dogs listening to the Union team? Because of the trees, warriors are observed behind the guy, clutching naked blades in their hands. Gan says that the so-called Churgal family of the highest wisdom is completely absent from this very wisdom that would allow them to see the truth. He cannot believe that they were going to grab him with one group. He claims that there was no valor in them either. Chigalmen shows the guy with abuse. He says that the murders of N to him then is not enough. Closing the fan with force, he shout that now the guy undertook to belittle his whole family. The stone block on which it stands is, under the influence of its internal energy, falls apart into 2 parts. Jumping from her to the ground, the man says that Gan does not flatter himself. This is not a court, and not a battle. He claims to be a retribution. Strength is already concentrating around him. The guy asks, if he is determined, then why is he hesitated? The guy's eyes light up with unkind light. He says, let the man show him their reward. Chigalmen mockingly says, what kind of useless incitement? Gan holds a hand behind his back, in which the needles are clamped between the fingers. The man, noticing this, asks, The guy wanted to use the poison if he suddenly loses his temper and rushes to him? He assures that you can't peel it with such cheap tricks. Cheagleman believes that a guy can do some damage, but he, a man of distant blood, has nothing to oppose his family. In addition, quick death is an unequal punishment for the deed of them. Jagan asks what he is going to do. The man replies that the Chagall family has its own methods. He says that, judging by where they met, the guy planned through the village of Ga to get to the province of Sichugan. Cheagleman advises him to forget about it. He notifies that as soon as Jagan goes beyond the borders of GA, a real hell will begin for him. Cheagleman throws the paper under his feet and says that he would take it. The guy raises the sheet and reads what is written on it. This is the amulet of the death of the Cheagle family. They give him to those who swore, at all costs, destroy. The man says that the guy will be in the Chagall military camp. There he may not ask for mercy or a quick death, because he will meet his end in fierce fear. Cheagleman advises him to prepare for this and come. He wants despair to develop stronger in him. He leaves the guy, and he remains to stand alone, holding an amulet in his hands. Clutching his hand in a fist, he answers, "Good." Jagan throws a crumpled note in his mouth and says that he is accepting an invitation. The village is Haga. The guy walks down the street. He thinks that, as Yun warned, Chagall went on a frontal attack. He was already going to meet them in Sichuan, but they began to act much faster than expected. He understands that this battle will differ from the former, in which he first prepared a trap, and then attacked the enemy in a steady. Now it all depends on what he will respond to the enemy strategy. Jagan passes by a beggar asking for alms. The guy thinks that the enemy has an advantage in numbers and in the geographical location, and his position is more consistent with the raided into the cage, thinking that Chegel did not catch him right away, but tied his hands and feet in the village of GA. The guy enters the forge. The blacksmith welcomes him. Looking around, Jagan thinks that they should clearly have a reason to do this. The man asks, "Is he looking for something specific?" Thinking that you can't waste time, Jagan notices the thing he needs. He picks up a sickle with a long chain and is interested. How much does it cost? He believes that unpredictability is a brilliant move against an enemy carefully organized plan. It is worth introducing as many unknown variables as possible into the equation of the fight against the enemy. Chagall camp, broken near the village of GA. Chagall men sits in the tent at the table. Next to him is the strategic advisor to the Chagall family, Chagall Songhai. The man asks, "The scouts have not returned yet?" Chagall Songhai replies that they will arrive soon. A warrior enters the tent with a report. The advisor asks, "What's with the lame?" The warrior says that so far nothing unusual has been noticed on his part. It seems that he does not intend to leave the village. On the first day he bought weapons and then he began to train. The advisor asks, "To train?" and then adds, "Here is the laughter." What is the use of training now? Nothing will change after all. The warrior suggests that Lame lost his mind, like those others that received an amulet of death. Chagallman believes that the guy is not so simple. He asks, did they really forget that Ian died because of him? He recalls that the girl practiced powerful technology of blue energy gates. She even received from the Union the neutralizing poison pill before leaving. The man believes that since the Lame was able to deal with such talented children, then he should have an ace in his sleeve. When he met with him, the guy did not show the slightest fear of him. On the contrary, he provoked and searched for an opportunity to attack. The advisor considers Jagan very reasonable. He heard that in a battle against the family of the family, the lame instead of a battle, facing the battle strategy, and only then acted. Perhaps he now resorted to a temporary lull tactics. The warrior asks, why does he need time then? Let them suffer to a greater or less degree of damage if we are now attacking him in the village of GA. Chagall men, hitting the table with his fist, screams, in the battle of cunning against cunning, the Chagall family will never lose. The advisor says, if the lame tries to resort to the trick, they will show him with the help of their immense wisdom the difference between them. This is how the Chagall family acts. The warrior bows in a bow and asks for forgiveness. From the anger that has gripped him, veins swell on the forehead of Chagall. He says that En was deprived of life, and if they are satisfied with the murder of the chromium, then the whole world will begin to mock them. He thinks that now the poisonous lame is a living bait. A bird flies in the sky, to which a note is tied to a paw. She sits on the hands of a person who is waiting for her. He says she just in time. The man takes off the message from her paw, turns it and reads it. He is in a hurry to the goddess of desires. Having fallen to his knees, he reports that a letter had just come from an informant to Yunnan, giving the woman a message. He says that Chagall has already besieged the village of GA for half a month. Peaceful residents have not yet been suspected of anything. but rumors began to spread among the Kanho members. He reports, people say that perhaps in USGA is poisonous lame. Tan Renjin, reading the message, says, an unenviable fate of this boy. She knew that this should happen. He deal with a brave phoenix. But I could not think that Chagall would raise all his strength. She asks, what does it mean besieging the village of half a month? The man replies that the poisonous lame received the amulet of death and has not been leaving the village for us for about 2 weeks. He continues the story. The guy only does what he collects and analyzes his equipment. Surely Chagall was already pretty tired, waiting for him in the camp for so long. The goddess of desires laughs. She believes that such twists are just in the style of this boy. Chagall suffers large food expenses. They have already requested help from the Union. The man reports, there is also conversations that when Chagall is caught by the lame, they, together with the Union of Murim, are going to attack them. He asks, does the goddess of desires think that now the most suitable moment to strike Chagall? Tan Renjin says, brilliantly. The man thanks her. But the goddess of desires explains that she is not about him, Payan Bok says, but about Chagall. She says that they are passively busy protecting the lanes and do nothing to such an extent that they have survived to food problems. How can a family once related to military circles plan a strategy without paying attention to the supply of the most important goods? She believes that in this way they call them, so they attract to come to save the lame, who is considered one of the Safa clan. Payan Bok says that then there is no need to respond to their call. The goddess of desires does not agree with him. She tells him to return to Yunnan. If they ignore, then the hard efforts of Chagall will be in vain. Tan Renjin thinks it must have been his idea to give the boy such a grandiose nickname to a ruthless, poisonous lame, and then use the guy for his own purposes, going to the rear of Chagall. She continues a mental conversation, turning to an invisible interlocutor. He still has not got out of the swamp of conspiracies and dirty tricks. Once the day of retribution will come for the deed. Opening the fan, the girl offers to play along with the Chagall family. Union Murim, branch of Guzhu. A knife, with a note strung on his blade, flies to the target. He shakes in the wall behind Pakli Gwan. He turns to the noise and sees the message. A warrior who met Guan in the corridor asks where he goes. He replies that he will depart for a short while. He is surprised at such a time. The guy screams, an urgent matter, and he tells him to lie to the teacher. Guan angry. He says, turning to the poisonous chromium so that he is waiting for him. He promises to console the soul of En with reprisal over him. The note indicates the place of stay of Jagan. Large carts, accompanied by warriors, are traveling along the forest path. Suddenly, one of the men sees a flying needle in front of him. Armed men come out of the bushes. One of the warriors screams, the enemy attacked. It is necessary to report immediately. Chagall Songhai stops him, saying, do not let yourself be confused. He claims that only in this way he will be able to be called a member of the Chagall family. Warriors guard the bound captives. One of them believes that people who attacked them are not from the Safa clan. None of them seem to be able to use internal energy. They don't even know who they attacked. He suggests that these are just ordinary mountain robbers. Chagall Songhai replies that this is not so. Almost none of the commoners knows the path along which they walked. The bandits clearly calculated the time of passing the cart here. He is sure this means that someone gave them orders. He believes that it is necessary to find out the truth at any cost. A man takes out a sword from a scabbard. One of the captives begs to spare them. He says that they just wanted to earn extra money. Chagall Songhai demands that he name the name of the customer. Jagan trains to manage new weapons. He thinks that for the 3rd week he has been practicing the art of kusarigama, Japanese weapon consisting of a sickle and chain, which was trained in a mine. A warrior is hidden behind a tree. The guy sees him. He knows that he is constantly being watched. It seems that Chagall does not want to attack first. He waves a chain, thinking that this gave him time to prepare. But the guy is interested in what is his opponents waiting for his opponents. Jiagan walks along the street, on the side of which Payan Bok sits, in front of which a book lies on a piece of fabric, and there are boxes with planks. The man nurses the guy. He says that clouds thickened on his face, and then asks, does he want the god of earth and heaven to guess to him? For just 2 foons. Jagan thinks that he had not seen this man here before. He considers him suspicious. But since such things he thinks, it will be nice to check what and how. He approaches the man, saying that he will be grateful if he tells what luck awaits him in the future. The guy gives 2 coins. Payan Bok says that causeless rains with the winds do not allow spring to leave. He continues to talk about the fact that the flowers of peach and plums fall off the branches. Then he pulls out one of the planks and holds out to the guy, saying that this is his luck. Jagan takes a prediction from his hands. He reads the text written on the plank. In the near future, the troops of Chagall. Tactics of 9 palaces and 8 sectors. A man is interested. Does he need to explain the meaning? Jagan believes that it is better for them to talk elsewhere. They go away from prying eyes. Pienbok says, cool weather today. Although compared to Sichuan, there is nothing yet. Jagan notices how a man who believes that he has already moved away takes out the needle from the dressing on his head. Ruddering sharply, he throws the needles which, having flown past the guy, amaze the 2 warriors following him. Jagan says he thought so. A man is not just a predictor. He asks, did the goddess of desires send him here? Pienbok replies that his lord ordered to help him, tied hand and feet in the village of Ga. The guy says that this is somehow strange. He does not see the reasons. Why should she help him? A man, searching for the bodies of warriors, agrees with him. He also thinks so. He does not understand why the Lord showed mercy to the one who refused his outstretched hand. It turns out that the guy liked her to her liking. He adds that if things go awry, then the guy is ending as Chagall in plan. Jagan says, it turns out that the reason why they did not touch him all this time? Pienbok, rejoicing in the coin of the warrior found in his pocket, confirms his guess. It was, they waited. Because in their family everyone knew that he was from their clan. They decided that Safa would rush to save him. The guy asks, and does it, helping him, do not confirm these rumors? The man answers, whether it is or not, all one. He will not cease to call Safa a minister. Having finished with a search, Pienbok continues to speak. Moreover, the Lord believes that instead of waiting for the attack by Chagall, it will be better to save him and find out the true intentions of the enemy. Therefore, having translated the attention of Chagall to another place, they build a plan for its liberation. Part of this plan is the attack on Chagall. He says that it was not easy. Chagall is still that frost. They discovered the whereabouts of a man who organized an attack, but he managed to hide. Pienbok believes that Chagall is already, quite possibly, they themselves slowly begin to understand what's what. The man thinks that his story had already allowed Jagan to understand. It was time to dump them. He says that very soon in the village of Ha, brutal murders will grow up to us. Jagan is struck by his words. He asks, it turns out that the goal is not him? Why do you need to attack the village? Pienbok replies that this is understandable. They are such a development of events only on hand. Rumors that the Chagall family surrounded the lame, scattered all over Kanho. Many curious people gathered from everywhere. He asks, how does the guy thinks if he had a terrible tragedy in us? Who will be accused of it? He continues, everyone will judge that it is they or he took the villagers hostage. On this basis, Chagall will again be able to squeeze their throat. This has happened already a lot of times. He says that Jagan himself was already faced with this, isn't it? The guy objects. It is difficult for him to believe that such an eminent family as Chagall can do this with ordinary civilians. Pienbok says, it seems he himself does not know who he is fighting with. Currently, Kanho is far from courage and justice, but a certain benefit. It all depends on what exactly will outweigh on the scales of choice. The man says that time is overwhelmed, so he will be brief. He wants to tell Jagan what Kanho is now. Chagall men reads a message. In it, the head of the union writes that throughout the time the union provided maximum support in the implementation of Chagall strategy due to sorrow about the death of brave Phoenix. However, for a whole month they did not receive any news. Therefore, dissatisfaction with their family began to intensify in the union. If from the thirst for revenge they get only the head of the lame, then they will be concerned about the further reputation of Chagall. In order to prevent this, the union hopes that they will take the necessary measures. While the man is immersed in reading, Chagall Songhai enters the room. He asks for forgiveness and says that, it seems, the members of Safa, who set up the attack, have already disappeared from sight. Judging by the fact that they do not attack personally, but mobilize various gangst gangs that are nearby, he believes that Safa does not have the strength to save the lame. Chagall men believes that they could guess about their intentions and decided to mate. He thinks that the goddess of desires is not so easy to catch. The man says, no matter what goal the opponent pursues, the pride of Chagall is involved in this matter. They cannot hit the mud face. He gives an order to go to Usha. The ominous aura surrounds Chagall Mena when he says that together with the poisonous lame, they will crush the village. To say that in Kanho the concepts of justice and courage did not exist initially, it would be wrong. Pienbok says that once people opposed immorality and fought, risking their lives, in the name of noble thoughts and ideas. However, a few decades ago, the Murim Union, who united all the Pecto clans, White Way, was founded. Much has changed since the highest position of the head of the union was taken by Havole Chin Inu. For the sake of forming the union, he did not reject other ideologies, but on the contrary, he found the method to skillfully use them, uniting a single whole. In appearance, the union personified moral duty, but in fact, the benefit was a new criterion on the basis of which Muram made decisions. Depending on the choice, they began to calculate what they would lose and what they would take, or with whom they would become enemies, and with whom allies. Being influenced by the enormous power of the union, Kanho followed Muram in the name of his prosperity. And soon, as he wanted He-Vold the Chin in, the moral duty became what Muram's members could sacrifice as much as they wanted to get benefits. And then a man who at one time was called a noble swordsman and eminent families began to morally sink and promote the union. Payenbach says, Kanho that the guy knew was, but swirled. This is all a long forgotten song. Jagan asks, then, and Chigal too? The man answers, the second. For the new Kanho, Chigal action is commonplace, because Muram is beneficial. The guy is interested. Why did the head of the union create such a world? Pienbach says, how much does he know? He can only assume that a similar alignment for him in some kind is beneficial. The man adds, most likely the person to whom he wants to take revenge also thinks. The guy always thought that he was fighting against the rotten Pek Li Jun and the forces that he created. However, if this person told the truth, then all these people simply acted on the principle of benefit. It turns out that he should crush the order of the new Kanho, in which even the atrocities are the norm. Jagan is plunged into thoughts. Pienbach says, if he understood everything, then it is time for them to go. Soon, nothing will remain from the village of GA. The guy thinks that those who will be sacrificed to an influential order are always becoming defenseless people. He says that he will not go anywhere. The man, thinking that he rushed, asks, what? The guy answers, if the villagers are in danger, he will not run away alone. The incident is his fault. Therefore, the responsibility is on it. Pienbach asks, that he is chasing? What other responsibility? But Jagan is on his own. He remains, and his own eyes will see how much Kanho that he spoke about. The man believes that the guy is not friends with his head. He is sure that he could not do it. He asks, how is he going to speak out against the huge army of Chigal? Jagan says, all this time he fought not because he hoped for victory, but because it was impossible otherwise. Yes, and he would not sit here in his hands in anticipation when Chigal would begin to act. But the man of his words do not convince his decision of his decision. The guy explains that he had already promised himself that he would not live just for his life. He asks a man to thank the goddess of desires for him. Pienbach says he is in shock, and for the sake of whom he was so strained, Jagan asks for forgiveness. The man shakes his head. Now it became clearer to him what he liked the Lord. Since this is his desire, there is nothing to do. Pienbach says he will pray that the guy survives. The man, wishing Jagan good luck, leaves. He sighs and says, a young man who decided to resist the whole world alone. The guy looks after the man. In the village, life goes on as usual. Everyone is in a hurry about their own business. The woman waves goodbye to the man with his hand. He, distracted by her, does not notice anything around, and crashes into some Wurzel, behind which there are warriors holding flooding flags in their hands. The man asks the family servant Chegal Chog Julia, who are they? Strategic advisor Chegal Songai, standing on a hill, watches what is happening in the village. Blue flags are hung on the front and rear gates of the village. Turning around, he says that the cordon of the village is completed by them. Chigalmen, with an unchanged fan in his hands, answers, right. He believes that this is a great review. With a sharp movement, folding the fan, the man says, so, let's start the battle. The warrior gives the signal to the rest that the battle can be started. Chog Yul says they were given a sign. The man is trying to say something. But Verzila, not paying attention to his words, takes out the sword, and in one motion, practically dissects it in two. A woman who escorts her husband freezes with a raised hand. Passers-by are also standing, unable to budge. Screams are heard. The person was killed. The woman hurries to the body of a lover. Chog Yul smiles ominously, holding a bloodied sword in his hands. Screams are heard. The robbers came. Verzila says that it is not good to put them on a par with ordinary gangs. They are an army. He tells the soldiers to destroy everyone. And he warns that they are vigilant, and do not leave any rats alive. Residents scatter, but not everyone was lucky enough to escape. People are at a loss. Some strange men for no reason began to cut the inhabitants. Someone screams rather to the rear gates, but there the inhabitants of the village are already waiting for an armed detachment. Chog Yul says that the village is surrounded, and they have nowhere to run. One of the inhabitants of the village asks, why are they so with them? He believes that there was some kind of mistake. But Verzilla dispersively answers, in the name of moral duty. Their fate is to become the victims of Safa. He pronounces a rather empty chatter. Suddenly an explosion is heard nearby. Chogyul turns his head in that direction and is interested. Why is it suddenly? On the square where the warriors of the Chigal family stand, a fiery flurry bursts. Verzilla, covering her face with her hand, wonders. What is happening? Chigal Songai, looking at the burning village with surprise, also does not understand where the explosion came from. He asks the question, did the villagers hid gunpowder? Chigal Men says, is it not obvious? He is sure that only one villain could create this. A man cannot believe that the guy decided to confront the Chigal army. Another explosion is heard. While Chogyul is trying to understand what is happening, one of the warriors asks him to look up. It indicates the right direction. Verzilla should be his advice and raises her head up. On the roof of a tall house is Jagan, holding his new weapon in his hand, Kusarigama. He stands fearlessly, looking down. Behind him a fire flared up. Chogyul says that this is their enemy who killed Madame Un and defiled the Chigal family. This is a ruthless, poisonous lame. Jagan, watching how warriors deal with the inhabitants of the village, thinks that even now, after the disappearance of the Doc family, innocent people continue to lose their lives. He understands that this is the current Kanho turned inside out. His hand squeezes the chain tightly. He turns to people below with an appeal to listen to him. They stop and raise their heads up. The guy says the gates of the village are already occupied. If they want to survive, then let them run to the outer wall. He made a passage there. Residents of the village are excited. Someone asks, who is this guy? Someone says that there they drop compost. Someone suggests that this can be a trap. One of the men says, now it is clear what it was for an explosion. The second shouts that there was no passage there before, and it can be a trick to kill them all at a time. Jagan says there is no time for doubt. Everyone who will stay here will die. He urges them to immediately leave here. Chogyul, like everyone else, carefully listens to the words of Jagan. The guy adds that he prays them to stay alive. People decide to listen to him. They understand that standing still, they will definitely die. They have no other options, need to run. Residents of the village run to the place indicated by the guy. One of the warriors screams that they cannot let them leave, they need to be caught. Chogyul clicks through his teeth. There are simply no words. He calls Jagan a Safa henchman. The man running in front of all calls the rest to look in the direction indicated by him. They see the passage and understand that the guy was telling the truth. The outer wall is destroyed. People rejoice, thinking that they are saved. But warriors are already in a hurry to the aisle from the outside, who are ordered not to miss them. The horseman waves a blade, trying to kill a man, but suddenly a knife whistled in the air, thrown by someone's tagged hand. He gets right into the neck of the rider, which saves a man's life. Painside peeps out of the forest, accompanied by Safa warriors, and calls the inhabitants of the village so that they run to him. The man says that the guy somehow ran to him before the arrival of Chegel. He delighted Jagan, and is surprised. Was he really able to cook everything? Payenbach understands that he was not losing it for nothing. He, along and across to us, heated. He realized how things were, and deftly helped people escape. The village is covered by fire. Residents of the village leave that they cannot but notice the Chigal men and strategic advisor. Chigal Songai says that it will follow them. The interlocutor objects. It's too late. The advisor believes that otherwise their plan will fail. Chigal men says that an explosion with a flame has already attracted enough attention. Moreover, Lame appeared in the village, as if, look at me. They are not alone from the mountain. The villagers will be launched by false rumors, so you need to plug their mouths, believes the dream of Guy. In addition, they do not know who is hiding among them. Chigalmen replies, if they leave the Lame and go for the inhabitants, suspicions will eventually fall on them. When the stories about what happened today will disperse around the world as a crime from Chigal, they will lose much more than they will gain. The man thinks that the Lame in any case will disgrace them. He is sure that he who brutally killed people all this time and dealt with their EN could not change out of justice. He does not know for what purpose the guy needed to arrange this whole circus, but even if he was not even hoped to get away from them. Chegalmen makes a decision and immediately voices it. He considers it necessary to begin the distribution of troops. Behind Jagan, a man appears, the questioning. Did he hear this sound? Chogyul says. He means that Chigal will no longer pursue the villagers, and also the fact that soon they will send their whole army to catch the guy. He would sit quietly. He would have lived longer. He adds that he can't even believe that he helped the inhabitants escape. It doesn't look at him at all. Jagan replies that at the first meeting with the brave Phoenix, he thought that there was a misunderstanding due to false information provided by the Union. Chogyul does not understand what the guy is driving at. He continues to say, and when the person who called her uncle blocked his path, then Jagan realized why he did so. People blame him for the right of a brave phoenix. However, he sees how the warriors of the Chagall family kill the villagers who just lived and did not bother anyone. In addition, they do it ruthlessly. Jagan says that he is interested in how low the Chagall has already fallen. Chogyul, instructing him, asks him, "What is he saying?" "He started it. He killed Madame Un, and now I decided to read notations to them." The guy answers, "Even if he was a killer, they have no reason to tear anger at the villagers." The man is interested. After all, the guy hopes to make his legs. He believes that behind Jagan stands Safa. Because of his intrigues, Madame Un lost life, which means the beginning of the war between them and Chagall. He says that wars are always accompanied by inevitable victims. The guy repeats after him, "Means inevitable victims." Chogyul confirms, "Right." It seems that the villains from his clan intend to break a connection with the guy and throw it. However, Chagall cannot leave it so easy. If Safa does not appear, then they will create the appearance of their presence. The man explains that this is why the local residents must die, so that the world can avoid even greater atrocities in the future. Jagan asks, "They want to brush off sins by inventing excuses?" Chogyul replies that they are soldiers who follow the order. He is more interested in why the guy is worried about these people. Shouldn't he care? Jagan says he was in their place. He believes that Chagall is just a puppet, and if so, then he will not experience remorse, killing them. The guy's aura becomes purple. He accepts the fighting rack, holding a weapon on the manufacture. Chogyul laughs and then says, "It's too late." On all sides, warriors holding blades are rushing to the guy. The servant of the Chagall family tells them to kill the guy. Jagan is ready for battle. He decides to use the technique of the execution of the lonely moon. The section of the fourth moon helps him to cope with 4 opponents trying to surround him. The guy promotes his formidable weapon. The chain is wrapped in the sword Chogjulia. Jagan uses the technique of capturing the Valley Ill and the dragon grip. He manages to grab Chogjulia by the throat. The enemy is trying to reach the guy. He says that Jagan is really Safa's weapon. Continuing the struggle, he adds that everything is ready. The construction of 9 palaces and 8 sectors of Chagall has already been collected. Chogyul says that his death will not give the guy the hope of salvation. He is locked here. Let it go out of the skin, but inside the labyrinth from which there is no way out. It is slow. Holding the man by the throat so that he hangs in the air, Jagan straightens him and offers to speak correctly. The guy believes that it is not he is surrounded by construction, but both of them. He says that for him, the honor to receive such an invitation, and he accepts it. Jagan unclenches his fingers and releases Chogjulia. He falls to the ground from the roof of a tall house. The guy runs his gaze. Looking around, he sees the concentration of an evil aura in the mountains, and understands that the Chagall family is there. The village is covered by fire. Screams are heard. "Here, hurry up!" 3 warriors are looking for Jagan, not understanding where he went. Jagan, clutching a kusarigam in his hands, jumps on them from the roof. He stands in front of them, and the men immediately recognize him. This is a ruthless, poisonous lame. The one they were looking for came to them. The guy strikes a mortal blow to the first enemy. The other 2 do not even have time to react, and their friend is already falling to the ground. Using kusarigama, he straightens out with the second man, at the same time blinding his own blood of the second. When the man found the ability to see, it was already too late. The last thing he saw was the tip of the kusarigama. Warriors roam down the street looking for Jagan. They are sure that he could not go far. The guy is hiding around the corner of the house, waiting for the moment convenient to attack. He thinks that smoke somehow covers him, but the opponents are still not behind. Jagan sees that the warriors are holding in groups. He understands. In order to crush them, you need to break the system. He knows that no matter how ideal the construction is, if a person leads to them, then there must be a weak place. He attacks the warrior from behind, covering his mouth with his hand and preventing him from calling for help. Jagan cuts his throat to the enemy. He throws his body in a flame of fire. The guy decides to first get rid of opponents one at a time, studying their tactics. The thoughts of Jagan interrupts a scream. "Ours were killed!" A warrior rushes from the smoke on him. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy manages to catch the movement and to react to him in a timely manner. Turning around with his whole body, he brings a mortal blow to the enemy. The body of a man falls to the ground. Screams are heard. There, the guy understands that the warriors react to the sound of a whistle. They developed such a way to report his location. Chagall men thinks that 9 palaces and 8 sectors are a construction in which the army surrounds the enemy and destroys it, forcing him to be in constant strong fear, which turns into horror. The system is constantly changing. based on the enemy's movements. This is a kind of mobile maze. 8 constructions are not defined from the very beginning. So far, focusing on enemy movements, the soldiers of the 5 elements gather and diverge. 8 gates form themselves. Then the gates bloom and then form again. This is how it repeats over and over again. There is an endless separation, connection, and circulation. In a word, the phenomenon of yin-yang fish. The gears of such a skillful construction immediately get out if someone does not express them properly. Thanks to this, a person using the construction sees the enemy's movement as in the palm of his hand, and then slowly leads him straight into the gates of death, where the maximum power of Chagall is concentrated. And at the very end it crushes him. Chagelmen is sure that now only death is shining chromium. Another enemy attacks the guy. Jagan sets a chain to the blade. At the same moment, he moves behind the warrior's back and brings a sickle over his head. The guy wins again, but it is still very far from the end of the battle. He understands it perfectly. For some time he stands, taking his breath. Around him are the bodies of the Chagall family soldiers. Jagan thinks that he fought so fiercely that he went too far from the initial place. It seems that the enemy applies on it the tactics of hunting with the corral. The guy understands that if he continues to act like that, then this will play Chagall on his hand, and will not be able to get out of the construction. We need to come up with a solution that will destroy the structure of 9 palaces and 8 sectors. Suddenly, he recalls the words of Shin Jun, the speaker. If he suddenly collides with Chagall, he will be able to survive only if he remembers Yin-Yan in the form of fish. The young man then told him that in the gates of the life of the inner hexagram, there is a gates of death. And the gates of death are inside the gates of insight. Jagan sees a flag lying on the ground on which it is written, the gates of pain. He hears the sounds of flying arrows, and raising his head, he sees that they are in dangerous proximity to him. The guy understands that it is already too late to dodge. A hail of arrows falls to the place where he stood. But Jagan manages to cover himself with the body of one of the dead warriors. It is not easy for him to keep such a burden, but he has no choice. Guy's dream says that the gates of healing and the gates of the limit have passed lame. Now he is at the gate of pain. They took the soldiers to the side briefly and began to shell with arrows. Chagall replies that Lame will not die so simply. He is sure that the guy will survive. The man tells Jagan's gates to be lured. The guy throws his impromptu shield and decides to find shelter. Arrows continue to fly, but Jagan manages to bounce to the side. Escaping from arrows, he flies on a warrior with a sword. He falls to the ground and the sword passes over his head. Rising, Jagan from the bottom up inflicts a mortal blow to the enemy. Chagall says that after the guy needs to be brought into the gates of death again. Jagan, who did not even have time to take his breath, sees the approach of the next enemy. He takes out small metal stars. 2 warriors with swords in their hands rush to the guy. Preparing for the attack, he pours the stars on the ground. Chagall with a strategic advisor continues to observe the hill. The man continues to give instructions. The GI dream ends the phrase for him. When the guy is there, they will give a signal to complete the construction of the gate. Chagall, smiling ominously, says that the life of the lame will finally break off. He thinks that they started this villain into the gates of death. It's great. Now it needs to be surrounded by everyone together. Warriors who tried to take the enemy into the ring, look at the look without finding it. One of the men says that there is no lame here. In a burning village, screams are heard. Lame disappeared. He is not in the gates of death. The guy dream is surprised. How did this disappear? How is it possible? He was surrounded by dozens of their warriors. He just had nowhere to slip away. Chagall thinks that once a person, surpassing the master in martial arts, destroyed the system by force. However, the enemy never disappeared so suddenly before. He is perplexed. How did it happen? Then the hunch comes to his mind. But he considers her impossible. Some kind of henchman of Safa, who is not included in the Chagall family, cannot know about the gates of life of their construction. Jagan is hiding from opponents. He recalls the words of Shin Yuna. The gates of the life of the inner hexagrams are in the gates of death, and the gates of death are located in the gates of insight. Now the words of the young man have gained meaning. Sitting in a corner formed by 2 walls of the house that survived during the fire. The guy is thinking. Now he is in the gates of life, in the dead area of construction. If he continues to hide, he will not be able to get out. He understands that you need to come up with a way to destroy the construction. Jagan again recalls Shin Yuna, the speaker. If he encounters Chagall's family and falls into a critical situation, let him remember yin-yang in the form of fish. He thinks that Tai Chi in the form of fish means a continuous clash of yin with yang, which implies an endless movement of building, as if it were a living organism. However, at the moment the enemy has missed him. So, the system is changing without the center of attraction. Gan, finally, comes up with a way out of the situation. Now he understands how to proceed. Warriors walk down the street. One of them says that the flame is amplified. The second complains how to conduct searches in such a place. Men continue to talk about the fact that they are sitting from above and calmly give orders. And about what is happening below, it is not at all in the know. They reach the gate of healing. One of the warriors says he heard that the poisonous lame simply evaporated in the gates of death. He asks, does it really make sense? He did not die anywhere? And how much more are they so steaming here? The second replies that he says the case, and at that moment it steps on the stars scattered by Gan. With a cry of pain, he jumps on one leg. A friend asks, what is he? He answers something in the foot. But he does not have time to finish the phrase. White foam appears on his lips. He falls to the ground. The second warrior rushes to him, not understanding what happened. Turning over the man and seeing his face, he says that this is poisoning with poison. He screams that poisonous lame here and brings a whistle to his lips. Guy Sleep says, a signal from the gates of healing. He is perplexed. Was lame there? The strategic advisor orders most of the system to the gates of healing. Chigalmen is also puzzled by this news. He considers it strange. It turns out that the guy did not hide in the gates of life. A warrior in the gates of the limit shouts that the enemy is discovered in the gates of healing. He orders to reorganize the system. The rest of the warriors are also at a loss. One of them says that Lame was in the gates of death. How did he get here from there? He suggests that he most likely moved, hiding in the flame. He believes, whatever one may say, and their enemy is not simple. He does not notice a stretched rope and touch it with his foot. The man groans quietly, clutching his neck. A friend asks, what's wrong with him? He replies that he was pricked. A stream of blood flows from his mouth, and his face begins to blacken rapidly. He falls to the ground. The second warrior, looking around and holding a sword in front of him, screams, this is Lame. Where did he come from? He is perplexed. They said, after all, that he was in the gates of healing. A man brings a whistle to his lips. Warriors who are in the gates of insight, having heard a signal from the gate of the limit, are surprised. What is happening at all? One of the men says, for such a short period of time, the guy could not get from the gates of healing into the gate of the limit. He does not have time to finish the phrase. Jagan appears from the smoke behind him, squeezing a sickle in his raised hand. With one blow, he straightens with the enemy. Alarmed strategic advisor quietly gasps. He cannot understand what is happening in the village, and why their brilliant strategy does not work. The gates of healing. Dead warriors lie on the ground. The gates of the limit. The body of men in puddles of their own blood. The gates of insight is the same picture. And even the gates of pain did not give the desired result. The guy dream is asking, the lame into several parts was divided, or what? Is this really real? Chigalmen understands that these are traps. The guy arranged them everywhere, running away from the formation. He admits that, despite the deplorable position, the guy managed to show ingenuity. However, he is sure that this was his last trick before his death. A man gives an order not to panic. He orders now to reorganize a large-scale construction. He assures that the chromium does not escape with the help of cheap traps. Hiding behind the destroyed wall and watching the soldiers looking for him, Jagan thinks that overnight he began to pursue opponents, as if changing their places. He again strikes in the back of one of the pursuers, thinking, since he went into the rear of the search engines, then he deviated from the course of the system. The traps set by him confused the enemy and sowed panic. Taking advantage of it, he began to move from the gates of life against the construction of life. And this was a right decision. Jagan understands. If he continues to act in the same spirit, he will be able to get out. The guy leaving behind a dead enemy rushes forward. Screams are heard. Lame appeared. Jagan instantly straightens with him, and the warrior, choking with blood, falls to the ground. With his formidable weapons, the guy strikes opponents with a blow to the blow. Turning his head, he sees that he reached the border of the village. The passage he made is very close. He understands that when he crosses her, he will be much easier for him to hide. But his plans are not destined to come true. The new enemy says that he was lucky to get out of order. Jagan does not know this person, and in the meantime, he thanks him for his himself entered him. The guy asks the stranger, who is he? The enemy replies that his name is Pak Lee Gvan, nicknamed a Silent Dragon. He says that he came to take revenge on Ian's death. Union Muram, branch in the province of Jiangxi. Piek Lee Jun asks for permission to enter. In the room with his back to him stands Hawol Chin. He is very passionate about something. The man approaches him, but he does not pay any attention to it. Lee Jun is asking, he cooks something? He answers in the affirmative. He is busy preparing the pill of purple heavens. The man says that this is the pill of the immortality of the Mu Mu clan. It is called incomparable miraculous medicine. He asks, is it safe to cook it in sight? Willy Chin is interested. And what is the grandiose in it? Great ingredients, and ready. He asks the young man not to make an elephant from a fly. The old man says that around everyone is only chatting about the entertaining acts of Li Jun. He asks, is it true that the family of Chagall spent the sake of only one henchlot of Safa, inactive, in Yunnan for a month? The maid puts in front of a man sitting at the table a cup of drink. Paik Li Jun replies that he did not give such an order. He believes that Chagall wants to fairly be repaid for the death of their daughter. The old man asks, why did they wait for so long? Paik Li Jun explains, their enemy is called Ruthless Poisonous Lame. There is information that he is a key figure of the Safa clan. It seems that Chagall decided to use it as a bait, so that, start to act, they could kill two birds with one stone at once. The old man asks the man, did he come up with it? He is meaningfully silent. Willy Chin is interested in unrageable. He wants to say that Chagall would have started a similar one. Throw the food to the hungry wolf, in the repertoire of his young interlocutor. Safa does not peck on such an absurd bait, and Chagall eventually exhausts himself. The man replies that he probably does not know anything. The goddess has a changeable character. She may well rush to save Lame. Therefore, he believes that his attempt was worth it. The old man asks, is he so sure that he knows his wife well? Seeing that the man is not answering, he says that his plan seems to have already crashed. Paik Li Jun replies that he pressed on Chagall. It is impossible for them to continue time. He believes that they have already advanced far in their venture. For the sake of maintaining authority, they cannot be turned off the path. It is necessary that a significant excuse for the next attack on Safa appears. The old man continues to rub the grass in a narrow vessel. He says that he is not bothering him. The more reasons to crush the Safam, the better. However, it would be nice to separate public and personal. He sees in him a personal interest in Safa. The man answers, is this possible? The old man interrupts him saying, does he really think he can deceive his eyes? Paik Li Jun wants to say something to the old man, but then hesitates in indecision. For a while, silence reigns. Willy Chin does not say that he, in general, started this conversation only because of anxiety. Then he adds that he does not teach him Li Juna to the mind. He himself will cope with everything. Penal, after all. The old man believes that the tea party will have to be postponed for later. It seems that his interlocutor got things. A warrior runs along the corridor, calling Mr. Paik Li Jun. Running into the room, he asks for forgiveness, and says that he needs to urgently report something. The man assures him that everything is in order, and he listens carefully to him. The warrior says the news from the branch of the province of Guju came. Hearing that we are talking about his main student, Paik Li Jun was alarmed. The warrior says that the young man went to Yunnan. Jagan understands that a silent dragon came to the village. The guy thinks that this person, like a brave phoenix, enters the group of 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. But what did he forget here? Gavan, noticing his confusion, says, he sees that the guy does not understand why he is here. Did he really believe that only her family would want to take revenge on the life of a brave phoenix? He explains that Ian, tragically died at the guy's hands, was his lover. Jagan is watching his every movement intensely. Gvan says that the girl was indispensable in resolving what happened in Yunnan. Since the only way she could get hope for recognition of their relations against which there was a family, he believed that she would succeed, so he was happy to go on her heart. And in the end she went to heaven, where we'll never return from. Gavan's hand clenches into a fist with such force that the nails are injured in the skin, and blood drips to the ground. He continues to say that those who recommended her it was he who sent her to permit. Constant thoughts about what had happened did not allow him to forgive himself. Therefore, he decided to share the fate of En. But at the last moment he dawned on him. If he leaves now, who will console her unfortunate soul? He unclenches his fist, and blood, jamming on the fingers, continues to irrigate the earth. Gavan says, therefore, in the end, he is grateful to heaven for taking revenge on the guy with his own hands. Jagan replies, it's hard to believe in it. But he still must say that he was not killed by the brave phoenix. He says that Chagall En died as a result of a conspiracy. But the fist of Gavan, with force crashed into his cheekbone, does not allow Jagan to finish the phrase. The guy rises from the ground with difficulty. He thinks that the enemy is very fast. Gavan, waiting for his attack, warns that he does not play with him. Is he not only to him that he deprived the girl of life? His face is distorted with anger. He says that Jagan is deeply mistaken if he thinks that he can pacify his anger at least a drop. The guy, preparing for the battle, thinks that Salgisi, murderous energy, absorbed the silent dragon as a whole. He understands that in this state it is useless to talk with Gvon. He thinks that very soon Chagall will understand that he escaped from the construction. The more he pulls the time, the more unfavorable his position will become. Thinking that he has no choice, and he can only defeat the enemy as quickly as possible, the guy is arming himself with needles. The enemy inexorably approaches Jagan. Gvon brings his hand, wanting to deliver a crushing blow. The guy uses the technique of the flight line of 12 earth branches, the melody of the wind. But Gvon's response attack throws Jagan far back. It falls near the wall, on which cracks remain from the blow. Gvon tells him to get up, saying that he had not even started. Slowly, he approaches the guy sitting on the ground. He says, the pain that Ian experienced, slowly and painfully returning to him. Gvon, approaching Jagan, is interested. What is it with him? Is he not capable of anything else? The Silent Dragon says, since the guy was able to get out of the construction of 9 palaces and 8 sectors, then his skills cannot be worthless. Otherwise, Ian would not have died from his hands. Jagan replies that he was already saying he did not kill the girl. Gvon called himself a lover of brave Phoenix. Is he really not interested in how she actually died? The Silent Dragon believes that the guy continues to carry nonsense and does not want to listen to him. He attacks the guy, promising to disfigure his face. Jagan hides his weapon behind his back, preparing to fight back. When the enemy approaches, he is covered with a sickle. The guy strikes the unexpected from him such agility, Gvon. But he only manages to cut a chip of hair from the enemy's head. Surprised, Gvon asks, the guy provoked him for this? As soon as he got closer to another half a step, and he would have deprived his head. He beats Jagan with his fist in his stomach, shouting that he showed imprudence. At the same time, he wraps the chain attached to the serp on the hand. He believes that Ian died because of the same cunning trick. Gvon clenches a chain in his fist, the end of which is wrapped around his hand. Jagan does not let out a weapon out of his hands. The chain is stretched between opponents. Gvon says that the guy show him what else he is capable of. Jagan is trying to free the weapon, but to no avail. He uses the technique of the flight line of 12 earth branches. The guy thinks that this time he should do, but the enemy takes out a sword out of the scabbard. This is the sacred sword of a man of heaven. He uses the technique of the white crane, spreads the wings. Gvon hit the chain and it scatters into small pieces. He says Jaganu that he will crush all his tricks one after another, and he promises to show the guy what is true power. The Silent Dragon, raising a sword high above his head, attacks Jagan. The guy manages to substitute his sickle under the blade. He thinks that he fights off with all his might, but his hand may not stand. Gvon believes that they are on absolutely equal conditions. Jagan understands that he has no chance in a battle to face. He thinks that he needs to somehow catch a good moment. The guy is trying to increase the distance between them, but Gvon arises behind him. He is interested. Where is Jagan gathered? The Silent Dragon again brings the sword over the enemy's head. He concentrates all force in his hand, wanting to strike a decisive blow. Turning the sword onto the guy's head, Gvon says it's over. But Jagan decides to resort to the technique of the finger of the wind, separating the arrow shell. With a wave of his hand, he directs the flow of power to Gvon. The blow is aimed directly in the face of a Silent Dragon, and it seems that he has no chance to evade. Jagan, who has invested all his strength into him, hardly takes his breath. Behind the dense cloud of smoke, he does not see the enemy, but he knows that he did everything as it should. He thinks that even his enemy will not stand such a blow. Suddenly, the voice of Gvon is heard. He says the guy hid his strength. A Silent Dragon approaches Jagan. The clothes on his shoulder are torn. Gvon says that after using this technique, he felt a sharp rise in his internal energy. The guy is upset. He was unable to inflict a single wound to Gvon. The veins swell on his hand. She refuses to obey the guy again. He thinks bitterly. Why exactly at such a moment? Why did the symptoms manifest itself again? Gvon says, if the concealment of skills is part of his tricks, then he can only name it reckless courage. He is interested. Did the guy think that fighting an incomplete strength could defeat him? The Silent Dragon suggests starting a real battle. Pekli Jun asks, what does this mean? In what sense in Yunnan? He says that his student adheres to excellent behavior. In addition, he made no information from the outside. How could he leave? The servant shows him a note received by Gvon. He told him he was informed that she was discovered in the chambers of his chief student, and after some time, the news began to act that the Silent Dragon was seen in the province of Yunnan. The man takes the message and reads it carefully. He thinks that there is not even a detailed explanation in him, and Gvon could imagine anything he wanted to despair. Who dared to crank this? Pekli Jun asks, where did the note come from? The servant answers is unknown. The man says that he immediately goes to Yunnan. The servant is trying to object that his student is considered the strongest in the group of 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. He believes that although the brave phoenix died, Li Jun is unlikely to go to Yunnan just because of 1 chrome. The man replies that he is not afraid of this puppy. He says, if it turns out that his adopted son is in Yunnan, then she will come. He knows that this woman wants to destroy his plans. The goddess of desires stands on the edge of the cliff. She is immersed in her thoughts. Her gaze is directed into the distance. Behind her appears Man Number. He says that he came just in time. It turns out that the woman all this time was nearby. The goddess of desires is interested. Who is he? Man does not ask her not to worry. He believes that he needs to introduce himself. The advisor says that he is the person who called Pak Li Gvon. The goddess of desires does not understand what Man's number she asks. The man called Pak Li Gvon? In what sense? He answers, indirect. He informed the young man that the enemy of the brave phoenix is in us. Ha! The advisor believes that for the goddess of desires, he seems to be a much more tempting bait than lame, right? Tan Ren Jin demands that he name his name. She has no such habit. Do not understand with whom. The man says that his name is Man Number. He holds a petty position of advisor to a division of poisons. The woman replies that for the first time he hears his name. The advisor agrees. Right. It would be a big mistake to be in a hearing. He needs the position of advisor for a checkmark. He explains Tan Ren Jin that he is actually a pawn like the great sword of the heavenly dragon, Pak Li Jun. The duties of man, no. Do dirty work instead. The woman is furious. She says that in this case she can't trust him. How does he dare to pronounce this name with her? He is trying to humiliate her? Man doesn't answer negatively and asks to listen to him to the end. The fact that he is his leader does not mean that they are at the same time. On the contrary, their goals vary. He asks, unless as evidence, not only he brought here his adoptive son, whom he never wanted to let in the village? The goddess of desires replies that for the sake of the desired, this person is able to get rid of even his blood relatives. What can we say about the adopted son? Man doesn't say that Pak Li Gvon received patronage from Pak Li Jun, and despite his young age, reached the 6th level of the technique of the Holy Sword of Heaven. Everyone knows that the man put his whole soul and heart in his main student. If we assume that Li Jun was going to sacrifice Pak Li Gvon to catch her, he would not allow this to become the property of Chagall, and would come in person. He says that now the man is the province of Jiangse, and she can make sure of this through connections in their clan. Meanwhile, while they talk, Pak Li Jun rushes to Yunnan. The woman replies that the matter is different. When you live on the run for a long time, you begin to find the cause even in the fall of foliage from the tree. She does not know who he is, so he cannot trust him. Man does not ask. Is she going to miss such an opportunity? Tan Ren Jin replies that she will look at the situation. The advisor says, if the truth about what happened pops up, then his head will fly from his shoulders. The goddess of desires asks, why does he protest against Li Jun's PEC? How is this circus beneficial to him? Man does not admit that he has his own benefit in this matter. He is eager to get the rank of Jagan. The advisor says that his story may drag on, but he will still tell her the story of his life. Once again, the sickle Jagan is opposed to the sword of Gvon. They converge and diverge, but so far keep on an equal footing. However, Jagan looks more battered and tired than his opponent. All nerve endings of the guy scream in pain. His body seems to break into pieces. He from the last forces confront the onslaught of Gvon. The guy thinks that only being in the abyss of pain, he will be able to keep up with the power of a silent dragon. Jagan strengthens the onslaught, and Gvon hit him with energy. The guy flies back. The silent dragon, holding the sword in the nickety, approaches Jagan. He says that having examined him more carefully, he understood everything. Gvon did not expect that he would face the technique of bloody skies of madness, which is instantly able to increase internal energy and give powerful power. Jagan does not understand what he was talking about. What other technique is the bloody skies of madness? The silent dragon continues to take a chance for everyone for the sake of victory, even put life on a con, if the secret technique requires it. This is his approach to battle? Gvon says, if the guy is so merciless, then he begins to understand how he could die from his hands. But in this case, he has no right to lose to such a person, since their battle is dedicated to her. Jagan answers, he also has many reasons not to lose. The silent dragon agrees with him, and the battle continues. He attacks the guy, using one of the forms of Taijiangi. Jagan answers him with a powerful energy scream. The clash of their strength is caused by an explosion that scatters opponents in different directions. Guan, losing balance, releases the sword from the hands. Jagan is thrown back by the force of the explosion a few meters ago. He concentrates internal energy in the palm of his hand, and then applies the technique of the arrow shell. The silent dragon responds to him with a rumbling palm with a song of a muffled crying. The clash of their strength is again caused by an explosion. Jagan flies to the destroyed wall. The guy looks at his hand with horror, which is covered with swollen veins. Meanwhile, Gvon is approaching him again. He says that a rumbling with a song of a rumbled crying is one of the 3 absolute techniques of the Pek Lee family. If you invest in it with internal energy, then you can even tear out the roots of a giant tree. Gvon continues to speak. He can't even believe that the guy decided to answer force. He believes that Jagan's courage is not to occupy. The silent dragon explains to the guy that now that of his hand is useless, he will not be able to hold an attack with her help. He is sure that for a poisonous lame, it's all over. He pronounces, "Fall to the bottom of hell and repent for your sins before." Jagan asks. Gvon believes that he wanted to measure his strength with him. He says that he only needed to reduce the distance. The silent dragon looks at his palm in surprise, from which needles stick out. The guy explains that all the month he regularly ate various poisons. And this is the poison of a fool. It causes vomiting, migraine, and stomach pain, and also slows down the work of the heart and lungs. Jagan says he applied poison on the needles. He will work soon, and Gvon will become difficult to stay on his feet. The silent dragon replies that it was not for nothing that the guy was nicknamed the Poisonous Lame. It turns out that the poison is his true weapon. Gvon adds, so he resorts to cheap tricks again and again. He believes that there is no shame in the guy. Jagan answers, to lose, this means to die, and he only tries to win with all his might in order to live on. Gvon thinks, that's what, the power of the guy does not come from internal energy. He says that Jagan is right. He did not want to rely on this, but there is no choice. He also cannot lose. He takes a pill from his pocket. Jagan recalls how Chegal-yun ate the same pill. He asks the question, did they really want to get rid of the brave phoenix in the Union, but also from the silent dragon? Gvon, without hesitation, throws a pill in his mouth. He says that thanks to this medicine, the guy's poison will not work on him. The silent dragon rushes on the attack. He says that the time has come to take revenge on En. Jagan understands that he miscalculated. Gvon's power only grew after taking the pill. The guy feels that he can no longer dodge. Suddenly a silent dragon stops the yellow tissue twisted into a tourniquet. An explosion is heard. Jagan is looking around. He hears his voice, offering him to postpone greetings for later. Tanren-jin tells him to step aside. The goddess of desires says that now Gvon is her opponent. Jagan is surprised by the appearance of a woman. He recognizes her. This is the goddess of desires. From the clubs of dust, Gvon's voice is heard. He pronounces, and here Ryandon appeared. The silent dragon was sure who was behind the ruthless poisonous lame laid. He insults her and says that she, it turns out, is also the enemy En. The goddess of desires is mockingly interested in. The reception of dad did not teach manners? She advises watching him in his tongue, because he is suitable for him in his mother. Gvon tells her to shut up. He answers, with enemies not up to manners. Tanren-jin calls him rude. She says that he does not want to listen to anything, but only pulls incessantly. She decides that in this case, the conversation should not continue. It remains only to teach the boy a lesson. The woman attacks Gvon. The silent dragon closes with the help of technology the sacred sword of a man of heaven. The yellow fabric envelops the blade. Its end is in a woman in her hands. Pulling the fabric, she asks, does he dare to use this technique in her presence? She believes that he is very far from the perfect ownership of her. She pulls the fabric with force, and the sword flies out of the hands of Gvon. He screams, do not arrive! The enraged young man concentrates the strength in the palm of his hand. He applies the technique of breaking the palm of the song of muffled crying. A woman also uses her strength. They come closer in the confrontation. Gvon thinks that it is simply impossible. The return power is colossal. The silent dragon, under the pressure of the inner energy of Tanren-jin, flies back and falls. Jagan does not believe his eyes. The goddess of desires easily crushed the silent dragon. He lies on the ground, unable to rise. The guy sees that the difference in their power is incredible. He is delighted. So what is the goddess of desires? The woman speaks Gvon with difficulty, rising to her feet. He called her an enemy, but he and Li her sworn enemies for a long time. The silent dragon replies that he cannot die like that. If everything ends now, then he will not have another chance to take revenge on En. The woman carefully looks at him, and he says that these are symptoms of poisoning. Gvon's defeat was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, the young man fell to the ground and froze motionless. Tanren-jin asks the guy. He continued to fight, even having the opportunity to escape. Did the silent dragon fall down because of him? She wanted to say something else, but Jagan loses consciousness. The woman looks at him with pity. She says with a sigh, "Ruthless, poisonous lame." The goddess of desires feels someone's presence. She understands that someone is behind her. She barely manages to react, and in the jump leaves the attack of the unknown. The goddess of desires is a little surprised. It was attacked by a man who reached the level of mental energy murder, capable of killing the enemy with the help of internal power. She adds, to match her nickname Chegel Men, the eyes of destruction. A red aura is raging around a man. He says that they tried not in vain, since she appeared. The woman replies that they arranged a real feast here. How could she pass by? Chegel Men asks. She wants to save the lame? Tan Renjin responds negatively. She needed a descendant of the Pek Li family. The man looks at Gavon lying on the ground. He is perplexed. What does the silent dragon do here? Did you come to avenge En? The goddess of desires says, if he wants to save the young man, then let him give up his venture better. She is sure that he could not stop her on his own. Chegel Men believes that her insolence surpassed all the conceivable boundaries. The man attacks the opponent again. The woman jumps back to avoid blows. Now she attacks Chegel Mena using a trick with a fabric. A man cannot do anything. Fabric canvases are wriggled around him. Tan Renjin screams. A simple private dared to join battle. He is not suitable for her opponents. The fabric spelled the man from head to toe. The woman continues to speak. If he interferes with her, then the whole family of Chegel will be exterminated. A man wrapped in a cocoon cannot answer her anything, but he makes an effort and tears the fabric into shreds. Chegel Men asks a question. Is he not an enemy for her? Will Chegel be destroyed? Who does she say that? Chegel has long surpassed her. Perhaps for a long time, they did not crush her gang. Her arrogance, as a result of intoxication of its former glory, has not gone anywhere. Fragmentation of fabric is showered by a woman. She is somewhat surprised that he was able to free himself from captivity. Tan Renjin says that he, the right hand of Chegel, is well aware of the story of her family. So why were these words? The man agrees with her. He knows the story of their kind, but he believes that the fate of her family is the result of her greed. So she does not need to look for the guilty. The goddess of desires is surprised by his words. Chegel Men says that it was Pek Li Jun who convicted her. Let his wife be involved in what was happening. But he, burning with anger, made a decision and established justice. And she, melting anger, joined Safa. Tan Renjin does not allow him to continue. She screams, "Enough!" Her aura acquires a scarlet color. She asks, how does he dare to say such absurd things in her presence? The woman claims that he will not forgive him for this. They are preparing to confront, but an explosion is unexpectedly heard. Man does not. He says that the battle turned out to be harder than he believed. The goddess of desires is surprised by his appearance. Chegel Men is threatening at the advisor? Man does not ask. Help a little? Chegel Men asks. The advisor serves under the leadership of Li Jun's Pek. Why did he appear? Man is no interested in... What will they do? He says that he may not overpower such a martial artist, but he believes that in this situation, even tiny help will be useful. Chegel Men asks, does he plan to share the achievements of the Chegel family? The man denies this, and adds that he did not talk to him. And pointing to the goddess of desires, he says, he asked her. Tan Renjin says that she does not need his help. The advisor replies that then, she herself should have killed the enemy as soon as possible, because Chegel again form a system. He did not take her to take time. He has a brilliant plan. Chegel Men shows an advisor with insults. He accuses the man not that he conspired from Safa and betrayed Murim. The advisor replies that those who struck him in the back were the impudent Pak Li Jun. Man does not say that he should get with him. Approaching the silent dragon, he raises his head by the hair so that his face is visible. And then he says, if you take an important thing from a person, then get ready to sacrifice something valuable in return. Chegel Men calls him a scoundrel. He asks, does the advisor take the young man hostage? Man doesn't say. If he appreciates his niece, then he will not simply betray this poor guy who rushed to take revenge for her. He asks, isn't it? The advisor adds, moreover, this young man is the chief student of Pek Li Jun. Chegel Men asks, what does the advisor want? Holding Gavon by the throat, Man no longer answers. He wants him to lead Chegel troops from here. Then they will talk. The life of a silent dragon is in his hands, so he advises a man to do without tricks. Man does not recommend doing everything quietly and quickly. Having felt something, the advisor interrupts his speech. Looking somewhere in the distance, Man does not say that the guy does not stop surprising him. His words relate to Jagan, who crawled behind and stuck a poisoned needle into his leg. The advisor asks, did Jagan forget who he is? From the moment he lost his leg because of him, of course, a lot of time has passed. The guy is struck by his words. He realizes who is standing in front of him. Jagan, raising his eyes up, says that he cannot believe it. He recognizes his tormentor. Smiling ominously, Man does not say that they had not seen each other for a long time. Jagan asks, "Why is he still alive?" He was sure that time... The advisor, without waiting for the end of the phrase, asks, "Was he sure he killed him?" The man believes that it would be much better to die. He had to wander for a long time on the edge of his life to recover from the poison. The pain was hellish. The body and consciousness were destroyed into parts. However, he did not give up. He could not leave the world, where the one who took everything from him restlessly. Man doesn't say that at that moment he understood Jagan. The desire to kill someone makes someone continue to live. Therefore, when Jagan got into a secret conspiracy and turned out to be buried in the mine, when he fought alone with the genus Doc, the advisor believed in him, supported and waited. The guy understands, all this time to those who arranged this whole circus behind him, was Man No. The advisor confirms his guess. Laughing, the man admits, it was him. Loosing, he says that Jagan was in his palm toy. All that he did was to plunge the guy into terrible despair. He asks, "Well, how? Painful?" Jagan is shocked? Surely shocked. The goddess of desires is surprised to listen to their conversation. Chegelmen is amazed at the confessions of the advisor, no less than her. Continuing to laugh, Man doesn't say, "Let him suffer yet. Let him know the strongest despair. For the sake of this, His speech is interrupted by the guy's words. Thank God. A mask of madness flies from a man. Jagan pierces the needle to his side. The guy says he is glad that he did not miss him. He drives the needle deeper into the body of an advisor. Jagan states that he vowed to kill them all to one. Man doesn't shower him with abuse. He beats the guy with his foot, and he flies away from him. Jagan is behind the goddess of desires. Man doesn't say that with such wounds he should not have the strength to even stand on his feet, but he will still stubborn. Jagan is motionless on the ground in the place where he dropped his blow. Man doesn't think that he managed to make him live inside endless battles that bring pain. A man pulls out a poisoned needle from his body. Man doesn't think. However, the pain is suffering. He says that it is pointless to throw into the darkness of the one who grew up in it. Therefore, you need to light the light. The advisor thinks he should not give despair but hope. He chuckles quietly. Then it bursts with wild laughter. Man does not declare that he changed his mind. He says that he will have to take a silent dragon with himself. The goddess of desires asks, did he decide to stop her? Man does not ask the woman to listen to him. He struck Guan's foot. Blood begins to flow from the mouth of a young man. Chegelmen, insulting an advisor, asks, what is he doing? He replies that the young man is poisoned by potent poison. Man doesn't explain. Only it can neutralize this poison, so it will have to be lending a silent dragon for a short time to treat. The goddess of desires claims that she does not trust him. And why would she let go of the descendant of the family of Pek? Mana, putting Gvan's body on his shoulders, replies that her goal is not to kill Gvan, but with his help to find a way to put away on Lee Juna, so it is more useful to leave him alive. He says that he will cure him and return it. He does not see any problem in this. Man does not ask to take a look at Jagan's rank, and later they will exchange. Man does not add that he does not need to believe. After all, they know how much he appreciates Jagan. In fact, she has a weakness in her hands. Chegelmen is furious. He asks, what kind of conspiracy are they starting? Do they really think that he will just let them go? Man does not warn. If he follows him and blocks the path, then he does not guarantee that he will save his life for a silent dragon. In addition, Chegelmen did not plan to kill him. He explains, if a man caught someone who is trying to save Gvan and contributes to his death, then the Chegal family will also have to take responsibility. If Chegelmen is devoted to the Peck family, will it not be better to concentrate on the original plan? Man doesn't say that he takes a silent dragon and heals him. Chegal continues to catch the goddess of desires. When she leaves with the lame, he will exchange him for a healthy Peck Lee Gvan. He believes that everyone will be satisfied with such a finale. He adds, judging by silence, they agree. So he went. The advisor says that they deal with the rest themselves. The goddess of desires and Chegelmen escort him with gloomy glances. Man is not goodbye and immediately disappears. Chegelmen asks the goddess of desires, what is their relationship? The woman answers, no, he's turning things in his own way. The man believes that the abduction of a silent dragon has nothing to do with them. Their goal was and remains Tan Ren Jean. He will never miss her. In response, he hears, since Peck Lee Gvan disappeared, she also has no reason to linger. The goddess of desires uses the technique of 9 rays of the void of jade, 5 thunderstorms of toad kung fu. She says that she will end him with 1 blow. The attack of the goddess of desires forces Chegelmina to fall to the knees. He says that he cannot believe it. He is surprised how strong the woman is. It was his last words. Having said this, he falls to the ground. Tanren Jin stands without taking his eyes off him. She is ready at any time to strike, if necessary. The authorized warriors of Safa appear the brothers Quan Du. They ask whether their lord is in order. Men say that they rushed immediately as they felt the energy of 5 thunderstorms of Jabya Kung Fu. The goddess of desires replies that she is in order and is interested. How is there with the situation? The brothers report that Chegal soldiers continue to advance. It becomes difficult for them to restrain them. They believe that you need to leave soon. Tanren Jin agrees with them, but believes that first you need to do something. She tells men to take Jagan, explaining that he was coming with them. The woman thinks about man number. She does not know what his true intentions were, but she believes that in vain he treats her, as a blasphemy. Jagan lies in bed. His body is all in bandages. He dreams of Man Ni, admitting that he acted behind him. He again sees an advisor, saying that it was he who managed them all this time. The words of a man, a guy in his power in his ears, sounds and he would never escape. The sentence for him sounds a phrase, neither now nor ever. To Jagan, lying with his eyes closed, a hand stretches. Feeling someone's presence, he opens his eyes and sits in bed. In front of him is a girl. The guy is interested. Who is she? She does not have time to answer, and he already asks where he is. The girl is silent. But the female voice says that he is in the city, 200 from Sichuan. Here is the refuge of Safa. The guy does not know what to think. A goddess of desires enters the room. She asks him not to be afraid. They are safe. Jagan is surprised by the perish of a woman. The girl changes the bandages, and the guy who has learned about everything that happened is interested in what is the same with the village of Ga. The goddess of desires replies that losses could not be avoided, but thanks to his resourcefulness, it was possible to preserve many lives. The woman believes that the inhabitants of the village in front of him were in great duty, because he helped them escape. But the guy does not agree with her. If he hadn't, nothing would threaten their lives. The goddess of desires asks him not to reproach himself. She says that the wine lies in the union. Murim and clans, which are subordinate, all this time for the sake of their own benefits, destroyed countless villages and subjects. This time, the fire flashed in us Ga. She says that he fought alone, getting involved in the case, on which the others waved his hand. His actions made her understand a lot. Jagan replies. At first it seemed to him that it was enough to avenge only the genus Dok and Pak Li Jun. However, learning Murim more and more, he ceased to understand who his true enemy is. And now he was the one to whom, as the guy, he had already given. The goddess of desires says, since a conversation came about him, then she wants to notice that the man is somehow strangely attached to him. She is interested because of Jagan. A man lost his eyes and leg? The guy explains that man had mercilessly dealt with his family and Valley Pekva Cholgok, and therefore became his enemy. It seems to the woman that man does not consider him an ordinary enemy. For him, Jagan is a special creature. She says that it was the advisor who called the silent dragon to save the guy and lure her. It seems that he planned to use the fact that the Pak Li family owed her a lot. The guy is surprised by her words. The woman says that during treatment, she noticed that a perforation of the point of madness was used on him. She believes that this is also the work of man number. Jagan, looking at his hand, repeats behind her. Perforation of the point of madness. Tanren Jin explains that his body is not the same as others. She does not know what happened, but because of the clogged energy paths throughout the body, he acquired severe resistance to poisons, the ability to store poison in Tanjun, and terribly quick regeneration. However, probably because of this, the guy could not actively use internal energy. She believes that man did not want to make him stronger, and found a decision in the perforation of the point of madness. Tanren Jin says that this is the old Safa technique that breaks the way to meridian, and expands the energy flows by force. She cannot even imagine how he found out about her. She believes that man did not apply perforation right before their meeting. At that time, his inner energy was twisted and unstable. That is why she handed him the technique of a dividing charge of the arrow, which activates the circulation of energy and puts the energy routes in order. The goddess of desires explains that this was only a temporary measure. The perforation of the point of madness is a dangerous technique that destroys the body. At such a pace, his body will soon break, and he will die. She says that man did not help him avenge, but at the same time drove into a dangerous position. She does not know what the benefit is for the advisor, but the predictable steps of the man will not interfere with him. The guy replies that life can always break. He believes that there is nothing worse than the enemy with an incomprehensible purpose. The goddess of desires says, that's not all. Only 5 days have passed since the battle of Chagall with them, however. Among the amateurs, Zhongguyan, there is already talk that the ruthless poisonous lame destroyed the formation of 9 palaces and 8 sectors of the Chagall family. There is a lot of talk that the guy defeated the brave phoenix. His fight with a silent dragon also did not go unnoticed. The woman says, therefore his nickname has become different. Everyone calls him a poisonous dragon with a reverent fear. His position from Yunnan on the outskirts moved to the very center of Kanho. Now, he will have to face much stronger enemies and get involved in tens of times more confusing business. The goddess of desire says, the problem is that he is still weak. This applies to strength and support from the outside. She asks, does he understand what she is driving at? The woman asks, does Jagan want to join them? Pek Li Jun stands among the destroyed village for us, ha. A bird circles above his head. She brought a message from the Chagall family. The bird is arranged on his hand. He reads a note that says, when the construction of 9 palaces and 8 sectors, formed to capture a ruthless poisonous lame, collapsed from a fire, his adopted son, a silent dragon, arbitrarily intervened. The silent dragon lost to the goddess of desires that appeared during his battle with the poisonous lame. They tried to prevent the abduction of the young man with the Safa clan, but their efforts crashed due to the later arrived man. This news was sent by Chagall men, who now treats the wound received during the battle. A man with a bandage on his head lies in bed. In the message, he reports Pek Li Jun that the advisor took a silent dragon with him and disappeared in an unknown direction, and the goddess of desires escaped with the lame. It cannot be said that what happened is exclusively Chagall's mistake, but, be that as it may, he feels moral responsibility for what happened. Pek Li Jun continues to read. Several men closely follow him. One of them says that this is King Kong of the Heavenly Sword Pek Li Jun. He is surprised. What is he doing here? The second answers. He heard, in his current position, no one almost intervenes in his affairs. The third believes that he came to look for a silent dragon but already too late for this. The man says this is their chance. While he lost his vigilance, you can attack him. A friend objects. He believes that he should not touch him. They are not working as killers now, but they protect the village. The man asks, did he really forget that Li Jun made Safa? How many of their brothers died through his fault? A friend shares his feelings, but believes that this is too dangerous. The man insists, if they succeed, the confrontation of Safa and the Union Murim will radically change. They must get rid of Li Jun, at least for the sake of the Lord, that all this time took care of them. If friends do not go with him, then he will go alone. Safa warriors look at each other in displeasure. Paik Li Jun reads a message, at the end of which Chagall writes that therefore they will not refuse a single request and will help. Safa warriors attack Pak Li Jun, coming from the back. He grumbles displeasedly, one, then others. He clicks the message in his hand, saying, they are all a miserable garbage, who does not know where he was. Safa warriors are rapidly approaching him, but suddenly they feel a strong effect on their bodies. Pak Li Jun is easily dealt with opponents at a distance. He says, even if you have to turn Kanho upside down, he will find them and make them understand which punishment will have to bear if they are touched by what belongs to him. Near the capital of the province of Sichuan, the yard of the Tang family. At the gate stands Man Nek, holding a silent dragon in his arms. The warrior opens the gate, saying that they can come in. They gave good on top. And unconscious, the young man is put on a stretcher. The warrior invites the man to follow them. Entering the room, the advisor says, he, the most famous main temple of the Tang family. For several hundred years, the entrance to strangers here was closed. This place deserves its loud glory. The man says Man En. Well, he did the matter. Then he asks, the advisor did not try to think with his head. He asks, what did he do this? The interlocutor answers, he heard Pak Li Zhang suspect the Tang family. A man, sticking the needles into the body of Gavan's unconscious, asks, why did he bring here a dying silent dragon? If suddenly they find out about it, there may be huge troubles. Man no longer replies that he is ungrateful. It would be good. Bring the poison from the very beginning properly. The man turns to the advisor asking, what? Man no longer answers. They themselves boast of their pills of the 5 killer, or as they call it there. And the effect is dubious, as in the case of a brave phoenix. And now, The advisor believes that the guy of the silent dragon believes probably the current situation would have been avoided. And what does he have to do with the useless skills of the Tang family? The man is interested. He forgot where he is now, and adds, he must think that he says. Man doesn't ask, did he say something wrong? Get the silent dragon in the hands of Paik Li Jun, he would have learned about the Pill of 5 killer, and about the Tang family hiding in the shade. He says that such a development of events would be much worse. The man replies that from the very beginning it was necessary to normally choose the place of use of the poison. The representative of the Tang family explains, the families of the brave phoenix and the silent dragon put all their hearts and soul into their upbringing. Therefore, the poison did not leak into their bodies as it should, and did not show the proper effect. Guan with a wild scream breaks out of bed. It still seems to him that he is fighting Jia Gan. With one movement, the man does not put him in his place. The silent dragon calms down. The advisor removes his hand and says, that's a talker. Manhwa tells the man that in the future such an excuse will not work. They cannot suppress 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. And with other strong warriors, who are a dime a dozen, what are they going to do? Exciting, the representative of the Tang family replies that more transformations will need to be carried out. All pills collected as experimental samples will serve as help. He asks to take into account that they plan to create a poison of mass production. Man doesn't say, then it's even good that he dragged the guy here. He asks, how about the way to look for a way to destroy the technique of internal energy of the Paik Li family? The man answers, good. The advisor is interested. If he is in such a close relationship with the Tang family, can he see the elder? The interlocutor says that it is difficult for them to meet him. He advises to find the heiress. He adds that she wanted to meet with an advisor about what happened in the Dock Valley. Man is not answering. The heiress? Let her and are connected by blood ties with the Tang family, but he can't stand it to the girl. Jia Gan hears the question. He still has not decided to join them. A guy sitting on a bed next to a girl who continues to make a dressing for him does not know what to say. The goddess of desires says, he already refused, so he will need time to think about the proposal again. She does not ask to give an answer right now. The woman believes that its restoration will last a long time. She advises him to think slowly while he is here. He replies that he can no longer cause them trouble. Going to the door, the goddess of desires advises the guy not to get bored. Let him consider it grateful. He did what they could not do. She says that now he needs allies. He can't cope alone. Leaving them, the woman adds, Kanho is too cruel and merciless. The guy is left alone with a girl who seems a little frightened. He asks for forgiveness for scaring her. In the morning, Jia Gan, staggering with weakness, leaves the house. He thinks that he was recklessly fighting. He did not understand that he seriously overdoed in battle. This battle was so difficult that surviving in it is a miracle. As the goddess of desires said, he will take some time to restore. But he cannot relax with a calm soul. The village of Ha showed us what the current Kanho is. This is not a fair and righteous place that he admired in childhood, but a real landfill. If a pair of fish pollutes water, then it is enough to catch them. But what if the water itself has changed? If the head of the Union Muram Havolchini made the world in this way, then he needs to take revenge on him, since his responsibility lies on it. Jia Gan thinks that the true personality of his enemy is much more complicated and greater than he thought. Moreover, he needs to cope with the enemy which has attachment to him. But will he get avenge? The guy hears the question. What is he doing outside? He sees Pian Boca carrying on the shoulders of a murdered deer. Jia Gan recalls that they have already met. A man lowers prey to earth. He says that his name is Fin Bok, but the guy may be called by his old Fian. Jia Gan is glad that he survived. The interlocutor says that he, after all, the intelligence officer and informant Safa. To escape from any situation for him is not a problem. Fian says, the guy also managed to survive as he sees. Looking at Jagan's bandaged body, he adds that by his appearance, you can't say that it is safe. Be that as it may, he is glad that they met again. They sit on the steps. The man, lit up the phone, says he heard that the lord of him, and this time suggested that he do not build himself upright and became part of the gang. Jia Gan is surprised that he calls his clan that way. Pian Bok explains, if people live helping each other, then they are a gang. It's better than planning some great things against the head of the union. Pian Bok states that in fact, he is against the entry of the guy. He heard that people call him a poisonous dragon. How to live now in fear. He will say something wrong, and he will be sprinkled with poison and food. Jia Gan looks at the man with resentment. Pian Bok, laughing, says he jokes. He first sees the Lord so hard to try for someone. At first he could not understand her. But when he saw the guy in the village of Ga, he changed his mind. Therefore, if he agrees to enter, he will accept him with open arms. Pointing to the deer, the man says that he would consider him a gift. For recovery, the meat is best. He caught the beast, but the master herself personally gave the instructions. Bak adds, "Let the guy not be afraid. If he refuses to join their ranks, then he will not be taken away from him. Let him eat calmly." Jagan thanks, and says that he had not yet decided. But the interlocutor no longer listens to him. He calls loudly, with "C.O." On the threshold, a girl already familiar to the guy appears. A man tells her to call her people. Today for dinner they have venison. Jagan considers it strange that in the shelter of Safa there is such a young girl. Bak replies that she is not some kind of girl there. She is also from the family of the province of Guzhu. The guy is surprised. He says that he did not talk with him, so he did not know. The man answers, not that the girl did not talk to him. He explains that she simply cannot talk. Almost 8 years have passed since she was here. They were going to sell her in a rich house as a maid, and the man found her and brought her here. Now she looks a cheerful child. But when they first met, there was a continuous darkness on her face. Over time, it became more open. Jagan asks, "The girl could not initially speak?" The man answers negatively. He says that this is not innate. He explains that she was cut off the tongue in return to preserve life. Bak says it's good, of course, that she remained alive, but for what sins did she do so? The guy is interested. Who did it? The man answers, someone from the genus Dak. Jagan is outraged. Again, the genus Dak was tormented by an innocent family of yak. Bak asks in surprise, "Nothing innocent?" He believes that the guy does not understand something. The man says, "It is a pity that they treated the girl so. But the Dak rod attacked the yak. He is not reasonable." He explains to the surprised guy, the one who was the first to start the war in Junyu and was not the Dak, but the yak family. Jagan cannot believe his words. The guy asks for the first attack the yak. It seems to him that he misunderstood something. He recalls that he had already heard about this before, but he did not believe it then. Is it really true? Really that man, Kangu, did not lie to him? He then said, "If the guy is going to take revenge, not knowing the whole truth, then he is like an animal that allows anger to master his mind." He asks, "Can Bak explain in more detail?" He says that he himself does not know the truth. He can only repeat what people say. The guy asks to tell at least this, and the man agrees. It happened about 10 years ago. On the genus Dak, who lives in Junyan, the yak rod attacked. Due to an unexpected attack, they could not fight back, and fell under the power of indestructible power. If a turning point in the process did not occur, the position of the childbirth and the yak would now be the opposite. Under the turning point, Bak has in mind the entry into battle of the Tan family from Sichuan. Thanks to their secret techniques, poisons and art of command, the Tan family was able to rally the decayed family of Dak and begin the confrontation of the yak family. After the brilliant intervention of the Tan family, the advantage passed to the side of the Dak family. As a result, the genus yak fell. Someone was exterminated, and someone met his last days, uniting with the Dak. After that, the genus Dak entered the Murim Union. No one wanted to take the side of the yak and run into the hatred of the Union. Therefore, surviving people simply suffered a collapse helplessly. Everyone knows only the superficial cause of the conflict between the clans of the yak and Dak. Nobody knows about the intricacies. Does Jagan ask for a superficial reason? The man explains, the yak clan was justified by the fact that the Dak was making some prohibited poison, and the Dak said that they were first attacked. However, these two kinds were always at war, so he suggested that their anger accumulated, and in the end, spilled out. Jagan says that he considered his family all this time a victim. That is why he never doubted the need for revenge, but now he no longer knows what to think. Bak says, there is nothing to torment himself. That case occurred in Junyan. There were completely different circumstances compared to the Yunnan province, where the guy was located. Jagan replies, be that as it may, there are many secrets that he does not know. Where is the guarantee that the truth will not change in the future? The man looks thoughtfully at the guy, then he answers, the world is not so simple as to divide it into white and black. The genus Dak in its own way, and the genus Yak in its own way. The genus Yak. Two men, accompanied by girls, come and take a deer carcass. He says, it is important to at least now establish the correct criteria for himself, on the basis of which the guy will judge. Jagan is thinking, the right criteria? The guy continues to think in the evening, already lying in bed. He thinks, if the genus Yak attacked the Dak first, their confrontation can be called fair. Then is his revenge correct? All this time he acted only for the sake of retaliation. However, if he continues to act blindly, not seeing the truth, he can make a big mistake. Ko enters the room, and the guy sits on the bed. The girl came to make him a dressing. The guy decides to speak with her. He says that from tomorrow she may not change his dressings. Let him just leave bandages, he will bandage himself. He adds that she can also put food at the door. The guy explains that this says this is not because there is no help from her. He again recalls the words of Pien Bok. The one who was the first to start the war in Zhongguyan was not the Dok, but the Yak family. Jagan tells the girl. He is just a little uncomfortable. The guy is engaged in meditation, sitting on an elevation under a tree. The veins swell on his face and hands. A hand lies on the guy's shoulder and he hears his voice, advising him not to strain. The goddess of desires says that he breathes slowly and calm his inner energy. She advises him to be like a wave overturning the shore. Jagan follows her advice, and after a while the woman praises him. Well done. She believes that his physical abilities are really something outstanding. She says that in a week he recovered well, already in the state of energy. However, seeing how even during the circulation of energy he has the phenomena of the bloody skies of madness, we can say that he has a focus. The woman asks, does something bother him? The guy says that he looked at the world for 8 years only from the perspective of the Yak clan. However, passing through various situations, he realized that the world is not at all the same as it represented. He is not sure that in this case he will be able to carry out the right revenge. The goddess of desires answers, if you think about it, then he has gone through a lot. She sees that having recognized the background, the guy began to doubt. The woman believes that this can be a danger to him. Jagan says, nevertheless, he believes that his revenge should be fair and righteous. Otherwise, the will of the late members of the Pekvacholgok Valley and the whole kind of Yak will be distorted. The woman asks, he really thinks so? She recalls that she once told him not to judge the world of prejudices, but by what he sees and feels himself. She assures that these words still have power. The goddess of desires invites him to stop his revenge for a moment and look around. Indicating the direction with a folded fan where it is necessary to look, she adds, let her see what and how is happening in the world. Of course, his revenge can take a little more time, but perhaps he will be able to make a more clear path. Jagan thinks, to pave the path of revenge? The approaching Finbok asks, so he did not want to join them? Because of the fear of the appearance of prejudice? The man says that this is good, but there is one but. He should know that, setting the boundaries, he can hurt another. Jagan replies, he did not know that the man was thinking about him. Pien's side is angry and calls him stupid. He speaks not about himself, but about Ko. The guy does not understand what is about. The man explains, he refused her help and ordered not to go anymore. The girl just wanted to help him, because he was in a similar position. All family members also died. Pien Bok says, he does not know what he had appeared for his prejudices after he heard that the Yak could be instigators. But even if so, what the baby was guilty of. Jagan is surprised and a little embarrassed even. The man continues to rebuke him. He believes that perseverance is good, but do not think about the group in a generalized plan. Inside it, after all, there are people. Impages for a person is natural. C brings a tray with food and puts it on the floor at Jagan's room. The guy hides the girl. She freezes frightenedly. Jagan says he would like to apologize for what happened recently. He is sure that she helped him from a pure heart. He explains that he could not easily accept this, fell into thought and pulled away. He did not think that his words could offend her. Jagan regrets what was said. Now he is fixated on one thing and does not notice anything around himself, and human kindness is perceived by him strangely. He says this is his drawback. The girl takes his hand. He sees that he smiles happily and understands that she forgave him. The man entwells an advisor and asks where he was going. He says that strangers cannot be wandering around here. Man does not ask him not to worry. He was sick in his heart from a simple sitting in place, so he decided to take a walk. The man is trying to say something else, but the advisor does not listen to him and leaves. He pulls his hand to the sky, admiring the moon. But his thoughts are only about Jagana. He is interested in where he is now, and what he is doing. Suddenly, a red cord is twisted around his wrist. The girl, who was engraved by Manhwa, asks, is it time to admire the time carelessly to the moon? He answers, a little dry greeting. So they have not seen each other for a long time. He is interested. What caused the heiress such irritation? The girl asks the question, why did the turmoil began? She asked everything to do so that there were no consequences. What happened? A brave phoenix and a silent dragon collided with that guy. She considers Man no miserable. Could he really predict that the situation would be so complicated? The heiress claims that she knew. It was necessary to finish the guy then. The girl was with an advisor in the Dock Valley. Only then her face was hidden. She saw Jagan and let him be just surviving from the Yak clan, who was on the outskirts of Yunnan province. But then she suddenly seemed to have awakened the sixth feeling, and she felt the danger emanating from him. She still realized that the guy promises misfortune. If she leaves him alone, he will become an obstacle in her path. That is how she then thought, until the people began to call him a poisonous dragon. Man No, laughing, answers, "This nickname is a little superior to the real abilities of the guy. Be that as it may, everything goes according to his expectations." The girl screams, "According to expectations? Isn't that what he said in A Poisonous Valley?" The advisor slowly frees his hand. He asks the heiress of Tanha a waiver. He believes that the potential of the guy is limitless. Depending on how to use it, he can benefit them. Man doesn't say that one who, in a fire, thinks only about how to put out the flame, mediocrity. The real master is thinking about landing agricultural crops after the fire goes out. Tang Hari holds a high post in his family, so it should be more savvy. Man's no. The advisor says that he has a plan. There will be no problems, even if PC Li Jun begins to get to the Tan family about what happened. The girl replies, she does not know what he is going to do, but he should hurry. She adds that her grandfather does not say anything special yet, but she really does not want to disappoint him. Man no longer replies that he was just about to act. Since it is so demanding, then it will try better. He asks Tan Hare, and she is not interested in what is the one who surpassed the Tang family from the province of Sichuan and got the nickname of the Poisonous Dragon. A bird flies to the goddess of desires, to the paw of which the message is tied. The woman unfolds a note and reads it carefully. Hearing the noise, she turns around and sees the approaching Ko and Jia Gan. The guy going up to a woman says that he will go his own way. He will do as she advised. He would like to examine the world a little. He is going to get around, look around and feel what is happening in the light to check if his knowledge is true. And if he encounters something unknown, he will find out the truth, so he will be able to take revenge without becoming a monster. The goddess of desires replies that she assumed such an outcome, but still she is sorry. She says that giving advice and say step is easy. However, following the intended path is difficult. That is why she did not want him to choose such a way. While they are talking, sitting under a tree, he expects a guy. The woman says that his decision seems to be unshakable. Yagan answers. He reasoned and realized that he has one important thing. Tan Renjin believes that ultimately his life still belongs to revenge. She would like him to meet her other side. The woman says she wants luck to accompany him in the way. The wind flutters her hair, and one strand falls on the guy's shoulder. He looks at her intently. The inhabitants of the shelter of the Safa clan went out to accompany Jagan. The goddess of desires says that it was time for them to part. Pianbok calls him a stubborn. They all begged him, but he is not in any. But after the events in the village of Ha, things seem to have gone uphill. Jagan replies, let them have not been together for long. But he learned from them to many things. His knowledge gained in the mine was not great. They explained everything in great detail to him. A man grabs his head. But how can you use martial arts in a real battle, not knowing their foundations? Pianbok says, he did so because he thought the guy would enter them, if he knew that he would leave insensibly. The goddess of desires asks the guy not to take the words of Pianbok to the heart. In his soul, he is much kinder than he looks. The man asks, looks? What is this lord talking about? Jagan looks at them with a smile. Pianbok proves that he is very popular. From the back of the goddess of desires, Sad with Co peeps out. Having gained courage, she holds out Jagan opened a bag. He asks, what is it? Pianbok still continues to joke, but the woman, looking at the offering of an extended guy, becomes serious. She explains that these are pills of purity and tranquility. They have an excellent effect of energy protection. This is a secret remedy of the Yak family living in the province of Guizhou. The woman smiling says, she wondered that with such zeal the girl made how many nights. And it turned out, I wanted to have time to give the pills before the guy left. Jagan wraps around his hands with a bag. He sincerely thanks the girl. Continuing to hold her hands, he expresses the hope that one day the day will come when they can walk together again. Jagan tends his head in a farewell bow. He thanks everyone. Men give him comic parting words. Do not get sick. Do not forget to eat. And they wave after him. Pianbok asks, was it right to send him one? The woman answers. He himself knew that she had allowed the guy to stay with them without intention to hold him by force. They consider him a brave boy. They are interested in what choice he will make and which road will go. The man is interested. How will they do? Is the Lord going to ignore the letter? The goddess of desires again reads the message received. In it, man does not notify her that the promised day is approaching. Location: the south of the Guangxi region, the city district of Guilin, Mount Laochia. He will take a silent dragon with him. He needs to prepare a lame. Tan Renjin answers. No, it's too late to take his words back. The man is amazed at her words. He believes that it is very dangerous. He asks, what if the advisor installed a trap? Although no, he is sure that this is a trap. He asks the Lord to think again. She replies that in the village of Ga there was the same. She cannot say for sure when the next opportunity turns up, if not now. She tells Pian Boku that she intends to steal from an advisor to a silent dragon. Coming a letter in her hand, she reports that she is ready to take a risk. Man Nob sits in the forest by the fire. He reads a note. The advisor says that there is already a bait. It remains only to catch large fish. It is somehow even disappointed that everything goes so smoothly. Suddenly, Pak Lee Jun arises behind him. Bowing to the ear of the advisor, he says that he would not be worried. Now the situation will change a little. It would seem that there is nothing to worry about. The situation has stabilized. But in fact, everything has just gained a new rotation. In the next moment, One-Eyed receives a powerful slap which turns his head. From the force of impact, his body is tearing into the air and flying far back, as if a rag doll. While the enemy was approaching, the darkness thickened, and he was coldly ordered to climb. He knew perfectly, such a rival could not be overcome by one. Yes, I understand your anger, but from a place to a career to rush with fists is not the best solution. Are you so impatient that you didn't even try to talk first? But the stranger again repeats the same thing as it is sharply attacking. Another accurate blow flies just in the face of One-Day. He falls again. There was no choice. I had to respond to their own blow and then seriously. For this situation, the technique of trace of a pointed hand was best suited. The guy pulls out his sword, ready to meet forces with force. The red laws of heavens cut the air, destroying the giant enemy's hands. A sharp wave of magic with a frantic whistle rushed straight towards the enemy, but the enemy's skill was no less. He steps quietly directly on this energy. And not just a step. The enemy in the air performed a Kiwi-rock, like a dance of martial arts, but it became even more strange. The guy looked embarrassed, not understanding where the opponent disappeared. And suddenly he realized he was already hanging just above him, like a shadow of death. The situation was critical. The enemy used a shrinkage technique instead of a sword. Song of Thunder Crying. This technique brought the battle to a completely different, more dangerous level. The blow from heaven kills the enemy into the ground, breaking the trees around, and it forces him to lie down and moan, pressed to the ground without being able to get up. More precisely, in a deep pit where he realized not the level of this enemy. The only thing that was left to pray so that the next blow did not arrive immediately. But the hopes were in vain. The enemy did not even think to stop. Another stroke, knee just into the chest, like a hammer on the anvil. And all this stood one question: what happened to the Quona, and where he was? In response, One-Eyed honestly confessed he was not going to hide anything. He said that the silent dragon is safe now, is in the Tang family, in the province of Sichuan, and he even asked not to perceive this crooked, explaining that because of the poison, I had to immediately look for rescue from the Tan. If he had not passed the silent dragon to the Tan family, he would have been killed for a long time. The man confessed that he did not understand why the dragon went in us, but he did not stop the puppies. He believed that Chagall could take advantage of the situation, grab it to exchange for the dragon, and it shocked because the dragon was too easily injured. The boy hurried to the border. In his chest boiled rage which was no longer controlled. The hand shuddered, the tension grew. He was ready to kill right now. And he said through his teeth, "It was not necessary to grow such a scum as you," releasing a bloodthirsty aura. But he raised his hand unexpectedly, they say. He has another chance to become useful. When asked about this chance, the weapon that will continue my life, and showed a piece of paper. Most likely, not even a postcard, but a small fragment of an old note. He added, "I am sure you will recognize the handwriting of your ex-wife. Even in such a miserable state, he promised. He will be able to track and capture Yopi." The next morning, the guy stepped in the forest, leaving everything behind. The sky was clear, and the sun was gently breaking through the tops of the trees, as if everything was calm. But the back was followed by someone, the shadow he felt, but did not see. The girl's words emerged in his memory. As soon as he leaves the land of the estate, will be overseen. And to the question, who? The answer came. The three most powerful clans of Sichuan, which have the same influence in the region. This is the Tan family, Clan Ami and Clan Chonsleep. The Tang family was called the highest peak of the dock. The influence was undeniable. Clan Ami, like Shaolin, was considered one of the greatest Buddhist temples in mountainous regions. And Chon Chon's sleep is independent Taosis that do not interfere with alliances and keep from politics. Sichuan has long been under their care. The clans have deeply rooted in the province, take care of the balance of strength and at the same time constantly expand their own influence. After the union was created, they, by strengthening the positions, retained the unique status of 3 strongest forces of Sichuan, which are now respectfully called the kings of the province. The girl explained that, like most inhabitants of the region, these clans cherish an unwavering desire for independence and treat external forces with disparaging chauvinism. She warned, they will be watched in every step, because the union's power does not compare with Sichuan, so you should be careful even in seemingly little things. Summing up, she asked to remain alert. The danger is chatting everywhere, and no little things can be paid. The closer he approached Chenda, the more clearly he felt incorporeal views behind his back, as if the forest was watching, with a breath. If the monitoring does not stop, it is almost impossible to act at your discretion, so it was necessary to invent the tricks to break away from the invisible tails. He cautiously pulled out a small canvas bag, whose contents were kept secret even from the closest allies. Stepping on, the guy leaped a thin strip of powder slowly behind him, which melted ashes in the wind. The traces of his shoes, like a magic of magic, were dissolved. Where the powder poured, the earth was smoothed, erasing any signs of the passage. One of the pursuers leaned, touched the bulk substance, and in surprise thought who could so thoughtlessly scatter the poison just on the human trail. Not wanting to be injured by casual travelers, he quickly rolled a dangerous powder into a small roll. But as soon as the crystalline dust was collected, a miracle happened. The particles were fused into a dark ball, as if obeying invisible will. A light wave of hand rolled the yad into a dense basket, which was more like a petal than a deadly substance. Realizing the threat, he decided to immediately report on the incident to the elders of the clan to prevent possible tragedies. A quarter of a day before, on Mount Chkan's sleep in Sichuan, the events unfolded differently, and already prepared the ground for future upheavals. In the spacious courtyard stood a thin boy with a broom in his hands, carefully sweeping the fallen pine needles. He was named John, and it was he who came to him, gently urging to go inside for conversation. In the room, they discussed a poetic dragon, a member of the Safa clan, a ruthless killer who recently started a bloody case in Junan, following the massacre with the Salchans and the murder of the emissar of the Union, which came to punish him. The Yad's dragon became the main enemy of Murim, raising anxiety around the world. It is said that the Yad's dragon disappeared, but now he seems to be hiding in Safa's shelter in the county town. This is what the deputy head of Chon Dream, Master Pak Chon, explained Unyu John. The master outlined the mission, to keep track of the dragon, fix each step, and report immediately. Yuen John was surprised that a newcomer was entrusted with such a dangerous enemy, and immediately received an educational blow to his head. From which time does a student of a dream cling to the tale? The mentor broke up, adding another encouragement. He explained that the attack or murder does not require. It is only necessary to see that the dragon does not make nonsense until the elders intervene. Choosing a scattered yad from the road, John thought why the mentor himself did not take up the tracking. But he quickly convinced himself, if the master entrusted the task, then he really recognized him with a dignified student. With new passion, he decided to successfully fulfill the mission, and then ask for permission to go to Kangcho. Tracking the tracks, John realized. The Yada dragon deliberately drops the pursuers from his trail. Soon the prince broke again, as if someone with a sharp saber had jumped a piece of the way. John gathered freedom to grasp at least a thread that he would give the fugitive. He rode under each stone, looking at the root and bushes, looking for at least a breeze of a hint. But everything was in vain. The earth was silent, and it seemed that the last hopes crumbled like ashes. However, the prospect of meditation for hours before the naked wall reflected the desire to give up. So John settled in the place where the traces disappeared, deciding to wait for something to be issued. And not in vain. The yawn dragon hid quite close, merging with the trunk and watching a newcomer. The day was swayed by the evening, the shadows were leaving, and the invisible duel of the persecuted and the pursuer continued in silence. In the end, he reached the roadside, where he could have a snack and restore strength before night guard. But their heads were spinning. Maybe first gather rumors to understand what to start a real hunt. It was then that behind the back he heard. The silent dragon and the brave phoenix was allegedly grabbed. Both sides were injured. So can the dragon's power be compared with the power of silent? It was disgusting to listen to how the guests taste the gossip about me and others, twisting every word like a spoiled lute, which creaks on the entire hall. But suddenly a familiar voice came behind his back. "Oh, where you hid?" The yawn dragon shook, like a cat that heard a ripped door at night. A stranger who called himself the original Lord of Heaven sighed. I had to rob the village from roof to the bands to make you. How did you get able to escape? Dragon became interesting how this little one came here. The nearest settlement, at least a day of a difficult transition from this tavern. The boy barely kept on his feet, asked for permission to sit nearby and to take a little breath. His cheeks were already gray from fatigue. He confessed that he decided. The dragon disappeared through the technique of a light step. It should be broken suddenly, and his heart went into 5. But later he realized, you cunningly turned in the opposite direction. The maneuver is unpredictable, like a tiger that was hiding in thickets. Another picture broke out before John's eyes. A steaming bowl of meat with meat in the middle of a lawn. A temptation for an exhausted traveler. The yawn dragon was not against hospitality. They say, sit, share their impressions of the pursuit. Fill the stomach at the same time. The guy's stomach was so loud that the birds were silent. He climbed closer, swallowing saliva from only aroma. Remembering about courtesy, he quickly called himself UN John, a student of a dream, in order not to seem to be a nameless beggar for a foreign hearth. He said that the mentor, having learned about your visit to Sichuan, ordered you to follow you. That's why we now have a joint lunch. He poured out everything he could. Plans, orders, even his own fears, frankness. Worthy of a fool-first fool than a secret observer. The yawn dragon was just scratching. What is the tracking when the pursuer himself reveals the cards and the purpose? Is he not an enemy? But John was not going to give up the opportunity to taste the deliciousness, and, smiling, slipped the bowl closer. After the pursuit, it is necessary to restore strength. The dragon, like a trap teacher, slowly said, listen carefully before you bring a spoon to your mouth. By the way, in this dish, poison, he added calmly, as if it were unnecessary spices, not the death hidden in the broth. But the boy had already managed to get a few pieces. His cheeks were spinning from food, and the horror gradually came to his eyes. He was whispering. He whispered, seriously? Is it really poison? He poked on greenish mountain herbs, generously strewn from above. They are a key note of a dish that can stop the heart in a few days. Oh, is it really poison? I thought you were just a gourmet and add exotic herbs for spiciness. John was crazy about the sharp taste of fear. Where is it issued? First to treat, and then it is every day to say that the dish is deadly. He was indignant, as if swallowing a bitter icy sharp. This poison is not in my hands, calmly cut off the poisonous dragon, pushing away suspicions like a strange chess figure from a dangerous cell. He pointed to the group of men at the next table, and advised to ask them whether they had sprinkled with dinner with potions, which forced the heart to fade. As the views stopped at the foreigners, one of them stood up, as if he were honing up, which was just waiting for the team to shine in dusk. John immediately noticed their outfit. The emblem on the breast unmistakably testified to the noble belonging to the big family of Tan. The tall stranger recognized the young man and proudly introduced himself. Tan Li Sin, the fourth son of Tan from Chenda, the voice of Bruna Kriz. The guy immediately asked how they dared irresponsibly scatter the poison on the ground, which was jointly guarded by all 3 of the strongest clans of the provinces. Do you realize that such actions are offended by Han sleep? He cut through the words like a whip, splitting the silence of the tavern. Tan Li shrugged. To check the Safa's pile is not an insult. Besides, I had no idea that you would put so eagerly on the dish. These words painfully slid the blade of John's self-love, releasing the heat of anger and humming blood in the temples. Tan Li looked brutal, breasts wide, cold looked like winter in the mountains, and fists hit a storm of unable power. The tension between them increased. The air was thickened, and the wooden tavern rafters creaked under the burden of unspoken threats. The Yada dragon stood and said dry, it will not be possible to eat quietly. Understand without me until the sticks turned into spears, and moved to the exit. But Li, exploding the rage, grabbed a bamboo wand out of a glass like a dagger and threw it after a dragon that turned his back. Shouting that the enemy escaped, he threw a weapon at the speed of the viper, hoping to pick up the enemy by surprise. However, the volatile wand was intercepted by 2 the same as they closed the trap in the air, glowing like sparks from flint. Everyone took a breath. To catch a flying wand in 2 others, it's like a bare hand to stop the lightning pulling it out of the sky. And more incredible, this trick was made not by the dragon, but by the modest Union John, who just seemed like a regular boy with a broom. The movement of his hands was lightning. The fingers closed with the grace of the crane, and thoughtful peace in his eyes proved. True skill was hidden under a quiet smile. John asked Li cold whether such a wand and a meal poisoning could be considered as an insult for a dream and his mentor personally. Whether he was bent. He reminded the words of the master. 3 clans of Sichuan are obliged to cherish mutual respect and never thoughtlessly raise his hand at each other, so as not to shake the fragile balance. And you, John continued sharply. They used the poison and threw weapons in front of me. That is, they neglected the direct order of Master Pak Pakan and phoned the honor of Chan's sleep. Li twisted, but he warned, let John and the young, and whether he is really okay to contrast himself with the whole Tan family, whether it will appreciate it himself when he learns. You prevent you, John cut off. I first spoke with a dragon, and your boldness spoils everything and calls into question the agreement. Saying, he threw a wand back with such a force that the air whistled and the tables shuddered from the invisible wave. The wooden debris stopped for a few centimeters from the nose, leaving a trembling trace of adrenaline in the air. At the same moment, the purple ribbon cut the space, broke the wand in half, and fell to the floor like a bloody poppy petal. The rescuer was the Li's companion, a girl from the House of Tan, who retained the inviolability and now demonstrated striking agility. John managed to whisper that he could hit even harder, but the stomach was twisted with pain, and he first asked for an antidote. The Yad's dragon, already halfway before the exit, threw over his shoulder. It is enough noise. You have something to say. Tell me in your face. Do not cling to the guy. Li cold warned. Today, with respect for the student, I have a dream. I restrain. But if you get your nose again, Tan will not forgive you such arrogance. Okay, the dragon shrugged. I will accept your lesson. And, as if discarding the drama with the tavern smoke, he moved to the door. He had already stepped on the threshold when a timid boom came behind his back, like a chick of chicks during a thunderstorm. It was Yuan John. Cuting up with the dragon, he whispered with a faded face. Wait, please. I have to go with you. I have the order and debt of life. Li, weaving the rage, nodded. From respect for the Chon dream, I will silent, but no longer try the patience of Tan's house. The consequences can be fatal. The Yada dragon calmly replied, I listen to your advice, so that at least the tavern will remain whole this night. He crossed the hall confidently, allowing the door to scream, like a point in a restless evening. But when the threshold was bent, the hurried whisper came behind. Senor, wait. The wind was catching up with the shadow. Yuan John, still trembling, bowed low. Please allow you to accompany you is the order of my master and my inadvertent duty. John apologized and explained that he had to stay side by side until you leave the Sichuan. Otherwise, the master would do the master for another year of meaningless workouts in front of a dead wall. The Yawn Dragon nodded. It is better to have a guard side by side than to flee from the intricate tail, which equally emerges from each tree. He thought that he would be useful. The guy had just saved him from a quarrel and demonstrated a striking agility. On the way, John confessed that he imagined the dragon with an arrogant flamethrower, ready to cut through a storm and flame, and saw a restrained man of honor. The dragon smiled. Not worth nothing. If a fight broke out in the tractor, the innocent were injured through it, and such a burden does not allow conscience. The guy saw, the frightening glory hides a man capable of curbing the sword for the sake of peace of ordinary people, but doubted. He remembered how the dragon sowed the path of poison carelessly. Isn't it irresponsible? The dragon explained that the powder was a bait to attract his attention and test the perseverance of the pursuer. You rode the forest in search of traces, he smiled. So I illuminated the path with a special aroma. He mixed the toxin with arrowroot starch. The mixture overshadows the mind for only 2 hours, does not kill, just confuses steps and thoughts. John remembered how everything was blossomed, and consciousness was wandering in the fog. That's why he walked in circles. He even became funny. The poisonous dragon uses poison, like a surgeon with a scalpel, not an axe. Only where it is necessary and just as much as it is necessary. The dragon, feeling genuinely respect, asked if such openness to the guy is natural, whether it is only a mask. John did not stop what it was about. I am considered a cold-blooded killer, the dragon said. That is why I am watching no one get hurt here until you go, John replied. You are too safe, he added. It is enough to eat a portion of poison or to let the crown of the enemy, and everything will go out. After saying this, the guy first thought whether he would really be able to protect such a mysterious traveler from all the approaches of the world. The dragon brought his eyebrows. Why is such confidence? Because no one in Sichuan will risk causing the student to sleep, John said firmly. I am inviolable under the protection of my clan, and with me. He cut off, as if putting a shield between a dragon and any threat. The guy's words stirred up the memories. The last 8 years of the dragon survived alone in the darkness of revenge, without strength and support, while a young man, which was protected by a whole clan, stood in front of him. He felt a striking contrast. Where he was, alone in hell hatred, Now stands a boy protected by a teacher and brotherhood that love him like having a child. The Yod's dragon thinks whether the clan defense makes the guy so carefree. He goes beside the killer, as if he was stroll through the park on a good evening. The awareness of this sprouts with a prickly sprout of envy. The boy has a rear, warmth and support, while the dragon himself survived alone among darkness for 8 years. John notices his mind and asks whether the dragon is worried that the attacker suddenly jumps out, forcing them to keep their hand in the sword's hand. And then, with a sincere smile, he again calls the dragon a good man, assuring that he believes in his honor, despite the terrible reputation. "Let's go faster until the sun hid behind the ridges," the dragon murmur, hiding emotions under the carefree mask of the traveler. Meanwhile, Lee and Ha wounds are observed from the back. It quarrels for the gossip, which he launches as soon as the enemy turns away, calling it shameful. Ha wound is reminiscent that Lee is a side relative of the head of the Tan, and his behavior tramples the good name of the family, as if boots are trampling rice stairs after showers. When Lee denies that he would cope with himself, she interrupts in a cold tone, reminiscent of the icy bell of the swords in the Winter Temple. The words solidify in the throat of Lee. He turns away like an offended baby and goes forward, pressing pride to the ribs. Ha Woon does not look at him. Her look slides after Dragon and John, as if the violin pulls a thin melody behind two shadows. South Guanxi is an endless stone hills where the sharp ridges of the mountains poke the sky, and the fog hides the paths like secret manuscripts. Near Gilin, on Mount Laojai, a hurricane swirl is twisted a long purple ribbon, shimmering like a dragon in a moonlight. She descends to the ground, unfolds, and a woman comes out of the cocoon, a light like a morning haze above the Lixian River. Her ability to fly on the ribbon is striking. It seems that the element itself gave her sails, and the air became the ocean for her rustic steps. Suddenly, something difficult to crash into the ground. Lifting the chicken, two bald-haired cuddle warriors are shaking like stone statues. Before her, leaning one knee, she sits one-eyed, who was waiting for a meeting for so many days, and confesses that excitement did not allow him to sleep. He reports, "The promised product here. The silent dragon sleeps under the action of dope. Wake him up, and he will be able to move right away." But one-eyed does not understand why she does not see the payment, they say. She came here without a wallet and intentions to a frightening agreement. The woman, looking straight into his only eye, gently apologizes and says that she has come not to bargain, but take away the silent dragon to himself. Barely words come out of her mouth as one-eyed dive into the ocean of confusion. The deal flies a scrape, and plans are cracking like thin ice. From the shock, his face is pale, and his hand squeezes the dagger's hand. The woman has confused the cards, and it is unknown whether this night will be the last for someone. The silence between them is thick and sticky, similar to a night resin. Everyone weighs the movement, because one false breath is able to light the blood of the blizzard. The woman steps forward. The fabric of the ribbon flies behind her shoulders like a flame tongue, ready to get a sleeping volcano. Somewhere in the darkness, the silent dragon touches the wake-up. The dope weakens, and the lungs draw a cold mountain air blade. At that moment, the clouds thicken in the sky, and it would seem that the mountains themselves kept breathing, waiting for who the first rolled night with a trembling lightning blade. It seemed that his proposal was absolutely logical, beneficial for both sides and without unnecessary complications. So now he was openly annoyed, seeing how she is trying to just pick up the prey without any consent. She doubted whether she remembered, but reminded that she did not accept the terms of this agreement from the outset. The Sohyop chose his own path, and she had neither the right nor the desire to force him to join the force. The man was even more impressed with the idea that she let him go without trying to stop. The goddess of desires, though a member of the Safa clan, never recognized this belonging. That's what he liked. She knew that Qinjian Gan would still be in danger, so she did not bring him here. He considered it a predictable and right decision, so he sent the Chrome to her to save him in the village to us. After that, he gathered his head and said that she could pick up a silent dragon, if he wanted. The goddess of desire was a little confused. She was waiting for him to invent something, try to interfere, would resist. But he acknowledged, like him, it is not able to prevent it, so it does not even make sense to try. She perceived this gesture as humiliation. They say, not even worth the battle or dispute. But one-eyed did not change the position. He ordered to pick up the guy faster and get out of here. Like, he did not decide how to live further, so let him not prevent him from falling into a deep plan. The goddess of desires came to the young man sitting with a low head, like a silence. She reached out to him without saying a word, as if wanting to touch not the body, but the soul. And suddenly, the deaf words broke through the mouth of the silent dragon. Hornay Cave. The shock was clinging to the goddess. what she heard like a lightning strike in the clear sky. The boy's eyes slowly opened, and his gaze was no longer blurred, but alive and full of knowledge. "Yo, praise!" he exclaimed and broke out of place, rushing to her with all the power of awakened nature. But she stopped him instantly, gently and firmly, as a person who was used to turning peace into the eyes of those who saw nightmares. Having tested the soil's hardness with his own skull, the dragon left on the ground a dent like a bloody signature of a lade. Having fiercely fierce, he robbed at the one-eyed. "You the bitch! You will not leave from here!" Zrenya, and the flames of retribution broke out in his pupils. But it is worth turning over for reproach, as the dirty soul of the boot has already turned her words into a clubs of dust and a deaf bell of pain. The blow almost drove into the temple, but it deviated even before the contact, leaving the enemy to fight the empty air instead of the fragile body. A smile curve appeared in the mouth of a mouth. The situation seemed comical, as if the children tried to push a stone statue from the rock. "It's all," she threw mockingly, one-eyed blood and soaked. "No, the entertainment is just beginning, beauty." The subtle sense of smell caught the sharp spirit of the gunpowder that the backs in the lining of the shoe. The invisible crackman was already waiting for her time. Having realized the trap, she squeezed the tape, preparing to take off the danger before the spark connects with the explosive heart. The roar of the shot broke the silence. The tongue of the flames and fragments withdrew upwards, depicting bloody fern flowers in the air. The smoke curtain opened a real trap. The lawn was enveloped by a steel grid of cables and screaming bayonets. 2 bald guards rushed forward, covering the hostess with bodies, as if living shields from small and deadly debris. The archers in black masks were completely lined up. The stretched bowstrings were ringing, ready to release death by the first nod. They should be considered first and foremost. 10 steps, and the arrows would cut the air no worse than its silk ribbon. The sharp whistle announced the attack. The arrows fell with lightning rain, shining in the accelerated twilight, like ice comets. "Damn ambush," said the idea when the sky broke out with a black swarm feathers that covered the evening light. Ahead of the army, up to several hundred, stood the Chagall. A smile shone, like a blade, sharpened. The same who called Safa with nits, now sought to trample them in dust, and was not going to forgive the past. The Lord was still breathing, and the ring of warriors was pulled, turning the lawn into a stone sack without a single flesh for escape. Her purple ribbon flared in the air, rolled into a dense cocoon and wandering arrows like dry chips under her sword. Cheagle did not feel guilty. In the cold glitter of his eyes, a hunter was burning, indifferent to the torment of prey and honor of battle. She was not going to adhere to the oath. She did not enter her plans. Her eyes were already determined to break any arrangements. There were plenty of reason to call him a vicious abomination. Betrayal, traps, and misconceptions fell on her like a sharp glass under his feet. When they came together in a jerk, the lunar explosion of the light swept through the valley, splitting the silence and pouring the lawn with a pulsating glow. The blow has crushed the air. The grand wave of strength shook the rocks, as if they were sticking out of wet sand and thrown from hand to hand. Their palms only touched and the earth trembled. Such a power cannot be measured. It can only be seen and afraid. The puppies were plunged into the confusion. She did not remember that this gray old man had a ferocious storm of internal energy. But she quickly realized the reason was the bloody reception of Heaven of Madness, which multiplied the power at the price of common sense and its own flesh. She screamed if he was ready to burn his own body and bones for the sake of victory, aware of the horrific fee of such obsession. Calling it hung, she again closed her fingers in the seal, and her palms jumped, lifting the fiery spirals around. The battle was reduced to a single point. Endless collisions with hands, where each touch sounded louder than thunder, and sparks flashed at night. The old man confessed that he had lost himself for a long time. Hate displaced the mind and broke her heart with frantic acid, leaving an empty shell. At first, there was a spark of revenge. But for the sake of chromium sins, they were caught in an avalanche until they turned into an ocean that swallows the boat. Everyone has a thirst for biting the soul. His poisonous dream was Chin Jangan, a trophy who sought to taste a drop of blood. Even the blind eye worth the shadows drew the figure of the chromium. He has not succeeded in memory for years, so he whispered that he will show the true face of his passion, like the opening of his own wounds before someone else's eyes. The old man pulled the bandage and ordered to watch. In the dim zenith, the pupil reflected something that shone with a painful brilliance. A dazzling flash was squeezed from the pupil, which blinded it. The white flames spread the world, leveling the day and night with one explosion of light. The bronze mirror in the glare distorted the space. The trees were floating, the fog was spiral, as if the world was glowing and drowned in mercury. But the mirror illusion was only a thin trap that looked her gaze into the abyss until a real blow matured behind her back. The main threat was not in the attack. The brilliance was chatting the mental dagger, capable of torn the will faster than cold steel. The silent dragon was silently materialized simply behind her back, like a shadow from the abyss, and the cold of his aura made the air around immediately. He rubbed his eyes, blinded by a previous flash, and in a turbid dream could not distinguish a friend from the enemy. A solid spot floated before glance. Through this haze, she realized, the attack goes on both sides, turning the lawn into a whirlpool of cross, wind, and shiny steel. The despair made it to resort to the last trump card. The 9 ramps of the nephritic void weaved light and void into the deadly spectrum. Behind it was a combination of 5 thunderstorms of frog kung fu. The blows roared, like a thunder, mixed with spring waters. After that, the brownie no longer looked intact. Their resistance was gone as if a candle under heavy rain. The electrical impulse struck their bodies, rolled the tendons with chains, and everyone involuntarily fell to his knees, loss of control. The one-eyed was in the center of the meat grinder. A wave of energy cut it into the ground so deep that the dust flew into the sky. He was lying in a hole dug, as if a living inscription on his own tombstone, and his eyes were still burning with crazy fire. Despite the devastating blow, he stood, which stunned Yohupo. Such a stubborn vitality was dropped on forged armor. She realized that the attachment of the silent dragon to her pushed the old man to cross the boundaries and survive against logic. But his hatred burned harder. He will not stop until he crushes it. There will be no peace between them until his heart beats. The old man reminded himself of a shot. A sparkling lightning escaped from his sleeve, reporting that the deadly show is far from the finals. The powder outbreak again put a threat to her face. Yo Puppies felt the cold breath of death. She had to repel the charge at any cost. One hole, and the explosion would break her heart with a bloody lantern. Young has called the sacred sword of the heavenly man, a glowing blade that pulled the light of dawn, compressed to a single lightning. To strengthen the cut, she added the palm of the wind, directing the gust to the blade to disconnect not only the steel, but also the airflow itself. But while the heavenly glow was growing, the silent dragon was unmanaged, as if it had fallen into the abyss of his own consciousness. Meanwhile, Chagall entered a hand, made duel with a bald guard. A rough muscular strength was cut with cold sword technique. Fists and blades wore a storm of blows. Each movement heard the bell of the metal and the deaf cracks of the bones. Silent, the night whisper of the rain. Chigall took a crazy fist, grabbing his sword with the hand, and a wave of force fiercely thundered and pushed him back as if a dry leaf under the swelling wind. Flying through the lawn, he could only notice how the grass lay in the waves before his back crashed into the trunk and lifted a cloud of bark. It was not surprised. The guards of the moment not to hire, but the willows of her will, are trained to stand between the Lord and any flower of death. Each of them shouted, "We will not allow it to be the blade or a breath, even if we have to fall, turning the earth into a bastion of bodies." Suddenly the bald guard felt a charge of 5 threshing frogs melted in veins, and the shoulders were poured cotton wool instead of steel. The force retreated, as if they were out of the fingertips. Their fingers were late, and breathing was heard behind the ribs, as if for 2 doors. Turning, he saw the lady on his knees. The ribbon was hanging up unattached, and dark blood was pulled out of her hand, enriching the dust with iron. The shock and rage flared together. The guard roared, rushing forward, as if the heart itself was engaged in flames that pushed muscles instead of thoughts. At such moments, the loss of focus is deadly. It is enough to blink, and the sword of the enemy will slip through the protection, like a shadow viper through a crack. He glanced sideways, and the mistake came to life with a steel flash. The opponent's blade with the squeak of air flew at the end of the neck. Landing, man crawled closer, as if a wounded jackal who is still going to tear the prey, despite the cracking of his own bones. In front of him, his knees, without his hand, and he tasted a moment of humiliation. The goddess of desires bowed his forehead in the dust, bringing him his fall. The silent dragon tries to get up, but the body is wheezing and falling again, as if an arrow without plumage, blowing the last string of consciousness. Mama, with a slim whisper, he says to him, "Sleep," and the darkness falls on the pupil of the dragon, closing the sparks with the will of the black dome of oblivion. Meanwhile, Yopump tears out a thin metal thorn from the chest, sharp, like a pity Scorpio, and with it tears the purple blood ribbon. Man condescendingly hesitantly that they are silent about their unauthorized hike to us, but his words are heard by empty shells on the storm of the storm. She does not think to listen. His hand is lost, but the spirit stands on the edge. Does he really believe that by cutting off the limb, he will be able to clamp her heart? "I do not advise to resist," the man thunders, but too late. In her breasts, the whirlwind is already twisted in the bowels of the storm sea of Kai energy. And then she understands. Cold, oily paralysis crawls, shaking the muscle by the muscle. The body becomes a cage closed from the inside. Needle and prosthesis, Tang home products, poisoned mechanisms that break power and will, turning battle legends into helpless dolls. It hints the obvious. The needle and the prosthesis are made by a poison created specifically to capture her body and curb his will. He adds more. This toxin has developed a home of Tan and put a trap exclusively under its unique aura so that no other tool can work. The mention of the dragon lover flashes in memory. He has already saved her once, and the dream of salvation will be glowing in the farthest corner of consciousness. But she is okay to accept death than to remain a puppet. Despite the danger, he tries to erase internal energy again and burn the poison. The man is just shrugging. He did not receive the order to bring it alive, so he can calmly watch how the flames inside would destroy it. Suddenly, one of the bald guards appears nearby, grabs the lord for her shoulders, ready to give her life, just not let her go. His muscles groan, but he squeezes it harder, like steel chains, and his jerk takes away, protecting his own body. The purple ribbon breaks when they break into the sky. Man with anger fierce watches as the prey slips out of his hands. Yo Praise does not understand where he carries it. The guard whisper that she has no right to die here, for the sake of everyone who believes in the miracle of her return. He warns that Chagall's detachments surrounded the valley, and staying means to fall into a cage that even legends do not break out. So the only chance is the escape. Otherwise, their blood is mixed with gunpowder, and the name of the goddess will go out, as if a smoldering wick in a night storm. Meanwhile, the older guardian Broke is fighting in the hell of the battle, pushed to the center with a ring of metal and malice. Dozens of swordsmen surround him. The blades sing the rhubarb of death, but he stands, cutting the shine with bloody devotion. Flying over the field, Yo Puppies sees him, holding back tears. Takes on a flurry of blows to keep her flight even a moment. His sacrifice breaks the heart. An ununtil tearful tear falls from the eyes of the goddess. She whispers so that he does not remain in the midst of a mad fire. But the fate is relentless. The guard only smiles through pain and forcefully repels the attackers, blessing her escape. The couple is at the cliff. The wind howls under your feet. The stones crumble, and the dark river, which calls the cold whisper abyss, is roaring below. Without hesitation, the warrior jumps, firmly pressing him into his breast, as if she were boiling her with his own heart from the icy embrace of death. Under them, the raging current lifts white manes. Water promises either salvation or eternal dream. But there is no other way. One-eyed comes to the edge of the abyss, and sees only foamed stream below. The plan cracks like an old skeleton, and rage breaks his breath. Watching the soldiers twisted one of the bald guards, One-eyed was just smiled. At least part of its protection has already been disposed of. And this is a step to a complete triumph. He sharply ordered to comb the current. The poison still works, so the goddess will not float far, and the water will give it, like an echo of steps in an empty hall. Cheagle was boiling from rage, but he obeyed. The detachments moved to the river, and the claw of the lat drowned his dissatisfied grunts. The one-eyed leaning to the crushed hand that was steaming with blood, and swayed. "You will become me a mascot of inevitable reckoning." Meanwhile, everything was calmer in Sichuan. The sun's spears punched thick bamboo, and the cicadine bell accompanied a quiet road. John, walking next to the yawn dragon, fell asleep with questions like a curious chick that had just learned to sing. "Why did you kill so many people? Outwardly, you look more like a wise monk than a bloody avenger," he wondered. "Why are you limbing? Is this innate or memory of a long-standing battle?" The guy stared at every step of the satellite. "What techniques do you apply?" "I barely have time to see the enemies fall, as if they were cut with an invisible shadow." He asked further questions. Only when a heavy sigh broke out of the dragon's mouth. John realized that he may have overdone with curiosity. He hastily bowed his head. "Excuse me, I'm probably too talkative," and swallowed the hesitation with the dust of the trail. "I just worry. I first talked to a member of Safa," he confessed, and he heard a peaceful answer. "I do not belong to Safa." John's head Zagola. Everyone claimed the opposite, and the teacher could not be deceived. "Where is it?" "She is only visible with her own eyes," the dragon added, and explained that he received such advice when he stood at a similar crossroads. When asked who was the advisor, he said mysteriously, "You will meet him in the palace from which I came out. The road is heavy, but it's worth every step." These words seemed to be whimpering the veil. John saw a little more clearly mosaic of events, though many fragments remained in the shadow. 2. He escaped involuntarily. And this bad again touched the hidden string of the conversation. The guy starred. "Don't understand wrong, just don't know if I have the right to tell." The teacher did not say anything. In response, a warm light flashed in the dragon's gaze. "Speak boldly, I listen," and his voice sounded unexpectedly gently. John's heart stabbed in her throat. The words were rushing out, ready to override the path that they had just stepped under bamboo. "Forgive, but I cannot reveal this. It goes far beyond my powers," John said, lowering his eyes in the trembling palm. The Yad's dragon silently lifted a stone, drawing a deep line on the soft soil, as if drawing an invisible border between the past and the future. "What are you doing?" The guy was surprised, and the dragon with a smile replied, "I'm equipped. Beautiful climate, fertile land, delayed here. I plan to live here for at least 3 years," he added. John covered panic. The teacher told to watch until the traveler leaves the edge. Now it turned out that the young man will have to follow the person whose shadow shakes the bamboo in the forest for 3 years. The dragon set out, "Then discover the secret you hide." His voice was soft, but a look as a sharp blade. As she asks, John confessed, "The Safa Palace, from where you came from, will soon disappear from the face of the earth." So the teacher said, "And time will float quickly. Gilan, southern China is a circle, where karst mountains are glowing like emeralds, and the fog is made by rivers in the morning jade. It was here, at the foot of Mount Laoshai, that a exhausted bald guard and Bezruk, a exhausted goddess of desires, emerged from the stormy river. Their condition was terrible. Her shoulder remained a bloody cutout, and he was held on the very freedom, lost in a trembling evidence. Not only the body was painful, the moral wound from the loss of brothers and the honor of the heart, like a hot iron, which does not allow to forget in the dark. The desperate pain from his hand has pierced every breath, forcing him to breathe in a fragmentary way, as if to swallow the air through the needles. It took out 3 shades of invaluable fire, a rare powder that flashes brighter than dawn when it touches blood. The powder exploded with the flames, burning the edges of the wound and burning them to stop the bleeding. The pain of the pain mixed with the gara on the skin. Bald whispered, choking, "Look, take care of yourself." But she smiled through the convulsions. Alive, therefore things are not over yet. She understood that her own pain is petty compared to the torment of a guard who had just lost her brother for her salvation. Yo praised her teeth. The failure and humiliation of that day was deeper than the poison, and she swore to prevent such shame. The guard, looking back on the dark shore, warned, "The enemy is already on the tail. A new shelter is needed." "Where do we go, Lorder?" "To Sichuan," she replied quickly. "There we will start everything with a blank sheet and repay the debts to the abusers even without an unnecessary hand." Somewhere far away, the Yad's dragon was stuck. The news of the disappearance of the Safa Palace, and a new way for a moment, like a thunder in the middle of a cloudless sky. It is about the destruction of the palace, because they passed the key figures of Safa. The tasks were taken by the 3 strong Sichuan, actually acting on behalf of the Union and subordinate clans. It is too difficult to monitor the Trinity, so Clan Amy is a neutral observer, an arbiter that fixes each step and holds the balance of strength. The Yad's dragon does not belong to this Trinity, but there are many people in the palace who once pulled him out of another world, and this is what he calls for him to return. The little lightly exhaled. He suspected that the truth would be dangerous, so he did not want to reveal the secrets. It would only add anxiety. John begs not to go. To prevent the stupidity of the dragon is part of the teacher's order, and he is responsible for every consequence. The warning sounds firm. If the traveler does not refuse, it will have to be stopped by force. Let them even decide their friendship. "I will not fight you," the dragon says calmly. But in a moment he rushes a small bag just a guy in the face. The instinct takes the mountain. The blade instantly cuts the fabric, and it is a fatal mistake. A poisonous steam that burns the lungs is snatted from the incision. The dragon immediately reassures, this is the same weak toxin as last time, although he advises to take care of the antidote immediately. Mix pork fat, green tea and onions. It neutralizes the poison. Come back to the city and recover. He throws without slowing the step. John, holding on his feet by willpower, states that he will still not let him go. But the moment shown by the force proves the direct fight is meaningless. It is much more interesting how the dragon will work. The path to the palace takes at least 3 days without stops, and time is catastrophically lacking. The guy pulls the bell artifact. There's no other choice, and the metal rings with a sharp tremolo, as if cutting the silence of the blades of sound. Speaks 2 names, Kwa Mahicham and Chejon Hyangnon. These words are baked by the cold, and the dragon is pale. The legs are shaken. It falls on his knees. Dark blood erupts from his lips. Sound technique beats more precisely than the blade, breaking the key inside. John explains. This is an imperial bell, a technique that causes the demon to lean and cuts the throat of the sound without letting answer. Its advantage, it suppresses hostile and is not reversed. The sound absorbs power like the abyss, leaving only a void. But when he saw the blood, the guy trembles. He did not want to kill, just stop. Doubts and fear fill your eyes like a puddle. The dragon, squeezing the air, whispers, "A strong move. But are you ready for consequences?" In the look, painful fire is mixed with respect. The forest fades. The bell is still trembling in John's hand, reminding that from now on their path has changed irreversibly, and time runs away faster than the wind. Especially this bell reception is designed for those who use poisons, which is why the teacher and sent John to intercept the poisonous dragon. In the head of the dragon hum as if the skull split, and the eardrum sections are about to flake from the frantic trembling of the sound. "It's just a warning," the guy whispered. "Say you don't go to the palace, and I will shoot the bell right away." Despite the pain, the dragon refused. "I will not allow people from Safa to die, even if I have to pay my own blood." According to John, the criminals are not worth the salvation. It is better to sacrifice a handful of scoundrels than to lose thousands of innocents. These words plowed the dragon. For him, those people mean more than the average people, because they once pulled him out of hopelessness. That is why he is ready to endure a terrible pain in order to have time to repay the debt and keep those who have found goodness. This fierce devotion remained unclear to John. Why are Safa victims more important than the peace of all Murim? The vessels came out on the hands of the dragon, torn out, but the gaze remained firm, like obsidian in a flame. The guy wondered. The dragon denies belonging to Saf, but, driven into a corner, enjoys their secret benefits. The flow of internal energy weakened, the lips whitened, and in the end it fell down, filling the earth with hot breath. Taoism is like water, John said, overlapping the current, and it will find a detour, but will not stop. Likewise, the bell acts on each demon. "Clean your heart," the guy advised. "Release the thirst for murder, the will to revenge, and the boat will break out of your soul." He began to read excerpts from Sutra, and the silver bell poured waves like moonlight on a quiet lake. The forces left the dragon. The consciousness was turbulent, and the shadow of nothingness had already extended her hands to pick it up forever. "Will I finish the way that?" said the idea when everything around was covered with a bizarre darkness, a heavy, like a dawn fog. Another spark broke out. "Will I fall without revenge on those who gave me light on the longest night?" The red shale was immersed inward. The heart was beating, as if the drum was in the war parade, causing blood through the dehydrated veins. "I have not yet fulfilled my debt." Despair clutched with perseverance, and a tiny spark of resistance broke out in the cracks of pain. Even lying in the dust, the yawn dragon clenched his fist. "I will not allow myself to go out until I defend those who once saved me. I do not want to lose anyone, and never." This thought broke the breasts with fear, but at the same time ignited the burning heat of unwavering hope. "Go up," the dragon was screaming. "If I remain fate, the world will not change to the pedal." He repeated this order, like a mantra, until the pain receded, and the heart was stuck like a combat drum. He opened his eyes and saw a crazy viper near his face, hissing a deadly breath. The shrill cry of the snake cut the silence so loud that the eardrums almost cracked, but the world trembled. Everything under the sky once goes out. So this meeting brought its inevitable finale. The only blow, and the snake's head fell. Its end came at the moment when it crawled too close. John had already believed that the bell was done. But the events broke out of the chain and went unpredictable. The imperial bell seemed to break through. Magical resonance broke out like a thin glass under a hammer. He looked at the dragon, and froze. He was not a broken warrior in front of him, but a living storm that burst into the sound of his own heart. In the hands of the dragon, a crushed tail of the viper. The blood of the snake flowed between the fingers and flushed with green poison. "It can't be!" the guy caught, feeling the usual reality shakes under his feet. The dragon used the snake poison as an antidote to break the sound puts. The tricky, worthy of its formidable nickname. Now he involuntarily forced John to look for rude methods, though the young man preferred to avoid the bloody path. Suddenly, a foreign wave of Kai swept through the trees. Someone's power intervened, changing the battle. "Excuse me. We had to intervene." The smell of torture shook the forest. A cold but polite voice came. The familiar tan figures came out of the darkness, the same ones that a few days ago thrown reproaches in the tavern, and the air thickened from a new tension. Guests from the home of Tan explained the invasion that the hole around the duel was heard in a few lie. It was impossible to go past such a cannonade. Their views were instantly stuck in a poetic dragon, like arrows in a target, looking for signs of guilt or weakness. Lee put his finger forward as if a sight, demanding explanations for the eerie scene that he found in the middle of the forest. In fact, he pointed to the snake tail in the dragon's hand and asked brazenly if he had just ate a poisonous creature right now. In response, the dragon defined a piece of bite, crunching the bones, and showed that his answers seemed superfluous. Such a spectacle made the guests think that they are crazy, able to swallow death. But the girl was just laughing. She was entertained by this demonstration of wild confidence instead of frightening. She mocked that she considered rumors of the ruthless chromium poisonous poison, and now she was convinced of their accuracy. He saw with his own eyes. The nickname of the poisonous dragon suits him, as if the poison is a blade. "Hey, do you know at least the name of the snake you bite?" she asked mockingly, heating the already tense atmosphere. Without waiting for the answer, she explained that it is a purebred glandular viper, close to the spiritual beasts of their family. Its poison is killed by even a master for a matter of breaths. However, for the poisons, the glazed is the most valuable liquor, which is not analog. Once he is alive, then he belongs to the caste of those who cure the poison, rather than kills. The dragon, swallowing, acknowledged. He did not hope that the snake would be healing. He wondered what Tan would do if he died. The girl honestly answered she would recognize him as an imposter who does not know her place, but now has no claims. "Then, if you die from my hand, will you consider it a punishment for your own arrogance?" His phrase immediately broke laughter. Instead of a joke, it sounded icy and caused a fierce flash in the girl's eyes. She became angry. She believed that the poison should appreciate the assessment of the Tan house, and he suggests, barely standing against simple sound equipment. Noticing the tension was growing rapidly, John stepped forward like a shield between the enemies and asked both to be called completely and depart. He recalled that the members of the Tan family have no right to interfere with the student of the student, the dream, especially on his lands. The girl squeezed slightly, nodded, agreeing to name the name, and in her eyes and further the flames, ready to flash from the smallest spark. Tan Ha Woon shot the straw hat, and with his head raised was presented by the heir to the great house of Tan. After that, the little one changed his attitude sharply. Now he turned to her with respect inherent in her status. The girl confessed that she had heard the master Pak Chan for a long time as a capable student, and immediately guessed that it was he. Upon learning of his name, she easily asked to leave. They say there would be a personal conversation. She had to talk to a poetic dragon, without witnesses, at rest. She hinted directly that she expected at least thanks for freeing up the snake. They say did him a service. But the dragon answered briefly. He did not ask for help. After such a cold reaction, she suggested that he release him, and John to leave for her own questions. So she took the initiative. "You go to ourselves, and we will understand here." The dragon, of course, could not but be interested in what Tan plans to do, and how seriously they treat their debt. However, the answer of the wounds was simple. Everything is because of personal interest, and nothing more. Therefore, she asked not to wrap her head, and not to consider it as a duty. The dragon turned around without unnecessary words. John engulfed panic. When the guy wanted to shout him after him, Hu Ran stopped him, asking to keep calm. "Follow him if you want," she said, "but do not dare to get him on the way to the palace." But John's heart was squeezed from the idea that the return of the dragon there could lead to a great tragedy. He did not see a different way. Everything was resisted inside, but he could not stop him. In fact, it sounded as an order that could not be challenged. Li proposed to return to his possession, but Hu Ran refused. She was too interesting to watch the events. In addition, now in the dragon, there was somewhat very valuable, and she knew it. The forest was pierced by a threatening silence, like a wild, wounded beast around, and the evening air was pierced by the anticipation of misery and excitement. John's tireless legs jumped from a branch to a branch, like strong birds, chasing in the wind, escaping from their own doubts. The guy raced everywhere, swallowing the cool of the green tunnel. He absolutely needed to catch up with the dragon until it was late. He was running without stopping for 2 hours, and only a crazy heartbeat suggested that the human body and the goal was a stone wall in the fog. Finally, the dragon was in sight. He walked forward with a desperate stubbornness that broke the night, as if the blade was opening silk. The lame step pulled it uncontrollably to the palace, as if the last spark was glowing there, capable of igniting the dim heart of revenge. In an effort to speed, he did not notice the next stone, and wandered powerlessly, roaring the body on the ground like a broken statue. Immediately realized, attentiveness ate hunger. Now the skin was stuck pain, and the scream deity in the thickets of ferns. John, anxious, flew down and stood in front of him with a shield, seriously flashing his eyes full of devotion and fear. "What is so unrestrained to drive you forward?" Quietly, he asked firmly, trying to solve the code of tired heart. The dragon has repeated already said, "In the palace people who gave him life, and the debt of gratitude burns more fierce." The guy reminds that with this speed and wounds, he simply will not have time. And even when he arrives, will not have the strength for a feat. Why is the killer so bending his back? The thought of the wave clamped in the young mind, reflecting the contradiction in the face of the night. Squeezing his fist, the dragon whispered, "The head explodes from chaos. The path of revenge is a mirage, but a woundy chance, and everything will be lost." He felt he would close his eyes to the present misery, and will forever get rid of the part of himself that holds him by a person. So, turning on his knee, he stood up, biting his eyes into an unloved distance where the answers were hidden. "The retreat," he asked John. But the voice trembled from the exclusion like a string during the last note. The guy hesitated and eventually made a strange decision. "Let me help climb on my back, then I will carry you." The words were surprised, but John explained. "You said, you will not know the truth. You will die in ignorance. My heart is just as hungry for truth. Let's go together. Though I do not know if this decision is right." He sighed, putting his shoulders. The road in the dark was waiting for their double step. Once, in the mind of John, a teacher's instruction, like a bell at dawn. Truth should be checked with his own eyes, not other people's gossip. A moment ago, the same lesson was repeated by the Yad's dragon. So the guy decided to act, burning fear of the flames of curiosity. Being not be, he decided, and squeezing his fists, rushed forward, taking risk as a ticket to the long-awaited answers. Meanwhile, the girl looked out of the door, squeezing the clay pot. The fright in her eyes was shimmering like an evening firefly. Seeing a stranger, she was confused, and the pot slipped. The guy rushed to catch him, falling his way on the board. When she looked, she saw the goddess of desires and her guard. Both fainted, like broken dolls, scattered with a cold corridor. The news of the ambush of Chagall flew quickly. There they believed that they could repel, but the power of mana exceeded all the forecasts. It was dangerous to ignore other possible combinations of forces. This closeness turned into a fatal error of defenders. Emotions broke out in the hall. It is enough to sit. It is necessary to gather all allies and strike while the shirt is on their feet. The voices were bent. But one elder cools the passion. Recklessness is now like suicide, when Chagall himself is against you and therefore all of Marimi. Further, they were even more anxious. Sichuan clans, controlled by the Union, gather in a single point, like a storm before a thunderstorm. The goddess immediately guessed. Her strange return to Sichuan is part of the calculated trap, and time works against them. She ordered the team to be preparing feverishly, without being hidden. Launched a circle of internal circulation, strengthening the body with a powerless will. The rest ordered to flee to the shelter. The warriors rested, but her gaze, like an icy spear, did not leave room for objections. The rebellious was considered a shame, but it was clear from the leading. The enemy seeking to erase the place from the face of the earth radically. "I will stay and turn away their rage," said Yohuv. "And you, when you depart, save the seeds of the clan and ever return stronger." The words lay down a heavy stone, but the warriors realized. Her self-sacrifice is the only chance to escape from the loop that squeezes Sichuan. She stood in the threshold, one and only, like a light in a night storm, ready to take a blow that destroys the entire valley. Behind his back he heard a muffled cry, but he just smiled. Fear, a luxury that had long since burning in the painful battles. Having adjusted to her shoulders, the goddess breathed the cold of the mountains and went towards the darkness to give the world another dawn flame. He cheered. "Don't worry, I will immediately pull the enemy and join you." The voice of a buckthorn confidence, though my eyes were paled with his willingness to die. Like most attendees, he swore to her on the day when the goddess gave an orphan, and now he was okay to put her life for her without regret. Immediately later, other warriors picked up the oath. "We will not leave the Lord in the middle of the storm, and do not hide behind other people's backs." "There are no cowards here," stirred up the polyphonic hum, like a thunderous shaft that lifted even broken spears from the string of despair. The heart was shaking for a moment. This choir of devotion melted the ice of loneliness, which for years she protected her own wounds. Even a small maid, holding back tears, came forward with a clay pot of medication, as if a children's shield against the storm. The Lord glared and repent. "I spilled a lot of blood saving myself. Your ray keeps me alive, and this time." She could only thank the business, so she ordered, "Prepare a detachment, pay time for today's shame, and keep the future clan." Meanwhile, in the Canassus Union, the grunting older twisted a woman's hand in his hands and made it lacked that such a delicacy was not enough. He wanted the carp whole and received only a swimmer. The subordinate, bowing, complained about the failure of the man's man and asked for condescension. The following reported, "Sichuan clans are already moving according to the plan, and 3 strengths accepted the proposal of the union and moved to hunt for the goddess. The old man twisted. Even without his hand, he is dangerous. The Trinity can turn a bloody failure and embarrass their net. The subordinate assured that Clan Ami sent a demonic student Buddha as an observer, a sign that man is holding the steps. It was interested in the old one. The position A has become clear, and the cunning thought belongs to the man himself, so the game should be continued. He roared and ordered, "Next time, bring the man alive. I want to personally sort him our next manifesto. So, do not kill him unnecessarily," his grandfather summed up, smoothing the desire for revenge, as if the igniter was extinguishing the flames to the desired heat. While the plan is moving, the old man is satisfied, but hinted. He wants not the hand, but the full corpse of the goddess, to make him a main dish. As long as the dark clouds thickened, every person involved in a big game made his move, pressing secret cards of personal gain to his chest. The night shrugged like a fist of a warrior, but in the eastern horizon the purple dawn was already shaking, promising the battle that the old shores were swollen. So the curtain of the future massacre came down slowly, giving all the sides the last breath before the storm, which would change the fate of Murum. The boys were fussing the arsenal. Every sword was ringing in the air before lying down to a wooden chest, like a silent oath before a storm. Almost all the blades of the courtyard were under the lid. They were ashamed to be kept in the vagina when the war was already rushing into the gate of Sichuan. The white hawk with parchment on the paw torn into the sky, a messenger on the wings of hope. Faster than any human leg and voice, the owner only whispered to her, "Please do not be late, because every lost breath can break the fate of our home." Suddenly, the branch cracked behind his back, and the heart hit the rib. The uninvited guest stood so quietly that the chicken had not yet fallen. "Is it here?" He had time to think, wondering. The army was approaching a shadow that was chasing after his own fear. The messengers were groomed. The enemy is moving in an iron shaft. His cry is already rolling with slopes, covering the horizon with a living wall. The order came. To the weapon! Each spark from grinding stones had to become a fate. Each shell protected 10 backs at once. Bezruk John launched a circle of Kai. The flame light ran with blood vessels, healing the wound with a heat of its own unwavering will. Each breath cut the breast, but she clasped her teeth. This battle is allowed only forward, even if the shoulders breaks the burning pain. The last battle has not yet died, and the enemies became more than stones in the mountains. A voracious, armed wave of rage. The guard shouted, "A whole herd per wolf? Come on, sheds!" and challenged the heart of the attackers. His sarcasm only struck the enemy thirst for blood. In response, orange, hot hatred broke out in their eyes. But the silence of the opponents was alarmed. If they are quiet, they are restrained by someone whose authority is heavier than the fear of death. And indeed, a broad, shoulder warrior came out of the ranks and swore, "Today, Safa and the goddess fall. The court of Murum has already threw a scoop." At first, he suggested to surrender, convincing that the valley was surrounded, and a smug smile gave. The sentence was written for a long time. The security guard pushed, "I do not see the crown on you to scatter death sentences." He recommended, "I am Chon, the head of the clan to us. Your words have offended the whole Sichuan and will light the holy court of Murum." He was answered in dust. "We do not know what to give up, and even more so, to ask forgiveness." The sword climbed into the battle cross. The tension of the lead-to-lead silence. The two fronts stood, as if arrows stretched to the border, ready to cut the night until the purple dawn. Put them on your knees. Try to reach out first. Each of them is ready to get into the ground with claws so that the enemy falls before them. John confidently thought to quickly deal with, but did not predict the arrow of events would turn in the opposite direction, flying directly into his pride. The goddess of desires had no right to rest when the enemies were already pounding at the threshold, squeezing weapons, like the key to her fate. John rescued his hand that broke out between him and death. A sharp, lightning movement crucified the gap between the blade and his neck. Before them was a demonic student of Buddha, whose presence sowed cold peace, as if the moon above the bloody pond. Mugo Wall, a poisonous blade of Clan Ami, became famous for the sword dance, which cleansed the Buddhist path, cutting his throat to those who got lost. In the look of the goddess, the flames of the fire. She knew that if the Union sent Mio will, then he was decisive. It stops fear in the hearts of warriors. Amitabha calmly tilted the head of Mugwul, offering to turn to him only under the temple name, so as not to be tarnished. She seemed fun as the one who seeks to become an archer, tied to the name that smells of earthly sins and blood of people. He replied rigidly, "He who was related to Maguni must be destroyed before poisoning others. The ancient rule of the temple knows no pity. It did not suffer a mockery. In the cold shine of the eyes, a challenge hardened by battles and loss of hand broke out. The appearance of the monk is an irrefutable proof. Even fixed, it emits a cruel glow from which the grass trembles under his feet. Mio Will turned to Chun. Begin. Promised to make sure that the goddess would not grab the weapon, and together they tightened the siege. John promised that this day Safa would answer all the crimes committed under the shadow of her name, and let the blade be the final sentence. By his order, the detachments rushed forward, like an iron tide, ready to flood every breath of resistance to a launching march of death. But the proponents of the goddess were not going to retreat. They closed the lava around the lava, turning into a living bastion. The roar of the swords cut the air, as if a thunderous wheezing. Sparks fell with starry rain, illuminating the night with bloody flashes. Mio Will slowly pulled the sword, showing his arms, and asked the goddess if he recognized this relic that had been waiting for a judgment for a long time. From the time of my formation on the path of Buddha, the blade did not tissue blood, he whispered, and the steel sang with a trembling bell note. In this radiant note, the oath sounded. The first movement, and the history of Sichuan will break in half, mixing sins, salvation, and new blood on old stones. During the years without a battle, the blade was growing up. He was serrated and so faded that tofu would not cut. And yet, despite this paradox, he was called the killer of the Buddha, a sword that will only be lifted with the intention of murder. His Buddhist soul is not in his teaching, but in a blade. And until the goddess intervenes in the battle, the blade will not move. But if she takes part, let him measure the depth of his soul with a sword that wants to break the flesh and shed blood. Let the Red Sea splash around like a prayer made by a blade. But while she listened to the loaf of bald, the enemy boil came behind his back. Someone ordered to break inside. This is what she was most afraid. To allow them in the middle would be a catastrophe. But is it worth it now if it faces this fanatic crazy? The choice was obvious. First to eliminate it and then to defend the entrance. Her weapons came to life in a jerk, as if the clothes were raised, throwing a blow. But he did not even touch the will. The blade hit the ground just before him. Such a gesture only ignited his shawl. He was even more excited, as if he were drunk from anticipation of the battle. And she was indifferent. She acted with a cold calculation, not paying attention to his reaction. Lenta from her dress wrapped around, trying to cut the body of the enemy, to confuse, to suppress. But the smile did not disappear from his face. Disgusting, grotesque. She destroyed her nerves. Suddenly, a disorderly wind exploded around. He broke her attack on pieces, and the sharp wind blades flew straight into it, like a flock of invisible needles. Fortunately, she had time to react. The body bounced at the last moment. But that stench from her mouth, she felt it too close. He was already near, close. And in the next moment, her body shuddered. The blow walked through her like a thunder on the ground. The blood of the goddess flashed on the elderly of the old sword, the testimony of the first serious blow. The bastard just smiled mockingly. He seems to have fun from every wound, but she resisted. Although very injured, she was able to retreat on the roof, evading the blowing stroke. It was felt. His energy was poisonous, soaked in hatred. Meanwhile, the balloon was caught in the room, who lost his strength and could no longer fight. Small, without standing the sight, rushed forward and grabbed the attacker by her leg. But in vain. It did not have a drop of pity or restraint. He struck her with the blunt side of the sword right in the back. The blow threw it on the floor. It was too much. Other women could no longer stand aside. One of them attacked the enemy, grabbing his hand with hatred. But suddenly she took a breath. The enemy made something, and her breathing began to disappear. The anger of these freaks did not know the limits. Now they sought to cut everyone without leaving anyone. The goddess of desires, looking at all this, felt broken, powerless. Then she turned to the side, with the last order. She made him immediately run inside to save everyone who was still alive. And only now he looked around, realizing the scale of what was happening. He shouted that everyone who else could hold their weapons follow him. It was necessary to break into the front, but his path was blocked by John. Meanwhile, a vile bastard, angry with the indifference of the goddess, boiled from rage. He masked, even wounded. She would have to pay attention to him, they say, impolitely to ignore during the battle. Her patience has come an end. In her breasts, the rage was clinging, ready to escape the fiery explosion and burn everything around. Do you want true strength? Fishing for 9 rays of Jade Void and 5 thunder of Frog Kung Fu? She threw sharply. The will first saw in her eyes an unwavering intention to fight to the end, without the shadow of pity or fear of death. She swore that he would pay 1,000 times for the blood, spilled by her family and his companions on this bloody field. But as soon as the words broke out of their mouth, the throat of the cough, and the dark blood splashed on a cracked roof tile. Damn, Tan's poison is still smoking my veins, she whispered hoarsely, feeling the forces slip away. Noticing the weakness, the will slid closer, pleasing with his eyes, like a cat before doomed prey. The blade touched her neck. "It is a pity that your finale is so sad. It is interesting. What would end without your wound?" he breathed. The blade was poured with a thick red glow, as if absorbing its fear and the remnants of vital energy. He boldly brought his hand. "It is enough prelude. It's time to put a point and show a real end." In a moment, the goddess felt all lived before the eyes of the goddess. Oaths, battles, losses that molded her fate. She saw the face of the warriors who stood for her and shed blood to keep the last border. The trembling cop, defenseless and fragile, extended her hands, begging at least a crumb of mercy on a ruthless night. Suddenly, the first striker fell dead. The invisible blade broke him, and the sword of the will stumbled into the ground for a step away from her throat. The will had to be defended. A flurry of power that dredged from nowhere, knocked out weapons, leaving splash and metal gnashing in the air. Everyone froze. The stranger who broke the course of fate appeared, like a thunder in the clear sky, breaking the script of the bloody triumph. It was a Yad's dragon. It appeared at a moment when his appearance decided whether the life of the goddess of desires from the face of the earth would be wiped off. God after the battle, the girl barely kept on her feet. Every one breath was like the last. Fatigue is locking her eyes, but she is not broken yet. The man stared at the stranger, looking for in his features the answer. Who he is, and why is such anxiety? The guy stood confidently. The extraordinary power pulled around him, and his eyes flashed with energy capable of burning the will. In his heart she burned revenge, and he was ashamed. He was ready to close his eyes to everything, even for evil, to achieve his goal. Without moving, he released thin needles into the enemies. The shots were accurate. Everyone reached their goal without unnecessary words. Recognizing himself, he felt guilty, left those who had to defend. The heart squeezed from this recognition. Paying out for arrogance, he does not stop. Again goes on the attack, not giving the enemies either chance or rest. Continuing the battle, he wounded, and those who were nearby. His actions brought pain not only to enemies, but also to those who were to be preserved. Although too late, the repentance came. In the soul it was still a desire to change everything, even if it is too late. Jagan finally realized, the most expensive is nearby. But this was enough for a moment, because the enemy was already rushing to him. The young man looked at the enemy with such an icy indifference that a terrible wave of fear swept across the body. This view stuck the soul. The enemy has frozen, as a dug, unable to move under the burden of fear. The aura, who escaped from the boy, wrapped everything around. The air became difficult. It was impossible to take a step or a breath. Suddenly the man shakes, foam went out of his mouth, and his hands were in vain to the throat, trying to grasp a little oxygen. His strength has reached the level when the intention to kill becomes natural. The mind is no longer resisting, because cognition turns the will into weapons. This technique allows you to kill only the power of a poisonous aura, destroying the enemy before the salga itself has time to use. One by one, enemies fall as if they were rolled. None of them even have the power to get up. Bodies betray their will. Looking at the breathless body of the brother, one of the soldiers realized with horror. Death came through poison. At the same moment, everyone around the word, poisonous dragon, flashed. The legend stood in front of them in a living body. Fear was clinging to everyone. He left no one indifferent. The glances grew up to the boy's figure, as if to a dream creature. One of the enemies exploded with rage. It will not allow to spoil their plans with some dirty magic. But Jagan, like nothing happened, quietly asks, why did they attack this place and destroy the innocent? In response, only cruel truth. They say they perform the appointment, destroy Safa and establish their justice, even at the cost of their own lives. For them, human life is just a change. They are good to kill if it brings to power and enhances authority. The annoyed commander did not tolerate the bold notation of the young man, breaks from the place and waves the sword. But the hero acts faster. The needle flashes in the air, and in the next moment she becomes just in the throat of the attacker. A thin poison needle pierces the neck, leaving a red, throbbing swelling around it. The deadly action is lightning. The commander falls on his knees, moving the sword and grabbing his neck. The boy's voice sounded clearly and decisively. He does not intend to stop. The following moments will be the last enemies. These abominations consider themselves right. They are covered with good, but they kill without hesitation. It will not allow them to lie anymore. Suddenly, a man with a terrible grimace and a spooky voice that tries to the bones appears behind the back of Jagana. The hero rotates instantly. There is a monk who calls himself Binny from the clan A. After a few words of the young man, the monk understands. He is one of those whom this guy came to kill. A girl appears on the roof. Her voice cuts tension. She talks about a demonic student of Buddha. This student was only an observer, but intervened because of her, because the situation came out of control. The girl is reminiscent of the promise, but the monk refuses, says he has found evil and should destroy it. She blames 3 strongholds of decline of morality. Now you will not call them worthy people, no matter how they justify. But the monk is indifferent. If no one stays alive, then he will be condemned by anyone. Jagan instantly throws 2 poison needles, but the monk reflects the attack at impressive speed. Without delaying, the young man rushes into the battle. He rushes forward as lightning, without a word. It attacks with a vigorous cry full of force, but the monk parts him without apparent effort. On the face of the monk stretches a spooky smile, from which blood ripens in the heart. A moment, and the guy flies back. The monk strikes the staff so powerful that it makes the hero retreat. During the impact, he proclaims the Buddhist covenants of his plane, as if it were a battle mantra. They are too difficult to follow, so it is best to destroy what prevents them from following them. That is why he decided to punish the guy immediately. He launches a wave of wind to demolish his head. Jagan is gleaming back, escaping from a blow that sweeps everything in his way. Obviously, the monk has lost his mind. Everyone around us understands. We need to escape immediately. The bell and a children's voice, which recalled, sounds that the main commandment for the monk is not to kill. The boy does not understand how the monk could so easily forget that he once considered a holy rule. Before the beginning of the massacre, John raced here, because the monk assured that he would remain in place until he rest, and treacherously broke the word and disappeared into the shadow of bloodshed. Finally, the little boy reached the yard and froze. The air stood with horror, and he did not understand how everything could turn into such a nightmare. The guy's gaze, when he saw a real slaughterhouse, the puddles of thick blood reflected the light, and the unarmed bodies lay abandoned dolls. He knew that Safa was a fool, and even for them, this level of cruelty seemed to be animal. It was not invested in his head how to cut unarmed ones. The heart suggested that it would only be worse. Every breath of air carried an increasing threat, like a storm, that everything is about to swallow. Among the bloody chaos, he recognized the monk Ami, who was only watching, and it turned out that he tasted his hands with this massacre. Jagan, still stunned, silently watched as horror devours humanity. In his eyes, a anger mixed with sorrow. Yuan Zhan rushed the monk. What was happening went beyond the observed observer and violated this promise. He pleaded to limit the loss. People were already driven into the corner and will quickly surrender. Further massacre does not make any sense. But the monk replied that punishment is a sacred duty of a successor, and he should bring the cleansing to the end, even in the blood. The guy denied. Mercy is the same law for the successor. Meanwhile, Jagan barely kept on his feet. The poison burned his strength. Yuan Zhan assured that if the poisonous dragon will now be judged, he will stop the murder and go with him voluntarily. But Jagan refused to flee until he was avenged. The monk's face was suspicious. He seems to be trying to cheat. The kid in despair stirred that it was true. He only wanted to stop the foolish murders before they absorb everyone around. The monk gave the boy the first and last forgiveness. Nevertheless, Yuan Zhan did not step as a step, resolutely stuck the way. Ami's patience burst. He had already warned of the absence of a second chance, and the stubbornness of the boy only fueled his rage. Suddenly, John's wave was covered by a wave of salga. The breath broke up. The foam protruded on her lips. The force of the monk clenched the chest like an iron hoop. From the way the baby protected the poisonous dragon, it became clear. Maguni also took possession of him, undoing his freedom and body. So the monk decided to clean the guy himself. It was at this moment that Jagan, squeezing the needle, rushed at him from behind. Ami felt an attack, and without even looking back, he caught the blow, repelling it so easily, as if there was only a night wind. Jagan is constantly pouring with blows, but the old one slips, evading every attempt, like a ghost in a moonlight, leaving him no chance. On the face of the monk, madness burns. Extended pupils, a skewed smile, and a mania capture of violence that eats the mind to the last spark. The next attempt of the young man does not end. The monk squeezes his fist in the iron fingers, as if breaking the wing of a careless bird. Using a pause, the old man hits his storage with a rock ram with a storage ram, pushing the residual air from the lungs. The hero takes off a few meters, lifting dust, and the monk only sighs. This powerlessness causes him almost boredom and disappointment. But to focus on the defeat of a young man, it is much more important to punish Yuan Zhan, who in his stubbornness insults the whole Buddhist canon. In the decisive moment, someone jumps forward and intercepts a deadly stroke with a live shield, putting his own body between a stick and a hero. It causes only a mocking regent. The monk is drunk, and every vain attempt to resist only blows a bloody luxury in it. When the boy opens his eyes, he sees Jagan and the monk interweave the blows like lightning that cuts down the night sky. Violence feeds the old man. A distorted smile shines, as if cruelty have become the highest Buddhist pleasure for him. Jagan squeezes a maximum of the bloody heavens of madness, but barely has time to parry hail of attacks, which will be poured without stopping. Even the defense depletes. Each block responds to bone pain, and the lungs are burning like hot iron in the smithy. A quick assessment suggests that in a direct duel he does not win. You need a cunning maneuver, otherwise death will come close. He throws a small bag with a poison, trying to remove the enemy and intercept the pace as the fog sings, but the monk only waved his hand disrespectfully, throwing a roll sideways. Tricks for the weak, not for him. At the same moment, the hero launches the finger of the wind that breaks the arrow. A thin beam cuts air like a blade. The ray punches the bag, and the space is filled by the violet cloud of the toxins, as if the breathing of the underground spirit. It is a mixed poison that confuses vision, and hearing is the perfect chance for the guy to become a crucial offensive through the fog. But even blinded, the monk feels him. His palm lies on his chest and beats the palm that conquers the tiger, breaking his breath. The shockwave is demolished by Jagan. It punches the wall, leaving a cracked silhouette in the stone, proof of the ruthless power of the enemy. It seemed that the poisonous dragon fell. The power did not go out. Nadia went out, and he sat, lowering his shoulders, as if a flame was extinguished among the ruins. He got worse every time, but in his eyes gratitude broke out. The boy was conscious, so the victim was not in vain. Jagan Sheposh. If you can stand, run away immediately. I bought you a few precious moments. The voice of trembling, but the determination did not sag. The boy is briefly hurt. He realized that the hero had covered his escape at the cost of his life, and the sadness squeezed his throat. Yuan John justifies. He intervened because he saw critical despair where the inaction is equal to betrayal. Suddenly, Jagan remembered the strict words of the successor. It is better to sacrifice the minority to save the majority. Is he threw. You really think that the death of an innocent minority is justified? Truth is not measured by the number of heads. She lives in her heart, not in the account of bodies. For him, these people are philanthropists who were fed and treated. Their blood should not be shed in vain. Yuan John understands that the monk is one of the 3 strongest in the Ami clan, so fighting him is almost suicide. But Jagan will not make his hands. He will not look as fair differences torture those who saved his life. There are fights that do not run away, even knowing their own weakness. It is such a fire that burns now in his chest. Now Yuan John understands the words of the teacher better. True courage is born where there is no choice. Suddenly, the crazy monk finds them. In his eyes, the hero is just a spirit that needs to be expelled from the world. The will is swollen. The impact is stopping the air. The fragments are pouring. Almost everything is mounted around. But Jagan slides sideways like a shadow, avoiding a deadly incision of force. He screams the boy to flee if he wants to live. Tears and dust are mixed on his face. But too late. The monk seeks to clean the place and constantly pour blows, as if weed. He will first destroy the hero, and then send the rest one by one to another world. With tears, February Jagan screams. The student has no right to judge and kill, relying on misconceptions. The monk is indifferent to reproach. He sees in the enemy of the demon and certain that he does not understand what a real student of Buddha should be. A moment, and the sword of the old breaks the blade of the hero in half, cuts the shoulder, leaving the bloody furrow, which pulsates with the pain. Without stopping, the monk lifts a chaotic wind. A wild wave of power sweeps everything like a night storm in the mountains. The blow is so destructive that the young man does not even have time to build protection. The wall of force presses like an avalanche, and the bones crunch under the invisible press. It seems that there is no chance to survive. The body of the hero is shaken like fresh meat on the slaughterhouse, and dust hides his silhouette. A beast is a smile on the monk's face. He praises the Buddha to take a poisonous dragon with mercy, raising the sword. The young man flows with blood. His hands are trembling. To protect himself, already lacking both strength and quiet hope, light in the eyes. The blade fades for the breath from his forehead. Someone with an invisible hand restrained the deadly ending at the last moment. This is Yuan John. He will no longer allow you to kill. His tiny figure became between the sword and the life of a poisonous dragon. The will is clenching his teeth. As soon as the dragon, he cuts his own arrogant boy. The boy does not listen to the threat. He lifts the imperial bell, twice clances in his palm, and the sound beats the old man just into the skull. He repeats, "The imperial bell calls." Every word echoes like a hammer on the hot steel. Although he knows little, his heart orders to act in this way. Now he listens only to the call of the soul, not the fear of the mind. The shaking wave of sound shades the nerves of the monk. He yells, grabs his ears, trying to displace the deafening pain. The ears flowed through the blood, the eardrums were peeled, and the brave baby won him a tiny advantage in a duel with a monster. But Ami does not stop the suffering. Even through the hell of pain, he is good to destroy evil and bring his will to the end. The striking incision of the chaotic wind flies into the guy. The sharp arc of force breaks the air, shines like a sickle. Yuan Zhan did not expect such a blow. The blade of energy rolled Imperial Bell in half and cut his body with a deep scar. The monk is approaching, trembling with a passionate rage. It seems that it is only a prelude to even more punishment. In his steps, the promise of ruthless purification rakes. But the boy does not seem. Contrary to the pain, he brings to the palm that collects the shadows, preparing to meet the darkness with his own light. While the battle is raging, the poisonous dragon remains alone with black thoughts. He could not save anyone again. Will his path end up that? Suddenly, a girl's voice from the roof is heard in my head. Take cleanliness and rest. Then I will give you the highest technique, Kugol. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhan falls off his feet. The monk acknowledges that the student of Master Pak Khan is a cost opponent, but he is still lacking in his strength. Will is going to lie to everyone that the boy has killed a poisonous dragon. A fake story to hide his own massacre. When everyone seems to have come to an end, a giant shining snake emerges in front of the monk. The resurrected Jagan flashes with a new cosmic power. Instantly, the hero is transferred to the unknown space. The legs are immersed in crystal water, and the boundless, like sky, silence prevails around. Turning, he sees three giants, Kunson, Joel's Dream, and Nani, whose figures shine like dawn. One look is enough to understand. In front of him, a group of inhabitants, creatures who have long left behind human boundaries. Behind the army with axes and highly fluttering a dragon flag, they pull the sky to the majestic gate. The golden chariots call the bells, carrying the heavenly army to the city of reception, where the Bishop of Heaven himself is waiting. Only creatures are stepped there. Only clean with heart are able to climb the stairs and enter the royal joint. Suddenly, a tiny ball flashes on the water. An invisible hand transmits Jagan's pulsating clot of inner strength. As soon as he touches the balls, she shone brighter, the crystal of pure energy that once flowed by the veins of the Sosik Sokiop. Its purpose is to gather in the central reception hall in order to get back with the space stream and blossom in new power. There are 3 donshons in the human body. The point of FECs in the upper connects the soul with the universe, and energy must be rooted in the middle center. So Jagan, without hesitation, absorbs the ball under the heart itself, so that the middle Danshijin fuses the earthly and heavenly flames into a single stream. Inside, a chakra embankment is formed, a living volcano that trembles from excess power and waits for sparks to explode. It is necessary to break the embankment with one accurate blow, and the wave of energy will pass with veins, like a tsunami, erasing the line between flesh and spirit. It is the most valuable gift of the goddess of desires, a distilled power, capable of hardening the body of the hero of the heavenly flames. Armed with a new entity, it releases 9 rays of void of jade and 5 lightnings of frog kung fu. The battlefield flashes out over. Jagan's figure shines like a universal lighthouse. A new energy pulsates and fills the surrounding space, roaring in the air like an invisible storm force. The monk was stunned by the flash. He was sure that the young man had exhausted the secrets, but now his faith swayed, and in his eyes a shadow of fear. But the will is smiling in a hurry. He convinces himself that the hero's finale will be even bloody. He wants to perpetuate this suffering. Jagan feels the devastating pain of melting. Instead, a wave of original energy rises, which hardens every nerve and bone. The falling monk, roaring, rushes forward, hoping one blow to strangle a newborn power. But the hero releases a dazzling ray. The arrow of light sows the air and beats the enemy in the chest, forcing it to shudder. The monk reflects the beam, but does not notice a thin needle that catches the eye, cuts off the light, and awakens burning agony. The frantic squeak breaks the night. Pain and rage merge. The will is solidified, choking hatred. Jagan calmly announces the sentence. The battle is over, and the monk remains to accept the inevitable defeat. The needle is covered with a poison of the pure blood. It boils from the inside, and even the greatest craftsman in torment. The Union fighters immediately use chaos, collapsing on the rest of the freaks and thrusting their order into gunpowder. A man jumps on the roof to check the condition of the owner, carrying in his eyes smokes hotter than the flame of battle. This is Yuan Jop, the commander of the 5th Group Shini. His direct posture and deft tone promise support and retribution. According to the news of Fion's elder, a woman is in trouble. Although the detachment is small, they came to change the course of the battle. The will is, blinded by a failure, boiling hatred. His plan is scattered into the ashes, and each breath smells of defeat. Even the inexperienced eye sees. Luck arrows are now directed against the monk and his spit. Ami has a choice. Cut everyone to the end or escape and return when fate is more affectionate. The choice is made. It jumps on the roof and melts in the haze, choosing an escape like a shadow that disappears with the first light of dawn. Removal. The will is swearing one day to drop Jiagan into the darkest hell. The threat flies with a hoarse echo. Yuen John, sitting among the wreckage, watches the retreat with tears of joy. The poisonous dragon stood, and in his heart the hope again. The young man was surprised that John did not escape, but he explained, the body himself did not move from the place, as if the earth had exposed him and forced him to stay with a friend. The battle is still going on, but this is a question of minutes. The poisonous dragon straightened, and in his eyes a determination broke out. He is ready to take a new pressure. Soon, everything ended. The enemies fell around, asking the mercy and claiming that they only obeyed the orders of the faceless Council of the Union. The same surrender is not enough. Mercy not to buy those who flooded the valley with blood and turned the field into a purple massacre. Jiagan raised his sword to punish everyone, but the owner stopped him. There are notes among the attackers who did not even know where they were led. However, not for all sins, there is forgiveness. To those who have gone to life, will have to answer and accept punishment by the law of conscience. The Lord thanks the hero, he won the time, and thanks to this, people breathe, and in his eyes the hope again. Jiagan bowed to the way. Without her medicines and the strength of Kugyol, he would not break the course of the battle and saved a single soul. But the sadness sharpens the heart. Because of his own obsession, he could not protect everyone and now doubt himself. The owner assured that there is no guilt on it. Everyone lives here, taking danger as a habitual breath. She emphasized that his decision was the only true. Without him, this valley would have long become a silent necropolis. Now let the young man look back at those who saved, and will allow pride to warm the soul instead of burning reproach. He understands that he stands on his feet thanks to the victims of others. Their blood and support have become a solid coating under his steps. They are all soldered with his expensive revenge. The threads of the fate are intertwined into a single canvas of inevitable retribution. One way or another, each of them was involved in this swirl, and now goes beside him on the blade of the sword. The young man recognizes. Life for survival or revenge is a brutal, but he vowed to lose no longer losing his loved ones because of someone else's cruelty. A new goal was born in the heart, to protect these people and finish their own revenge. Yuen John sees, the poisonous dragon found the true cause of his path, and is ready to carry it as he boils blood. There is little time. The enemy can return with more forces, so it is necessary to leave this place until the fate gives a break. The owner sincerely thanks the soldiers and orders them to return to their duties, bearing the memory of the suffering, but such an important victory. The warriors bowed the lords low, sincerely thanked for the salvation, and dispersed their reborn duties, carrying a new debt in the hearts. The owners of Yohuv now is a new task, to draw a detachment back through the strict province of Vichai, and to provide a safe way to the native land. From these places to Shandong extends a path on hundreds of li, a long, grueling road where every turn can hide an unexpected threat. On this path, enemies can be tied from everywhere, so the detachment moves cautiously, holding the swords with the remedy and the look, as vigilant, like a falcon. Jiagan strongly approaches the owner and states that she will leave with them to become a shield against any new danger. Some meet it with distrust, remembering his words about the lonely way, but in the eyes of the boy now burns unbreakable steel of determination. Suddenly, a glowing girl runs up, hugs them with both, and dispels tension with her laughter. So the caravan goes on a distant and difficult road. Meanwhile, the enemies boil the fury. Their plan failed, and Yak slipped like a fish from the city, completely disrupting surgery. They did not catch anyone, not to mention the owner, and shames their souls, like hot coal that smokes through armor. Now everyone is obvious. It was necessary to grab the girls still on Laojai before the poisonous dragon crushed their calculations. Despite the defeat, several fighters survived. Treated, they have become a living reproach of failure for their gloomy commanders. The prisoner voice says that the victory seemed close when they pressed Safa and the monk caught the goddess of desires. But the poisonous dragon broke out of Sichuan, broke the front, tore their defense, and escaped the future triumphant moment from their hands. After the defeat of the monk, Ami retreated, and Safa's help turned the course of the battle. Enemies lost their advantage and plunged into chaos. Worse than death, returning with empty hands, they are afraid to bring their eyes on the Hongnim, who is waiting for a captive report. Nervous laughter suddenly sounds in silence. The culprit in a hurry explains that he always has a stupid smile when his heart squeezes fear. It is unbelievable that Jiangan was able to match the demonic student of Buddha. This news gives a ray of hope even to the most relevant soldiers. The fact that the hero returned and fought side by side with Safa, becoming a shield for people whom he barely knew yesterday. The reaction to the hike of the wealthy and the poor differs. The more treasure you carry behind your back, the deeper the alarm is absorbed by the claws in the heart. The stronger your attachment and the more you want to keep, the harder your soul is to withstand the fear of a possible loss. The excitement flows into a thirst in torment. And the torment is cracking under pressure, break the heart, and leave in the soul a fragile hole, which grows in dangerous weakness. But through the bloody darkness of Jiangan's life, a ray of light finally breaks, reminding that even a new hope can even bloom in the ashes. Suddenly, two in the yard come in brown cloaks and masks. They are silently demanded that the advisor to the Union Mania immediately moved with them. They arrived from the Tan family. The mustachioed advisor refuses because, in service, and the eyes are already betraying internal anxiety. Within a few seconds, he moves to the strangers. The decision was made lightning, as if this challenge was waiting for his life. The matter is extremely urgent, the messengers say, and hurry is read in every sharp movement of their hidden faces. A moment, and already the advisor to the man in the saddle, and the cloaks of strangers will tremble in the wind, like the wings of night predators. He did not think that such a day would come today, and passionately wanted to know why Jom Vantanchkhan called him. More than 10 hours of road passed. Fortunately, the enemies are still not visible. Only empty hills monitor gloomy shadows. But the advisor still breaks the head. Why does the successor of the clan of Chon sleep with them? And what game did the owner of UHVs start? He expresses the assumption. The guy, they say, wants to join their mission, but he firmly denies. He is only a devoted student of Chikon Sun. The man is catching. After such a démarche, the clan will probably expel the young man like a stray dog, leaving without a roof and name. Yuen John Pale. He thought he was punished by a year of meditation near the wall, and now hears about exile and his heart is shrinking. He justifies. He just did what the heart ordered, and the interlocutor continues to be frightened by severe consequences. He threatens. The clan can break all the energy channels and even destroy Danchjon. From these words, the guy shakes like an aspen letter. Yuen John pleuriously asks to confirm his innocence, but the man only raises his eyebrows. No guarantees, only a cold smile. Yo Pre's noticed in the eyes of Jiangan the question about the transferred technique and advises not to waste time. The battle can break at any moment. In battle with the monk, she gave him the spiritual technique of 9 rays of empty nephritis, a force capable of cutting off the reality itself. Yuen John shocked. This technique is mentioned only in the ancient scrolls of their clan. Did the owner not stole the forbidden secret? It explains, no. 9 rays is a family heritage of its kind, so it has given its own blood, not a stranger to the property. It turned out that the father of Yova, a former student of the clan Chon Sleep, accidentally mastered this technique and was frightened by the serious side effects, so he did not dare to use it himself. The secret was transmitted orally, generation by generation. No one risked training, until in the last century, their family did not decipher each movement for the first time. It was then that they came across a formidable form of 5 zippers of trembling sky. A cruel, unbridled power that can break the body of an inexperienced adept. To curb this rage, the technique was combined with soft, elastic movements of frog kung fu, and the new style is called 5 lightnings of frog kung fu. Subsequently, the improved form passed through someone's hand, turning into 9 rays of void of nephritis. Yo Praise gave you only a crumb of this power. Yuen John could not believe heard. Everything he knew about the legacy of the clan suddenly parted, opening a completely different, shocking truth. But the real blow will wait further. It was the head of Chikun Sun, Mu Am Chon S.A., helped to remove the fatal side effects, giving the technique of safe shape. The guy became ill. The perfect master. The support of the clan. He studied himself forbidden, almost demonic force. The belief in the infallibility of the elders swayed. Yuen John wanted to ask more, but he suddenly faded, said that she had tired, and cut off the story, leaving a young man in the ends of unresolved issues. Jiangan realized. The legend of the goddess of desires about the abducted scrolls and the destroyed clan concerns not someone else, but the very moment and her tragic past. Ahead of the caravan was followed by the monks, the shadows on the slope of the road, who were looking for a right moment to strike and restore the lost dignity. They were already preparing to rush forward, but suddenly the back of the back sounded a stranger, a formidable voice, having a cold piercing the accomplices. It was a master of Vulcan himself. He reported that his student was traveling in the trolley, and now the whole situation changed color. The attack became salvation. So the monks decided to act with him, to distribute security, to seize the carts, and to save the guy before the Chon sleep will have time to intervene. The caravan commander heard gossip about a strict monk and a rebellious student and realized these people came to pick up a young man to judge in his own way. Pokon flashed in rage, reproaching the monks. They throw their own blame on another's clan and still brazenly intervene in other people's affairs, hiding by the name of the Buddha. The senior monk raises that such words cross all the borders, and sparks of indignation are already burning in his harsh eyes. A student of Pokon, one of the 3 Sichuani strongers, throws, "True outrage is to drag Yuan Zhan to Ami and make him lie." The monk is indignant with his lips. How they dare to equate a simple young man to him, a holy minister, and again boils with righteous anger. The Baikon sees the arrogant monks confident in their own perfection, and the fists shrink around the staff. The holy warrior reproaches. In every word the opponent swells disdain, because he allows himself to speak with them roughly and outwardly. Hearing about the conspiracy of the monk with the union, he states that he will not allow anyone to pull his student, especially such complacent fanatics. If these monks continue to hunt for the benefit, he says, then they will face personally with his merciless anger. They are affected by the living. The monks dissolve in the haze, and the old man remains himself, surrounded by a quiet rustle of night wind. Despite the truth of the reproaches, it is a murmur that it lasts to cover such a rebellious student from the consequences of his own actions. He thought that the Tan family was interested in Yuan Zhan, and it turned out that their attention was drawn to another crazy. This guy always rushed to the stronger, neglecting common sense, and never retreated even before the deadly chances. His victories, won in crazy fights, hardened the spirit and made every wound a source of new power. It is the unbreakable courage and the steel spirit that Giagana has drawn through all the storms to this decisive pass. Pokon notes that Lady Tan is not one who blindly imitates. In her look, the fire of the mind burns, and it seems to affect the woman herself. He asks her not to be angry, they say. Said so only because he saw in her features the radiant freshness of youth and talent. Meanwhile, the advisor of Manhwa arrives at the main estate of Tan, where only key figures are allowed. Once he steps inside, he is stunned by dozens of masters at work, a wheel mechanism that controls the fate of whole lands. It becomes clear. This citadel is truly capable of influencing the world as easily as polishing nephritis in their workshops. Finally, he calls him by Jom Vantan. In the deep eyes of the owner, sparks of big plans are dancing, and the conversation promises to be fateful. The advisor stops in front of the owner, ready to hear why he was summoned, because not only his future, but also the balance of the Sichuan strength may depend on these words.